Xiao Anning married a woman who exploited her brother. Consequently, he met his demise during a kidney transplant surgery for his brother-in-law. Following his death, his mother-in-law and brother-in-law's family seized his home, leading to the tragic freezing death of his mother and the maltreatment of his daughter. During the festive season, while they reveled in warmth and abundance, his 6-year-old daughter clutched a bun harder than stone on the balcony, huddling with a dog. The bun was so hard that Tian secretly poured a bit of cold water in an attempt to soften it, only to be discovered by her brother-in-law's family. This malicious family shockingly poured a basin of cold water over Tian and banished her into the snowy outdoors. Chapter 1. A Second Chance at Life. I married a woman who exploited her brother. Because of my wife's exploitation of her brother, I died on the operating table while donating a kidney to my brother-in-law. After my demise, my mother-in-law and brother-in-law's family took over my house, resulting in my mother's freezing death and the abuse of my daughter. During the festive season, while they indulged in warmth and feasting, my 6-year-old daughter was left holding a bun harder than stone on the balcony, squeezed in with a dog. Due to the bun's hardness, my daughter Tian secretly poured some cold water to soften it, only to be caught by her brother-in-law's family. This vile family directly doused Tian with a basin of cold water and cast her into the snow. Daddy, when can we eat? Tian is so hungry. Xiao Anning was awakened by his daughter's sweet voice. He glanced around, seeing his mother sitting beside him. Though her hair was streaked with gray and her face was etched with wrinkles, she was alive and present. Tian was still her lively and adorable self. Xiao Anning immediately realized he had been reborn. Moreover, he remembered this scene vividly. It was the only time his brother-in-law had taken the initiative to host a meal. Not long ago, his family's house had been demolished, and he had received a new home along with a compensation of 200,000. The 200,000 compensation had already been given to his brother-in-law by his wife under the pretense of excuses, and now their target was the house. Xiao Anning let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, they were even eyeing his kidney. What significance did the house hold for them? Now that he was aware of the forthcoming events, how could he allow them to bully him any longer? He picked up Tian and affectionately tousled her little head, saying, "Let's eat. We need not wait any longer." Upon hearing this, his mother furrowed her brows slightly. "Your in-laws have not yet arrived. If we start eating now, your wife will be angry." "Mom, don't concern yourself with them. Let's order and eat." Xiao Anning firmly grasped his mother's rough hand, declaring with unwavering resolve, "Mom, I will ensure that you and Tian live a good life from now on. Trust me." Looking at his mother, he couldn't help but recall the scene from his previous life where they had taken away his house, forcing his mother into the basement to freeze to death. With this thought, Xiao Anning took out his phone and sent a message to his good friend. His mother was taken aback, sensing that her son seemed different. Soon, his mother-in-law's family entered in a grand procession. Without greeting Xiao Anning's mother, his mother-in-law, Xiao immediately reprimanded when she saw Tian eating. "You little brat, who allowed you to touch the chopsticks?" "Xiao Anning, is this the good daughter you raised? No manners whatsoever. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost?" Xiao Anning responded with a cold snort. "We agreed on a dinner at 6, yet you arrive at 8 without a call or notification. Who is truly lacking in manners and upbringing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at Xiao Anning. They never expected the usually honest and straightforward Xiao Anning to speak such words. Previously, he would not dare to utter a sound in front of his predatory in-laws. Soon, Xiao was the first to recover, gasping for breath, her eyes blazing with fury as if she wished to incinerate Xiao Anning. However, Xiao did not explode in anger. Instead, she let out a cold huff and sat down. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Anning couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was well aware that her restraint was due to the house still being out of reach. "I heard that your demolished house has been finalized. Just in time, your brother Wenba needs a house, so you should let him have it first, treating it as a loan, and he will return it once he earns money." Xiao took a deep sip of tea to quell her anger and commanded Xiao Anning. "Loan?" This term seemed to serve as their shameless shield. When has it ever been referred to as a loan? Yet they never mentioned repayment. Looking at their greedy faces, Xiao Anning felt a wave of disgust wash over him. "I cannot lend it. I need money urgently, and the house has already been mortgaged for a loan." "What?" Xiao jumped up, her face trembling with rage as she spat, pointing her finger at Xiao Anning. "Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the authority to mortgage the house without consulting me first?" Xiao Anning stepped back, cradling Tian, avoiding the spray of saliva. Nearby, his brother-in-law Lu Wenba lit a cigarette, lounging with a nonchalant demeanor, maliciously chiming in, "Exactly. How can you make such a major decision on your own? Xiao Anning, you clearly do not regard our family at all." Hearing this, Xiao Anning felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Why can't I make decisions? It's my house, my mother's name on the deed. It has nothing to do with you. My mother has no objections, so why are you all going mad?" Xiao continued to throw a tantrum. "It has everything to do with us. You marry my daughter, so your possessions are rightfully hers. You absolutely cannot mortgage this house. Zijia is about to start elementary school. This is a school district house, and it must be reserved for him. Lu Zijia, the son of his brother-in-law, was a year older than Tian Tian and was the very definition of a spoiled brat. In his previous life, he had bullied Tian Tian relentlessly. As a child, he would hit and scold her, and as they grew older, he became even more monstrous, tormenting her whenever he pleased. When the family learned of this, they did not blame Lu Zijia. Instead, they scolded Tian Tian for having a face that attracted trouble. They never uttered such words when they profited from her. Xiao Anning cast a frigid glance at Lu Zijia, who was eagerly piling delectable food into his bowl, and calmly remarked, Tian Tian is also required to attend school. Xie Huiran, however, remained utterly unconcerned, exclaiming, how can a mere little girl compare to Zijia? Our Zijia is a boy. Daughters are merely a financial burden. A mediocre school will suffice for them. How laughable! A financial burden for daughters? In uttering these words, it seemed she had forgotten that she herself was a woman, and that her eldest child was also a daughter. Xiao Anning then turned her gaze towards Lu Yiru, the woman from her previous life who had dragged her into the abyss, devoid of boundaries and responsibility. Your mother claims that Tian Tian is a financial burden. As her mother, do you not have a word to say? Xiao Anning inquired deliberately. Lu Yiru opened her mouth, glancing between her mother and younger brother, before stating, Anning, Zijia is set to enter elementary school this year, while Tian Tian is merely in kindergarten. They are in greater need of this house. This response was entirely within Xiao Anning's expectations. After all, in her past life, Lu Yiru had lived on, witnessing her own daughter endure such torment, yet she dared not utter a single harsh word to Xie Huiran or Lu Wenba. Observing that Lu Yiru remained unchanged from her previous incarnation, Xiao Anning felt a sense of relief. Now, she could confidently seek her revenge. Xiao Anning shrugged her shoulders, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Whatever you say now is of no consequence. I have already mortgaged the house, and you cannot take it. Xie Huiran trembled with rage, while Lu Wenba maintained a calm facade, stating, fine, if it's mortgaged, just give me the money. Xiao Anning straightened her posture, her eyes glinting with mockery. What if I refuse? Chapter 2. The Performance, All Performance. Given the degree of indulgence that both the mother-in-law and Lu Yiru exhibit towards their son-in-law, how could they passively stand by as Xiao Anning refuses to part with his money? As expected, no sooner had Xiao Anning's words left his lips than the two women became visibly agitated. Anning, this money serves no purpose in our household. It would be far better to give it to my brother. Tian Tian is still so young. You can earn it back slowly later, Lu Yiru pleaded, grasping Xiao Anning's arm with a desperate expression. At times, Xiao Anning truly wished he could pry open Lu Yiru's head to discover what thoughts resided within. In his previous life, after Xiao Anning's demise, Lu Yiru's fate was scarcely more favorable. She was sold by her own mother and brother to a man in his 50s, a complete pervert whose previous wives had all met untimely ends at his hands. Lu Yiru suffered the same fate, crying out for help, calling for her mother and brother as she perished. Yet, her mother and brother, having profited from her sale, were living carefree lives, utterly indifferent to her plight. After Lu Yiru's death, her soul briefly lingered, encountering Xiao Anning's cold gaze. She dared not meet his eyes and quickly faded away. Xiao Anning turned to Lu Yiru. You speak so casually about earning it back. Do you truly believe that money is easily acquired in this day and age? If so, why don't you go out and earn it? What about your brother and sister-in-law? Lu Yiru, let me clarify. After all these years of marriage, it has been I, only I, who has supported your entire family. It is not that the money is of no use in our household. It is that you have no intention of spending it on your own family. Lu Zijia is merely a year older than our Tian Tian. He takes piano and dance lessons, and wears new clothes, all of which have been funded by our family. And look at our Tian Tian. Her top was something my friend's daughter outgrew. Her pants were bought from my mother's stall, and her shoes were discarded by Lu Zijia. She is your own daughter. Lu Yiru opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but she caught sight of Tian Tian timidly standing beside her mother-in-law, dressed in mismatched garments, her small hands nervously twisting together, head bowed in unspeakable grievance. Just as Lu Yiru was about to feel a flicker of guilt, her mother-in-law, Xie Huiran, interjected with a sarcastic tone. What is the point of dressing the little girl up? When she grows up, she will simply marry and become part of another family. Spending money on her now is akin to pouring water into the sand. In my opinion, as long as she remains alive, that is sufficient. And do not come crying poverty to me. As the elder brother-in-law, when your younger brother needs money, if you don't provide it, who will? You are the eldest. If you're unwilling to give, then divorce. Once divorced, you have to give assent. At the mention of divorce, The atmosphere in the room immediately grew heavy. We cannot divorce. The previously silent sister-in-law, Wen Ling, suddenly spoke up, a look of guilt crossing her face. Mother, we are here to resolve Zijia's schooling issues. Ultimately, this is a matter between Lu Wenbo and me. If our issues lead to the divorce of the elder sister and brother-in-law, then we would be the sinners. I know my brother-in-law is genuinely struggling. I have seen his character. If he truly had money, he would certainly help us. Brother-in-law, you have indeed supported us over the years. Wenbo and I are still finding our footing. Once we are stable, I promise to repay you. In the future, you and sister, and Tiantian's expenses, we will take care of. What a beautifully worded statement. Everyone present felt a sense of relief, and even Lu Iruo, prone to tears, had reddened eyes. Wen Ling was cunning. She had consistently played the role of the good person, mediating the conflicts between both sides, ensuring that Xiao Anning and the Lu family never reached a breaking point. As long as things remained amicable, Xiao Anning would continue to support this entire family. In his previous life, Xiao Anning had always believed Wen Ling to be a virtuous woman and thought it a grave error for her to marry Lu Wenbo. But now, Xiao Anning recognized that the true villain of the Lu family was none other than Wen Ling. It was she who had caused Xiao Anning's mother to freeze to death in the basement, and it was she who had given Tian frozen buns to eat, pouring cold water on her in sub-zero temperatures. On numerous occasions, had it not been for timely intervention from neighbors, Tian could very well have perished outside. She was the true viper, lurking in the shadows, mercilessly sinister. Wen Ling spoke again, playfully tapping Lu Wenbo on the head and pretending to scold him. You too, always relying on your brother-in-law. Why don't you seek employment yourself? If brother-in-law and elder sister were to divorce, how would we manage? Lu Wenbo, hearing this, quickly grasped his wife. No, we cannot divorce. Elder sister, Xiao Anning, you must not get divorced. How about this? I won't ask for much. Just 200,000 will suffice for me to pay the down payment on a school district house. Yes, Wen Ling. Xiao Anning is the elder brother in our family. It is his duty to support you. If he lacks money, it is merely his incompetence. You and Wenbo must not consider divorce. Xie Huiran hastily turned to Xiao Anning. Look at your brother and sister-in-law, how understanding they are. They know it's not easy for you. Just 20,000 is all they ask, so hurry up. Xiao Anning was utterly perplexed as to how this old hag could shamelessly utter such words. 20,000, and they were being considerate? Xiao Anning longed to escape, to distance himself from this family of leeches. But what would happen after the divorce? How could he allow the torment his mother and Tian had suffered in his previous life to repeat itself? All the money he had spent on them over the years would be for naught? Absolutely not. Xiao Anning sought retribution against them. He would ensure that this family endured a fate worse than death, compelling them to return every last penny he had lavished upon them over the years. Do you not enjoy putting on a show? Then let me perform as well. Xiao Anning's expression softened, his demeanor imbued with a sense of helplessness. Sister-in-law, it is not that I am unwilling to give this money. It is simply that I do not have such a substantial amount to mortgage against my house. My mortgage is not a full mortgage. It is a small one, and I have only borrowed 100,000. What? 100,000? What can that even cover? If that is the case, then do not mortgage it. Just take back the deed and keep the house, Lu Wenbo interjected. It can't be done, but the interest must still be paid. 2,000 is the amount. Once the loan is returned, I will have no funds left. Who will cover that? Xiao Anning replied. Upon mentioning money, the Lu family fell silent. Seeing the shift in atmosphere, Xiao Anning decided it was time to speak. In the end, this is all about Zijia's education, right? Besides buying a house, there are other avenues. I recall that the children of my colleagues did not purchase a school district home to attend that very school. Really? Brother-in-law, please help inquire. Wen Ling urged eagerly. All right. Xiao Anning feigned searching through his contact list for a while before finally calling his good friend. Once connected, he placed the call on speaker. Hello, Lao Xiao. It's me, Xiao Anning. I have a question for you. How did your family manage to get into the first primary school? My relative is looking to enroll as well. Can you give me the details? It's my younger brother's son. Oh, that matter. It's quite under the table. But since you asked, I'll tell you. You need to find a black intermediary. They can handle it. Just be aware that the fees are somewhat steep. I paid 90,000 for my entry. 90,000? That's exorbitant. All right, please give me the contact information for this person. I will inquire further. They don't have direct contact. Transactions are made in a fixed location. I will send you the address shortly. Just go there and mention I referred you. Don't bring too many people the first time. After all, this business isn't exactly above board. With that, the call ended. Everyone in the room listened intently. This was all part of the script Xiao Anning had previously arranged with his friend, sent over before the Lu family arrived. Wen Ling fell into the trap. 90,000? That is quite a hassle for brother-in-law. Zijia should thank his aunt. It was evident they wanted Xiao Anning to provide the funds. What a shrewd woman she was. Fine. No problem. Xiao Anning readily agreed, suppressing a chuckle within. As the issue of schooling was resolved, the Liu family was in high spirits, ordering an extravagant feast of dishes. With lobster and sea cucumber, a rough estimate placed the total at nearly 10,000, clearly a scheme to fleece the gullible. With 100,000 at stake, they aimed to devour it all. Xiao Anning did not hold back, reveling in the company of his mother and Tian Tian. Just as they finished their meal, Xiao Anning requested his mother to take Tian Tian to the restroom while he executed his plan of calling his brother. Hello, Lao Xiao. I recently inquired and discovered that the agency has one spot remaining. You must hurry. If you delay, it will be gone. The phone remained on speaker. The atmosphere in the private room instantly shifted to panic. My brother-in-law, Wenling, wore a face of trepidation. Do not be anxious. I shall go take a look. Xiao Anning declared, swiftly donning his attire and striding towards the exit, speaking loudly into the phone. All right, I shall be there shortly. Upon exiting the private room, Xiao Anning intercepted his mother and Tian Tian, who were about to return, and promptly left the hotel. Before departing, he discreetly took 2 bottles of Mao Tai. After inquiring about the total cost, including the meal, it amounted to precisely 10,000. Chapter 3. You have misunderstood me. After leaving the hotel, the Liu family bombarded Xiao Anning with calls, all of which he declined. It was evident that they were awaiting his return to settle the bill. Mother, please take these 2 bottles of liquor home for father to savor. Inform him that he should refrain from working at the labor market in the future. Xiao Anning placed the 2 bottles into his mother's embrace. Whenever he thought of his father, a wave of guilt washed over him. At an age meant for retirement, his father was still compelled to toil at the labor market daily, all because he had married a woman who exploited his kindness. Those familiar with the labor market understood that wages were paid daily, and the work was the most arduous and exhausting, carrying bricks, lugging heavy loads, being a mason, and so forth. At times, one had to wait under the scorching sun for several hours for a job. In his previous life, his father succumbed to illness from overwork, collapsing while erecting scaffolding on site, falling from a height of over 10 meters, resulting in instant death. Upon learning of this tragedy, the Liu family did not come to mourn, but instead fixated on the compensation from the construction site. Contemplating these events ignited a fire of indignation within Xiao Anning. A mother knows her child best. Observing her son in such a state, his mother was deeply concerned. Anning, what are you planning? What if Yiruo becomes upset? Her worry was not for Liu Yiruo, but for her son. Xiao Anning held profound affection for Liu Yiruo, a love that had consumed him since their university days. His parents were aware that he could not live without her, which is why they had repeatedly tolerated the Liu family's behavior. Do not worry, mother. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. Take Tian Tian to the amusement park in a mall, and do not return home just yet. Xiao Anning handed his mother some cash. In these times, one still carried cash when going out. He feared that if his mother returned home, the Liu family might go mad over the bill and confront her. How could an elderly woman and a child contend with such a family of ruffians? After ensuring his mother and daughter were settled, Xiao Anning took a vehicle directly to the unscrupulous agency to strategize his next steps. At that moment, the Liu family inside the hotel was nearly frantic. Their phones were on the verge of overheating. Damn it, that scoundrel Xiao Anning refuses to answer his calls. And where have his mother and that little girl gone? It was evident that this was a premeditated scheme to evade the bill. Liu Wenbo slammed the table in frustration, his heart bleeding at the sight of the leftover dishes. What a fortune wasted. He had anticipated Xiao Anning paying the bill, as they had deliberately ordered the most expensive items. I do not care. I have no money, and whoever wishes to pay can do so. Liu Wenbo decided to throw in the towel, shifting the burden to his own mother. Xia Huiran continued to attempt to call Xiao Anning, her hands trembling in anger. After countless failed attempts, her frustration reached a boiling point. She nearly hurled her phone in exasperation. This is the kind of person you married, capable of skipping out on a bill. I'm not paying. You figure out. Xia Huiran directly placed the blame on Liu Yiruo. Upon hearing this, Liu Yiruo's eyes reddened, and she tearfully exclaimed, "But I have no money. I gave all my money to you and Wenbo." Xia Huiran remained unmoved, her tone icy. If you have no money, then find a way to bring Xiao Anning back. Who was it that boasted Xiao Anning would listen to you, like a well-trained dog? Today. He isn't listening at all. Liu Yiruo felt even more aggrieved and puzzled. Usually, when she said to go east, Xiao Anning would never go west. If she were upset, Xiao Anning would rush to comfort her, even if he had pressing matters. What was wrong today? Just then, Wenling returned, her expression dark. I just inquired at the front desk, and Xiao Anning has already left with his mother and Tian Tian. Before leaving, he even took 2 bottles of Mao Dai. All in all, this meal cost 10,000. Wen Ling, who usually maintained a gentle demeanor, nearly lost her composure this time. Upon hearing this, Xia Huiran collapsed onto the floor in an uproar. Oh, that scoundrel. He is deliberately trying to swindle us. There is no son-in-law like this in the world. Heaven, please strike this scoundrel down with a bolt of lightning. Amidst the chaos, the bill still had to be settled. With a pained expression, Xia Huiran reluctantly retrieved her bank card to pay. Upon hearing the successful transaction notification, it felt as though her heart had been pierced by a blade, causing her immense anguish. How could the Liu family endure such a loss? Just as Xiao Anning had anticipated, the family stormed over to his mother's home, only to find the door firmly shut, leaving them to face a closed door in their fury. They were left with nowhere to vent their frustrations, nearly bursting with pent-up rage. Just as they were about to pound on the door in frustration, Xiao Anning's call suddenly came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, the family's eyes lit up with hope. Before they could unleash their wrath, Xiao Anning's urgent voice came through. Irua, quickly bring Wenba over. I have temporarily secured the last spot at the agency. The moment they heard this, their anger over the bill was instantly forgotten, and they hurried to inquire about the location. Soon, the family was racing towards the agency. Xiao Anning was already waiting at the agreed-upon location. The moment Xia Huiran laid eyes on him, her pent-up fury could no longer be contained, and she charged at Xiao Anning, her bag swinging. Anticipating her move, Xiao Anning sidestepped, causing her to miss and lose her balance, falling ungraciously to the ground. Mother, what are you doing? Why do you strike me upon our first meeting? Xiao Anning stifled a laugh, feigning innocence. You scoundrel, you still pretend to be oblivious. You skip out on the bill, refuse to answer calls. And I can't even confront you? Xia Huiran got up from the ground, clutching her aching back. Skip out on the bill? Where does that accusation come from? Xiao Anning was momentarily taken aback, then feigned realization, his face adorned with confusion. The meal at noon? Wasn't he that paid for by Wenba? I have the text message to prove it. See, as for not answering the calls, my phone was on silent. And I only saw your calls when I attempted to reach you. With that, Xiao Anning retrieved the message from Liu Wenba, reading aloud, gather at the hotel at noon. I'm treating. Upon reading the message, Xia Huiran was momentarily stunned. Liu Wenba, on the other hand, was gnashing his teeth in frustration. It had indeed been his plan for Xiao Anning to foot the bill. Brother-in-law, even if Wenba treated, you took 2 bottles of Mao Dai when you left. Which is also your fault. ISNT it. Wen Ling interjected, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Xiao Anning chuckled inwardly, while outwardly displaying utmost innocence. Oh dear sister-in-law, you have misunderstood me. Wasn't it mentioned during the phone call that the last spot would be snatched away? My colleague informed me that this agency enjoys fine liquor, so I merely took 2 bottles from the front desk. Fortunately, I managed to secure the spot for now. I haven't even had a proper meal today. Running around for ZGS matter, and yet you think I am evading the bill? With that, Xiao Anning feigned deep disappointment, almost on the verge of tears. Upon hearing this, the Liu family's anger dissipated instantly. Wen Ling donned a gentle smile once more. Oh, it turns out it was a misunderstanding. We were in the wrong. Xia Huiran pulled out the bill. Since he did not intend to skip out on the bill, then this meal before she could finish, Xiao Anning interjected. Oh? There is no need to linger here. Quickly, let us go meet the agency. The spots are precious, and many are vying for them. The sooner we secure it, the better. When it comes to the quota, Xia Huiran could only swallow the remaining words. Upon meeting the agent, the latter did not immediately demand payment, but instead drove the Liu family around the school, extolling its various merits. He spoke of multimedia classrooms, a robust faculty, and a vibrant extracurricular life, boasting of the impressive exam scores achieved by students who graduated from there. This display of grandeur left the Liu family utterly enchanted, particularly Liu Zijia, who, upon seeing the beautiful primary school, clamored excitedly to attend. Yes, this is the one. Let us pay, we'll pay. Xia Huiran, feeling a pang for her eldest grandson, nudged Liu Irua. Liu Irua glanced at Xiao Anning, who wasted no time in presenting her bank card to the agent. However, the result was a disheartening, insufficient funds. The family stood in stunned silence. Oh dear, it seems my loan hasn't come through yet. Why don't you all pay up? Xiao Anning suggested. The Liu family exchanged glances, and one by pushed the enrollment form back. Brother-in-law, why don't we wait until your loan comes into pay? The family was still preoccupied with Xiao Anning's loan situation when suddenly a man burst in, slamming his bank card onto the table. What's going on? Was he the last spot promised to my son? Do you think I'm broke? 90,000. I'll pay by card. Chapter 4. Brother, trust me. The unexpected turn of events left the Liu family on high alert. Xia Huiran, quick to react, shoved the intruder out. What are you doing? We were here first. The newcomer appraised Xiao Anning with a condescending glance, sneering, I heard everything outside. If you don't have money, don't bother with such a prestigious school. It's not for people of your standing. The Liu family, who valued their pride, could hardly tolerate such derision. Liu Wenbai, incensed, grabbed the man by the collar. Who are you calling low class? Unfazed. The man chuckled lightly. It's obvious. Whoever is broke is low class. He then turned to the agent. Don't wait any longer. This family can't come up with the funds. Give the last spot to my son. You can just find some other school for them. This kid, doesn't he look like a prodigy anyway? Don't waste resources. While disparaging others was one thing, speaking ill of Lu Zijia was intolerable for Wenling. Who says we don't have money? She exclaimed, brandishing a bank card. 90,000, let us do it. The agent took the card and, glancing apologetically at the man, said, sorry, brother, but this family was here first and has already secured the spot. Perhaps you should consider other schools? With the agent's words, the man could only leave, muttering curses. Liu Wenbai followed him, reveling in the opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Ding! The transaction was complete. Wenling felt a pang in her heart upon hearing the confirmation. Soon, the family completed their paperwork and exited the agency. Although they had resolved the issue of their son's schooling, their faces remained drawn and gloomy. Xiao Anning, observing their morose expressions, couldn't he help but feel a sense of delight. After walking a few steps, Wenling suddenly stopped, forcing a smile as she turned to Xiao Anning, brother-in-law. Thank you so much. If you hadn't secured the agent beforehand, we might have lost that last spot. She then exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Wenbai, who quickly added, yes, brother-in-law, we truly appreciate it. We'll cover the expenses for now, and you can reimburse us once your loan comes through. Your family is paying for your child's education? How amusing. One might think it was Xiao Anning's child. Glancing at Lu Zijia, Xiao Anning felt a sharp disdain. If he were his own son, he would certainly have choked the little wretch to death. His animosity towards Lu Zijia was as profound as that of the Liu family. In his previous life, Lu Zijia had tormented Tiantan mercilessly, especially after the deaths of her mother and Lu Yiruo, becoming increasingly unrestrained in his cruelty. Beatings and abuse were routine, and the most unforgivable act came when Lu Zijia set his sights on Tiantian. Tiantian was his cousin, his dear cousin. Eventually, the Liu family discovered the truth but chose to condone Lu Zijia's behavior, even aiding him in threatening Tiantian to silence her, insisting she obey Lu Zijia. Under such torment, Tiantian's mental state quickly deteriorated. Upon turning 18, she was sold to a perverse wealthy man, ultimately dying in childbirth. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Anning suppressed his murderous impulses. Death was far too easy, far too merciful. This family did not deserve such a swift end. Furthermore, in this life, Tiantian and her parents were alive. He could not allow this family of beasts to drag him down. He needed to be strategic, dismantling them piece by piece. Brother-in-law, why do you look so glum? Are you unwell? Wenling inquired, noticing Xiao Anning's demeanor. Oh, what unwellness. I suspect he is just distressed about the money. Xie Huiran interjected, still recalling the 10,000 from the restaurant, unable to resist a jab. Xiao Anning smiled faintly. Not at all. I merely saw Lu Zijia starting primary school, and was reminded that Tiantian will soon be in primary school too. It's a bittersweet realization. Children grow up so fast. Some children grow up to be quite twisted. Xiao Anning remarked, reaching to ruffle Lu Zijia's hair, only for Lu Zijia to dodge away, spitting at him. You're an idiot. I would let an idiot touch me. After which he made a face. See, this child has been insufferable since he was little. He perfectly inherited the malice of Liu Wenbai and Wenling, as if born with it. The only remedy is reincarnation, instead of reprimanding Lu Zijia for his insolence. The Liu family shielded him. Ah, children speak without thinking. Brother-in-law, don't take it to heart, Wenling laughed. Of course. How can I hold a grudge against a child? Xiao Anning replied, internally rolling his eyes. If it weren't for the two of them whispering behind his back, he doubted Lu Zijia would have learned such behavior. It's getting late, and I'm short on cash right now. Shall we share a taxi back? Xiao Anning suggested. Huh? Liu Wenbai glanced at Wenling, quickly responding, that is not right. We're not headed the same way. This place is only a few kilometers from your home. Why don't you walk back? Before Xiao Anning could reply, the entire family hastily departed, as if fleeing a plague, with even Lu Yiruo following suit. Lu Yiruo seemed to have forgotten that she was already married to Xiao Anning. After all, they were still family. Watching the Liu family scurry away, Xiao Anning chuckled. Once they were out of sight, a figure emerged from around the corner. They're gone? Yes, brother. Thanks for your help this time. The newcomer was the very man who had attempted to claim the last spot at the agency. He had also been the one impersonating a colleague over the phone. He and Xiao Anning were brothers, named Xiao Yang. From the very beginning at the agency, Everything had been orchestrated by Xiao Anning in collaboration with Jiao Yang. When Xiao Anning and Lu Yiruo were together, Jiao Yang had warned him that the Lu family were not good people, leading to a heated argument between them. Reflecting on it now, Xiao Anning felt regret for arguing with his brother over such a woman. Regardless of their past disagreements, whenever Xiao Anning called, Jiao Yang would come running to assist without hesitation. Having such a brother was more than enough for a lifetime. Here's the 70,000 refunded by the agency. Count it. Jiao Yang produced a thick stack of cash. The agency's actual fee was 15,000, with an additional 5,000 for the agent's performance in silence. Although Xiao Anning longed to pocket the entire 90,000, he knew that if Lu Zijia couldn't attend school, all of this would unravel, jeopardizing his future plans. No need to count. I trust you. Xiao Anning gently patted Jiao Yang's shoulder, saying, I apologize for the previous misunderstandings. It was my folly. However, it's never too late for you to awaken to the truth. That said, how can you be so certain they can afford the 90,000? If they lack the funds, won't this entire act be in vain? Jiao Yang inquired. They have taken far more than 90,000 from me over the years. I'm more aware of their financial situation than anyone else. Xiao Anning recalled with keen clarity how, in his previous life, he had watched the Lu family squander his money without a care in the world. He remembered every single transaction. 90,000, plus an additional 10,000 for the hotel, was merely the beginning. Jiao Yang, do me a favor. The 70,000 here, combined with the 30,000 I possess, totals 100,000. Help me establish a fruit warehouse and acquire a substantial quantity of watermelons. The watermelons must have a shelf life extending beyond next Monday. Xiao Anning immediately strategized the next steps. Revenge and profit must go hand in hand. 100,000 worth of watermelons? Have you lost your mind? Jiao Yang exclaimed, feeling the need to check Xiao Anning's forehead for fever. I am perfectly sane. This weekend, our provincial capital will experience extreme weather, with most areas facing an unprecedented hailstorm, which will devastate the watermelons in the fields. The price of watermelons in the market will surge by yuan per gene in no time. Trust me, brother. Join me in this venture. We can make some quick profits. Xiao Anning insisted earnestly. Hail? In this scorching heat? How is that even possible? Jiao Yang chuckled, clearly skeptical. Xiao Anning firmly grasped Jiao Yang's shoulders, locking eyes with him. Brother, believe in me. Seeing Xiao Anning's serious demeanor, Jiao Yang's smile faded. 100,000. You are willing to wager such a sum on an uncertain future? Surely, you could invest less. Even if you incur losses later, it would not sting as much. Xiao Anning smiled faintly. Did I not mention? I mortgaged my house for 100,000. I must find a reason to spend it, lest they set their sights on it again. Chapter 5. Harvesting the melons. In the end, Jiao Yang chose to trust Xiao Anning. Together, they rented a fruit warehouse at the wholesale market for 1,000 over the course of a week, much to the owner's delight. As for the watermelons, during this sweltering summer, farmers were eager to sell, with prices plummeting to merely 50 cents per gene. Jiao Yang invested 50,000, and with Xiao Anning's 100,000, within 2 days they amassed a staggering 300,000 genes of watermelons. Once the hail descended and prices soared, they would net a profit of 300,000. Surveying the warehouse brimming with watermelons, Jiao Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced anxiously at the sky. In this blazing sun, can there truly be hail? Indeed, the weather forecast confirms it, Xiao Anning replied earnestly. The weather forecast? Jiao Yang rolled his eyes, exasperated. The most unreliable thing in the world is the weather forecast. Fine. Let us consider this an investment in our friendship. At that moment, Xia Huiran called, feigning concern. Xiao Anning, I prepared braised pork this evening. Doesn't Tian love it? Please bring her over. Braised pork? Tian doesn't even like it. It's Lu Zijia who does. Xiao Anning realized the invitation was merely a pretense. They were eager for their money. That evening, Xiao Anning visited the Lu family. As expected, they showed no interest in Tian. No sooner had he entered than Lu Wenbo approached him. Brother-in-law, has your loan been approved yet? Xiao Anning cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, yes, it was approved the day before yesterday. Really? That is splendid. Hand over the money. I've just paid the agency fee and have no cash left. I'm looking to buy a new car, and 90,000 is the down payment. Once Zijia gets into a good school, I must have a nice car to pick him up. I can't lose face. Lu Wenbo rubbed his hands together like a greedy fly. A car? A down payment of 90,000? If all went as expected, it would be Xiao Anning who would foot the bill. This family seemed intent on draining him dry, fearing they wouldn't sleep soundly without doing so. Xiao Anning picked up a generous piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, casually saying, Wenbo, I can't give you that money. I spent it all yesterday. Xia Huiran burst forth from the kitchen, brandishing a spatula, her eyes wide with fury. Spend it? Who allowed you to spend it? I refuse to believe you could have exhausted 10,000 in a single day. Did you buy a house or a car? Lu Yiruo echoed her frustration. Anning, how have you changed so much? My brother is not an outsider. Isn't it only reasonable to use a bit of our money? You're making excuses. And now you're concocting such absurd lies to deceive us. I don't wish to waste time here with you. I'll count to 3. Hurry up and hand over the money. The Lu family was in a frenzy, while Xiao Anning, unhurried, continued to savor his braised pork. Don't rush. Let me explain. The reason I suddenly mortgaged my house was that I discovered a rare business opportunity. Xiao Anning stated coolly. What opportunity? At the mention of business, the Lu family quieted. Their curiosity piqued. I consulted the weather forecast for the coming week. Experts predict that our province will experience a once-in-a-century hailstorm this weekend. Currently, it's the watermelon harvest season, and when the hail strikes, countless watermelons will be smashed to the ground. It's early summer, and households can hardly do without watermelons. With a reduction in supply, prices will rise by at least a yuan per gene. Upon hearing this, Xia Huiran staggered, nearly falling over. Lu Yiruo quickly supported her onto the sofa. Xia Huiran, filled with despair, exclaimed, You spent 10,000 on watermelons? Xiao Anning nodded. Indeed, this is a business opportunity. Mother, Wenbo, do you have any additional funds? Let us pool our resources and profit together. Profit my foot. Lu Wenbo suddenly leapt up, as if his own money had been squandered, his face contorted in anguish. Xiao Anning, are you out of your mind? Can you trust the weather forecast? Step outside and see. What month is it? Hail? It wouldn't even rain knives. Have you lost your senses? Of course, they didn't believe him. It was understandable, given the dismal accuracy of weather forecasts these days. Had it not been for Xiao Anning's memories from his previous life, he too might have doubted the forecast. Xiao Anning looked aggrieved, but the weather forecast truly states so. This is indeed a business opportunity. Business my ass. Get rid of those watermelons and return my money. Lu Wenbo was genuinely furious this time. Xia Huiran leaned back on the sofa, sarcastically addressing Xiao Anning. You'll never sell those 10,000 worth of watermelons. It's all over. That money is surely gone. Xiao Anning, you are utterly useless. You lack the acumen for business. Why don't you just get a proper job? She lamented. What sin did I commit in my past life to end up with a worthless son-in-law like you? Lu Yiruo glanced at her choice of a husband, lamenting. Look, just like that, 90,000 is gone. Useless? Xiao Anning sneered inwardly. If you were truly useless, what would they, a family of parasites, be? Even less than a waste. Lu Yiruo, stung by his words, couldn't lift her head and turned to Xiao Anning. Can you think of a way to return those watermelons? Just give Wenbo the money for the car. Let us not upset mother at her age, all right? Xiao Anning shook his head. That's not possible. These aren't items like cars or appliances. Once sold, they won't be returned. Upon hearing the words, no returns, Xia Huiran could no longer contain herself, ripping off her apron and hurling it at Xiao Anning. Get out. Just leave. Xiao Anning quickly stood up, glancing at Lu Yiruo. Fine, I'll go. What about you, Lu Yiruo? Aren't you coming home with me? Lu Yiruo hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Mother is in this state because of you. I need to take care of her. When you have the money, I'll come home. All right. Not going home is just fine. In truth, Xiao Anning was well aware that Lu Yiruo's care for her mother was a facade. She would simply be out enjoying herself with her friends that night. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. And Lu Yiruo's circle of friends are hardly paragons of virtue. During her wedding, these so-called friends clamored that the transportation and renaming fees could not be less than 20,000. Xiao Anning reluctantly acquiesced. After marriage, these companions led Lu Yiruo to various bars, under the pretense that marriage should not shackle one's freedom. To hell with freedom. This group merely saw Lu Yiruo as soft-hearted and vain, fully aware that Xiao Anning would unconditionally cater to her whims and provide financial support. They treated Lu Yiruo as a mere wallet, spending money that Xiao Anning had earned. Xiao Anning had previously voiced his objections. In fact, their first argument arose from this very issue. Lu Yiruo claimed she would no longer partake in such outings, yet secretly joined them for escapades. In her past life, they squandered Xiao Anning's money while secretly deriding him as a scoundrel and a male chauvinist. In this life, Xiao Anning resolved to relinquish control. Casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yiruo, he nodded. Very well, you may stay here. I shall take my leave. Oh, by the way, mother, your braised pork is truly delightful. Do remember to call me when you make it next time. Just as he departed, Zijia emerged from his room after finishing a game. And upon seeing only the empty plate where the braised pork once lay, he burst into tears. Xiao Anning chuckled as he left his mother-in-law's home, still able to hear the shouts and curses of the Lu family from a distance. The flavor was indeed exquisite, but consuming it alone proved somewhat overwhelming. A cool breeze swept by, prompting Xiao Anning to glance upward at the dark clouds gathering in the west, murmuring, "The temperature is dropping." Chapter 6. Selling Watermelons. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. The weather was so overcast that it cast a pall over one's spirits. Of course, this did not apply to Xiao Anning and Jiao Yang. At 9 in the morning, hail the size of pigeon eggs began to fall, quickly escalating to pieces as large as fists. Many vehicles on the streets suffered misfortune, their bodies pockmarked and windows shattered. This wave of hail proved lucrative for auto repair shops and dealers alike. Although the hailstorm lasted only about half an hour, its coverage was unprecedented. As Xiao Anning had predicted, the watermelon-producing regions were hit hardest. By noon, the fruit wholesale market had received word that the watermelon yield within the province had drastically decreased, causing the purchase price to surge from 50 cents per pound to 1 yuan. "Anning, you truly are remarkable. You managed to predict this. Let us sell and make a handsome profit," Jiao Yang exclaimed, pacing back and forth in excitement within the warehouse. At this moment, the warehouse was filled not with watermelons, but with the promise of wealth. Xiao Anning lifted his cup of tea, taking a sip before slowly stating, "There's no rush. This is just the beginning of the price increase. Once it reaches 150, we will sell." The following morning, the losses for the watermelon farmers were fully assessed, and the price had indeed risen to 150 per pound. Xiao Anning and Jiao Yang had not slept all night, glued to their phones, monitoring the fruit wholesale QQ group for updates. Back then, WeChat was not widely used, and QQ groups were the primary means of obtaining first-hand information. "It's 150. Let us sell." Xiao Anning slammed his palm on the table, preparing to release the goods. "Ah, are we selling already? It went up to 150 in just one night. Why not wait a bit longer? It might reach 2 yuan. Jiao Yang hesitated, feeling that the price could still climb higher. Xiao Anning explained, "It will rise, but it won't reach 2 yuan, and even if it does, it will quickly plummet. Fruit traders from nearby provinces will soon catch wind of the opportunity here, and a flood of watermelons will inundate our province, causing prices to crash." Their objective now was to sell the watermelons as swiftly as possible. They had only 3 days before prices would fall. After Xiao Anning's explanation, Jiao Yang grasped the underlying strategy. The two began disseminating messages in various fruit wholesale groups, announcing their availability of watermelons. Before long, wholesalers from neighboring counties began to respond, followed by fruit traders from nearby cities. 30,000 pounds of watermelons may sound substantial, but if buyers came from all over, their stock would soon prove insufficient. By midday, 70% of the watermelons in the warehouse had been sold. At this juncture, Lu Yirua called, her tone unusually cheerful. "Anning, where are you now?" Xiao Anning smiled. "I'm in the warehouse selling watermelons. Is there something you need?" "Ah, you really did hoard 100,000 yuan worth of watermelons? Where are you? Can I come see?" On the other end, Lu Wenba could be heard urging her for the address. They were anxious. It was likely that the Lu family had been unable to sit still since the hailstorm, and after such a long time, they had finally mustered the effort to inquire about the watermelons. Xiao Anning chuckled inwardly. "All right, I'll send you the address. Come on over." After hanging up, Xiao Anning instructed Jiao Yang to step outside for a while, as they had just seen each other not long ago. Before long, the Lu family arrived in full force once again. They were indeed a well-organized bunch. Witnessing the watermelons being loaded one truck after another, jealousy glinted in their eyes. Brother-in-law, how much have you sold?" Lu Wenba's voice trembled with excitement. Xiao Anning, busy directing workers to move the watermelons, casually replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I bought them for 50 cents, and now they're selling for 150. I still don't know how much profit we've made, but it should be over 100,000. Over 100,000. The Lu family's eyes widened, their breaths quickening. Just a few days had passed, and he had turned a profit of over 100,000? "Brother-in-law, you've worked hard all day. Why don't you head back? I'll take care of things here." Lu Wenba's eyes glinted with cunning. Xia Huiran, ever the supportive mother, chimed in as if she could read her son's mind. "Yes, you should take a break. We're family after all, and this is a family business. We must contribute in some way." What audacity! Were they planning to usurp the business? Xiao Anning was well aware of their ulterior motives, but he had anticipated this all along. "Very well. If you're willing to help with the watermelon transport, I'll go rest in the warehouse. Call me if you need anything." With someone willing to lend a hand, Xiao Anning was more than happy to relax. However, just as he had settled in for a brief respite, Lu Wenba approached with a darkened expression. "Xiao Anning, what is going on? Why didn't those who came to collect the watermelons bring cash? What is this about QR code payments?" Moments earlier, Lu Wenba had assisted a fruit store owner in loading a truckload of watermelons. only to discover that the owner did not have cash on hand and insisted on using a QR code for payment. At this time, QR code payments were still in their infancy, and few were familiar with the concept. Xiao Anning had implemented this method specifically to prevent the Liu family from pocketing cash, having mentioned in the group chat that they should avoid cash transactions. Soon after, Xia Huiran, Liu Yiruo, and Wenling approached, their expressions equally grim. Clearly, they had encountered the same issue as Liu Wenbo. When it came time to collect payment after their hard work, they realized that none of the buyers had brought cash. Their plans to pocket the earnings had failed miserably, leaving them with nothing but the labor of moving a truckload of watermelons. What else with those long faces? Nowadays, business transactions are conducted via QR code payments. It's like online banking. In the past, one had to either swipe a card or carry a large sum of cash, which was cumbersome. This is how things are done in first-tier cities. Is there a problem? Xiao Anning feigned innocence. The Liu family was filled with frustration, having been completely unaware of this shift. Xia Huiran adopted a commanding tone, instructing Xiao Anning, if it's not cash, so be it. You need to switch the QR code to Wenbo S. Xiao Anning looked astonished. Why? No reason. If this business were not for us, could you have managed it? We contributed at least half, if not 80% of the effort. Is there a problem with switching the payment code to Wenbo S? Their logic left Xiao Anning momentarily speechless. He stared blankly, questioning, what makes you think you deserve any credit? Xia Huiran wore a natural expression. Of course. We played a significant role. If it weren't for the Wen family covering the agency's costs, how would you have the leisure to engage in this watermelon business? It's undoubtedly our Wen family's contribution. Damn it. Xiao Anning was so furious he felt the urge to strike out. They still claimed that money was merely advanced. Liu Zijia is your son, not mine. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Anning shook his head and replied, it's impossible to change. My scale has surpassed 100,000. It falls under fruit wholesale, which legally requires reporting and taxation. Payments can only be received in my account. If we change it, the bank might freeze all the funds. And there could even be a tax investigation. The Liu family was momentarily taken aback, gritting their teeth in frustration. Are you foolish? You're only doing this once. What taxes will you report? Are you idle? Liu Yiruo looked at him with a pained expression, lamenting the taxes that would go unpaid. Even once, it cannot be done. We must not break the law. Xiao Anning sighed. I initially invited you all to join me, yet you refused. Now you come to blame me? Who am I to reason with? If you had listened to me and invested 10 or 20,000, wouldn't you be reaping rewards by now? Their hearts felt a pang of regret as they recalled Xiao Anning's earnest advice from that day, which they had not only dismissed but also mocked. Now, they felt as though they had lost a fortune. Suddenly, Liu Wenbo had a thought and inquired, brother-in-law, after selling these watermelons, will you still need the warehouse? No, I won't. Xiao Anning understood their intentions and feigned anxiety, saying, I know you want to hoard watermelons, but heed my advice. Do not do so. This opportunity is singular. The price of watermelons will not rise again. You will incur losses. Liu Wenbo scoffed. What? Now that you've made money, you want to allow me to profit? I've noticed how narrow-minded you are. Is it because I criticized you a few days ago that you still hold a grudge? Indeed, Xia Huiran chimed in. A grown man who lacks magnanimity. You've made your fortune, yet refuse to let others prosper. How heartless. Wenling remained the calmest of them all, pondering for a moment before suggesting, shall we ask again? What if brother-in-law is indeed right? No sooner had she spoken than a watermelon vendor approached. Boss, the price of watermelons has risen to 1.6 yuan. Will you still sell at 1.5? Xiao Anning nodded. Yes, I will continue to sell at 1.5. All right. The vendor was pleased and turned to leave, only to be stopped by Liu Wenbo. Sir, the price of watermelons is now 1.6? Yes. The disasters this year have been severe. 1.6 is not even the peak. It will rise further. The Liu family exchanged glances, their minds consumed by a single thought. It will rise. Chapter 7. Xiao Anning, the hypocrite. It will rise. It will rise. These three words echoed like a spell in the minds of the Liu family. Observing their expressions, Xiao Anning realized they had become blinded by profit, completely ensnared. He hastily added fuel to the fire, urging, Wenbo, don't get carried away. Watermelons will indeed rise, but the increase will be limited. You want to profit. At that moment, no matter what Xiao Anning said, the Liu family refused to listen. Instead, they perceived him as an obstacle to their financial aspirations. Xiao Anning, you are truly vile. You've earned so much, yet you want to let us profit. What? Do you take pleasure in our misfortune? You wretched hypocrite. You seem so honest. Yet your heart is so malicious. My sister marrying someone like you is truly a stroke of bad luck. Liu Wenbo, perhaps sensing his impending fortune and the diminishing need for Xiao Anning, unleashed a torrent of harsh words. Xia Huiran echoed, indeed. After this matter concludes, divorce, it must happen. Look at this. What is this called? Killing the donkey after the grind? The family believed they would no longer require Xiao Anning in the future, even when Ling did not oppose this time. Lu Yiruo, witnessing her family's demand for divorce, displayed disappointment towards Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning, is this the outcome you desire? You've led my family to the brink of disappointment. You've never considered us family. Since our marriage, you have never treated me as one of your own. Reflect on your actions, for if you do not, we may be left with no choice but to divorce. Even if Xiao Anning had mentally prepared for such words, they still stung deeply. Reflect. Of course I reflect. He pointed accusingly at Lu Yiruo. I reflect on how all my efforts have been for naught. During our marriage, your mother demanded an inflated bride price of 300,000 because your brother was getting married. I provided it. The house your brother lives in has a monthly mortgage of over 3,000, which I pay. The street dance and painting classes your brother is taking amount to 2,000 a month, which I also cover. Tian Sweet has had opportunities to learn these things as well. I shan't even mention your mother's monthly expenses and your brother's family's costs, which I have not calculated. Before marrying you, my family was well off. My parents didn't need to work to enjoy a comfortable retirement. Now, however, my father must seek work at the labor market, while my mother juggles taking care of Tian Sweet and doing manual labor. Since our marriage, I have not taken a single day off. I work tirelessly day and night. Do you even know this? These words have been pent up within Xiao Anning for far too long. As he spoke, he felt a sense of indignation at his past self. Lu Yiruo's expression turned somewhat bewildered. It seemed she truly was unaware of these matters. Had Xiao Anning not taken any time off since their marriage? It appeared so. She had often reproached him for not spending time with her, for not providing her with emotional support. Then you should not have obstructed Wenbao from making money. If he profits, wouldn't your burden be lighter? Lu Yiruo's tone softened. Are you attempting to elicit sympathy? Xiao Weiran's sarcastic voice pierced through. You're complaining after contributing so little. Have you considered whether you're simply not putting in enough effort? With a light chuckle, Xiao Anning turned and walked away. The Lu family, brimming with self-righteousness, would take convincing of their faults only if the sun rose in the west. As Xiao Anning departed amidst their shouts and curses, the remaining watermelons were soon sold out. The warehouse was claimed by the Lu family, who approached the landlord, claiming to be Xiao Anning's relatives and seeking continued use of the space. Their audacity was astonishing. They had just berated Xiao Anning as a worthless fool and now sought to benefit from his name. Lu Wenbao and Wen Ling pooled together 100,000 each, totaling 200,000 to purchase watermelons. It was not that they wished to acquire more, but the market was now left with little supply, much of which Xiao Anning had just sold. The purchase price was 6 yuan per jean. By evening, the price of watermelons had risen to 8 yuan per jean. Anning, it's reached 8. Your brother-in-law and the others will make quite a profit now, Jiao Yang remarked, glancing at his phone with concern. At a street barbecue, the two savored draft beer and lamb skewers. Xiao Anning had never felt this relaxed in years. After gulping down several swigs of ice-cold beer, he chuckled lightly. Rest assured, they won T-cell. If they're not greedy, they're not true members of the Lu family. Jiao Yang nodded. True. But what caused you to suddenly awaken to this? Xiao Anning sighed deeply. I've simply come to understand life better. When will the divorce happen? The divorce is inevitable. But not just yet. The Lu family has taken so much from me. This is merely a small repayment. In his previous life, Xiao Anning had drifted in a spiritual state for 20 years, fully aware of all the Lu family's dealings. Only after his death did he discover they had amassed considerable wealth. Even Xiao Anning was astonished by how much he had spent on the Lu family over the years. Jiao Yang, may I ask you something? How can one induce uremia? Xiao Anning swirled his beer in the cup, slowly beginning to speak. What? Is your kidney not functioning well? Jiao Yang wore a look of anxiety as he reached out to touch Xiao Anning's kidneys. Come on, my kidneys are robust. 7 times in one night is merely a trifle. I just wanted to ask. Xiao Anning swatted Jiao Yang's hand away and chuckled. Oh, you startled me. I thought you were already done for at such a young age. Jiao Yang sat back down and pondered for a moment before speaking. Uremia primarily arises from staying up late, excessive consumption of beverages, and holding in urine, among other factors. In short, if you desire healthy kidneys, you must drink kidney tonic. 1 bottle invigorates the mind, 2 bottles ensure unending vitality, and 3 bottles grant immortality. Oh yeah. Xiao Anning was amused by Jiao Yang's antics. All right, enough of the jesting. Let us discuss serious matters. Xiao Anning said earnestly. Relying on the weather for profits is not a sustainable strategy. I have a long-term plan, and the first step is to ensure we have ample funds. With that, Xiao Anning handed a notebook and a bank card to Jiao Yang. All my money is yours. This notebook contains records of stocks, detailing when to buy and sell. Follow these instructions, and we will accumulate an initial capital. Jiao Yang hesitated to take the items, questioning, so much money, and you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it? Xiao Anning replied solemnly, I trust you, because we are brothers. In his previous life, after Xiao Anning's death, only Jiao Yang visited his grave each year. Despite his own struggles, Jiao Yang often secretly supported Tian Tian. It could be said that without Jiao Yang, Tian Tian in the last life would never have reached 18. Such a brother, Jiao Yang believed in. That said, my trust in you is one thing. My confidence in being able to earn this money back is paramount, unless you choose not to join me in making more. Xiao Anning smiled. Needless to say, I have always recognized your talent. If it weren't for that family, you would likely be a millionaire by now. Jiao Yang accepted the notebook and bank card. Rest assured, the tasks you entrust to me will undoubtedly be handled flawlessly. After a satisfying meal, they returned home. Xiao Anning slept soundly for a long while. The next morning, the fruit wholesale group erupted with activity. Watermelon vendors from neighboring provinces began to intervene. Chapter 8. The price plummets. Such a large market, and vendors from surrounding provinces all sought a piece of the pie. This led to an influx of watermelons, ultimately resulting in an oversupply. By early morning, the price of watermelons plummeted from 1.90 to 1.70. At that moment, the Liu family remained blissfully unaware. After all, they had not even joined the local fruit wholesale group and merely saw the profits, hastily investing. Last night, they had even slept in the warehouse. Surely, the price of watermelons will rise above 2 today. Liu Wenbo stretched, feeling refreshed, as if he could already see bundles of cash pouring in. I think it's time to sell. In previous years, when watermelons were pricey, they only reached over 2 per pound. If we delay, not to mention the possibility of a price increase, we might not even have enough room in the warehouse for the watermelons. Wenling still had a modicum of sense. Recalling the shelf life of watermelons, Xia Huiran concurred with Wenling's assessment. Thus, the Liu family reached a consensus and began to clear their stock today. As the warehouse doors opened, Liu Wenbo hung a sign stating 2 per pound at the entrance, eagerly anticipating buyers. We're about to strike it rich. Once these watermelons are sold, I will show Xiao Anning that it is indeed profitable. Liu Wenbo sat at the door, crossing his legs, then turned to Liu Iruo, exclaiming, Sister, once the watermelons are sold, you should divorce that useless Xiao Anning. Wenling, and I will find you a wealthy man. Just to spite him. Liu Iruo sighed. Let us discuss that after selling the watermelons. The warehouse was situated in the heart of the fruit wholesale market, with a constant stream of fruit vendors coming and going. Upon seeing the sign, many vendors displayed expressions of mockery. What are you laughing at? Come buy some watermelons. Mine are the cheapest. Liu Wenbo, puzzled by their laughter, continued to beckon people into the warehouse. Time ticked by, and 2 whole hours passed without a single inquiry. Something was amiss. Wenling was the first to sense the change. At this time yesterday, Xiao Anning was nearly sold out. Why is it that we haven't seen a single customer? Xia Huiran remained unperturbed, munching on sunflower seeds. Xiao Anning started selling at midnight. If he only just opened, perhaps people are still unaware. Wenling grew increasingly anxious, abandoning her seeds to rush outside. I must see for myself. Xia Huiran and Liu Iruo exchanged glances and hastily followed. Wenbo, what's the situation? Is no one at the door? Wenling inquired. How could that be? In this short time, there must have been over 100 people passing by. But they all laughed upon seeing me. I can't fathom why. Liu Wenbo replied, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Wenling dashed outside and seized a passerby, questioning, why aren't you all buying watermelons today? A fruit vendor glanced at the warehouse behind Wenling, chuckling, we would buy, but yours are too expensive. The wholesale price for watermelons is only 1.70 per pound now. Xia Huiran, Liu Iruo, and Liu Wenbo stood dumbfounded. What did you say? 1.70? Wasn't it 1.90 last night? The vendor looked perplexed. Yes, but this morning it changed. Watermelons from other provinces have arrived in droves, and there's so many that prices simply cannot stay high. This revelation struck the Liu family like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly stunned. Xia Huiran was left speechless, her legs trembling as she stammered. What are you saying? Watermelons from other provinces have arrived? When did that happen? They arrived early this morning. The fruit wholesale group notified everyone right away. Didn't you see? The vendor helpfully retrieved the group notification for the Liu family to view. Xia Huiran snatched the phone, her eyes widening at the screen. Impossible, impossible. A chill enveloped her, causing uncontrollable shivers. Wenling clenched her teeth, waving her hand dismissively. Sell them for 1.70. Even at that price, we can still make a bit of profit. At least we won't incur a loss. Just then, A jarring notification sound echoed. The fruit vendor glanced at his phone again, then at the Liu family, his face etched with sympathy. You are really in trouble. The newly updated price has dropped to $1.50. Buzz. A surge of heat rushed to Xiao Aning's head, her vision darkening as she collapsed. Mother. Liu Yiruo quickly supported her, worry etched across her face. Meanwhile, Xiao Aning's beloved son and daughter-in-law were fixated on the price list on their phones, completely disregarding her plight. Of course, Xiao Anning herself was equally indifferent. She weakly raised her hand, struggling to say, "Quick, sell. We can at least minimize our losses." Before Xiao Anning could utter another word, Lu Wenbo and Wenling had already sprung into action. They adjusted the price on the sign to $1.50. However, once the floodgates of price reduction opened, there was no stopping it. The price of watermelons continued to plummet. The sign at the warehouse entrance displayed a series of decreasing prices, driving the Liu family to the brink of despair, their eyes bloodshot, resembling creatures possessed. By evening, the price of watermelons had sunk to $0.80 per pound. The Liu family managed to sell only about 100 pounds, barely covering the cost of their initial investment. Liu Wenbo was furious, pacing in agitation. It's all Xiao Anning's fault. His cursed predictions have led us to this disaster. If he hadn't mentioned losses, how could we have ended up in such dire straits? Liu Yiruo opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. We are bound to incur losses now. And since the watermelons are no longer fresh, if we wait any longer, they might spoil. We need to act swiftly. Wenling turned to Liu Yiruo. Sister, why not consult brother-in-law? He initiated this, and he should take responsibility, at the very least, help us devise a plan. Xiao Anning, with a towel draped over her head, was already suffering from a headache due to the plummeting prices, and upon hearing Wenling's suggestion, she responded, "Call Xiao Anning and ask him to purchase these watermelons. As long as he buys them, the marriage will remain intact." Liu Yiruo had no choice but to dial Xiao Anning's number. "Is there something you need? Anning, do you still sell watermelons? Wenbo has an excess supply. Could you come take a batch to sell?" Xiao Anning was delighted. It appeared the watermelons were not selling well, and they were seeking assistance. Liu Wenbo snatched the phone and said, "Xiao Anning, considering you are my brother-in-law, I will offer you a favor. I bought these watermelons at $1.06 per unit, and I will sell them to you for $1.05. I, Liu Wenbo, am not a miser. There's money to be made together. The price of watermelons is soaring. If you take these, you will certainly make a substantial profit." Another attempt at persuasion. After this, Xiao Anning remained silent for an extended period, making Liu Wenbo increasingly anxious. "Xiao Anning, what does your silence mean? I am kindly trying to help you make money, and this is your attitude?" Liu Wenbo's frustration mounted. After a long pause, Xiao Anning finally spoke, "Quietly make money? Is it that the watermelons are unsold, and you want me to take the burden?" The warehouse fell into an eerie silence. They had not anticipated Xiao Anning's bluntness. "You're talking nonsense. The price of watermelons is rising. I am merely extending a helping hand, and you truly do not recognize kindness." Liu Wenbo's bravado had clearly diminished. "Liu Wenbo, stop pretending. I previously warned you about potential losses, and you did not believe me. Who should you blame now?" Xiao Anning reclined on his sofa at home, leisurely sipping tea, feeling immensely satisfied. "Xiao Anning, what the hell do you mean? Are you mocking me? If it weren't for your watermelon flipping scheme, would I have fallen into this predicament? You are to blame, and you must take responsibility." Liu Wenbo cursed. "Take responsibility? Are you out of your mind? When I was making money, did I not try to involve you? You all called me foolish and chased me away, disregarding my suggestions. Later, when you saw me profiting, you became envious and wanted to engage in watermelon wholesale. I advised against it, but you accused me of being selfish." Xiao Anning's agitation grew. On the other end of the line, the Liu family wished to retort, yet their throats felt constricted, unable to produce a sound. They were at a loss for words. After a moment, Xiao Anning composed herself and said, "Now is not the time to argue about right or wrong. Xiao Anning, you are the leader of this family and Wenbo's brother-in-law. Please take these watermelons off our hands." Chapter 9. Frustration. If you assist Wenbo this time, he will remember your kindness and will help you in the future. You are aware of Wenbo's capabilities, are you not? Clever and astute. He will surely make a name for himself. When that time comes, you will benefit as the elder brother-in-law. Xiao Anning spoke of Liu Wenbo with pride, as if he were on the verge of achieving greatness. Xiao Anning could not help but chuckle coldly, remembering his kindness. In his previous life, he had assisted Liu Wenbo significantly, investing both time and money, and in the end, he had set his sights on his kidney. Was this Liu Wenbo's way of repaying him? Xiao Anning replied coldly, "I apologize, but I cannot afford to take on such a massive mess." The volume of the phone call was quite loud, and Liu Wenbo heard every word clearly. "He is lying. He sold so many watermelons. How could he possibly be broke? Xiao Anning's resigned voice came through the phone. Windball, do you recall what I said that day in the warehouse? Those watermelons belong to the fruit wholesale market. The income must be taxed. That money is still in processing and cannot be touched. Lou Windball felt as if he were losing his mind. No money again. It was always the critical moments that left them penniless. Through the phone, Xiao Anning could hear Lou Windball's furious outburst. Fearing he might burst into laughter, Xiao Anning swiftly said, I will check where the process is. I'm hanging up now. Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. In this lifetime, they would not manage to take anything from Xiao Anning, not even a single hair. The following day, the Liu family called Xiao Anning using various numbers. Their intentions clear as day. Xiao Anning simply turned off his phone and focused on his own endeavors. He resigned from his job. To be honest, the previous company treated Xiao Anning well. The leadership recognized his efforts, and he had worked diligently, rising to the position of department head at a young age. Had it not been for the need to support a large family, he would have long since become an object of envy for many as a successful individual. The upcoming period would require him to engage in a battle of wits against the Liu family, so resigning was a logical choice. After leaving his position, Xiao Anning planned to utilize his remaining funds as a safety net. He trusted Zhao Yang, but also believed that unforeseen circumstances could arise. Xiao Anning invested a substantial amount in Bitcoin. In the future, the rise of this asset could only be described as terrifying. Countless billionaires were birthed overnight through Bitcoin. This was Xiao Anning's contingency plan. During his downtime from purchasing Bitcoin, he also sought updates on the Liu family situation. The final price for watermelons stabilized at 0.5 per pound, but the watermelons Liu Windball had hoarded were no longer fresh, and the price would drop further, approximately 0.3 to 0.4 per pound. Acquired at 1.6, selling at 0.3 to 0.4. This meant a loss of around 1.2 per pound for 100,000 pounds of watermelons. The loss would amount to a staggering 120,000. It was terrifying. The money seemed to evaporate, invisible and intangible. The Liu family was in a frenzy within the warehouse, akin to ants in a hot pan. With every watermelon sold, their hearts bled. However, if they did not sell, the watermelons would rot, leading to even greater losses. The family was tormented by this contradictory emotion, their sanity on the brink of collapse. Even so, they had sold barely 1/10 of their watermelons. After all, fruits are prized for their freshness. With the same price, who would choose stale fruit? Liu Wenbao and Xie Huiran were both anxious and furious. A single day felt as though it had aged them several years, leaving them in disarray. Their mouths were blistered from stress, and even drinking water or eating felt torturous. This was excruciating. This Xiao Anning was a disaster. Were it not for him, would they have incurred such losses? Liu Wenbao gritted his teeth, determined to have his sister divorce him. Are you foolish? Wenling shot Liu Wenbao a fierce glare, exasperated. Xiao Anning has made so much money now. If he were to divorce my sister, we would get nothing. I tell you, as long as Xiao Anning has money, we must not allow my sister to divorce him. That said, she had to admit that Xiao Anning had a knack for business. He had identified an opportunity with watermelons that others had overlooked. Hearing his wife praise Xiao Anning, Liu Wenbao felt a pang of jealousy, unwilling to concede. Is this really his talent? It's merely the result of good luck and favorable weather forecasts. He just stumbled upon this opportunity. What about afterward? Isn't he still just a good-for-nothing who spends all day at work? Just wait. I will surely surpass him in the future. Wenling rolled her eyes at him and said coolly, you should focus on figuring out how to get rid of these watermelons, preferably within 2 days. Otherwise, they will all rot, and we will not recover a single cent. Liu Wenbao panicked, hurriedly pulling out his phone. Damn Xiao Anning, why isn't he answering? Is the tax review not complete yet? Enough. Don't waste your breath. Xiao Anning will not take over. He is not foolish enough to know these watermelons are going to rot and still accept them. Wenling's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing Liu Wenbao with despair. If they could not sell them, they would truly be facing complete ruin. If anyone was clever, it was Wenling. With a quick thought, she turned her attention to Liu Yiruo. If the brother-in-law could not help, they would have to rely on the elder sister. That evening, Zhao Yang invited Xiao Anning to dinner and brought up the matter. Your brother-in-law's wife possesses quite a talent. I have been discreetly monitoring the situation over there, and to my astonishment, all the watermelons in a warehouse were sold out this afternoon. Upon further inquiry, I discovered that they had somehow established contact with the enchantment bar, and all these fruits were purchased to be served as fruit platters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning paused momentarily in his action of picking vegetables. It exhibited no further signs of disturbance. If it involves the enchantment bar, then it is quite reasonable. However, this matter is not of great concern. After all, the enchantment bar is not a charitable institution, and it is likely that these watermelons were acquired at market price. Considering the current price of watermelons, the Liu family's investment of $200,000 could potentially result in a loss of over $100,000. Although it did not lead to the Liu family losing everything, Xiao Anning found this outcome satisfactory. Patience is key. He has ample time. Jiao Yang expressed some confusion. The enchantment bar is the largest in the city, and I've heard that its owner is quite formidable. How could the Liu family possibly have ties with such a person? Might this affect your subsequent actions? Xiao Anning shook his head. No, you overestimate the Liu family. It's merely that Liu Yiruo frequents the enchantment bar and has gained a bit of fame there. This incident likely stems from Liu Yiruo negotiating a partnership with the bar's owner. Despite his resentment towards Liu Yiruo, Xiao Anning could not deny that she was indeed a rare beauty, the kind that captivates at a mere glance. The owner's agreement likely indicates that some form of arrangement has been struck between them. Liu Wenbo and Wenling, this couple truly possesses ruthless cunning. To further their own interests, they have cast aside their own sister. Reflecting upon this, Xiao Anning couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. Why was he surprised? Hadn't they acted in such a manner in his previous life? It was merely a matter of timing in this life. As for the enchantment bar, Xiao Anning held vivid memories of that place, for the Liu family had subjected him to a humiliation that he would find hard to forget across lifetimes. In this life, let the Liu family bear that humiliation themselves. Chapter 10. Liu Yiruo and her friends at the enchantment bar. Liu Yiruo and her friends gathered once more to indulge in merriment. Yiruo, you're incredible. I heard your family is doing business with the enchantment bar now. Aren't you the boss lady expected to treat us? It was unclear where these people had gleaned such information. Throughout the evening, their chatter was incessantly about her being a boss lady and their expectations of being treated. Truly, they were good friends. Liu Yiruo smiled wryly. Boss lady? My brother hoarded some watermelons, hoping for a lucrative profit, but they nearly rotted in his hands. Thankfully, the owner of the enchantment bar generously bought them all. We are now enjoying fruit platters and fruit wine, crafted by the bartender using our watermelons. With the flow of patrons at the enchantment bar, these watermelons will be consumed within 2 days. Upon hearing this, her friends couldn't help but display a flicker of disappointment on their faces, yet they concealed it well, not allowing Liu Yiruo to notice. I think it's not that the owner is generous, but rather that our Yiruo possesses great charm. If I were you, I would simply kick Xiao Anning to the curb and pursue the owner of the enchantment bar. His conditions would overshadow Xiao Anning's by miles. Indeed, I heard that the enchantment bar is merely a side venture for its owner, clearly a wealthy individual. If I were in your shoes, I would definitely divorce Xiao Anning and pursue the owner. Her friends began to deride Xiao Anning, a ritual that had become customary at their gatherings, where they would invariably compare Xiao Anning unfavorably with others. They ended with the sentiment of not being able to bear seeing their friends suffer, leading Liu Yiruo to feel that she had encountered the best friends in the world. This time, however, Liu Yiruo did not join in their mockery of Xiao Anning. Instead, she took a sip of her drink and remarked lightly, Xiao Anning is not so bad. He was the one who initiated the watermelon hoarding, and in just a few days he made hundreds of thousands. What? Her friends were momentarily stunned. Oh, you're not joking, are you? That honest fellow could engage in business? Liu Yiruo scoffed. He knows nothing of business. He is simply too honest. When the weather forecast predicted extreme weather this weekend, he believed it, and luckily for him, the forecast was accurate this time. Her friends sighed in relief upon hearing this. So, that was the case. If Xiao Anning truly became a business mogul, it would indeed be a windfall for Liu Yiruo. Regardless, your Xiao Anning has managed to strike it rich this time. You must treat us well. Hundreds of thousands. As they spoke, her friends glanced around the booth and proclaimed, How can someone of your stature sit at a booth? We must have a private room, and let us call a few handsome bartenders. The rest of the friends echoed the sentiment. Wow, the minimum charge for a private room is at least 10,000. Only someone like Yiruo can afford such luxury. We are all benefiting from Yiruo's fortune. What good friends we are. They inundated Liu Yiruo with praises, leaving her dizzy. She mused that Xiao Anning's earnings must have gone through the process by now. With such a sum, indulging herself a little seemed only reasonable. All right, let us head to the private room, Liu Yiruo declared, waving her hand to reserve a room. Inside the private room, Liu Yiruo sent a text to Xiao Anning. Anning, I'm out with my friends. Please transfer 20,000 to me. Upon reading the message, Xiao Anning merely scoffed coldly, switched off his phone, and tossed it onto the sofa. Did she expect him to be a fool? In her dreams, Xiao Anning had not anticipated that despite his rebirth, many things had changed, yet the wheel of fate still led Liu Yiruo to the enchantment bar on this day. The owner of the enchantment bar was a connoisseur of fine wines, which was why he opened this establishment. On this very day, in his previous life, the owner was entertaining esteemed guests and had specially selected a bottle of rare red wine, worth 100,000. Lu Yiruo and her friends, having indulged in too much drink, encountered a server delivering the wine to the owner. The exquisite bottle caught their eye, and they insisted on taking photos with it. Unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, they shattered it. The treasured wine was ruined, and this was not merely a matter of money. The owner of the enchantment bar was furious. Lu Yiruo had no choice but to contact Xiao Anning. Upon his arrival, Lu Yiruo and her friends simply brushed him aside, completely disregarding the fact that he had no money at the time. To appease the owner, Xiao Anning knelt in front of everyone and apologized, adopting the most abject demeanor possible. Seeing his pitiful state, the owner of the enchantment bar ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing Xiao Anning to write an IOU and repay the wine costs gradually. However, the Lu family, upon learning of Xiao Anning's public humiliation, did not feel sympathy for him. Rather, they deemed that he had brought shame upon the Lu family, especially his mother-in-law, Xiao, who vehemently demanded Lu Yiruo to divorce him. She incessantly referred to Xiao Anning as a useless waste, claiming that with a son-in-law like him, she could never hold her head high. Reflecting on this now is truly laughable. If it weren't for your daughter, would such an incident have occurred? Who was Xiao Anning really doing this for? Who was it that left him with pockets emptier than his face? And they still felt they had lost dignity. One wonders if fate will indeed repeat itself this time. Without Xiao Anning's assistance, what would Lu Yiruo do? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xiao Anning hastened to the enchantment bar and, with a little discreet inquiry, quickly ascertained Lu Yiruo's whereabouts. He quietly observed the unfolding events from an adjacent private room. Indeed, as in his previous life, Lu Yiruo and her companions found themselves in a confrontation with the server over the wine. This time, however, it was not about taking photos. Lu Yiruo and her friends audaciously declared their intent to purchase the bottle of wine, feeling insulted by the server's demeanor, believing they could not afford it. Just as Xiao Anning was puzzled by how these women had suddenly become so affluent, her friends pushed Lu Yiruo forward. "Sisters, my husband made hundreds of thousands in just a few days. Can we not afford your measly red wine?" Their arrogant attitude made it seem as if they had indeed struck it rich. The ostentatious demeanor of the nouveau riche filled the server with disdain. Maintaining an outward calm, he replied coolly, "I'm sorry, but this wine cannot be sold. It is reserved for esteemed guests." "Esteemed guests? Are we not important?" she retorted, her voice dripping with entitlement. "Let me inform you that my sister is involved with your charismatic boss. No guest could possibly hold more significance than us. Who knows? Perhaps one day my sister will become your boss's wife. You should be eager to curry favor with us." As she spoke, she reached for the red wine, and inevitably, it shattered upon the floor. 100,000. The sound echoed ominously. Several women, now fully alert, pushed Lu Yiruo forward. "I'll call my husband and have him send money," she stammered, hastily pulling out her phone to contact Xiao Anning. At this moment, Lu Yiruo managed to maintain her composure. But panic ensued when she heard the notification that the phone was turned off. She incessantly dialed his number, only to be met with the disheartening message, "The number you have dialed is turned off." This statement struck Lu Yiruo like a death knell. It wasn't until her phone warned of low battery that she grasped the gravity of the situation. Her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, she admitted, I can't reach Xiao Anning." Chapter 11. Compensation. "Yiruo, this is no time for jokes. This is not amusing at all." In that instant, Lu Yiruo's friends were thoroughly sobered. With her face flushed and flustered, Lu Yiruo exclaimed, "I have no inclination for jest. From the very beginning, I've been trying to contact Xiao Anning, but he has been unreachable." Her friends, who had previously called her sister, now hastily distanced themselves, their expressions betraying their discomfort. "Yiruo, Xiao Anning loves you dearly. He wouldn't let you face trouble. It must be that his phone is dead. Try again. If you reach him, he can bring the money, and everything will be fine. Oh, I just remembered I left the gas on at home. I must leave now. We'll catch up another time." Without a backward glance, they hurried away. The others followed suit, citing various domestic emergencies. What once was sisterly camaraderie and lifelong friendship dissolved as they fled like startled rabbits. The server, indifferent to their panicked exodus, only sought someone to take responsibility. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yiruo, asking, "Miss Lu, may I inquire about compensation?" Lu Yiruo, utterly bewildered, continued to frantically dial Xiao Anning's number. "Answer the phone. Answer the phone," she nearly screamed, pressing her device with fervor. The server, observing her desperation, sighed in resignation. "Miss Lu, Do you have no other family members besides him? I recall your brother recently sold a batch of watermelons to our bar. You could easily contact him. No, I cannot involve my brother. Lu Yiruo blurted out without a moment's thought, her reluctance palpable. He just incurred a loss. I cannot burden him further. The server shrugged. Do you have any other means to repay? Give me some time. I will think of something. Lu Yiruo bit her lip, scrolling through her contacts. Meanwhile, in a private room, Xiao Anning observed the unfolding chaos in the corridor, his expression cold as he watched the helpless Lu Yiruo. It was understandable to avoid burdening her brother with trouble, as she was now married and had her own family. Yet, Lu Yiruo's situation was different. She leaned on her family for good fortune, but whenever misfortune struck, her first thought was to rely on Xiao Anning. 100,000. Over the years, the Lu family had extracted far more than that from Xiao Anning. Despite the vast sums taken, Lu Yiruo never considered returning the favor or offering assistance, instead continuing to exploit Xiao Anning. Her conviction that he was wealthy made her restless. She could not rest easy until this money was spent. Xiao Anning crossed his arms, lost in thought, contemplating how to make his money disappear in a judicious manner. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to take the initiative and speak with the owner of the establishment. Just then, the server, losing patience, decided to call Lu Yiruo's family to resolve the matter at hand. After contacting them, the server led Lu Yiruo away to wait for her family in the security office. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Anning entered the room where the owner was hosting esteemed guests. Come in. A voice beckoned from within. As Xiao Anning stepped inside, he found himself facing a stranger. They exchanged bewildered glances. Who are you? What do you want? The speaker was Fang Zheng, the owner of the establishment. Though only in his 40s, he exuded an aura of authority. One could easily discern his commanding presence at first glance. Previously, Lu Yiruo's friends had mentioned that this establishment was merely a small venture of Fang Zheng's. They were correct. His true business was a lending company. Unlike typical lenders, his clientele comprised corporations, and each loan extended was no less than $1 million. He was the unequivocal loan shark of Blue Island City. Hello, Mr. Fang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Anning, Lu Yiruo's husband. Xiao Anning maintained his composure as he introduced himself to Fang Zheng. You are Lu Yiruo's husband? Fang Zheng's demeanor shifted as he replied with a cold laugh. Now I understand. Just give the money directly to the bar manager and leave. Upon learning Xiao Anning's identity, Fang Zheng's expression soured, clearly still harboring resentment over Lu Yiruo's mishap with his prized wine. Mr. Fang, to let them go just like that would be to let them off too easily. That wine has been cherished for years. Another voice chimed in, that of Li Honggang, the owner of Xining Technology Company, one of Fang Zheng's distinguished guests. Upon seeing him, Xiao Anning's expression hardened. In his previous life, it was this very man who had stirred the pot, leading to Xiao Anning's humiliation. Forget it. This couple are just ordinary people. It would be pointless to make things difficult for them, Fang Zheng concluded. Are you going to let him go? Fang Zheng's guest pressed. That wine is worth a fortune. Fang Zheng, though generally amiable, was not one to tolerate disrespect. Noticing Xiao Anning lingering at the door, he snapped, Aren't you leaving? Asking for 10,000 for that bottle is already lenient. Don't think you can take advantage. Just as Fang Zheng was about to summon security to expel Xiao Anning, he suddenly interjected, Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Xiao Anning pondered briefly before stating, I did not come to pay. Legally, Lu Yiruo and I are still married, yet I will not spend a single penny on her. I sought you out for another matter. Oh, Fang Zheng's curiosity was piqued. Miss Lu has a small reputation in our establishment. Everyone knows she has a devoted husband. It seems the rumors may not hold true. There is nothing false. I have merely come to my senses. Xiao Anning continued, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. If you trust me, let's speak privately. If not, I shall take my leave immediately. He had no time for idle chatter. He needed to set the stage before Lu Yiruo's family arrived. Bold words. I am intrigued to hear what you have to say. Fang Zheng, intrigued, stood up and followed Xiao Anning into the hallway. Once they reached a secluded area, Xiao Anning got straight to the point. Li Honggang is here to seek a loan from you, approximately 10 million, claiming he wishes to expand. You must not lend him this money. Otherwise, you will incur devastating losses. Is that all you wish to convey? Fang Zheng's disappointment was evident, and a hint of anger crept into his tone. Young man, if you wish to gain my attention, do not defame others. Do you know the nature of my relationship with Mr. Li? He has collaborated with my company for years without a single overdue payment. This dinner is a celebration for him, having repaid his previous loan of 500,000. How could such a client lead me to ruin? Moreover, do you think that our company's audit is merely a formality? We meticulously investigate the background of every loan. Fang Zheng's demeanor was entirely anticipated by Xiao Anning. As Fang Zheng articulated, the two companies have collaborated multiple times, fostering a degree of mutual trust. Thus, it was rather effortless for him to be deceived in the previous life. Without repayment, how could one seek further loans? Xiao Anning replied with a faint smile. As I have reiterated, if you do not believe me, consider my words as unspoken. Intriguingly, what audacity emboldens you to speak so defiantly? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zheng proposed, how about this, let's wager. Xiao Anning nodded. Very well, what shall we wager? If you're correct, the matter regarding the red wine will be settled. If incorrect, you shall compensate double for the wine. It matters not that you currently lack funds. As a lender, I can permit you to repay in installments. Fang Zheng asserted. Agreed. I accept your terms. Xiao Anning promptly acquiesced, adding, however, I have a condition. Should I win, the compensation for the red wine remains obligatory. Chapter 12. My son speaks the truth. If I win, compensation for the wine must still be rendered. But I wish for the Liujia family to be the ones to pay, and it must be settled today, Xiao Anning declared. Is that all? What benefit does this hold for you? Are they not your kin? Fang Zheng inquired, slightly perplexed. Although he had been navigating the business realm for over a decade, he had never encountered such a peculiar request. Xiao Anning chuckled softly. You will soon understand. I hope you can adopt a more assertive demeanor when collecting debts. At this juncture, Fang Zheng began to comprehend. This lad likely harbors animosity towards the Liujia family. Fang Zheng, this condition should not pose a challenge for you. Will you accept the wager? Xiao Anning glanced at the time and inquired. I will wager. For Fang Zheng, this bet presented only advantages. Only a fool would decline. He returned to the private room, arranging for Xiao Anning to be seated next door. Fang Zheng, where's that arrogant young man? Li Honggang asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing Fang Zheng return without Xiao Anning. Oh, that lad merely sought to reduce his debt. I had him sign an IOU, and then he departed, Fang Zheng replied, his attention still lingering on Li Honggang, slightly perturbed by Xiao Anning's words. However, he masked his concern well, revealing nothing to the other party. Fang Zheng raised his glass. Li, let us not allow a mere boy to disrupt our enjoyment. Let us continue to drink. Fang Zheng, please hold off on the wine. I have another matter to discuss with you aside from the repayment, Li Honggang stated. At this, Fang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Could there truly be another matter? Could that young man have foretold this? Li, do not speak just yet. Allow me to guess. Are you seeking to borrow another sum? Fang Zheng set down his glass and inquired slowly. Li Honggang, astonished, quickly recovered and laughed. Haha, you know me well, Fang Zheng. Since you have guessed, I shall be forthright. I wish to borrow an additional 10 million. As per our usual arrangement, I will repay in installments. Upon hearing this sum, Fang Zheng's hand trembled violently around his glass, spilling a considerable amount of wine. It was an exact match. Even the loan amount aligned perfectly. Could that young man truly be extraordinary? Yet, Fang Zheng remained skeptical of Xiao Anning. This world is rife with coincidences. Moreover, as a lending company, he was naturally pleased to assist anyone seeking a loan. What troubled him was Xiao Anning's assertion that lending would result in a total loss. Borrowing money posed no issue. But it seemed Li Honggan's company was not in dire need of funds, having repaid the previous 5 million early, indicating robust profitability. Did they truly require another loan? Fang Zheng picked up a nearby napkin to wipe the spilled wine from his hands, yet his keen gaze remained fixed on Li Honggan's expression. Alas, it is precisely because of good profits that one must borrow. We must seize the opportunity to expand the company. It is an exhausting endeavor. Li Honggan's expression conveyed a poignant blend of bitterness and sweetness. Fang Zheng found it difficult to discern any flaws in his demeanor. Furthermore, Li Honggan's situation appeared to be quite normal. Most companies traverse this path, expanding only after achieving profitability. Yet, with no liquid capital on hand, they must resort to loans. A 10 million loan could certainly yield a profit of at least 1 million for Fang Zheng. However, Xiao Anning's words lingered in his mind. Li, 10 million is no trifling sum. I will require time to arrange the funds. How about this? We sign a contract and disburse the loan first thing tomorrow morning. How does that sound? Fang Zheng proposed, intending to buy himself some time. A single night would suffice for him to thoroughly investigate Li Honggan's company. Li Honggang did not dwell on Fang Zheng's words, for even a loan of 10 million would take several days for approval, even at the 4 major banks. Ultimately, Fang Zheng's lending company was a private enterprise, lacking the depth of the larger institutions. The remainder of the drinking session lost its allure. Fang Zheng concocted an excuse and hastily concluded the affair. After Li Honggang departed, Xiao Anning returned to the private room. You clever lad, you have some skill. You were indeed right. He came to borrow money, Fang Zheng remarked as he summoned a new teacup, pouring tea and placing it before Xiao Anning. It is quite normal to borrow money for business, But why did you assert that lending me this money would result in total loss? This was the first time he regarded Xiao Anning with earnest attention. Hasn't Fang Zheng already dispatched someone to investigate? The truth will be revealed by tomorrow morning. Time is of the essence. Fang Zheng, do not forget to be assertive. Xiao Anning's eyes gleamed with insight, and after saying this, he returned to the adjoining room. Soon enough, under the guidance of the waiter, the Liujia family appeared neatly before Fang Zheng once more. Fang Zheng, Lu Wenbo. Who would have thought we would meet again so swiftly? Last time we were partners, and now, only a few days later, we find ourselves in a creditor-debtor relationship. Fang Zheng interrupted Lu Wenbo, taking a drag from a cigarette before stating, in light of our acquaintance, I shall not pursue the other values of the red wine. You need only compensate the cash value, 100,000, not a penny less. 100,000? Have you lost your mind? What wine could possibly be worth that much? You might as well rob a bank. The figure of Xie Huiran sprang to life at the mention of such an amount, her entire demeanor igniting with indignation. What, do you imply that I am deceiving you? Fang Zheng's expression darkened instantly. As a prominent mortgage company in Landau City, they possessed not just capital, but also an ironclad resolve. After all, one cannot be soft-hearted when it comes to debt collection. An intimidating aura emanated from Fang Zheng, causing Xie Huiran, who had just been agitated, to wilt immediately, wishing to bury her head in her stomach. For heaven's sake, can you refrain from speaking recklessly? Angering Fang Zheng could spell disaster for our entire family. Lu Wenbo reprimanded Xie Huiran, swiftly donning a smile, before turning to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng, we acknowledge the need to compensate for the broken wine. We accept. Such a courteous demeanor left Fang Zheng somewhat baffled. Not only Fang Zheng, but even Xiao Anning, who lurked in the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lu Wenbo still harbored some familial affection? However, the next moment, Lu Wenbo's words shattered Xiao Anning's speculation. Fang Zheng, you understand, I have recently incurred losses in my business and am financially strained. How about this? It was my sister who broke the wine. Why not let her accompany you? I have always wished for a brother-in-law like you. Upon hearing this, Fang Zheng spat out tea, convinced he had misheard. Young man, do you even comprehend what you are saying? She is your sister, and I have heard she is already married. Fang Zheng instinctively glanced in the direction where Xiao Anning was concealed. Xiao Anning chuckled, nearly believing Lu Wenbo had come to his senses. Otherwise, he would carry guilt into his quest for vengeance. Lu Wenbo waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Anning? What is he to be considered a brother-in-law? I have never regarded him as my brother-in-law. He is unworthy. My ideal brother-in-law should be someone like you. Fang Zheng, why not seize this opportunity to pursue my sister? If you agree, I will immediately take Xiao Anning to file for divorce. Fang Zheng rubbed his temples, finally understanding the enmity between Xiao Anning and the Lu family. With such a brother, how could this family possibly thrive? Xie Huiran, is it not your duty to intervene when your son speaks so? Fang Zheng shifted his gaze to Xie Huiran. She looked at Lu Wenbo with an approving expression, declaring, my son speaks the truth. Xiao Anning is indeed a worthless individual, incomparable to you. My heavens, what manner of people are these? Fang Zheng was utterly astounded, realizing he had witnessed a shocking display of audacity. Xiao Anning discerned Lu Wenbo's intentions as well. Their objective was not merely to repay the debt. They sought to leverage this opportunity to push Lu Yiruo into Fang Zheng's embrace. Should Lu Yiruo and Fang Zheng become entwined, wealth would flow endlessly to the Lu family, ensuring sustenance for generations. Lu Wenbo lacked the wit to comprehend this, while Xie Huiran's vision was tragically narrow. It was only the silent Wenling who could conceive such a cunning plan. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your sister. My immediate desire is for monetary recompense. Fang Zheng remarked with a faint smile, if you do not repay the debt tonight, do not expect to leave this place. Chapter 13, Wenling's Scheme. Fang Zheng's notorious reputation and his unyielding demeanor left the Lu family utterly unprepared. Sister, this trouble is of your making. You must devise a solution quickly. You are already married. You have no ties to the family anymore. This debt cannot be borne by us. The beauty trap had failed, and Lu Wenbo hastily sought to distance himself from the debt. Observe how he begins to disavow relationships when it comes time to repay. When seeking money, he refers to them as family. Lu Yiruo was on the verge of tears. I have no money. I haven't worked in years. All my earnings went to you and mother. I have not a penny to my name. You lack funds, but Xiao Anning possesses wealth. Perhaps we should detain you here while mother and I seek out Xiao Anning. Lu Wenbo's legs quaked at the sight of Fang Zheng's imposing countenance, and the thought of Fang Zheng's methods for dealing with those who defaulted on debts filled him with dread. compelling him to desire an immediate escape from this place. Yes, daughter, let us seek out Xiao Anning and have him repay the debt. To Fang Zheng's astonishment, Xia Huiran actually agreed with Lu Wenbai. He could hardly believe his eyes. While he did not consider himself entirely devoid of compassion, he was aware that 9 out of 10 moneylenders were ruthless individuals. To consider placing such a delicate flower as Lu Yiruo in the hands of a moneylender, beyond himself, no one else would ensure her safety tonight. Had this family never contemplated Lu Yiruo's well-being, remembering that Xiao Anning was still lurking in the shadows? Fang Zheng felt compelled to issue a warning. There are no such customs here, and I cannot guarantee her safety should you choose to leave her as collateral. Therefore, it is best that you procure the funds. Fang Zheng had made himself exceedingly clear. Should they truly attempt to leave her as a pledge here, it could lead to dire consequences. To his surprise, Lu Wenbai waved dismissively. No matter, this is a consequence of my sister's actions. She shall bear the repercussions herself. This was a case of prioritizing money over familial bonds. Fang Zheng had encountered numerous scoundrels, but this was the first of such caliber. Anger surged within him as he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Silence! You are afforded 2 choices. Either repay the debt or I shall break your legs and take the money myself." Lu Wenbai's face turned pale in terror. His calves weakened and he collapsed to his knees. Xia Huiran shook Lu Yiruo with fervor, incessantly berating her. "Oh, what sin have I committed to bear such a wretched daughter? Not only do you refuse to assist the family, but you also create trouble. I truly regret giving birth to you." Lu Yiruo lowered her head, tears cascading to the ground. Her heart brimmed with grievance. When she had returned home with money, her mother had not spoken in such a manner. "Mother, please cease your tears. Wenbai, stop your fussing. It is only right that we assist our elder sister in her time of need." Wenling suddenly interjected, directing her gaze toward Fang Zheng. "Mr. Fang, we shall assume responsibility for my sister's compensation." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone looked at Wenling in disbelief. "Have you lost your senses? That amounts to 100,000. Lu Wenbai glanced at his wife. "Do not speak just yet. This is our elder sister. How can we not assist her?" Wenling instructed Xia Huiran to take Lu Yiruo outside while they would settle the debt. "Sister-in-law, thank you, rest assured. I shall have Xiao Anning return the funds to you by tomorrow. You wish to replace your vehicle, did you not? I shall ensure that Xiao Anning covers that expense as well." Lu Yiruo was touched to the point of tears. In that moment, she wished to offer her very heart to Wenling. Meanwhile, Xiao Anning, hidden in the shadows, rolled his eyes in exasperation. This woman must have lost her mind. With just a few words, she had completely ensnared Lu Yiruo. Nevertheless, he too was curious to see what schemes Wenling was concocting. Before long, Lu Yiruo and Xia Huiran exited the room. Wenling wasted no time, producing a bank card to immediately pay the 100,000 in compensation for the wine. Upon seeing the funds transferred, Fang Zheng nodded in approval. "Good, the money has been received. Lu Wenbai, you have chosen a remarkable wife." He lamented that amidst the Lu family, there still existed individuals of sound judgment. Just as Fang Zheng rose to depart, Wenling obstructed his path. "Mr. Fang, we wish to apply for a loan," she suddenly stated. "Ah, a loan?" Lu Wenbai looked utterly perplexed. Wenling shot her husband a look of exasperation, then whispered something in his ear. Lu Wenbai's eyes brightened, and he embraced Wenling, showering her with fervent kisses. "Wife, you are truly brilliant." Releasing Wenling, Lu Wenbai straightened his posture and addressed Fang Zheng. "Indeed, we require a loan. How about 200,000? Wenling shook her head. "No, we wish to borrow 500,000. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen windfall. Although 500,000 was not exorbitant, it still constituted a lucrative deal. Fang Zheng nodded. "Very well. Shall it be repaid in installments, or shall you prefer interest first, then principal?" "I shall have someone prepare the contract. You merely need to bring your identification and sign." Wenling replied, "Any repayment method will suffice, but the borrower must be Lu Yiruo." At this, Fang Zheng paused mid-task. Casting a peculiar look at Wenling, "You say the borrower is who?" "Lu Yiruo, our elder sister." "Mr. Fang, please do not misunderstand. The reason for using my elder sister's name is that this money is to be spent by our entire family," Wenling explained with a smile. Fang Zheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He retracted his earlier sentiments. Not a single member of this family was sane. No wonder Xiao Anning had gone to such lengths to deceive them. "Please wait a moment. I must check if the contract can be structured in this manner." Fang Zheng sought an excuse to extricate himself and approached Xiao Anning for his opinion. "You heard everything. Should I proceed with this contract or not? Your brother-in-law's family is rather formidable." Xiao Anning chuckled coldly. "Of course proceed. Why would you not? Lu Yiruo is unemployed. Wenling simply intends for me to repay this debt. I would appreciate it if Mr. Fong could include certain clauses in the contract, designating the debt as jointly held by Lu Yiruo and Lu Wenbai. This should not pose a problem for you, correct? Furthermore, as I understand, your company charges higher fees for clients with poor credit, does it not? Fong Zheng's lending company did not operate like conventional banks. Many of his contracts skirted legality, with clauses subject to arbitrary modification. This was precisely why many who could not secure loans from banks sought him out. The fees were exorbitant. A loan of 1 million could incur fees as high as 700,000. The borrower would effectively receive only 300,000. Yet the interest and repayment would be calculated based on the 1 million. In this day and age, the public's awareness of legal rights was still rather lax. Compounded by Fong Zheng's vast wealth and influence, even when individuals recognized they were being taken advantage of, they could do little but endure. In other words, while Fong Zheng's business may have included legal dealings, the remainder was decidedly illicit. Fong Zheng patted Xiao Anning on the shoulder, indicating that he understood the course of action. Soon, the contract was printed. Fong Zheng handed it to Wenling, whose account shall the funds be deposited into? Lu Yiruo's or mine? Into my account. Lu Wenbai exclaimed excitedly. Very well, then please provide your identification and bank card, and simply affix your fingerprint. Fong Zheng presented the contract, and Lu Wenbai, without even glancing at it, affixed his seal. In truth, only a bank card was necessary. However, Xiao Anning desired to ensnare Lu Wenbai in the burden of debt, requiring both his bank card and signature. What do you plan to do next regarding the borrower's ID and signature? Fong Zheng inquired. Leave it to me, Lu Wenbai replied, exiting the room with the contract. He solemnly addressed Lu Yiruo. Sister, this time it is I, your brother, who has aided you. But you must not act so impulsively in the future. This is Fong Zheng's letter of understanding. Affix your seal here and hand me your ID. And this matter will be settled. Lu Yiruo took the contract, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. A letter of understanding? Why do you also need my ID? A moment of tension gripped Lu Wenbai as he grappled with how to respond. But before he could articulate a reply, Xia Huiran slapped the back of Lu Yiruo's head. You foolish girl. Your brother has helped you, and here you are, asking questions. 100,000. How long must your brother save for that? Look at him. He even knelt for you just now. Hurry up and sign, and let's go home. Don't forget to have Xiao Anning bring the money tomorrow. If trouble arises, it is still family that will come to your aid. Look at the fine family you've married into. They show no concern for you. If it weren't for your brother, you'd be in quite the predicament today. Xia Huiran's tirade left Lu Yiruo dizzy. Mother, enough. We are family. She is my sister, and it is my duty to help her. Even if it were 100,000, I wouldn't hesitate to give my life for her. Lu Wenbai joined in, attempting to rally her spirits. Lu Yiruo's remaining rationality evaporated. Her eyes reddened with emotion as she tearfully exclaimed, Wenbai, this time it is indeed my fault. Rest assured, I will cherish you moving forward. As she spoke, Lu Yiruo affixed her seal and handed her ID to Lu Wenbai. The subsequent proceedings unfolded with greater ease. Fong Zheng made a photocopy of the ID and returned both IDs to the pair. It is quite late. The funds will be deposited by tomorrow morning. Please keep an eye out for them. With 2 copies of the contract in hand, Fong Zheng handed one to Lu Wenbai, and the Lu family departed eagerly. Xiao Anning emerged. Fong Zheng leaned against the sofa, gesturing for Xiao Anning to sit, and remarked lightly, How could you dare to marry into such a family? Xiao Anning chuckled bitterly. I was foolish at the time, but I have come to my senses now. No thought of divorce. Divorce? If I do so now, I may face a division of assets. I cannot allow them to extract another penny from me. I need a catalyst that will prompt them to err, leading them to become utterly disillusioned with me, after which they will initiate the divorce, allowing Lu Yiruo to leave with nothing, thus severing all ties between my assets and the Lu family. Fong Zheng regarded the young man before him, recognizing the extent of his grievances. Very well. I wish you success in your plans. Fong Zheng rose to escort Xiao Anning out. Xiao Anning, having no intention of lingering, turned to offer a final piece of advice. Fong Zheng, I must urge you once more, do not grant a loan to Li Honggang. If you investigate him, I suggest you look into his personal asset movements. With that, Xiao Anning departed without a backward glance. Fong Zheng chuckled, this young man, after years in this industry. Do I need your guidance? He spoke thus, yet still forwarded Xiao Anning's suggestion to his subordinates. The following morning, Xiao Anning received a somewhat excited call from Fong Zheng. Fong Zheng, calling so early, have you uncovered results from the investigation? Xiao Anning yawned. How did you know that Li Honggang plans to transfer assets and flee the country? Have you been investigating him secretly? Fong Zheng's tone was animated. Before Xiao Anning could respond, Fong Zheng dismissed the notion. No, even for me, It took considerable effort to investigate him. Were it not for your warning, I might still be unaware of his asset transfer. In contrast, Xiao Anning remained composed. The matter regarding Li Honggang had already made headlines in his previous life, and it was common knowledge online. He fabricated a story, stating, I have a friend who works at the Immigration Bureau and has encountered Li Honggang. My friend mentioned that Li Honggang is eager to immigrate. Typically, those in such a hurry are attempting to escape prior misdeeds before they are exposed. That makes sense. Fang Zheng did not question Xiao Anning's words, merely expressing his astonishment. I have collaborated with Li Honggang numerous times, and I never imagined he would use a technology company as a front for telecommunications fraud. I have uncovered that the authorities already possess some evidence and will soon execute an arrest. He should not evade capture. Fang Zheng felt fortunate that he had not lent money to Li Honggang. Without Xiao Anning's warning, he would have undoubtedly taken on the deal. And regardless of whether Li Honggang fled or was apprehended, he would have never seen that money again. Although 10 million may not pose a significant risk to Li Honggang, it would undoubtedly be a considerable setback, especially since the company was not solely his. Reaching this juncture without support from behind the scenes was implausible. If losses were incurred, the greatest blow to Li Honggang would be the erosion of trust from his backers. Xiao Anning, I truly appreciate your assistance. Fang Zheng spoke sincerely. Fang Zheng, you are too courteous. I merely made a passing remark. Ultimately, it is your astute decision-making that has led to this outcome, Xiao Anning replied with a smile. Do not flatter me. I am quite aware of my own capabilities. Fang Zheng paused before continuing. By the way, I have processed Lu Wenbao's loan today, 500,000. And as per your suggestion, I have collected 400,000 in fees, leaving him with only 100,000. I will have someone deliver the fees to you shortly. Xiao Anning was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Fang Zheng to be so generous, offering 400,000 in fees without hesitation. Fang Zheng, you are being far too extravagant. I'm almost hesitant to accept such an amount, Xiao Anning said with a wry smile. Are you jesting? You helped me evade a 10 million loss. And you think 400,000 is excessive? Do not call me Fang Zheng. It feels rather distant. Just call me Fang Ge, as I'm only a few years your senior. Fang Zheng was genuinely grateful for Xiao Anning's help. After a moment's thought, Xiao Anning nodded. Fang Ge, if that is the case, do not send me any money. Instead, please help me stockpile some liquor with that 400,000. Liquor? Fang Zheng's heart swelled with joy, believing he had found a kindred spirit. What will you stockpile? Romani Conti or Lafite? Xiao Anning shook his head. Fang Ge, you misunderstand. I am not stockpiling for personal consumption. I intend to resell at a profit. Moreover, I am not collecting red wine, but rather white liquor. Matai. At this, Fang Zheng's excitement vanished, his tone tinged with disappointment. Brother, if you had mentioned something else, I might not have understood, but I have studied liquor for the better part of my life. Mutai is a renowned spirit with stable prices, and a price increase in the short term seems unlikely unless you plan to hold it long term until it matures. Xiao Anning shook his head. Profiting from the price difference is indeed a quick venture. Mutai is set to increase in price soon, so I intend to stockpile more. If Fang Ge has some spare funds, you might consider joining me. A price increase in the short term? Brother, it is not that I doubt you, but I have been in the liquor business for many years and have not heard any news of a price hike. I would advise caution. You may be falling for a rumor. Fang Zheng warned. Do you believe in fortune-telling? Without awaiting Fang Zheng's response, Xiao Anning chuckled. Even if Matai does not increase in price, it certainly will not decrease, right? Whether I drink it myself or sell it at the original price, I will not incur a loss. Why not take a gamble? Fang Zheng reconsidered and recognized the wisdom in this logic. Very well, I will assist you in stockpiling some. I will also contribute 40,000 to this venture. To someone of Fang Zheng's stature, 40,000 was mere pocket change. His willingness to part with such funds indicated that he had little faith in Xiao Anning's claims, but rather sought to replenish his own Matai stock. Xiao Anning understood this implicitly, merely smiling without delving deeper. Sometimes, it is better for reality to teach a lesson than to repeat words 1,000 times. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Anning let out a long sigh of relief. For a moment, Lu Yirua headed to the enchanting bar. Xiao Anning had already devised this plan. Hoarding liquor was a crucial step, and Fang Zheng, with his expertise in alcoholic beverages, was indispensable. High-end spirits, like Matai, are perpetually inundated with counterfeits, regardless of the era. Lacking connections in this domain, Xiao Anning was highly susceptible to being duped. Hence, having someone knowledgeable like Fang Zheng became paramount. Meanwhile, Lu Wenbao received a loan notification. 100,000? How could it possibly be 100,000? We clearly applied for 500,000. Lu Wenbao was beside himself with rage, clutching his phone. Wenling glanced at the message and promptly called Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng chuckled coldly to himself. Indeed, it is 100,000. Don't forget, This is an irregular loan taken out in someone else's name, which is a violation of the rules, and such loans naturally incur service fees. But that's excessive. They've charged us $40,000 all at once. Lu Wenbo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and reflexively retorted, I will sue you. Go ahead. I've been in this business for more than a year or two. I've encountered all sorts of people. If you want to litigate, I'll gladly oblige. Let us see who can outlast whom, you fool. With that, Fang Zheng hung up the phone. Lu Wenbo was infuriated, his face flushed. Enough. You really don't think before you speak. Can we afford to provoke someone like Fang Zheng? 100,000 it is. It's not our debt anyway. When my sister collects the money from Xiao Anning, it will essentially be like we found a windfall of 100,000, when Ling remarked. True. I'll go find my sister right now and urge her to collect the money swiftly. With that, Lu Wenbo dashed out. Chapter 15. The Dutiful Daughter. Ever since her rebirth, Xiao Anning rarely had an entire day free to spend with her daughter and parents. The stock market matters were being handled by Jiao Yang, and the procurement of Matai was entrusted to Fang Zheng. The rest was left to time. Tian, Daddy will take you to the amusement park today. How about that? Xiao Anning gazed at his daughter with affectionate indulgence. It must be said that Xiao Tian perfectly inherited Lu Yiruo's beauty. With her snow-white skin, bright eyes, and a smile that revealed two shallow dimples, she was as adorable as a porcelain doll. The moment she spoke, her voice was sweet and sticky, melting hearts effortlessly. How could Lu Wenbo and Wen Ling bear to hurt such a delightful little girl? Tian gently caressed Xiao Anning's face, resembling a tiny adult, and said, No. Grandma said that Daddy hasn't had a break in years. Today, you need to rest well. Daddy will listen, and I'll take a break. The little girl's eyes were filled with yearning, but she prioritized her father's well-being. Xiao Anning's heart, as a father, was already softened to a puddle. Daddy isn't tired. In the future, I will have plenty of time to accompany Tian. I will provide the best life for Tian. He pulled her into his embrace. Her small frame was soft and warm. The wounds of the past were momentarily healed by this warmth. Really? Will I be able to see Daddy when I wake up from my nap? Of course. And you can see me before I sleep too? Absolutely. Then you can take me to kindergarten? Tomorrow, Daddy will personally escort our little princess to kindergarten. Hearing Tian's innocent words, Xiao Anning felt a pang in his heart. In the past, he worked long hours, residing under the same roof, yet never managing to meet. Did Tian not crave paternal affection? Did she not wish to play with her father? Did she not hope for her father to take her to kindergarten? She certainly did, but she was far too sensible to voice it. Enduring the grievances of his own daughter while toiling to support another family. What was the point of such a life? To ultimately have them harvest his kidney, causing his mother's death, and mistreat his daughter? That would never happen again. Daddy, can Mommy accompany Tian every day too? Suddenly, Tian looked at Xiao Anning with bright, sparkling eyes, radiating hope. Faced with such expectation from his daughter, Xiao Anning found himself at a loss for words. Tian, if one day Daddy and Mommy let you choose. Xiao Anning began, but abruptly realized that such a question was too cruel for a 5-year-old girl. Tian knew nothing. She yearned for paternal love and equally desired maternal affection. However, in Lu Yiruo, Xiao Anning saw no trace of maternal devotion. Rather than have such a mother, Xiao Anning would prefer for Tian to harbor resentment towards him. Daddy, what are you saying? Tian tilted her little head, a face full of questions. Just then, the front door swung open. Lu Yiruo, who had been away for some time, returned. Tian's joy was palpable as she rushed toward Lu Yiruo, arms wide open. Mommy. However, Lu Yiruo casually shoved Tian aside and extended her hand, saying, Xiao Anning, where's the money from selling watermelons? Hand it over. Tian stumbled from the push, nearly hitting her head on the table's edge, as if sensing her mother's disapproval. The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow and confusion. Why did Mommy not like her? The forlorn child retreated to her room, clutching a teddy bear that had seen countless washes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Anning's heart ignited with fury upon witnessing his daughter's distress. Yet he restrained his anger, gritting his teeth. Lu Tian misses you. Go hug her. We can discuss the rest later when we have time. Hug? At her age. Why would she still need hugs? Xiao Anning, don't try to divert the topic. I'm asking about the money. Hand it over. Lu Yiruo wore a face of grievance. Do you know how much I suffered last night? Where were you when I needed you? If it weren't for Wenbo, I might not have made it out of that place. Lu Yiruo poured out everything that had transpired the previous night. Xiao Anning scoffed coldly. You're feeling wronged? Have I not repeatedly told you to steer clear of those friends of yours? Places like that will eventually lead to trouble. But did you listen? Now that trouble has arisen, you claim to be the victim. Lu Yiruo still failed to see her own fault. Are you interfering with my social life? They're my friends. This is my matter. I don't need your interference. Xiao Anning chuckled. Friends? You pay for their meals, and when trouble arises, they all scatter faster than rabbits, leaving you to face the consequences alone. That's your idea of friendship? Lu Thuo next stretched an argument, countered. If you had answered the phone, last night's incident wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's all your fault for not picking up my call. Look at that. It all circles back to being Xiao Anning's fault. The one who wasn't even present became the scapegoat. Lu Yirao was not keen on further arguing about this matter, extending her hand. Wenba has helped our family immensely. As your brother-in-law, shouldn't you make statement? First, return the money to Wenba, and then we can assist him in purchasing a car, making it easier for him to drive Zijia to school. Xiao Anning replied calmly. I've given Lu Wenba countless tens of thousands. Now he offers 100,000 to help you, and that's not expected? Lu Yirao frowned, visibly displeased. Is this merely about money? Wenba constantly thinks of me, risking significant danger by going to that place, confronting Fangzhong. He is willing to disregard his own safety for me. He does so much for me. Shouldn't I, as a sister, repay him? When Lu Yirao uttered those words, Xiao Anning longed to slam that loan contract against her face. Open your eyes and see how your so-called caring brother is actually deceiving you. But now is not the time. He needed to wait until Lu Wenba squandered all the money in his possession before unveiling this debt. At that point, Lu Wenba, or rather, the Lu family would be in utter despair. You've repaid him enough over the years. Lu Yirao, I ask you, when will you ever consider this family? You are married now. This is your home. You have a husband and a daughter. Every day I go to work, long to spend time with Tian. Yet I find myself bereft of the opportunity. You, on the other hand, do not work, yet still fail to dedicate time to Tian, incessantly rushing to your mother's side. Have you ever contemplated the sorrow that Tian feels? I implore you, in the days to come, could you not devote your heart to this family, to accompany Tian daily, and cease your concern for Lu Wenba? The final statement was nearly a shout from Xiao Anning, who wished to afford Lu Yirao a chance. Tian needs her mother. Hence his inquiry. Lu Yirao glanced at the little girl curled up in the corner of the room, a flicker of conflict crossing her brow. But she soon spoke. Lu Wenba is the future of the Lu family, and Lu Wenjia is our sole heir. Naturally, I must care for them more. Tian is a girl. Sooner or later, she shall marry and become part of another family. With a sharp clap of his hands, Xiao Anning, incensed, retorted, How commendable, neglecting your own child to care for another S. Lu Yirao, do not forget, you are a woman too. By what right do you speak of Tian in such a manner? He feared that further discourse with such a woman might incite his wrath. He entered Tian's room and lifted his daughter into his arms. Regardless of whether Tian marries, she shall forever remain my beloved little one. She is a member of the Xiao family. Kulme, today, father shall take you to the amusement park for a day of fun. With that, Xiao Anning completely disregarded Lu Yirao and exited the house, holding little Tian tightly. Lu Yirao felt somewhat dazed. The education she received since childhood emphasized the importance of her brother. He was the sole continuation of the Lu lineage, a duty to safeguard the family's legacy. Could a girl also be cherished? At that moment, Lu Wenba's call jolted Lu Yirao from a reverie. Sister, have you received the money yet? Chapter 16. At the amusement park. Xiao Anning had previously forbidden me from visiting the bar, and after the incident there, he was furious, leading to a heated argument. I have yet to secure the funds. Lu Yirao still did not understand the cause of Xiao Anning's anger. What? You haven't received the money? Lu Wenba was immediately agitated. I'll head over right now. I will speak to him personally. Brother, there is no need for you to come. He is not home. He just took Tian to the amusement park, Lu Yirao replied. He is using my money to take that little wild child out for fun? How shameless of him. Lu Wenba scoffed, visibly displeased. Coincidentally, Zijia has been clamoring to go to the amusement park. So I'll take him along and confront Xiao Anning about his audacity to take my money without returning it. I will go too. Lu Yirao was furious. Xiao Anning had the audacity to shout at her. Soon, after careful searching by the Lu family, they encountered Xiao Anning at the amusement park. TSK. Xiao Anning clicked his tongue in disdain, although he had anticipated that the Lu family would track him down to the amusement park. Seeing them in person made him feel nauseated. This family was like a swarm of mosquitoes, impossible to shake off, insatiably drawn to extract their share of blood. I know the purpose of your visit. However, I must apologize, for I have no money. My bank card is here. You may verify it yourselves, Xiao Anning stated truthfully. The money he earned from selling watermelons was currently being utilized in stock trading under Jiao Yang's guidance. And the 40,000 yuan he swindled from Lu Wenba was in Fangzhong's possession for acquiring Matai. Xiao Anning was indeed penniless. You have no money? How is that possible? Recently, you made a substantial profit from selling watermelons. I've heard you earn at least 300,000. Lu Wenbo exclaimed as he hastily grabbed Xiao Anning's bank card to check the balance at the nearest ATM within the amusement park. The park was still equipped with withdrawal facilities, and the Lu family was well aware of Xiao Anning's card password. Before long, Lu Wenbo returned, his expression despondent. Xia Huiran anxiously inquired, what was the balance? How much is in the account? Lu Wenbo shook his head. There's truly no money. There's just over 1,000 left, not even enough for the 30,000 remainder. Beside him, Wenling staggered back, nearly collapsing. Meanwhile, Xia Huiran began frantically striking Xiao Anning, screaming, where's the money? Where has it all gone? Xiao Anning stepped back, distancing himself from Xia Huiran's frantic demeanor, replying coolly, it's been invested in stocks. Now that I have funds, it is only prudent to find ways for that money to generate more stocks. The Lu family's faces turned pale, their hearts sinking as if Xiao Anning had squandered their funds. What a cursed decision. Why invest in stocks? Are you unaware of the number of people who have taken their lives over stock market crashes recently? 30,000 yuan, just like that, down the drain. Xia Huiran wailed, throwing herself on the ground in a fit of rage, presenting herself as a shrew. It won't go to waste. I've seen the news. Experts predict the stocks will rise soon, just like when I sold watermelons. Xiao Anning deliberately mentioned the previous watermelon incident. Indeed, upon hearing the words selling watermelons, the Lu family regained their composure, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Previously, Xiao Anning had acted on weather forecasts and made a fortune selling watermelons. Now, if he was heeding expert advice, could the stocks also rise? With a mixture of skepticism and hope, the Lu family asked, what stocks have you purchased? Xiao Anning readily listed a few stocks, all of which he had meticulously chosen for the Lu family. Unsurprisingly, they were all stocks that had initially risen modestly before plummeting into a steep decline. This would test the Lu family's greed. If they chose to take their profits, they would not only avoid losses, but would also earn a small profit. However, if they succumbed to the allure of wealth and invested further, it would lead to ruin, rather than mere financial loss, but complete bankruptcy. At that point, Xiao Anning would be free to divorce Lu Yiruo, and Tian would be awarded to him. It is worth noting that the law typically favored mothers in custody cases, particularly when the Lu family possessed substantial wealth. Therefore, Xiao Anning's first step was to ensure the Lu family's utter financial collapse, stripping Lu Yiruo of her capacity to provide for Tian. After the Lu family received the stocks Xiao Anning had provided, they carefully tucked them into their pockets, intending to examine them thoroughly upon returning home. Now, it seemed they would not recover any money. Since they were already there, they might as well enjoy some time at the amusement park with the children. Just so you know, we do not have extra funds to buy tickets for that little brat, Xia Huiran remarked disdainfully. Xiao Anning remained silent, merely holding Tian's hand as they walked quietly behind. Ahead, Lu Yiruo was holding Lu Zijia's hand, her face radiant, occasionally eliciting hearty laughter from him. Tian observed from behind, her gaze fixed with an expression of intense yearning. The amusement park was filled with vendors selling colorful toys that captivated the attention of children. Yet, none of those were what Tian desired. She could not comprehend why her mother, who should be by her side, was instead attending to another child. Xiao Anning observed all of this, his heart aching with empathy. Sighing deeply, he called out to Lu Yiruo, come over and spend some time with Tian. Tian looked up at her father with joy, then turned her gaze in hopeful anticipation towards Lu Yiruo. Lu Yiruo glanced at Xiao Anning, then at Tian. Tian has you with her. Why must I go over? Auntie, I want to eat cotton candy from that stall over there. Before Lu Yiruo could respond, Lu Zijia, whether intentionally or not, pointed to a nearby stall and shouted. Lu Yiruo glanced over and smiled. All right, let us go, and he'll buy it for you. A few yuan was still within her means. As Tian watched Lu Yiruo's retreating figure, the sparkle in her eyes gradually dimmed, and the excitement of arriving at the amusement park vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Yiruo purchased a single cotton candy, smiling as she handed it to Lu Zijia. Yet, that rascal Lu Zijia pranced before Tian, flaunting his ill-gotten gains. You don't have it. He took a bite in front of her and contemptuously tossed it onto the ground, crushing it underfoot with a disdainful paw. Too sweet to even give to the little beggar. The little beggar here naturally referred to Tian. Lu Zijia had always derisively called her that because she wore clothes discarded by others. Slap. Xiao Anning swiftly retaliated with a slap, leaving Lu Zijia dazed, spinning around several times before regaining his balance. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? The Lu family exclaimed in unison, frantically shielding Lu Zijia. If looks could kill, Xiao Anning would have been pierced through by their murderous glares. Xiao Anning raised her palm, revealing a small black dot in the center. She remarked just now, "There was a mosquito, what of it?" The Lu family fell silent, for indeed, there was something on her palm. "Next time, don't be so forceful. Just blow the mosquito away," Wenling said with a scowl. "Fine, I'll be more careful. Is Zijia okay?" Xiao Anning replied with a smile. Squatting down before Lu Zijia and whispering in a voice only they could hear, "If I hear you call her little beggar again, you'll have more than just one mosquito on your face." Lu Zijia shivered in fear and nodded repeatedly. "Daddy." Tian clutched Xiao Anning's sleeve. Her voice tinged with sorrow. "Did I do something wrong? Does mommy not want me anymore?" In chapter 17, titled Supreme Card, the little girl spoke with a quivering voice, her small hands nervously twisting the fabric of her clothing. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to comprehend why her mother seemed to lack affection for her, thus seeking fault within herself. "Sweetheart, you haven't done anything wrong. The fault lies with your mother." Xiao Anning embraced Tian gently, reassuring her, "Daddy will never, ever leave you." Wah! Tian could no longer contain her pent-up emotions and burst into tears, clinging to Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning shot a cold glare at Lu Yirua. Do not blame him for not providing Lu Yirua with an opportunity. It was she who failed to seize it. Hearing the cries, the Lu family turned their attention. Is she crying over a mere cotton candy? How spoiled. Indeed, too spoiled. Not at all like our Zijia, who is both intelligent and obedient. As the family's comments flowed, Lu Yirua felt her face burn with shame. She approached Tian, scolding in a harsh tone, "Stop crying. It's just a cotton candy. Crying over such triviality is pitiful. If you want it, ask your father to buy you one." How embarrassing. Meanwhile, Xiao Anning glared fiercely at this woman, his eyes bloodshot with fury, wishing he could devour her whole. "What are you staring at? Don't you see her crying? Hurry up and buy her one." Lu Yirua felt a chill run down her spine under Xiao Anning's fierce gaze. She had never encountered such a look directed at her before. It felt as if a knife was pressed against her throat, sending shivers down her spine. Xiao Anning lifted Tian into his arms, coldly stating, "Tian has never liked sweet foods because her mother, fearing weight gain, doesn't eat sweets. Thus, she has been observing her mother." With that, Xiao Anning departed from that suffocating and nauseating family. What nonsense! Lu Yirua couldn't comprehend Xiao Anning's words. Seeing her husband and daughter leave, she felt no urge to follow them, nor even to call out. Why'd he leave? Lu Wenba's tone held a hint of disappointment, as he had hoped Xiao Anning would treat their family to a meal with the last bit of money on his card. He won't stop until he drains every last penny. I suppose he felt embarrassed after spouting a bunch of nonsensical words and decided to leave with the child. "Forget them. It's rare for our family to be out together. We should enjoy ourselves." Lu Yirua quickly dismissed the matter from her mind and began playing with Lu Zijia in the amusement park. After leaving, Xiao Anning's anger simmered within him. Earlier that morning, he had considered giving Lu Yirua one last chance for Tian's sake, wishing for her to grow up in a harmonious family. Yet after today, Xiao Anning's repeated chances had been met with Lu Yirua's indifference, extinguishing his hopes entirely. At that moment, Fang Zheng called Xiao Anning. "Brother Xiao, I've purchased the matai you requested. Each bottle is priced at 1,000, totaling 400 bottles for 400,000. Brother, don't blame me for being nosy, but I inquired with the liquor merchant. The price of matai has remained at 1,000 for quite some time. It may not rise easily, so temper your expectations. In business, there are gains and losses. That's the norm." Clearly, Fang Zheng remained skeptical of Xiao Anning's liquor resale plan. Understanding Fang Zheng's concerns, Xiao Anning smiled slightly. "Brother Fang, rest assured, I'm aware of this. If all else fails, we can just keep it for ourselves. 400 bottles of matai. That's enough to last until the next lunar year." Even Fang Zheng, who loved liquor, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this. "Don't worry, brother. Worst case, I'll move these bottles to the bar. There's no way I'll let you incur a loss. I'm not just blowing smoke. The amount of alcohol consumed in my bar daily could fill a small swimming pool." Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked, "Brother Fang, what happens if someone drinks excessively in your bar? What happens?" "They die, of course." Fang Zheng replied cheerfully, "While I love my liquor, overindulgence is harmful. Alcoholic liver, fatty liver, and kidneys can all suffer varying degrees of damage." "The kidneys, that's it," Xiao Anning exclaimed. "Could you arrange for me to have a membership card that allows unlimited free drinks at Meeching?" "Of course. The payment for the drinks can be settled once the matai is sold," he added. "Payment? It's just a bit of liquor. Do you look down on my capabilities? Where are you? I'll send someone to deliver it to you." Fang Zheng replied grandly. "No rush. I'm at the amusement park with my daughter. I'll come by to pick it up when I have time." Faced with Fang Zheng's enthusiasm, Xiao Anning felt somewhat embarrassed. He had merely helped Fang Zheng avoid a bad debt, and now Fang Zheng was again helping him out, turning the tables on the Liu family and purchasing liquor. His generosity was overwhelming. The amusement park? The one in the east of the city? Yes. We only have this one large, reputable amusement park. Why didn't you say so earlier? I know someone there. Tell your brother where you are, and I'll send a gift for my niece. I'm at the entrance of the aquarium. Great. With that, Fang Zheng hung up the phone. Not long after, a young man in a work uniform approached. Are you Xiao Anning, Mr. Xiao? I am. Hello, this is the Supreme VIP card our boss has sent you. With this card, you can enjoy unlimited access to all facilities in the park, and all meals are complimentary, with the added benefit of no waiting in line. After personally handing the card to Xiao Anning, the staff member left. Xiao Anning stared at the Supreme card in his hand, both amused and bewildered. This favor had grown far too large. He hadn't anticipated the amusement park's owner to be so extravagant. Rumor had it that the Supreme card was limited in issuance, held only by the affluent or influential. Daddy, what is the use of this card that the brother just gave you? Tian, seemingly recovered from her earlier sadness, looked curiously at the golden card. Xiao Anning affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. This card is incredibly useful. For instance, the carousel you wanted to ride earlier. Now we can ride it for free as many times as we wish. Wow. The little girl displayed an adorably odd expression, whether in admiration of the Supreme card or of Xiao Anning himself. Regardless of the object of her admiration, this feeling filled Xiao Anning, the proud father, with an overwhelming sense of vanity, continuing to flaunt. Not only that, but the restaurant over there is particularly crowded, isn't it? Look, so many people are queuing up. They can only enter the restaurant to dine once others finish their meals. However, we need not wait in line. With this, we can directly proceed to the VIP area for our meal. Gurgle. Speaking of dining, the little girl's stomach audibly protested. Shyly, Tian smiled and said, Daddy, I'm hungry. After being provoked by Liu Yiruo early in the morning, she felt utterly exhausted. How could she not be hungry? All right, Daddy will take you to eat. Let's choose this place. Shall we? Look at how many people are in line. The food must be exquisite. Xiao Anning gazed at the long queue and couldn't help but speculate. In the past, he would never have considered such a restaurant. No matter how delicious it was, waiting in line for an hour or more was unbearable. But now, Xiao Anning possessed the Supreme card. Just as he and Tian made their way to the restaurant, the Liu family coincidentally approached as well. Is the little crybaby done with her tears? Liu Wenbo mocked. Xiao Anning chose to ignore them and continued walking forward with Tian in his arms. Don't walk away. Can't you see the line? Liu Wenbo shouted. Tian, unaware of the adult sarcasm, brightly replied, We don't need to queue. We can go straight in. The Liu family was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. I told you this girl takes after Xiao Anning. At such a young age, she can spin tales without a hint of embarrassment. Although this was merely a restaurant in an amusement park, its decor and cuisine rivaled that of a five-star hotel. Many patrons came specifically to dine here before enjoying the amusement park. Now you claim you don't need to wait? Enough with the pretense. Xiao Anning, what are you trying to prove in front of child? Just obediently queue up. Liu Yiruo, feeling increasingly annoyed at Xiao Anning's embarrassment, unceremoniously grabbed Tian's little arm and pulled her outside. Please don't make a fool of yourself. Look around at all these people. They're all here to eat. And everyone follows the rules, taking numbers to queue. What about you? Do you intend to cut in line? Liu Wenbo laughed. Of course, he has to cut in. Otherwise, by the time it's his turn, it would be pitch dark. How about this, Xiao Anning? Considering we are all family, I can take you in. We purchased the scalper's number for 1,000 yuan. It should be our turn in about half an hour. But I can't let you in for free. You'll have to treat us to this meal. Chapter 18. How did he manage that? How delicious could this restaurant possibly be? Even the queue numbers are being scalped. However, 1,000 yuan for a number must be an exaggeration from Liu Wenbo. It's probably worth no more than 100. Xiao Anning couldn't be bothered to engage with such people. Enjoy your slow queue. Tian is going to have a feast with Daddy. He shook off Liu Yiruo's hand. Tian looked at Liu Yiruo with hopeful eyes and asked, Mommy, since Daddy doesn't need to queue, can you join us for dinner? Xiao Anning did not reprimand Tian for inviting Liu Yiruo. The little girl merely yearned for her mother's affection. How could she be at fault? Xiao Anning glanced at Liu Yiruo and said mildly, Tian is calling you. Will you come? Faced with the father-daughter invitation, Liu Yiruo immediately interpreted Xiao Anning's intent as an attempt to cut in line with her and swiftly took a step back. This slight gesture did not escape Tian's notice, filling her with disappointment. Xiao Anning, you've been working for years and haven't eaten here. You don't understand the rules. This restaurant is of high caliber, not some street-side eatery where you can cut in casually. Here, queuing is strictly enforced. Your actions would be embarrassing and disgraceful to the Liu family. Wenbo is looking out for you. Following us, you could save considerable time, Lu Yiruo advised, frowning. Xiao Anning let out a cold laugh. It turned out that Lu Yiruo was not oblivious. She was well aware that Xiao Anning had not taken a day off in years, working tirelessly. Yet she simply did not care. As long as Xiao Anning could earn money, whether he took time off was inconsequential. Her attempt to dissuade him stemmed not from any moral concern, but purely from the fear that his cutting in line would tarnish the Lu family's reputation. Huh. Xiao Anning chuckled softly, turning away with Tian in his arms. You, sister, why do you care about him? That ungrateful wretch, if he gets thrown out, we'll just pretend we don't know him and quietly enjoy watching him make a fool of himself. Lu Wenbo scoffed. Clearly, his plan to force Xiao Anning to pick up the tab had failed, leaving him quite displeased. Xiao Huiran felt equally disgusted, watching Xiao Anning and Tian's retreating figures. Her face twisted in disdain. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Both the old and the young lacked decorum. The Lu family, wearing expressions of schadenfreude, watched as Xiao Anning made his way to the restaurant entrance. At this moment, some tourists began voicing their objections, calling out for Xiao Anning not to cut in line. Hearing the outcry, the Lu family felt as if they had savored an ice pop on a hot summer day, delighting from head to toe. They couldn't comprehend why they found joy in witnessing Xiao Anning's embarrassment. A restaurant staff member, accompanied by security, approached, intending to advise Xiao Anning to return to the queue. But in the next moment, Xiao Anning presented his supreme card. Just as everyone anticipated seeing Xiao Anning being escorted away, the staff's demeanor underwent a complete transformation as they respectfully invited Xiao Anning and Tian into the restaurant. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The smiles on the Lu family's faces abruptly faded. What was happening? How did he manage that? Did he also buy Scalper's number? Impossible. I've seen the Scalper numbers, and the ones ahead of us were long sold out. Even if he had a Scalper's number, why would the staff treat him with such deference? The Lu family scratched their heads, unable to fathom the reasoning. Why were they allowed in without queuing? At that moment, someone from the queue couldn't help but ask. The staff explained, I sincerely apologize. Let me clarify for everyone. Our amusement park offers 4 types of cards. The first is a standard visitor card. The second is an annual pass. The third is a membership card. And the fourth is the Supreme VIP card. This fourth card is a limited edition, which grants lifetime free access to all attractions here, as well as complimentary snacks, meals, bars, etc., along with the privilege of skipping queues. The gentleman you just saw holds our park's Supreme card. Upon hearing this, most people began to understand, speculating about the kind of person who could possess a Supreme card. I've heard of the Supreme card. ISNT, each card worth over 100,000? And you can't just buy it with money. You need connections. Wow, 100,000? Who would casually spend that on an amusement park card? You don't understand. For the wealthy, 100,000 is merely pocket change, akin to the $10 we have. So, does that mean the young man who just passed by is a wealthy heir? He looks quite young, but it's a pity he has a daughter. Otherwise, with my looks, I'd definitely pursue him. Xiao Anning had no idea that merely flashing the Supreme card had led the onlookers to associate him with some affluent second-generation businessman, coupled with his undeniable good looks. Even though he had neglected his appearance over the years in pursuit of financial stability, his foundation still remained. Had it not been for Tian by his side, many women would have likely rushed forward to obtain his contact information. The Lu family, standing in the middle of the queue, felt utterly stunned by the speculations around them. Suddenly, a wave of humiliation washed over them as they realized they had been played by Xiao Anning. Damn it, Xiao Anning must have done this on purpose. With a Supreme card, he didn't say a word and made his queue up instead. Lu Wenbo clenched his fists in anger. As he listened to the crowd's admiration and envy, he longed to be the protagonist they spoke of. Such an indulgence in one's vanity. Yet, he seems to have forgotten that just moments ago, he was desperately attempting to sever ties with Xiao Anning, fearful that her disgrace might tarnish his own reputation. How disrespectful. He retreats into the air-conditioned confines of the restaurant while I am left outside to queue. Xiao Anning's conscience is truly rotten to the core. Lu Yiruo, devise a way to procure that prestigious card for me. Such a remarkable item, and he is squandering on that little girl. Xiao Huiran's face twisted with fury, her expression becoming increasingly grotesque. At this moment, Lu Yiruo felt a twinge of regret. Had she acquiesced to Xiao Anning earlier? Might she not now be the center of attention? Would she not be regarded as a wealthy matron or the daughter of a prominent family in the eyes of these onlookers? The mere thought filled her with satisfaction. One cannot deny that the Lu family possesses a singular disposition. Alas, here she stood, basking in the sun, idly waiting in line. Have you ever considered whether that prestigious card truly belongs to Xiao Anning? Wenling's voice suddenly interrupted. The Liu family, who had been seething with anger, fell silent in an instant. My dear, what do you mean? Liu Wenbo inquired, perplexed. Didn't those people just say that the prestigious card is limited in quantity, and only the affluent or esteemed can possess one? Which category do you think Xiao Anning falls into? Simply because he managed to sell watermelons for 30,000 or so? For true wealthy individuals, that sum is but a drop in the ocean. What right does he have to acquire a prestigious card? Wen Ling articulated. So, you're suggesting that this prestigious card does not belong to Xiao Anning? That he borrowed it? Liu Wenbo responded. I suspect it's not borrowed, she continued, as the holders of such cards are of exceedingly high status, far beyond Xiao Anning's reach. Therefore, I surmise that he must have found the card. As soon as Wen Ling finished speaking, Liu Wenbo's anger dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. I shall report him immediately. Chapter 19. Demand Xiao Anning's eviction. Following Wen Ling's conjectures, the Liu family increasingly believed that the prestigious card in Xiao Anning's possession was indeed a found item. The more they pondered it, the more exhilarated they became, eagerly abandoning their place in line to head towards the restaurant's entrance. Look, someone else has skipped the line. Could it be another prestigious card? Which wealthy family does this one belong to? How splendid! Such is the life of the affluent, unlike us, who must queue even for a meal. How enviable! The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of the Liu family, who felt as if they were floating on air, unconsciously puffing out their chests, their smiles more radiant than triumph on a battlefield. What a delightful sensation, this feeling of being the center of the universe. However, their enjoyment was short-lived as a server blocked their path. May I ask what brings you here? With Xiao Anning as a precedent, the server's demeanor had improved significantly. Wary of encountering another prestigious card, Liu Wenbo cleared his throat and pretended to be solemn. We are here to inform your establishment that the individual who just entered is someone we know, a mere company employee lacking both ability and connections, and thus could never possess a prestigious card. That card of his is found. He is fraudulently enjoying the privileges of its rightful owner. Upon hearing this, the server's expression shifted dramatically. Sir, you cannot make such accusations lightly. This matter is neither trivial nor insignificant. After all, every holder of a prestigious card is of considerable standing. If the original owner is magnanimous, it is but a meal and no harm done. However, should the original owner be petty, this incident could jeopardize their relationship with the establishment. Liu Wenbo, brimming with confidence, nodded and insisted. Do I appear to be jesting? I have known that fellow for many years. I am more aware of his financial standing than anyone else. Thank you for your report. Please enter the restaurant and await verification. We shall reward you once the truth is established. The server did not fully trust Liu Wenbo's claims. He instructed security to escort the Liu family into the restaurant while he personally sought out Xiao Anning for confirmation. The dining area for prestigious card holders was a private booth, distinct from the ordinary patrons. The server gently pushed open the booth door and addressed Xiao Anning. Sir, may I kindly request your prestigious card once more? I need to verify some information. Xiao Anning, sensing something amiss, inquired, wasn't he at check previously? Is there an issue? The server replied candidly, indeed, a guest has reported that your prestigious card is a found item, and thus we must meticulously verify your identity. I hope you understand. In that instant, Xiao Anning realized who was behind the report, the Liu family. They truly possess no sense of decency, leaving aside his own grievances. Among them were his mother-in-law, grandmother, several uncles and aunts, and cousins. What was their obsession with sabotaging his relationship with Tiantian? And now, they had resorted to reporting him. Xiao Anning produced the prestigious card. After the server took the card, he exited the booth. Upon querying the information through the computer, he discovered that the card's rightful owner was named Feng Zheng, not Xiao Anning. With this revelation, the server prepared to inform Xiao Anning. The Liu family, anxiously awaiting the result, approached the server for an update. The server responded, upon investigation, the rightful owner of this card is indeed someone else. Thank you for your report. As a gesture of appreciation, we can offer you an 80% discount on today's meal. The Liu family felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Thank you. Thank you. It is our duty to assist. You must not let these impostors escape. Liu Wenbo exclaimed with excitement. Xia Huiran, stirring the pot, added, punish him. He should be heavily fined. A person of such character is undoubtedly prone to petty theft. If he isn't taught a lesson, he will never learn. Indeed. Please enjoy your meal, the server replied as he took the card towards the VIP area. The Liu family yearned to witness Xiao Anning's humiliation. Yet the security in the VIP section barred them from approaching. What a pity, we can't see Xiao Anning being reprimanded, Liu Wenbo lamented. No worries. He will have to exit from this side. We shall mock him when he comes out. Xia Huiran remarked, turning to Liu Iruo. See, This is the man you chose to marry. Not only is he incapable of earning a living, but now he is engaging in such petty thievery. How disgraceful. Lu Yiruo lowered her head, feeling immensely aggrieved. Why must Xiao Anning bring shame upon her, making her unable to hold her head high in front of her family? Divorce. This time, she must secure a divorce. Wen Ling, seemingly perceiving Lu Yiruo's inner turmoil, spoke up, "Sister, it is true that brother-in-law has overstepped this time. Your desire for divorce is entirely reasonable, but we must ensure you do not suffer losses in the process. You have wasted so many years of your youth with him, raised children for him, and devoted so much to the Xiao family. This must be accounted for." Xia Huiran fervently nodded in agreement, passionately endorsing her daughter-in-law's words. Wen Ling is absolutely right. Even if you divorce, Xiao Anning must leave empty-handed, for he is the one with moral deficiencies. You deserve the house and the money. Lu Yiruo instinctively asked, "What about Tian Tian? What would you want with that financial burden?" Xia Huiran exclaimed, as though her tail had been stepped on, jumping up in agitation. "Do you know how much time and money it takes to raise a child? If you want that girl, you can raise her yourself. I certainly will not take care of her." Wen Ling reflected for a moment and calmly added, "We cannot say that a young girl can be cared for easily. Once she turns 18, we can find her a wealthy family." With that, those who understood the implications grasped the unspoken thoughts. Lu Wenbao, enlightened, continually gave his wife a thumbs up. Tian Tian had perfectly inherited Lu Yiruo's beauty. As she grew, she would undoubtedly become a stunning young woman, making it easy to attract a wealthy suitor. By then, they would reap a handsome bride price. Xia Huiran reacted particularly swiftly in this regard, immediately retracting her previous statement. Yes, Tian Tian cannot be given either. As long as we do not starve, it won't cost much. Beside her, Lu Yiruo felt a twinge of discomfort upon overhearing her family plotting against her daughter, yet she merely accepted the sentiment. After all, finding a wealthy family for her daughter could be considered a stroke of good fortune. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon Xiao Anning for lacking the means to support the family. Meanwhile, the Lu family was engaged in a heated discussion regarding the divorce and division of assets. At that moment, a server approached Xiao Anning with a prestigious card in hand. "Sir, the original owner of this card is named Fang Zheng. Could you kindly inform me how you came into possession of it?" The server, exercising caution, posed the inquiry. Fang Zheng knew I was here for leisure and had someone deliver it to me. "If you doubt my word, I can call him," Xiao Anning replied, retrieving his phone to dial Fang Zheng. The call was quickly connected. "Xiao Laudi, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. How's the fun treating you?" Fang Zheng's hearty voice resonated from the other side. "Thanks to you, I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. However, I have a slight issue. The amusement park needs to verify the information on your prestigious card. So, I must trouble you." Xiao Anning refrained from divulging the situation to Fang Zheng, knowing well that he and the amusement park's owner were old acquaintances, and he did not wish to create discord. Fang Zheng, ever astute, sensed that Xiao Anning was in trouble but feigned ignorance, cheerfully responding, "That is a minor issue. Just hand your phone to the park staff, and I'll handle it." Xiao Anning passed the phone to the server. After a brief exchange, the server nodded repeatedly, and his demeanor towards Xiao Anning shifted to one of growing respect. "Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal," he said before promptly exiting the private room. Observing the server's demeanor, Xiao Anning inquired, "What did you tell him?" "Oh, I merely informed him that the owner of the prestigious card is indeed Mr. Xiao, and the park's owner is aware of this. It's just that the backhand hasn't been updated yet," Fang Zheng explained. Suddenly, he became animated, exclaiming, "I almost forgot the important matter. My friend, I just received word that Matai has indeed started to rise. It's gone up by 500. Xiao Anning, unfazed, replied calmly, "That is entirely to be expected. We must remain steady. Let us wait for the peak price before we sell." "What? This isn't the peak price? When will it be?" "Wait for me. I'm coming over immediately. We must discuss this in detail." Without waiting for Xiao Anning's reply, Fang Zheng hastily ended the call. "This Fang Ge, though no longer young, behaves like a youth," Xiao Anning mused with a slight smile. At that moment, the Lu family was fixated on the restaurant's private dining area, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Xiao Anning and Tian Tian being ejected by security. However, instead of that, the previous server emerged with a dark expression. "Look, that server is coming out. His face is so grim. He must have been angered by Xiao Anning." Lu Wenbao pointed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The Lu family immediately set down their utensils, all eyes on the server. "Why hasn't Xiao Anning been thrown out?" Xia Huiran inquired. "Perhaps he's busy paying a fine. Let us go ask for specifics," Lu Wenbao declared, striding toward the server. Upon noticing the Lu family approaching, the server's already gloomy countenance darkened further. Had it not been for this family, He would not have offended a prestigious cardholder. Thankfully, Xiao Anning was magnanimous. Otherwise, his career might have reached an abrupt end. Did they impose a hefty fine on Xiao Anning? Lu Wenbo asked impatiently. Fine? The server scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Wenbo. The owner of the prestigious card is Mr. Xiao. How could we possibly impose a fine? I sincerely advise you to refrain from peering through the cracks of doors, lest you belittle those you observe. With that, the server turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he suddenly recalled something and addressed the Lu family. Your unfounded and misleading information has impacted a prestigious guest. Your discount has now been revoked. This revelation struck the Lu family like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily stunned. What did he just say? The car belongs to Xiao Anning? This is absurd. Lu Wenbo felt like a clown. It's not entirely impossible. After all, Xiao Anning made quite a fortune selling watermelons. Purchasing a prestigious card could very well be within his means, Wen Ling analyzed. The Lu family grew increasingly uneasy. Xia Huiran grimaced. Did he truly spend so much money on a theme park card just to bring that little girl, Xiao Tian, along for fun? Xiao Anning has lost his mind. This is utterly wasteful. Suddenly, Xia Huiran jolted, exclaiming, the dishes are no longer discounted. Hurry, there are still a few dishes yet to be served. We shall not have them. When it comes to frugality, none could compare to Xia Huiran. Mother, at such a time, why do you care about those 2 dishes? Xiao Anning is the owner of the prestigious card. Everything he eats is free. What are we still doing here? We should go find Xiao Anning. We are his family. Lu Wenbo reacted swiftly. Though he questioned how he could utter such words, after previously attempting to distance himself from Xiao Anning and advising Lu Yiruo on how to profit more from the divorce. Now, they were suddenly family again? Such a transformation was truly nauseating. Their aspirations were commendable, but regrettably, they were blocked by security before even catching a glimpse of Xiao Anning. You, with your narrow-mindedness. I'm the brother-in-law of your prestigious cardholder. How dare you stop me? Lu Wenbo protested, puffing out his chest and glaring defiantly at the security personnel. His arrogant demeanor led unsuspecting onlookers to mistakenly believe he was the owner of the prestigious card himself. The security guard merely cast a disinterested glance at Lu Wenbo. They had encountered all sorts of characters during their years of service. Individuals like Lu Wenbo were mere trifles in their eyes. Very well, since you claim to be Mr. Xiao as brother-in-law, I will report this. Whether you may enter depends on Mr. Xiao as discretion. One of the guards turned to enter the VIP area. Before long, he returned, smirking. Mr. Xiao has stated that he fears for your dignity, so he kindly requests that you remain outside and dine there. Xiao Anning's stance was unwavering. He would not allow them to take advantage of his prestigious card. After several rounds of pleading, the Lu family ultimately conceded, retreating to their seats, each seething with frustration. The dishes that had originally been offered at a discount reverted to full price, causing Xia Huiran considerable distress as she demanded all remaining unserved dishes be returned. Consequently, the family ended up feasting on merely a few vegetarian dishes, and due to their sour moods, even those tasted as bland as wax. Xiao Anning is so petty. It was merely a few words exchanged, yet he holds a grudge. Lu Wenbo bit into a piece of cabbage with such ferocity that it seemed he was sinking his teeth into Xiao Anning's flesh. He has little talent, but a temper that is anything but small. If he had the ability, he wouldn't come to my home, if he dares to show up. I will kick him out. Xia Huiran turned to Lu Yiruo, fuming. You are not to return home. You may not go back until Xiao Anning kneels and apologizes to me. Lu Yiruo sighed softly, unable to resist glancing towards the VIP area, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known, she would have accepted her daughter's invitation. It was said that the food in the VIP section was more delectable, and the ambience far superior. She wouldn't have to endure this meager meal of cabbage and radish. Just then, Xiao Anning emerged, cradling the round little Tian. Oh, you haven't finished your meal yet? Xiao Anning glanced at their table, feigning surprise. What is this? You've only ordered these few vegetarian dishes? Will you be satiated? Lu Wenbo forcefully slammed the chopsticks onto the table and lifted his gaze towards Xiao Anning. I truly did not expect you to be such a person. You claim to be family, yet you refuse to acknowledge us. My sister, is she not your wife? My mother, is she not your mother-in-law? You allow us to dine on these meager offerings outside, and when we wish to join you inside, you bar us entry? Xiao Anning, have you lost your conscience now that you have a bit of wealth? Xiao Anning feigned innocence. How could I not recognize you? Was it not you who deemed me an embarrassment and chose to distance yourselves? And as for Lu Yiru, did I not extend invitations multiple times, yet she declined? Who am I to blame? Moreover, I am unaware of which scoundrel reported me. With such a scandal, I certainly cannot involve you. That would be too humiliating. Xiao Anning's theatrical performance left the Liu family speechless once again. Faced with his accusations, they could only swallow their indignation. Well then, is everything resolved now? This meal? Liu Wenbo ventured to inquire. After enduring the long wait to enter, how could they settle for such a paltry meal? Zizia is still growing. He cannot survive on vegetables alone. Xiao Anning gestured to a waiter in the distance. I will have them bring the menu over. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Liu Yiru, do you not adore abalone? The abalone here is rich and delectable. Having said this, Xiao Anning departed with a cheerful skip, not bothering to look back. The Liu family was momentarily stunned. It was not until the waiter approached with the menu that Liu Wenbo slowly remarked, "What does Xiao Anning mean by this? What could it mean? He is attempting to atone. Fearing Liu Yiru's displeasure, he treats us to this meal." Xia Huiran exclaimed with satisfaction, believing she had deftly maneuvered Xiao Anning, and could not refrain from a derisive laugh. Ah, we have overestimated Xiao Anning. He has always been the same, terrified that Liu Yiru might abandon him. Xia Huiran picked up the menu and began to indiscriminately order. Rather than selecting exquisite dishes, she opted for the most expensive items. In no time, the table was laden with a cornucopia of gourmet delicacies. The thought that all these costly ingredients would be free made Liu Wenbo exclaim, "The Supreme Card is truly a marvelous thing. Sister, when you have a moment, please speak to your husband about letting me use the Supreme Card. Zizia wishes to come here to play every day, and the expenses are unbearable. If I could borrow the card, it would significantly ease the burden on the family, allowing my mother to relax a bit. Don't you agree?" Liu Yiru nodded. "Very well. When I find a time, I will bring you the card." At that moment, Xiao Anning had already encountered Fang Zheng and recounted the events that transpired in the restaurant. Fang Zheng was slightly taken aback. "Huh? You treated them to a meal?" Xiao Anning flashed a cunning smile. "When did I say I was treating them? I merely called for the menu to ensure they were well-fed and well-watered. I never claimed to be treating them." Chapter 21. All just luck. Fang Zheng responded with a knowing smile. "Brother, splendidly done. This family of leeches deserves to be handled this way." Xiao Anning replied with profound meaning. "No rush. We have plenty of time this time around. Now, in the presence of the children, let us refrain from discussing such matters and focus on the main topic. The price of Mount I has risen by 500 per bottle, and this is merely the beginning. It is expected to peak in the next couple of days." Fang Zheng glanced at Tian Tian and quickly shifted the subject. "Let us find a quiet place to discuss in detail. I also have a friend I wish to introduce to you." Under Fang Zheng's guidance, they arrived at the amusement park's office building. Fang Zheng seemed well acquainted with the place, moving through the building with ease, while the security personnel did not impede their passage. "Brother Fang comes here often?" Xiao Anning inquired. "Indeed. The owner here is a good friend of mine. We enjoy gathering for tea and conversation. He is quite an interesting person, not young, but still youthful at heart." As the conversation progressed, Fang Zheng took the opportunity to introduce the amusement park's owner. According to Fang Zheng, the owner, Zhao Xiuqing, was in his 30s, hailing from a wealthy family involved in real estate. Opening an amusement park was purely a passion project for him, much like how Fang Zheng opened his bar due to his love for alcohol. Perhaps it was this shared enthusiasm that forged a strong bond between Fang Zheng and Zhao Xiuqing. Upon entering Zhao Xiuqing's office, it was a stark contrast to the typical office of a businessman, which would commonly feature books and office supplies. Zhao Xiuqing's office contained no such items. Instead, there was a massive high-definition LCD screen, accompanied by the latest version of the PS3, a treasure trove of arcade games, dance machines, and claw machines. The room was equipped with billiards and indoor golf, a veritable paradise for men. Even Tian Tian was momentarily dazzled by the array of entertainment. "How do you find it? Are you in awe?" Fang Zheng observed Xiao Anning's wide-eyed wonder and could not help but chuckle. "When I first came here, I had the same reaction." "That's a lie. You were far more excited than he is now, looking around in a daze, unsure of what to play." At that moment, Zhao Xiuqing slowly entered, scrutinizing Xiao Anning from head to toe before nodding as a form of greeting. It was evident that Zhao Xiuqing had little interest in Xiao Anning. Had it not been for Fang Zheng's presence, he might not have even acknowledged him. Playful yet proud, this was Xiao Anning's impression of Zhao Xiuqing. It was no wonder Zhao Xiuqing looked down on him. His attire and accessories radiated wealth, while Xiao Anning's outfit was worth perhaps no more than 100 yuan. As the saying goes, respect the garment before respecting the person. Xiao Anning's attire starkly contrasted with the affluence of Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng, only serving to reinforce the notion that he was attempting to climb the social ladder. Fang Zheng sensed the awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to introduce Brother Xiao. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the owner of the amusement park, Zhao Xiuqing. You may call him Brother Zhao." "Hello, Brother Zhao. I must thank you for the supreme card you provided. We are having a wonderful time here today, Xiao Anning exclaimed with a smile. Zhao Xiuqing reclined on the sofa, merely nodding. If thanks are to be given, direct them towards Old Fong. It is his card. I activated it for him nearly a year ago, and he rarely inquires about it, let alone takes advantage of it. Who would have thought you would be the one to prompt a call from me? You must have quite the influence. As he spoke, Zhao Xiuqing seemed to harbor a hint of resentment. Fang Zheng, appearing quite embarrassed, quickly explained, my boss is not old and has no children. The card is of little use to him. Since brother Xiao happened to bring his niece, I thought a small favor. After all, brother Xiao has assisted me immensely. Zhao Xiuqing glanced at the adorable Tian, his expression softening slightly as he nodded. Indeed, we should be grateful for the matter regarding Li Honggang. Even I did not anticipate that he would attempt to flee. However, I heard from Old Fong that this is thanks to a friend involved in immigration. It can only be said that we were fortunate, though such luck is not constant. Xiao Anning perceived the underlying message in Zhao Xiuqing's words. He was subtly cautioning Xiao Anning to remain vigilant, not to become complacent due to a single stroke of fortune, for luck is not everlasting. Zhao, you are mistaken. Brother Xiao possesses genuine talent. Fang Zheng interjected. Do you recall that I recently acquired 800,000 worth of Mao Tai? Zhao Xiuqing nodded. I remember. I even joked that you would never finish those bottles before your demise. What does this have to do with Brother Xiao? Everything. 40,000 of that was Brother Zhao's investment. Initially, I purchased the Mao Tai at 1,000 yuan per bottle, and now it has surged to 1,500, 800,000. Do the math and see how much profit I have made. Fang Zheng grew animated. The news of the Mao Tai price hike was relayed to me by Brother Xiao. I only regret that I hesitated and only stockpiled 40,000. Now, reflecting upon it, I am truly filled with regret. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiuqing straightened up, turning to face Xiao Anning. This was indeed the first time he had taken a proper look at Xiao Anning. How do you know that Matai is going to increase in price? Do you have friends within Matai Group? Zhao Xiuqing inquired. Not all. I have learned some divination techniques since childhood, and that is how I arrived at this conclusion. In the future, if such a situation arises again, rather than racking my brains for explanations, it is far simpler to attribute it to divination. This will save a great deal of trouble. Upon hearing the mention of divination, the flicker of interest that had just sparked in Zhao Xiuqing's eyes promptly extinguished. Huh? Divination? Please spare me the charlatan tricks. Luck is merely luck, yet I must concede that you indeed have a remarkable fortune. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, beads of sweat began to form on Fang Zheng's forehead. He had initially intended to help Xiao Anning expand his network, hoping they could profit together in the future. But he hadn't anticipated Zhao Xiuqing's disdainful attitude towards outsiders. Xiuqing, Xiao brothers' predictions are indeed quite accurate. Just a few days ago, even if a knife were at my throat, I would have dared to imagine that Matai would raise its prices. Yet here we are with the facts laid bare. Fang Zheng hastily interjected. That's why I say, Xiao brothers' fortune is indeed terrifyingly good. Zhao Xiuqing replied nonchalantly. Alas, it seems Mr. Zhao has a rather strong opinion of me. Hence, I shall not linger any longer. Xiao Anning rose, cradling Tian in his arms. Initially, considering Mr. Zhao's generosity in gifting us the Supreme card, I wish to help you avert a disaster as a token of gratitude. Since you do not believe, I shall not impose and take my leave. With that, Xiao Anning turned to exit. Stop. Zhao Xiuqing's expression darkened. Are you cursing me? Cursing? Since Mr. Zhao does not believe in such matters, why should you be concerned about a mere curse? Xiao Anning replied coolly. My belief or disbelief is my own concern. But if someone curses me, that is an entirely different matter. I offer you a chance. Tell me what misfortune I am to encounter. If you miss the mark, do not blame me. Zhao Xiuqing had intended to deliver a stern warning, yet upon recalling that Xiao Anning was holding a child, he softened his tone. Don't blame me if I revoke your supreme card. Speak up. I'm curious to hear what calamity you foresee. Chapter 22. Many lives will be lost. Upon hearing Zhao Xiuqing's nonchalant threat, Xiao Anning smiled. It was evident that Zhao Xiuqing was not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, he had a fondness for children. His attitude towards Xiao Anning stemmed from his upbringing. Having grown up in privilege, he was accustomed to the flattery exchanged among adults. Those from less fortunate backgrounds who approached him often had ulterior motives, which he found quite distasteful. Thus, upon meeting Xiao Anning, he instinctively assumed he too sought to leverage his influence for personal gain. However, once such individuals became friends, they were genuinely heartfelt companions. Xiao Anning was willing to befriend such people. First and foremost, I must congratulate Mr. Zhao on acquiring the land on the east side of the amusement park. The park is set to expand, Xiao Anning said with a gentle smile. At this, Zhao Xiuqing abruptly halted with the teacup in hand, his tone becoming unfriendly. You've investigated me? Beside them, Fang Zheng hastily attempted to ease the tension, exclaiming, "What? You bought that piece of land? How did I not know about it?" Xiao Xiuqing rolled his eyes. "My father acquired a multitude of plots recently. That particular piece was a bonus given to me. Why would I tell you when you're not interested in real estate?" Ugh, darn wealthy people. Fang Zheng had previously thought he had some capital, yet each encounter left him feeling utterly crushed by Xiao Xiuqing's success. Xiao Xiuqing turned back to Xiao Anning, slowly stating, "The auction of land is public. It is not difficult to trace the ownership of each piece. Your ability to uncover this much demonstrates some skill. But that is all there is to it. If this is your only talent, you might as well return the card to me and take your leave." Unfazed, Xiao Anning calmly raised his teacup and remarked, "Now that you have acquired the land, I presume you have also secured the engineering team for the super roller coaster?" Xiao Xiuqing's entire body jolted, and he stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with surprise. "How do you know I intend to build a super roller coaster?" His sudden outburst startled Fang Zheng, causing him to spill tea all over himself. "So what if you want to build it? No need to shout. By the way, didn't your amusement park already have a roller coaster? Why build another?" Xiao Xiuqing, visibly excited, responded, "Old Fang, you don't understand. I acquired that land a while ago, but hadn't decided on a project until I stumbled upon a super roller coaster abroad the other day. It's faster and more thrilling than traditional roller coasters, hence the name Super Roller Coaster. That's when I decided to pursue this project. I only finalized the materials and construction team yesterday, and no one has been informed, not even my parents." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell over the room. Fang Zheng couldn't help but glance at Xiao Anning. Previously, whether it was regarding Li Honggang or Matai, thorough investigation and analysis had yielded consistent results. However, this situation was different. Fang Zheng had spontaneously thought to introduce the two men. Xiao Anning hadn't had the time to investigate. "Xiao brother, can you truly predict?" Fang Zheng felt parched, as the unfolding events were surreal, far beyond his understanding. Xiao Anning could not explain his rebirth, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement of his so-called mystical abilities. "Mr. Xiao, your sudden mention of the super roller coaster project. Could the calamity you alluded to earlier be related to this project?" Xiao Xiuqing had regained some composure, and his attitude towards Xiao Anning softened slightly. "Indeed, the super roller coaster is an excellent project. Once completed, it is bound to become the park's most popular attraction. Yet, because of its immense popularity, if an accident were to occur, many lives could be lost," Xiao Anning stated flatly. "Impossible." Xiao Xiuqing slammed his hand on the table. "I place great importance on safety. All facilities in the park undergo monthly inspections. How could an accident possibly happen?" He was not lying. Xiao Xiuqing cherished the innocence of children and found immense satisfaction in seeing them laugh joyfully in the amusement park he built. Therefore, he prioritized their safety above all. The park had been operating for over 2 years without a single safety incident, consistently recognized as a model of safety. The thought of an accident occurring in an area he valued most was simply unacceptable to Xiao Xiuqing. "The cause of the accident. Elaborate." Xiao Xiuqing's voice was low, resembling the rumblings of a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Xiuqing, please remain calm. Xiao brother is not a deity. How could he know the specifics?" Fang Zheng interjected hastily. "The fact that he could foresee a disaster related to the super roller coaster is impressive enough. You cannot demand more from him. At worst, we could simply abandon the super roller coaster project." Fang Zheng began to regret introducing Xiao Anning to Xiao Xiuqing, believing that their personalities would mesh well, never anticipating the situation would escalate in such a manner. Xiao Anning patted Fang Zheng on the shoulder, signaling that it was all right. He turned to Xiao Xiuqing and said slowly, "Mr. Xiao, your emphasis on safety is commendable. Yet, no matter how much attention you pay, one must remain wary of potential saboteurs. Mr. Xiao, have you had the materials for constructing the super roller coaster inspected for quality?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiuqing's brow furrowed slightly. Was the issue with the materials? "The suppliers have been my partners since the park's inception, and I trust their materials. They have proven reliable over the years without incident. Furthermore, once the materials arrive, I ensure they are inspected by designated personnel. There will be no issues." Xiao Xiuqing replied confidently. Xiao Anning countered, "Are all materials inspected? Every single screw and nut has been checked." Xiao Xiuqing was left speechless. In constructing an amusement facility, there were thousands upon thousands of screws and nuts. It was impossible to inspect each one. Only a few from a batch could be randomly checked. Observing Xiao Xiuqing's reaction, Xiao Anning smiled. "I understand that inspecting everything is unrealistic for this instance. Let us check the screws and nuts at the very bottom of the crates. No need to inspect the rest. It would be best if the inspectors are third-party personnel and do not inform the company internally." "Very well. We shall conduct the inspection as Mr. Xiao suggests. A thorough recheck it is. If the inspection reveals no issues, then Mr. Xiao shall bear the cost of hiring a third party. Xiao Xiuqing still clung to a flicker of hope, believing that Xiao Anning was merely speaking nonsense. No problem. Xiao Anning generously agreed. Engaging someone for the inspection would require some time, during which Xiao Xiuqing arranged for a staff member to take Tian to continue enjoying the amusement park. Meanwhile, the three of them waited quietly for the results. Throughout the waiting period, Xiao Xiuqing often fell into deep contemplation, clearly distracted. Brother Xiao, could there truly be an issue with the nuts and bolts? Fang Zheng could not help but inquire. Xiao Anning nodded, about to respond, when Xiao Xiuqing's phone rang. Boss, we conducted another random inspection of a batch of nuts and bolts, this time only checking the bottom of the box as per your instructions. The voice of the employee on the other end trembled slightly. What are the results? Xiao Xiuqing's heart felt as if it were being squeezed, and he dared not breathe. The employee stammered. According to the third-party testing, half of the nuts and bolts we purchased are substandard products, failing to meet our requirements. Chapter 23. Clarifying the situation. Boss, at least half of the screws and nuts are unqualified. Thud. Xiao Xiuqing's phone fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He felt the world spinning and quickly stepped back, collapsing onto the sofa. Fang Zheng, with a worried expression, picked up the phone and handed it to him. Are you all right? No. Xiao Xiuqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, took the phone, and his tone turned ominously grave. Investigate. I want a thorough examination from top to bottom, inside and out. No one connected to this matter is to be spared. Xiao Xiuqing began, making a flurry of phone calls to address the situation. Xiao Anning leisurely sipped his tea. A visibly admiring Fang Zheng approached. Brother Xiao, you truly are like a celestial being. You anticipated all this. Brother Fang, please don't jest. I'm just an ordinary person. Xiao Anning chuckled. If you're ordinary, what does that make us? Cockroaches? Fang Zheng teased, then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, addressing Xiao Anning earnestly. Regardless, I must thank you for saving his life. If it weren't for you, my brother would have been doomed, and even his family would have been affected. Fang Zheng's words were not unfounded. Xiao Anning had indeed saved Xiao Xiuqing's life. In his previous life, the amusement park's super roller coaster had been a resounding success, drawing countless enthusiastic patrons. With each ride nearly filled to capacity. Such super roller coasters utilized specialized materials, characterized by high strength, corrosion resistance, and wear resistance. Consequently, the costs were several times that of ordinary nuts and bolts. This led to the audacity of some to pass off inferior products as superior and pocket the difference. Fearing repercussions, the individual used nuts and bolts that were merely one grade lower. According to his calculations, these lower-grade nuts and bolts could easily withstand the initial inspections, allowing for gradual replacements later if issues arose, all without anyone being the wiser. However, he overlooked why this roller coaster was deemed super. It was precisely due to its high speed and significant inertia that immense forces were generated, coupled with the overwhelming popularity of the ride, which exacerbated metal fatigue. An incident occurred within just a week. A screw fractured, causing the entire roller coaster track to warp, leading the ride to be thrown off course. Most passengers perished, and the survivors sustained severe injuries. This constituted a major accident, and after layers of reporting, it swiftly reached the provincial government, resulting in Xiao Xiuqing's immediate detainment. Xiao Xiuqing's father exhausted every means to save his son. However, under the instigation of competitors, the amusement park incident quickly spiraled out of control, and the malpractice was publicized far and wide. Although Xiao Xiuqing bore no fault, the public, unaware of the truth, collectively condemned him. In no time, Xiao Xiuqing's information was thoroughly scrutinized. Upon learning that his father was a real estate magnate, the public turned their ire towards him, assuming that if his son cut corners, the father's construction projects must be equally deficient. Within days, Xiao Xiuqing's family's real estate sales plummeted, and many who had purchased properties sought refunds, with competitors exploiting the situation. The Xiao family company soon faced bankruptcy. Xiao's father, stricken with fury and despair, suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, tragically passing away. Xiao Xiuqing, burdened with guilt over his father's death, fell into a deep depression. This incident stirred considerable controversy online, and even Xiao Anning had followed it for some time. Damn it, have they been found? Fire them all. Contact the best lawyer. I want to sue them. Let them face justice. After a thorough investigation, the individuals responsible for the inferior products were finally identified. Once the matter was resolved, Xiao Xiuqing let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa, utterly drained. After a while, he slowly rose and approached Xiao Anning, kneeling respectfully before him. As intelligent individuals, He understood the grave consequences of the situation. Bankruptcy was the least of his worries. Familial ruin was a very real possibility. At this moment, his gratitude towards Xiao Anning was beyond expression. This was a monumental favor, a life-saving grace. Master Xiao, I was blind to your worth. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my previous disrespect. I am willing to craft a golden statue in your honor and kneel before it day and night. Whatever you desire, just say the word, and I shall fulfill it. Xiao Anning promptly helped Zhao Xiuqing to his feet. What are you doing? I already said that it was precisely because you are Brother Fong's friend that I spoke up. If you continue like this, how will I ever face Brother Fong again? Fong Zheng beamed with delight at Xiao Anning's words, which had indeed elevated his standing. All right, Brother Xiao is not that kind of person. If he were, I wouldn't have brought you to see him. Get up, Fong Zheng urged. Unable to resist the two, Zhao Xiuqing rose. Master Xiao, you have helped me immensely. It is simply unacceptable for me not to offer something in return, Zhao Xiuqing said, visibly anxious. What do you mean I haven't given you anything? That supreme card is the finest gift. My daughter's happiness means more to me than anything else. Xiao Anning replied with a smile. Daughter? Zhao Xiuqing instantly understood what he needed to do next. He notified the staff member accompanying Tian, instructing them not to spare any expense in ensuring that Tian received the very best the amusement park had to offer. Today, Tian would be the princess of the park. Mr. Xiaoyu, Xiao Anning chuckled helplessly. He hadn't meant it in that way. However, it was only right to afford him some opportunity for recompense. Otherwise, given Zhao Xiuqing's temperament, he might find it impossible to sleep that night. By the way, Brother Xiao, the bar membership card you asked me to get is ready. I'll hand it to you now. Fong Zheng quickly produced the alluring card and handed it to Xiao Anning. All right, I must express my gratitude to Brother Fong. Xiao Anning thought to himself as he looked at the unlimited drinks card in his hand, a smirk forming. Lu Wenbao, I hope you enjoy this gift. Speaking of Lu Wenbao, at this moment, the Lu family was dining in a restaurant, their stomachs nearly bursting. I'm so satisfied. I ate 3 abalones. And this is the first time I've seen black abalones. And this king crab. I never even dared to dream of this. Lu Wenbao exclaimed, letting out a satisfied belch. The supreme card truly is a treasure. Iruo, don't forget to ask Xiao Anning for it. It's a waste for it to be in his hands. Xia Huiran had been eyeing the supreme card in Xiao Anning's possession from the very start. And after the meal, her envy only intensified. Lu Iruan nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, the Lu family ordered several desserts, feeling content only after indulging further. As they rose, each member of the Lu family resembled someone with a heavy burden. Excuse me, could someone settle the bill? At that moment, a cheerful waitress approached, smiling at the Lu family. Chapter 24, Xiao Anning has changed. Huh, settle the bill? The Lu family was engulfed in a haze of confusion. Lu Wenbai, with a dazed expression, exclaimed, are you mistaken? We don't need to settle the bill. We are esteemed guests with a supreme card. The waitress maintained her professional smile, replying, then please present your supreme card, and I will settle the account at the front desk. No, you've misunderstood my intent. The supreme card is not in our possession. It was with. Lu Wenbai's words trailed off as a sudden realization dawned upon him, his expression shifting to one of palpable panic. He stared anxiously at the waitress and hurriedly inquired, did anyone at this table mention that we would be dining for free? The waitress smiled, no, sir. So, can you please settle the bill now? Boom. It felt as if a bomb had detonated in Lu Wenbai's mind. Xiao Anning Hanti helped them avoid the bill. They had been tricked. He glanced at the table strewn with remnants of their meal, his lips trembling as he stammered. What is the total cost? 18,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? 18,000. Are you running a black market? Do we dine on gold or silver? You expect us to pay 18,000 for this? Xia Huiran approached, snatching the menu from the waitress's hands. Upon glancing at the prices, her eyes darkened. What the hell? You are charging 500 for an abalone, and 2,000 for a crab? Have you lost your minds? Don't think I haven't been to a seafood market. We don't recognize this menu. In a fit of rage, Xia Huiran tore the menu to shreds and yanked her son to leave. However, the waitress seemed to have anticipated such a scenario. The security personnel had been waiting nearby. 2 burly men blocked Xia Huiran's path, resembling 2 immovable mountains. Faced with the impossibility of escaping the bill, Xia Huiran plopped down on the floor, throwing a tantrum. This restaurant is taking advantage of us. 18,000 for a meal. Everyone come and judge. What warrants an 18,000 bill? Stop eating here. Be wary. You might be the next victim. With Xia Huiran's ruckus, curious glances from diners around them began to converge on the Lu family. The waitress, no stranger to such antics, retorted, Madam, what you consumed was black truffle abalone imported from overseas, priced at 500 each. Your family ordered 4 each. Do the math on just the abalone. And this deep-sea king crab? Raw. It costs 2,000. And you expect us to cook it for you? All our ingredients are top-notch. Besides, these prices are clearly marked. You chose to eat without voicing any concerns. And now you complain about the costs? You can't expect to dine without paying. The spectators gradually grasped the situation, whispering amongst themselves about the Liu family. Mockery, scorn, and disdainful remarks filled the air, piercing the ears of the Liu family. Apart from the thick-skinned Xiao Anning, the others in the Liu family were quite sensitive to public opinion and could hardly endure the humiliation of being gawked at. Who says we want to pay? It's just that my brother-in-law has a supreme card. I assumed he had covered the bill for us. Liu Wenbai defended, his neck craning to explain to the onlookers. After finishing, he urged Liu Yiruo, sister, quickly call Xiao Anning. I'm already calling, but he is not picking up. Since the moment the waitress had requested payment, Liu Yiruo had been trying to reach Xiao Anning. Unfortunately, on the other end, Xiao Anning had set his phone to silent. Forget it, stop calling, Wenling suddenly interjected. Xiao Anning has been acting strangely lately. He is deliberately making us look bad. Eldest sister, have you been too harsh on him? He wasn't like this before. You've been at our mother's house for too long. It's time to go home tonight. Couples should live together to strengthen their bond. We'll pay for this meal ourselves. Let us use my card. Wenling took out her bank card and handed it to the waitress. Liu Yiruo, filled with remorse, said, I'm so sorry. Once I return, I will speak to him properly. I'll ensure he gives you the supreme card. Wenling did not respond. Her gaze deep with contemplation, lost in her thoughts. The farcical scene concluded with Wenling's payment. The Liu family left with their leftovers, their hearts aching at the thought of the meal, costing 18,000. Initially, they had no intention of taking the leftovers, but having paid for it themselves, they felt the sting of loss. After such a commotion, the Liu family lost their enthusiasm for sightseeing. However, Liu Zijia, oblivious to the turmoil, was unusually excited and insisted on playing every remaining attraction. The Liu family had no choice but to accompany the child as he continued his adventure. Exhausted from the day, they arrived at the shopping center within the park to rest. For children, a shopping center is akin to liberation. Liu Zijia dashed towards the toy section, selecting 2 rather large toys. Wenling glanced at the price and was taken aback. When did children's toys become so exorbitantly priced? This cannot be purchased. When denied by his family, Liu Zijia sat on the floor, clutching the toys, kicking his legs, and insisting his family buy them. Soon, a gathering of onlookers formed around them, pointing at the Liu family. Having already spent 18,000, the family's mood was further soured by Liu Zijia's antics. Put the toys back. Over 1,000 for a toy. Do you think our money grows on trees? Put it down. Don't make me hit you. Liu Wenbai raised his hand, ready to act. Liu Zijia, with a face full of grievance, refused to relinquish the toys. At that moment, a delicate voice broke through. Cousin Zijia? The Liu family turned to see Tian amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Tian, Liu Zijia immediately stopped crying. Rather, he was captivated by the mechanical dog toy beside her. Tian, do you know this family? A staff member inquired, bending down. Tian nodded, yes. That is my uncle and aunt. The one crying is my little cousin, and that is my mom and grandma. From Tian's words, the staff member understood the Liu family's identity and relaxed her guard. The Liu family scanned the area, but found no sign of Xiao Anning. And Liu Yiruo furrowed her brow in displeasure. Who are you? Where is Xiao Anning? What is your relationship with him? Are you his mistress? Xiao Anning, without hesitation, hurled accusations. The staff member, initially cheerful at encountering Tian's family, was taken aback by the sudden hostility. Yet, recalling Xiao Anning's connection with the boss, she could only smile and clarify. No, ma'am, you misunderstand. Mr. Xiao is meeting with our boss, so I'm temporarily looking after little Tian. She produced her work ID to verify her identity. Upon seeing the ID, the Liu family relented. However, Xiao Anning skeptically remarked, what business could Xiao Anning, with such little ability, possibly have with your boss? Surely he hasn't been deceiving your boss? The staff member was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. What? Did I hear that correctly? This is family? Is this how a family talks to each other? Before she could ponder further, Liu Zijia's eyes were fixed on the mechanical dog beside Tian, nearly bursting with excitement. I want that toy too. Only then did the Liu family take notice of the mechanical dog beside Tian. They had previously seen it in the display case, priced at a staggering 10,000. Moreover, having just spent a staggering 18,000, their hearts were already bleeding. Thus, it was utterly inconceivable for them to spend any more on Liu Zijia. My dear Zijia, this toy is far too expensive. Why not play with Tian instead? Wenling softly reassured her son, purposefully redirecting his desires towards Tian. No, I refuse to play with someone else's toy. I want this toy to be mine. This little rascal, with a mischievous streak, was further influenced by his mother's guidance. Lu Zijie rushed forward, shoving Tian aside and seizing the mechanical dog. Tian, being smaller than Lu Zijie and a girl at that, was easily toppled over, landing on her arm and scraping a considerable patch of skin. What are you doing? The young lady responsible for supervising Tian immediately erupted in anger. Even if you are relatives, this is no way to behave. She quickly crouched down, her heart aching for Tian as she noticed the blood oozing from her wound. Sister, I'm fine. Tian managed to muster a smile, despite the tears welling in her eyes, in an effort to reassure the young lady. You dear child, why do you act so mature for your age? The young lady gently stroked Tian's head. After a brief interaction, she genuinely grew fond of this obedient and sensible little girl. Initially, when Zhao Xiaocheng had asked her to look after the child, she had been quite reluctant, anticipating a difficult and unruly child. However, as they spent time together, Tian proved to be endearingly thoughtful, always concerned about not causing trouble for the young lady. Though they began their acquaintance with a certain awkwardness, they gradually became good friends. The young lady truly cherished Tian. You, apologize to your sister, the young lady demanded, her voice firm. I absolutely will not. She is just a nasty little girl. I refuse to apologize to her. Bah. Lu Zijie not only refused to apologize, but also spat at the young lady and Tian. The Lu family merely observed, showing no intention of intervening. Are you not going to do anything? This is exceedingly rude. The young lady stepped back, holding Tian to the side as she looked toward Lu Wenbo and his wife. Do not speak nonsense. Our Zijie is the most polite and well-behaved child. Wenling retorted with dissatisfaction. Very well. In just that one statement, the young lady understood the reason behind such a troublesome child. It was due to a pair of unruly parents. With the Lu family unconcerned, the young lady turned to Lu Yiruo. Tian's mother, your daughter has been pushed down by him, and you are not going to do anything? Lu Yiruo, appearing indifferent, replied coolly, children play and bump into things. It's quite normal. The young lady was taken aback. Is this what you call normal? Anyone with eyes can see it was bullying. She was at a loss for words. It dawned on her that this entire family lacked any sense of normalcy. Tian, let us go. I will take you to find your father. The young lady took Tian by the hand, intending to retrieve the mechanical dog. This is mine. Lu Zijie lunged at her like a rabid dog protecting its food, biting down on the young lady's hand. Ouch! The young lady quickly withdrew her hand, glaring at the Lu family in fury. This child is like this, and you do nothing? This is outright robbery. What is wrong with our child? He displays great masculinity, showing no fear in front of adults. How commendable. Xie Huiran was adamant, unable to distinguish right from wrong. It's all family property. What's there to steal? Wenbo said nonchalantly. Lu Yiruo turned to Tian, speaking in a tone almost commanding. Tian, let your brother have this toy. You are too young to play with it. It will be a waste in your hands. Listen to that. Is this what a mother should say? The young lady felt her blood pressure spike, pointing at Lu Yiruo, exclaiming, Are you even a real mother? How can she not play with it? How is a waste? She adores this mechanical dog. Do you know why this little girl loves this mechanical dog? She told me. Her mother is allergic to animal fur. She sneezes at the slightest whiff. Yet she sees how much her mother adores small animals. So she wanted this mechanical dog to gift to her mother. It was important to note that Zhao Xiaocheng had instructed that Tian could have anything she desired today. Yet Tian had asked for nothing along the way. Barbie dolls, playhouse toys, dresses, and toy strollers. All things she loved, as evident from her eyes. But she remained silent until she encountered this mechanical dog. The little girl had stood before the display window for quite some time, and it was the young lady who impulsively purchased it. Otherwise, Tian would have left with nothing. Later, when the young lady asked why she liked the toy, Tian had given her the earlier response. At that moment, the young lady's heart melted upon hearing such a reason. How could there be such an understanding little angel? Her mother would surely be moved to tears upon learning of this. However, Lu Yiruo merely cast a disdainful glance at the mechanical dog and scoffed. It's too ugly. I don't want it. What the? The young lady couldn't help but curse. Sister, have you submerged your brain in water? This is your daughter's heartfelt intention. These people are sick. All right, you are all so impressive. This mechanical dog belongs to Tian. No one is taking it away today. The young lady resolved to defend Tian's dignity, even if it meant offending Tian's family and facing reprimand from her boss later. Suddenly, a slap rang out. Since you've been here pointing fingers since earlier, who do you think you are to meddle in our family affairs? You're merely a babysitter, acting like you're a big shot. Xie Huiran's face was filled with fury, ready to escalate things at any moment. Naturally, the young lady was undeterred. Having been careless earlier, but now she rolled up her sleeves, prepared to retaliate. However, the Liu family, being numerous and intimidating, would not allow her to act. Stop! Don't bully the sister. At a crucial moment, Tian stepped in front of the young lady, crying, I don't want the toy anymore. I'll give it to my brother. Just don't hit my sister, okay? Sister, let's go. I don't want the toy anymore. The young lady wished to protest, but upon seeing the tears streaming down Tian's face from fear, she held back. All right, I'll get you an even better one. Stop right there. At that moment, Xie Huiran spoke again. That girl's real mother is here. What right do you have to take her away? Go back and tell Xiao Anning that we taken Tian. Could the young lady possibly agree to this? This family showed no concern for Tian. Just as she was about to explode, Tian tugged at her shirt, her voice trembling. Sister, I'll go with my mother. You just go back and tell my dad. The young lady realized that Tian was afraid she would be punished. Very well, take this. It's a radio communication watch I use at work. You can call for me anytime within the park if you need me. The young lady removed her work watch, fearing Lu Zijia might covet it, and tucked it into Tian's clothing pocket. After bidding farewell to Tian, the young lady hurried to the office building to inform Xiao Anning. When a girl is angry and lacks an outlet for her frustration, it tends to fester within her. As she walked, her anger simmered higher, ultimately reaching a boiling point. Bang! The office door was kicked open with force. The three men inside were instantly taken aback, staring at the furious young lady, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zhao, where are the knives in your office? I need to borrow one. The young lady's face was filled with an air of vengeance. Zhao Xiao Cheng gulped nervously, pointing to his collection cabinet, which held various cold weapons. The young lady approached the cabinet, selecting the most suitable knife, her movements exuding confidence and determination as she wielded the samurai sword with flair. Three men huddled in a corner like quails. At last, the young lady chose the most convenient Nepalese curved dagger and prepared to leave. Wait. Xiao Anning finally regained his senses and hurriedly inquired, what do you intend to do? Where's my daughter? I'm going to slay those scoundrels and rescue Tian. The young lady declared, her words imbued with a heroic spirit reminiscent of ancient heroines. What scoundrels? Speak clearly, Xiao Anning responded, his anxiety escalating. With Xiao Anning's interruption, the young lady regained some composure and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her account, the three men could not suppress their indignation. How can such wretched relatives exist? I can no longer endure this. Come, Lao Fong, choose the weapon you deem most suitable, and let us go together. Zhao Xiuqing approached his collection cabinet, casually seizing a samurai sword, along with several other weapons placed before Fong Zheng. This is not right. What nonsense is this? Fong Zheng exclaimed, having surveyed the weapons. Just as he reached for a Han sword, he quickly realized, although this family was despicable, ultimately, it was Xiao Laodie's decision that mattered. With his head bowed in contemplation, Xiao Anning heard Fong Zheng call his name and promptly returned to the present. Observing the three men, one wielding a Nepalese dagger, another a samurai sword, and the last with his hand poised on a Han sword, he could not help but smile wryly. What are you all doing? Are you truly willing to jeopardize your futures for a family of miscreants? It is not worth it. Xiao Anning seized the weapons from their hands and spoke slowly. For such people, we must ensure they continuously lose that which they cherish most, leading them into despair through their losses. As Xiao Anning articulated these sentiments in a calm tone, an eerie chill swept over the other three present. Xiao Laodie, what have they done to you that incites such hatred? Fong Zheng could no longer contain his curiosity. Clearly, they have harmed my daughter. The events of Xiao Anning's past life were unspeakable. Even if he revealed them, who would believe him? The young lady, however, stood firmly in support of Xiao Anning, insisting that this family must pay a price. All right, you should first attend to your injuries in the infirmary. I apologize for the trouble you have endured. You have suffered an undeserved calamity. Xiao Anning gestured to the handprint on the young lady's cheek, fully aware of the nature of the Liu family, and thus trusted her words. Zhao Xiuqing quickly grasped the situation and addressed the young lady. Go ahead. I grant you a week of paid leave. Return as a supervisor. What? The young lady was taken aback. You're being promoted to supervisor just like that? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank your boss. Fong Zheng urged. The young lady, regaining her composure, expressed her gratitude profusely, ultimately reminding Xiao Anning to rescue Tian before heading to the infirmary. Now, allow me to confront that unscrupulous family. Xiao Anning stretched and prepared to confront the Liu family. They had no affection for Tian, and on family outings like these, there was no reason to include her. Thus, the Liu family's decision to detain Tian was merely a ploy to lure Xiao Anning out. After all, Louis Ruo had made numerous calls that Xiao Anning had ignored, so detaining Tian Tian was the only way to draw him in. Fang Zheng and Zhao Xiuqing also stood up. Chuckling, we too wish to witness this peculiar family. Clearly, they feared Xiao Anning might end up at a disadvantage, much like the young lady. Xiao Anning chose not to reveal this. However, since Fang Zheng had encountered the Lu family before, now was not the time to expose Xiao Anning's connection to him. Thus, Xiao Anning had to slightly compromise Fang Zheng's position. The location of the Lu family was not difficult to ascertain. The robotic dog was a conspicuous presence. Such an expensive item rarely changed hands and was incredibly eye-catching. Once they located the robotic dog, the Lu family would be easy to find. Soon, Zhao Xiuqing received a report from an employee confirming the Lu family's whereabouts with the robotic dog. Boss, they have gone to the haunted house, the employee reported. All right, understood. Continue monitoring them, Zhao Xiuqing instructed, hanging up before turning to Xiao Anning. To the haunted house, let's depart. Upon their arrival at the haunted house, they found a crowd gathered outside. From the onlookers, it became clear that the commotion had been instigated by the Lu family. This family was truly a walking scandal. Wherever they went, trouble seemed to follow. The situation was simple. Lu Zijia had been flaunting the robotic dog, which piqued the curiosity of several children his age. Lu Zijia, being rather stingy, refused to allow anyone near. Consequently, a quarrel erupted among the children. Such matters should not involve adults, but the Lu family was different. In a Lu family, Lu Zijia was the prince, and how could a prince allow himself to be bullied? Thus, the Lu family decided to discipline the children. Initially, the parents of the other children admonished their offspring for their lack of decorum, but upon witnessing the Lu family's unreasonable aggression, they could not remain passive. A scuffle ensued. Eventually, the matter resolved itself, with the other families leaving in a huff, leaving the Lu family behind. Upon learning of these events, Xiao Anning felt a surge of delight. He had been pondering how to ensnare the Lu family further, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Xiao Anning whispered a few words into Fang Zheng's ear. Fang Zheng's eyes brightened as he gave thumbs up. Brilliant. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Subsequently, Xiao Anning approached the Lu family. Upon noticing Xiao Anning's approach, Lu Wenbo did not even bother to greet him, coldly turning his head aside. Oh, who might this be? What wind brought you here? Xia Huiran quipped sarcastically. Lu Yiruo, incensed, marched over, raising her hand to slap Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning was no longer the same person he once was. He stepped back to evade the blow. Are you out of your mind? Attacking without provocation? Xiao Anning scorned. Am I out of my mind? I would like to ask you what your issue is. Why have you ignored our calls? Why didn't you cover our bill? What do you mean, Xiao Anning? Are you looking for a fight? If we can't settle this, we'll leave. Lu Yiruo shrieked like a shrew. I was on silent mode and didn't tea here, and the supreme card can only be used by me. You know that better than anyone. Were you not the ones who reported me for impersonating someone else as supreme card? Xiao Anning replied with a cold smile. The Lu family exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked this detail. How did you know we reported you? No, even if the supreme card cannot be used. You wouldn't help cover our bill? Lu Yiruo continued to press. Cover the bill? It seems that whatever you ordered after I left was on your own accord, right? I had already departed. So how could I pay for your meal? Xiao Anning retorted. Hearing Xiao Anning's response rendered the Lu family speechless, filled with a sense of helplessness and frustration. Observing the Lu family's dumbfounded expressions, Xiao Anning let out a cold snort and scanned the area. Where is Tian Tian? You summoned me here, but do not allow her to meet me. What does this mean? Lu Yiruo was taken aback, clearly realizing for the first time that Tian Tian was not present. Yet, she dismissively replied, she must be off playing somewhere. Xiao Anning, you've corrupted my daughter. She has picked up a slew of bad habits. Xia Huiran chimed in with mockery. Just like her father, he vanishes at a moment's notice. We'll just wait for that little brat to return and give her a good thrashing. No, Tian Tian is very well behaved. She wouldn't run off. Xiao Anning frowned, scanning the surroundings until, inadvertently, his gaze met Lu Zijia's. Lu Zijia's eyes instantly darted away in guilt. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Anning, as memories of his previous life surged uncontrollably in his mind. He stepped forward, grasping Lu Zijia's neck and lifting him up, his eyes reddening with fury. You little wretch! What have you done to Tian Tian? Lu Yiruo grasped Xiao Anning's arm, striking and slapping with an expression of urgency. Xiao Anning, her face marred by disappointment, turned to Lu Yiruo and said, You're not worried about Tian Tian being lost, yet you're so anxious about this little brat? She's a child of considerable size. How could she possibly get lost? She must be playing somewhere mischievously. Let go of me quickly, Lu Yiruo retorted. What a laughable mother. She seemed utterly oblivious to her daughter's true nature. Tian Tian mischievous? Anyone who has encountered Tian Tian would attest to her obedient and gentle demeanor. Yet in Lu Irua's eyes, this daughter was nothing but a troublemaker. Lu Wenbo and Wen Ling were equally frantic. Seeing their son treated this way by Xiao Anning, they lunged forward, claws bared. Zhao Xiuqing, anticipating the commotion, deftly waved his hand, and the amusement park security swiftly restrained Lu Wenbo and Wen Ling. Let go! Let go! Are you blind? Can't you see he is bullying my son? Lu Wenbo struggled violently, but to no avail. Under Zhao Xiuqing's orders, the security remained impervious to his pleas. Lu Zijia, paralyzed by fear, could not comprehend why the usually submissive Xiao Anning, deemed a weakling by his parents, suddenly dared to lay hands on him. I don't know anything. Though frightened, the little brat was remarkably clever. At this moment, he could not afford to admit anything. Not saying anything, huh? Xiao Anning raised her hand, ready to slap Lu Zijia. Xiao Anning. Zhao Xiuqing's voice suddenly rang out, gently shaking his head at her. In an instant, Xiao Anning regained her composure, realizing that the onlookers were fixated on her. The fear of public opinion loomed large. Had she struck Lu Zijia, even if justified, she would have lost her ground. Fortunately, Zhao Xiuqing had timely intervened. Zhao, could you please check the surveillance footage? Xiao Anning, having calmed herself, released Lu Zijia. She aimed to retaliate against the Lu family, yet she could not afford to bring trouble upon herself. Upon witnessing Xiao Anning let Lu Zijia go, the Lu family surged forward, tenderly patting Lu Zijia as if he had suffered some inhumane treatment. Xiao Anning, this matter is far from over. You dare to lay hands on my son. I will ensure you pay for this. Lu Wenbo's eyes gleamed with menace. Of course, it's not over. Xiao Anning's hostility intensified. If anything were to happen to Tian Tian, I will make sure your entire family pays the price. Remember, I mean your whole family. The accumulated resentment from 2 lifetimes was not something a man like Lu Wenbo could withstand. In an instant, he felt a chill creep down his spine. You're talking nonsense. My son has already said it has nothing to do with him. Yet you persist. Lu Wenbo, realizing he could not match her ferocity, resorted to familial ties. I am Tian Tian's father. That single declaration left Lu Wenbo speechless. At that moment, Zhao Xiuqing returned with the staff. We reviewed the surveillance footage. The child entered the haunted house with others, but did not come out. The surveillance inside the haunted house is not comprehensive. So we need to search thoroughly to locate the child, Zhao Xiuqing explained. The haunted house in the amusement park was vast and well soundproofed. The cries of the child could not penetrate outside, and the search would take some time. The greatest fear was that Tian Tian might encounter an accident during this brief period. Then let us begin the search. Xiao Anning felt relieved that the search could be narrowed down. However, before they could start, the previous female staff member rushed over with an ice pack. Something has happened to Tian Tian. She is locked in a cabinet, she exclaimed, her face a mask of urgency. How do you know? Zhao Xiuqing and Xiao Anning asked in unison. I was afraid they would bully Tian Tian again, so I gave her my staff watch. Just now, Tian Tian cried and contacted me, the young woman explained, handing another staff watch to Xiao Anning. The watch emitted Tian Tian's heart-wrenching sobs. Her cries so strained it was evident how terrified the little girl was. She was only 5 years old. In such a haunted house, even adults would be terrified. Tian Tian, it's Daddy. Don't be afraid. Can you tell me where you are? Hearing Xiao Anning's voice, Tian Tian's mood visibly improved. Daddy, I'm so scared. It's so dark, and there are many ghosts calling. She cried. Zhao Xiuqing's eyes widened in alarm. What is happening? The child is trapped inside. Why are the lights and sound effects still active? The staff responsible for the haunted house trembled, rushing back to the control room to turn off all lights and sound effects, switching on normal lighting. All right, Daddy has asked Uncle Zhao to stop the ghost sounds. Don't be afraid, it's all fake. Can you tell me where you are now? Xiao Anning, though frantic, tried to maintain a soothing tone. I'm not sure, but I remember there were figures from mythical stories in the last room. Tian Tian managed to articulate, fighting through her fear, knowing the previous room's characteristics. The staff quickly pinpointed Tian Tian's location. A group of them rushed into the haunted house. Just as Zhao Xiuqing was about to enter, he seemed to recall something, turning to the security and instructing, keep a close watch on this family. If one of them escapes, you all can forget about your jobs. With that, he dashed inside. They quickly located Tian Tian, who was trapped inside a prop cabinet. The cabinet door had been propped shut with a small iron rod, clearly a deliberate act. Soon, Tian Tian was freed from the cabinet. Daddy, she whimpered, her little face pale with fright, her lips devoid of color, trembling as she flung herself into Xiao Anning's embrace. Don't be afraid, it's all right now, Xiao Anning soothed, gently stroking her daughter's back. Did Lu Zijia lock you in there? Tian Tian nodded and timidly replied, Brother said I should hide in the cabinet to avoid the ghosts. And then? Then I was really scared, and I couldn't open the cabinet. Tian clearly hesitated, not revealing everything. This little girl was far too clever and sensible. Aware of the consequences of being too explicit, Xiao Anning refrained from pressing her further, knowing it was Lu Zijia who had lured Tian into the cabinet. A furious group emerged from the haunted house. Xiao Anning immediately confronted Lu Zijia, demanding to know why he had locked Tian away. Lu Zijia, of course, denied any wrongdoing. Tian said it herself. You made her go into the cabinet, Xiao Anning asserted. You believe her just like that? This little girl is clearly making things up. My son Zijia is a good boy. He would never do such a thing. Xiao Anning defended Lu Zijia staunchly. Indeed, Zijia is the older brother. He would never do such a thing, Lu Iruo chimed in. Xiao Anning, taken aback, asked, So you're implying that Tian is lying? You don't trust your own child, but believe him? Lu Iruo was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a question from Xiao Anning. No, I just don't want to falsely accuse Zijia. It would leave a significant psychological shadow on him. Xiao Anning laughed derisively. You're worried about giving him a psychological burden, yet you haven't considered whether Tian in the pitch-black cabinet might be suffering the same? Stop talking nonsense. If you claim Zijia locked Tian in there, present your evidence. You can't just take this little girl's word for it and throw blame on my son. Lu Wenbo said with a look of helplessness. You want evidence? Of course I have it. The young woman suddenly stepped forward, removing Tian's staff watch. The evidence is right here. She raised the watch high. When Zhao designed this staff watch, he specifically included a recording function to prevent misunderstandings between staff and customers. The dialogue from that moment is all recorded here. We can listen together. In that instant, the young woman appeared truly magnificent, commanding respect even from Xiao Xiuqing and Xiao Anning. Zhao, you didn't know about this feature you designed? Xiao Anning observed Xiao Xiuqing's expression of deep admiration and could not help but inquire. I completely forgot. I merely mentioned it in passing. Xiao Xiuqing scratched his head, uncharacteristically displaying a sheepish smile. All right, you, the big boss, are burdened with countless responsibilities, Xiao Anning replied, speechless. Shortly thereafter, the recording was retrieved by a young lady, who played it at full volume for all present to hear. Xiao Tian, if you enter this cabinet, the monsters 1T be able to find you. Brother, what about you? I'll go to another place. Then came the sound of the cabinet door closing, secured by a metallic latch. Brother, please don't lock the door. I'm scared. Haha, you little rascal. This is what you get for following us. We're out for a family outing, and your presence is quite bothersome. So, you shall remain here. Following this, there were desperate knocks on the door and heart-wrenching cries from Tian. Those present felt profound sympathy for the young girl. The resounding knocks in the recording were strikingly loud. It was hard to fathom the extent of strength this delicate girl mustered in such a distressing situation. Xiao Anning looked at Tian's hands with concern, noticing they were swollen. He pulled his daughter into a deep embrace, murmuring, Rest assured. Daddy will ensure you get your revenge. Upon hearing the recording, the crowd launched a vehement condemnation of the Lu family. Such malicious thoughts at such a tender age. What will become of them when they grow up? He is merely a minor, a budding flower of our nation, so let him remain as such. Such children are simply lacking in proper upbringing. This is his own sister. Upon hearing numerous people denounce her precious grandson, Xia Huiran instantly transformed into a fierce matriarch, ready to confront 10 opponents single-handedly. Malicious? I see no malice greater than your words. He is still a child. How could he harbor any ill intent? What does a child understand? He is still so young. How shameful for you adults to hold a grudge against a child. Our Zijia was merely joking. Who told that girl she couldn't take a joke? At this, Xiao Anning was left speechless by Xia Huiran's fervor. Truly remarkable. Though every word was a spurious argument devoid of reason, it nonetheless left others speechless, seething with indignation. Lu Wenbo observed the crowd's stunned expressions with immense satisfaction. What does it matter if there is evidence? Isn't it quite normal for children to engage in playful scuffles? At that moment, Fang Zheng approached Xiao Anning. Everyone has arrived. Shall we proceed as planned? No, let us alter the plan. I no longer want Lu Wenbo to pay. I want to give Lu Zijia a good beating. Xiao Anning declared furiously. Adults beating children? That wouldn't reflect well, and if they decide to sue you, there will be no escaping it. Fang Zheng cautioned Xiao Anning to reconsider. I am fully aware. Though I truly wish to take matters into my own hands, Xiao Anning ground his teeth as he continued to speak with Fang Zheng. This isn't a significant issue. As long as no one dies, it should be fine, Fang Zheng reassured. Meanwhile, the Lu family, seeing they could not be challenged, prepared to leave brazenly. Stop. Several parents of the children who had previously fought Lu Wenbo stepped forward. You again, what do you want? Do you wish to fight once more? Lu Wenbo regarded these parents with disdain. He had realized during the earlier skirmish that they had never truly engaged in a fight. In fact, when they were entangled, their hesitance to act revealed their fear of getting into trouble, resulting in him overpowering them alone. If it happened again, he wouldn't be afraid. We do not seek a brawl. It is these two comrades who wish to speak with you. One of the parents sidestepped, allowing two uniformed officers to approach. Lu Wenbo, you're being accused of personal injury and assault. We are here to investigate the situation. The uniformed officer saluted first, then succinctly stated their purpose. Lu Wenbo, previously arrogant, instantly wilted. Officers, you must be mistaken. There were clearly more of them than me. How could I have assaulted them? At this moment, Lu Wenbo was no longer brash. You are mistaken. The amusement park surveillance confirms that you initiated the altercation, while these parents were merely defending themselves. The officer continued, furthermore. One parent exhibited symptoms of vomiting and dizziness, which the amusement park's medical station has preliminarily diagnosed as a concussion. Of course, we will seek a formal diagnosis at a proper hospital. Should a concussion be confirmed, it constitutes a minor injury, leading to detention of no less than 5 days and no more than 10 days, alongside a fine ranging from 200 to 500 yuan. The officer continued, this is not a grave matter, so I suggest you settle this privately. The uniformed officer was efficient, quickly elucidating the situation and its consequences to Lu Wenbo. Upon hearing the fine was so minimal, Lu Wenbo's anxiety dissipated. Is that all? No need for private settlement. It's just 5 days in detention. That's nothing. The officer furrowed his brow. Are you admitting to assault? I must warn you, once convicted, it will be recorded in your file for life. This is not merely your personal matter. It will also affect your future children. Because of your actions, your child will be unable to enlist, take civil service examinations, or participate in any state-related projects. Are you certain you do not wish to settle privately? To handle someone like Lu Wenbo, one must target their vulnerabilities. He himself was shameless and feared little, but once Lu Zijie was involved, the stakes changed. Wenling and Xiao Anning also grew anxious. This essentially blocked a significant portion of the child's future. We cannot allow a conviction. We cannot allow a conviction. Wenling clutched Lu Wenbo's arm tightly. We are willing to settle privately. Settle privately? Then you may negotiate amongst yourselves. Once an agreement is reached, simply sign a settlement acknowledgement, the uniformed officer stated. The Lu family shifted their gaze to the parents. Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant, and now they appeared utterly humble. This matter isn't that serious. You merely need to compensate a little, considering medical expenses, lost wages, care fees, nutritional expenses, and emotional distress. We can each settle for 10,000. And that brother with a concussion can receive 30,000. Is that unreasonable? One parent proposed. 4 individuals, 3 at 10,000 each and 1 at 30,000. That totals 60,000. The Lu family was taken aback. 60,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Xiao Anning exclaimed in shock. Robbing is not as swift as this. Another parent retorted with a cold laugh. Who told you to be so arrogant earlier? And that child, so overbearing, ready to strike at anyone who came near? What will happen in the future? No, 60,000 is too much. We cannot afford that. Wenling began to feign distress, attempting to negotiate a lower amount. However, the other side remained resolute. Either you pay, or you face conviction. Iru, think of something. This is your brother, the child you've watched grow up. Can you bear to see their future ruined? Wenling turned to Lu Iru. The intention was simple, to hope Lu Iru would ask Xiao Anning for money. However, Lu Iru, lacking funds herself, had no other recourse but to approach Xiao Anning. Just as Wenling anticipated, Lu Iru hesitated for a moment before seeking out Xiao Anning. Anning, about this 60,000 yuan, could you possibly assist? Lu Iru spoke softly. Xiao Anning scoffed, assist you? Then Tian would have suffered in vain? With such an overt hint, the Lu family understood perfectly. They had just held the upper hand, silencing the crowd. Yet now they found themselves compelled to apologize to Tian. This sudden turn of events felt more painful than death. Brother-in-law, Zijie should call you uncle. Wenling attempted to invoke familial ties, but Xiao Anning turned his head away in indifference. Uncle? Xiao Anning sneered inwardly. It seemed that this little rascal had never referred to him as uncle. Just like his scoundrel father, he had always called him by his name. Seeing Xiao Anning's resolute stance, Wenling had no choice but to grit her teeth and drag Lu Zijie before Tian, angrily commanding, apologize. Chapter 29. Children confronting children. An insincere apology, laden with reluctance, brimmed with resentment toward Xiao Anning and the parents of these children. It was because of these individuals that she felt compelled to coerce her own child into admitting fault. No, I refuse. Lu Zijie was obstinate. No matter how Wenling pressed him, He remained steadfast in his refusal to apologize. Lu Yiruo, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, Xiao Anning, enough is enough. When Ling has already expressed her stance, what more do you want? He is merely a child. Why engage in a quarrel with him? Engage in a quarrel? He has locked up your precious daughter. Are you truly siding with him? Xiao Anning glared at her, seemingly incredulous. Isn't Tian fine now? It was merely a child's prank. What enmity could exist among such young children? Besides, Tian was not seriously harmed. Lu Yiruo continued to defend Lu Zijia. A prank? Not harmed. Gulme, come and see. Xiao Anning seized Lu Yiruo and pointed at Tian's swollen little hand, exclaiming, look how swollen her hand is. Listen to her voice. She is crying hoarsely. This is your precious daughter. Upon witnessing Tian's red, swollen hand and hearing her hoarse call for her mother, Lu Yiruo felt a pang of guilt. Yet, she still spoke. May I apologize on behalf of Zijia? He is still young and does not understand. Tian is my daughter, and I naturally feel for her. But Zijia is, after all, Wenbai's child. We cannot make a scene. Moreover, we are family. We cannot allow outsiders to bully us. Would you not agree? Ha, ha, ha. Xiao Anning's fury was palpable as she repeated her laughter thrice, turning to Lu Wenbai's family. Is this your stance as well? Lu Wenbai and Wen Ling could feel Xiao Anning's wrath and hurriedly asserted, no. Zijia was in the wrong. He must apologize. Subsequently, the couple coaxed and cajoled until Lu Zijia reluctantly offered a half-hearted apology to Tian. Zijia has apologized. Now, give me the money, Lu Wenbai said eagerly. I have no money left. Have you forgotten? I previously mentioned that I invested all my funds in stocks. Oh, and I even got 2 membership cards. One is the Supreme card, and the other is an unlimited card for the enchantment bar. As she spoke, Xiao Anning produced the Supreme card and the unlimited card. You are deceiving me. Lu Wenbai erupted in anger, grabbing Xiao Anning by her collar. Xiao Anning remained unfazed, calmly stating, why are you so anxious? I never said I wouldn't assist you. Even without money, I have other means to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenbai slowly released his grip, skepticism written all over his face. What means do you have? Xiao Anning straightened her disheveled collar and confidently approached the parents, declaring, I understand your demands. To put it plainly, this incident arose merely from a playful scuffle among children. You are all upset because your children felt wronged, correct? The parents nodded in agreement. Indeed, that little brat deserves a beating. I heard he took the toy from someone else. And our children can't even look at it without getting beaten. Yes, I've never seen such a little hooligan. What are you implying? I know you're all family. No matter what you say today, it one team matter. 60,000, not a cent less. The parents were indignant, their collective outrage palpable. Xiao Anning spread her hands in resignation. But we have no money. If not, then you can charge him. At worst, he'll spend a few days locked up. You are all decent people, but my little brother is not the same. You witnessed how unreasonable he was just now. If he gets locked up, who knows how he will retaliate once he gets out. You are just ordinary folks. Can you handle such a ruffian? In the end, you will only suffer. The parents fell silent at her words. One finally spoke. What do you mean? Xiao Anning smiled slightly. My meaning is simple. This matter arose from children. So let the children resolve it themselves. We, as parents, shall not interfere. What say you? Upon hearing this, the 4 parents nodded in agreement. That does seem reasonable. No way. When Ling interjected hastily, those 4 will clearly let Zijia take a beating for nothing. Xiao Anning did not deny it. Instead, she asked, what harm can come from a child scuffle? The 2 options before you are simple. Either let Lu Zijia endure some bruises and reach a reconciliation, or you can hand over 60,000, and this matter will be settled. Having spoken, Xiao Anning cast an expectant gaze upon the Lu family, awaiting their decision. Come now. Will you choose money or your child? Regardless of the choice, both held equal significance for the Lu family. This was the punishment Xiao Anning devised for them. Why did the 4 parents so readily acquiesce to Xiao Anning's proposal? Because they were all, in fact, arranged by her, just as Lu Wenbai suspected. These 4 were merely ordinary citizens, adhering to the philosophy of avoiding trouble. They did not wish to provoke someone like Lu Wenbai, a known ruffian. Xiao Anning had instructed Fang Zheng to locate these individuals, reveal his identity as the owner of the enchantment bar, and promised them a reward of 10,000 each after the event, orchestrating this entire performance. In truth, their agreement to cooperate was not motivated by money. Rather, it stemmed from their fear of Fang Zheng's reputation. Fang Zheng was notorious throughout the city. Who did not know of his fearsome reputation? Faced with such a figure, who would dare refuse to cooperate? Had it not been for Tian being locked up, Xiao Anning would have merely aimed to financially ruin the Lu family. Now, however, she sought to allow Lu Zijia to experience some physical suffering. An adult cannot strike a child, but between children, there are no such constraints. The two uniformed officers frowned, stating, "We do not quite agree with your method of reconciliation, but seeing as both parties are children, if you all consent to this arrangement, we can allow it." With the uniformed officers having spoken, Lu Wanbai hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to abandon his child for the sake of money. Isn't it just a beating? 60,000 for a beating is worth it. Besides, Lu Zijia might not even lose. As the uniformed officers witnessed the signing of the reconciliation agreement, they deemed their presence unnecessary and left after advising not to go overboard. A group of children, all less than 30 years of age, even if they were to fight, how much trouble could they cause? Thus, they felt at ease leaving. Zhao Xiuqing instructed his staff to find a secluded location, and they awaited the unfolding drama. Lu Zijia took the lead, his unruly demeanor evident. He had never feared a fight, especially against opponents who had previously been defeated. However, when the four children from the opposing side entered, the Lu family was taken aback. Each of the four children held a solid wooden staff. No one had mentioned this was a prop match. "You are cheating. How can you use weapons?" Wen Ling was the first to object. "Who is cheating? Do we not agree beforehand that no weapons would be used? You could use them too. Besides, these are not weapons. They are merely small toys purchased from a park." The golden cudgel. Wen Ling was left speechless by the retort. Yet for the sake of the children, she angrily stood up to take Lu Zijia away, declaring, "No more fighting. I refuse to let this happen." To prevent the Lu family from intervening, Zhao Xiuqing had long arranged for a group of security personnel. Should the Lu family make any move, they would immediately suppress it. "What? Do you wish to breach the reconciliation agreement?" Zhao Xiuqing coldly inquired. "We." Lu Wenbai glanced at the written agreement, hesitating. At that moment, a scream from Lu Zijia echoed through the arena. Chapter 30, Nothing to Gain. These four young children were, after all, driven by their emotions. The grievances they had endured at Lu Zijia's hands came pouring out in that moment. Children, unburdened by any reservations, unleashed their full strength in their strikes. Regrettably, the child's strength remains insufficient. Despite the combined efforts of the four, Lu Zijia emerged with merely superficial injuries. Ultimately, a child is merely a child. Upon witnessing Lu Zijia bleed, instinctual fear gripped the four, and they instinctively retreated to the safety of their parents. Seeing this, Fang Zheng silently nodded towards the four parents. Receiving the unspoken cue, they stepped forward, declaring, "Let bygones be bygones. It is imperative that you keep a closer watch on this rascal in the future." With that, their task was complete, and they turned to depart with their children. At this moment, Lu Zijia was wailing inconsolably. While his physical wounds were minimal, an indelible shadow had settled over his psyche. It was likely that he would be haunted by nightmares for several nights to come. Xiao Anning was rather pleased with this outcome. In a previous life, Lu Zijia's torment of Tian Tian had been avenged, albeit to a minuscule extent. Now, unfettered from the constraints of security, the Lu family surged forward, encircling Lu Zijia with concern for his well-being. Lu Zijia emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, startled by the sudden encirclement, instinctively fearing another beating. "What is happening to him?" Zhao Xiuqing inquired in confusion. It is likely a stress response. He will be fine shortly." Xiao Anning replied with a cold smirk. She was all too familiar with Lu Zijia, a miscreant by nature. Though he appeared pitiful now, it would not be long before he reverted to his troublesome self. "Son, dear, what troubles you? Please do not frighten your mother," Wen Ling implored, tears glistening in her eyes as she grasped Lu Zijia's trembling hands. "Mom, it hurts all over." Upon recognizing his mother, Lu Zijia collapsed into Wen Ling's embrace, sobbing bitterly. Witnessing her son in such despair shattered Wen Ling's heart. A surge of anger welled within her as she pointed an accusing finger at Lu Wenbo, exclaiming, "Lu Wenbo, is 60,000 yuan more valuable than our son? Look at what they have done to Zijia. If you do not provide me with an explanation, we might as well abandon our lives." Lu Wenbo was momentarily stunned. When the choice of money was made, no one had opposed it. Now, he found himself unjustly blamed. Despite his grievances, he dared not unleash his frustration upon Wen Ling. Instead, he glared at Xiao Anning, gritting his teeth. "Are you satisfied now? Why did you spend the money? Why? If only you had kept the 60,000 yuan, Zijia would not have endured such torment." Observing the family's frantic state, Xiao Anning inwardly reveled in their distress. Yet, she maintained an outward facade of indignation, retorting, "I possess no foresight. How could I have known such events would transpire? Besides, a beating is far preferable to jeopardizing one's future, and it spared you from incarceration. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Wenbo was rendered speechless. Indeed, Had Xiao Anning not been present to offer advice, he might have found himself in jail by now. Ultimately, it is your lack of capability. Xiao Anning interjected with a derisive snort. If you had a few million, a fraction could have spared Zijia this suffering. I have never encountered such a useless uncle. Xiao Anning was left dumbfounded. Lu Wenbo and Wen Ling were not devoid of funds, and surely Xiao Anning possessed enough savings to cover the 60,000. Yet, none had suggested contributing to resolve the matter amicably. Now, with Lu Zijia injured, they instead blamed Xiao Anning for not being prosperous enough. Xiao Anning sought to stabilize her emotions, retrieving 2 membership cards from her pocket and declaring, yes, my uncle is inadequate. How about this? I possess a supreme card for the amusement park and an unlimited card for the mysterious bar. Wenbo, choose one as a consolation gift for Zijia. Upon hearing this, the Lu family, who had been comforting Lu Zijia, suddenly lit up with excitement, fixated on the 2 cards in Xiao Anning's hand. You are not jesting, are you? Lu Wenbo asked, disbelief etched on his face. Xiao Anning had never been this generous before. Do I appear to be joking? Select one. I need not elaborate on the benefits of the Supreme card, but allow me to introduce this unlimited card, she said, gently shaking the black and gold card in her hand. This is a limited card for the mysterious bar. Possessing it grants you complimentary drinks, and you will have access to a private booth. Each time you enter the bar, an announcement will proclaim the arrival of the esteemed guest, maximizing your prestige. What does the Lu family cherish most? Beyond wealth, is the face they present to society. Truth be told, the allure of the unlimited card had Lu Wenbo thoroughly captivated. Ultimately, he chose the unlimited card for the mysterious bar, knowing well the Supreme card was more suited for children. This outcome was entirely within Xiao Anning's expectations. With the unlimited card in hand, Lu Wenbo would undoubtedly frequent the bar, and the effects of alcohol would expedite the onset of his renal failure. Currently, the Lu family held onto the unprofitable stocks Xiao Anning had identified, along with a loan from Fang Zheng. These 2 ticking time bombs had been laid by Xiao Anning. Once they detonated, the Lu family would face inevitable bankruptcy. By then, when Lu Wenbo's renal condition was diagnosed, the financially destitute Lu family would be helpless as they witnessed his suffering. That would truly be despair. Unaware of Xiao Anning's machinations, Lu Wenbo reveled in acquiring the unlimited card, dismissing the incident involving his son, and resolved not to further complicate matters with Xiao Anning. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Anning took her leave with Tian. Zhao Xiuqing remained. As the Lu family finished comforting Lu Zijia and prepared to depart with a mechanical dog, Zhao Xiuqing appeared. I regret to inform you that you cannot take this mechanical dog with you. And you are? The Lu family had a vague recollection of Zhao Xiuqing, but not much else. He produced a business card and handed it over, stating, I'm the owner here. This mechanical dog is not for sale. It was a mistake made by our staff, and I must reclaim it. The Lu family stood dumbfounded at the sight of the business card. After a day spent in futility, they not only gained nothing, but also incurred nearly 20,000 in meal expenses and witnessed Lu Zijia's beating. At the moment the mechanical dog was taken away, Lu Zijia, who had just been soothed, erupted into another heart-wrenching wail, audible from a distance. The little rascal's inner turmoil had once again reached its breaking point. After Zhao Xiuqing left, he sought out Fang Zheng, engaging him in conversation about Xiao Anning. Brother Fang, what do you think of this Xiao Anning? He possesses such remarkable capabilities, yet comes from a family that struggles more than the average person, Zhao Xiuqing expressed, puzzled. Following the earlier events, he began to question Xiao Anning's background. He believed that with such talent, Xiao Anning could lead a much better life. In youth, who and T had their share of poor judgment. Fang Zheng remarked nonchalantly. Zhao Xiuqing nodded in agreement. Let it go. Regardless, Xiao Anning is my savior. Given the turmoil at the amusement park, I must inform my father. After decades of navigating society, he might discern whether Xiao Anning is truly competent or merely fortunate. Chapter 31, New Project. The next day, the price of Maotai liquor soared to 2,000. For the foreseeable future, it would stabilize at this level. Xiao Anning instructed Fang Zheng to liquidate all the Maotai liquor in his possession, purchasing at 1,000 per bottle and selling at 2,000 after deducting costs. Both Xiao Anning and Fang Zheng effortlessly netted a profit of 800,000. As Xiao Anning gazed at the 800,000 that had been deposited into his account, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Conversely, Fang Zheng stared at the incoming funds, on the verge of tears, regretting not investing more. Observing his distress, Xiao Anning attempted to console him. Brother Fang, there will be ample opportunities to earn in the future. Take your time. Contemplating for a moment, Fang Zheng handed over the bank card containing the 80,000 to Xiao Anning. Brother Fang, what are you doing? Xiao Anning was taken aback. Fang Zheng wore a serious expression as he addressed Xiao Laudi, saying, Here, take this money. After this incident, I am thoroughly convinced by you, my younger brother. From now on, if you tell me to head east, I shall never turn west. I only hope that you will have more lucrative ventures in the future and that you will always include your elder brother. Doubling the money in just 2 or 3 days. Who wouldn't be enamored of such a swift return? Moreover, my lending company is in dire straits, facing the looming risk of bad debts. As it stands, my outstanding bad debts have already exceeded 2 million, and it is highly likely that this money will not be recoverable. I dare not press too hard on the borrowers, fearing that I might drive them to desperation. Upon hearing Fang Zheng's words, Xiao Anning also adopted a serious demeanor. Brother, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say. Speak freely, my younger brother. Fang Zheng replied respectfully. Xiao Anning continued, while I have no qualms about helping your money, I must advise you to consider shutting down your lending company or converting your equity into cash and extricating yourself from it. The lending business has shattered countless families. It is fundamentally not a good trade. Furthermore, the government is poised to crack down heavily on such lending companies, and the future does not look promising. At this point, even Fang Zheng, despite his naivety, grasped Xiao Anning's implications. He bowed his head, lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that lending had inflicted pain upon many families, which is why he had endeavored to avoid employing violent measures during collections. Yet, this company was his brainchild, something he had nurtured with deep affection. The thought of relinquishing it was indeed difficult for him. Xiao Anning did not rush Fang Zheng into making a decision, but instead waited patiently. After a moment's deliberation, Fang Zheng gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, I shall heed your counsel. I will sell the company and step away." Hearing this, Xiao Anning smiled with relief. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to incur losses." With a plan already forming in his mind, Xiao Anning continued. "My suggestion to convert the company into cash stems from my own plans." Fang Zheng's interest was piqued. "Oh, have you devised a new project?" Xiao Anning nodded, retrieving a city map and pointing to a development in the western suburbs. "What do you think of this property?" Fang Zheng leaned in for a closer look, then grimaced in disdain. "What else is there to think? It's a failed project. Xiao Cheng informed me about this situation. The company that developed this property primarily engages in machinery production. This is their first foray into real estate, and they naively chose this cheap land in the western suburbs. As a result, their main business required funding, and with the project barely topped off and poor pre-sales, it was doomed to fail." Xiao Anning concurred with Fang Zheng's assessment. The location was indeed subpar, lacking essential amenities like hospitals and shopping centers. But what if a university town were constructed here? Xiao Anning suddenly circled an empty plot near the development. Fang Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped. If a university town were built here, this property would turn into gold. Fang Zheng looked at Xiao Anning in shock. "Is that accurate? This is a government project, and before it is made public, it remains strictly confidential. Even someone of Zhao Xiucheng's father's stature would not have access to such information." Xiao Anning nodded. He had meticulously organized all his memories from his past life and found himself recalling details with remarkable clarity. This was perhaps the benefit of being reborn. News of the University Town project was likely to emerge within a week. The government would convene a meeting, and once details leaked, the surrounding land and properties would skyrocket in value. Fang Zheng, filled with excitement, began pacing the room. This time was different from previous ventures. Those had been mere trifles, where losses would not bear significant consequences. However, this time, he would be risking everything. "Brother, there's no need to be so conflicted. You can allocate a portion of your funds to this endeavor." Xiao Anning observed Fang Zheng's apprehension and spoke up. "Damn it, conflicted? I'm not conflicted at all. I'm all in. I just declared I would follow your lead. I'll go sell the company right now." Fang Zheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Feeling such trust placed in him warmed Xiao Anning's heart. "Rest assured, brother, you will not suffer losses. You secure the funds, and I will reach out to Zhao Ge. This is too large a pie for just the two of us. We must not forget Zhao Ge, whose family is already entrenched in real estate." Right. We must not overlook Xiao Cheng. If we don't involve him, he might just sulk in a corner, cursing us." Fang Zheng laughed heartily. Soon, the two men parted ways, with Fang Zheng seeking funds while Xiao Anning went to find Zhao Xiucheng. The Zhao family, renowned in real estate, resided in a lavish villa complex that was inaccessible to Xiao Anning. With no choice, he dialed Zhao Xiucheng's number. "Xiao Laudi, what brings you here?" Zhao Xiucheng's voice radiated joy. After parting ways with Xiao Anning and the others the previous day, he had pondered the super roller coaster incident, growing increasingly alarmed. Upon returning home and sharing it with his father, even Zhao's father gasped, recognizing that if such circumstances were to unfold, it would plunge the entire Zhao family into an abyss. Xiao Anning had effectively saved the Zhao family. Zhao's father struggled to define Xiao Anning's fortune-telling prowess. having never encountered such a miraculous skill. Yet, the fact remained that Xiao Anning had salvaged the Xiao family, leading Xiao's father to insist that Xiao Xiucheng treat him with utmost respect. Thus, when Xiao Anning called, Xiao Xiucheng was genuinely pleased. Please, you are too kind. I merely need to discuss something with you. I'm at the entrance of your community, but I can't enter. Please have a word with the security. Xiao Anning explained. What? He dares to block Xiao Laudi? I'll have him fired at once. Xiao Xiucheng fumed. There's no need for that. It's merely his duty. No need to get angry. Just a word will suffice. Xiao Anning quickly interjected. All right, I'll speak to the guard. I'll come out to greet you. Without waiting for Xiao Anning to respond, Xiao Xiucheng hung up. Xiao Anning was left speechless. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, Xiao Anning? What are you doing here? Turning, he saw his former colleague Yang Han, a rival from his past. It's you. I'm here to find someone. Although they had previously been competitors, Xiao Anning felt that since he had resigned, their past grievances could be laid to rest, and perhaps they could even become friends. However, this was merely Xiao Anning's wishful thinking. Yang Han smirked disdainfully. You must be here looking for the boss since he moved here. Regretting your resignation? Wanted to come back. Xiao Anning frowned slightly, recalling that his former boss had indeed relocated, but he had not anticipated it would be to this place. I'm not here to find the boss. He replied coolly. Come off it. In this place, who else could you possibly know besides the boss? I've heard you didn't even search for another job after resigning. You looked so spirited when you left. I thought you'd found something better. And look where that got you. However, I must thank you. Had you not left, the boss would not have valued me. And I have since become the product department manager, claiming your former salary. Yang Han's mocking tone and condescending demeanor made Xiao Anning feel nauseated. Where had this arrogance been when they were colleagues? Just then, another figure emerged from the complex. Yang Han, who are you talking to? Chapter 32. Who is your father? Yang Han, who are you talking to? The newcomer was none other than Xiao Anning's former boss. Upon hearing these words, Yang Han approached with the eagerness reminiscent of a palace eunuch in ancient times, exclaiming, Boss, it's Xiao Anning. He seems to have found out your address from somewhere and has come to see you, hoping to return to work. Greetings, boss, Xiao Anning chimed in. He remembered the boss's amiable demeanor when he had resigned, hence he felt inclined to address him as such, even after leaving his position. However, Xiao Anning underestimated the potency of the saying, when a person departs, the warmth dissipates. Upon encountering Xiao Anning once more, the boss's gaze was laced with disdain. Oh, it's little Xiao. I heard that after you resigned, you didn't seek another job. I advised you against acting impulsively, and look at you now. What a predicament you find yourself in. Xiao Anning cast a glance at Yang Han, recognizing that the shift in the boss's attitude was undoubtedly instigated by this man's meddling. Yet, maintaining his composure, Xiao Anning replied, Boss, you misunderstand. I'm not here to seek employment. My friend resides here. At this, both Yang Han and the boss erupted into laughter. The boss scrutinized Xiao Anning from head to toe and scoffed. I never imagined that after your resignation, you would develop a sense of humor. It seems you've gained some vitality beyond just burying your head in work. However, you ought to be realistic. Consider the caliber of the residents here. Do you truly believe you can have friends living in such a place? My net worth only allows me to purchase the smallest villa here, let alone anything more. Yang Han chimed in with flattery. Boss, though the villa is modest, living here is enough to signify status and standing. What caliber of friends do you have that can reside here? Xiao Anning's expression grew increasingly cold as he retorted. The status of my friends is not for you to speculate upon. Furthermore, out of respect for our past as colleagues, let us not turn this chance encounter into something so awkward. Oh dear, is he seeking to save face? Yang Han laughed. The boss sighed, speaking earnestly, little Xiao. I would welcome you back into our family, but your previous position has been filled. Currently, we only have an ordinary salesperson role available for you. Of course, the job responsibilities will remain the same. You will work under Yang Han, and perhaps one day you can reclaim your former position. Xiao Anning let out a cold laugh, recognizing the boss's shrewd maneuvering, continuing the same work for the lowest wage. Excellent. Truly splendid. Initially, Xiao Anning had considered the boss's previous kindness as a potential for future collaboration, but it now seemed to be mere wishful thinking. The boss had treated him well only because he was a productive worker, never shirking his duties. Now that Xiao Anning had resigned, his true nature had been laid bare. Just then, Xiao Xiucheng arrived on his small electric scooter, approaching Xiao Anning. Xiao, these two are, he began, instinctively assuming they were Xiao Anning's friends. Observing Xiao Xiucheng on his scooter, Yang Han's disdain deepened. Xiao Xiucheng was slightly older than Xiao Anning, probably just over 30. At such an age, lacking a decent vehicle, Yang Han thought, Xiao Anning, your friend is just as much a failure as you are. Yang Han gleefully produced the key to his newly acquired BMW, waving it before Xiao Anning and Xiao Xiuqing. Xiao Xiuqing paused in surprise, quickly recovering. Do you know these two fools? Xiao Anning shook his head. Not at all. The boss, however, was displeased, his face hardening as he retorted, calling me a fool? What give you the right? Before you criticize others, perhaps you should consider your own worth. Xiao Anning, I overlooked past grievances to offer you a chance to return. And this is how you repay me? It's no wonder you become an unemployed drifter. Now that you wish to return, there's no way. Xiao Xiuqing. Taken aback, exclaimed Xiao, you want to work? Why didn't you say so? Come work at my dad's company. We'll pay you 100,000 a month, an annual salary of 2 million. Yang Han and the boss burst into laughter, clutching their sides. Riding a scooter and offering a 2 million salary. The boss wiped tears of laughter from his eyes and handed Xiao Anning 200 yuan, saying, take this for your friend. Perhaps a visit to a doctor would be beneficial. This situation cannot continue. He then turned to Xiao Xiuqing, mockingly inquiring, pray tell, what sort of company does your father run? A noodle shop or a wonton stall? Xiao Xiuqing shot him a disdainful glance, enunciating clearly. My father's company is called Xingxing Real Estate, and his name is Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning may not be a household name, but Xingxing Real Estate is a formidable entity in the entire East Province. Coincidentally, Xiao Anning's previous company specialized in renovations related to real estate. The boss's complexion drained of color, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Impossible. How could Xiao Anning possibly know the scion of Xingxing Real Estate? Moreover, Xingxing is worth billions. Would the Zhao heir really ride a scooter? Yang Han vehemently denied the possibility. Xiao Anning had always been a reserved worker, leading a simplistic life, shuttling between home and work without respite for leisure. Based on Yang Han's understanding of Xiao Anning, how could he have time to associate with such individuals? Even if he did, how could Xiao Anning possibly have the standing to befriend someone of that caliber? Xiao Xiuqing retorted, what's wrong with riding a scooter? Is it a crime? My home is far from the community entrance. Is it a problem that I ride a scooter to pick up Xiao Anning? Just then, a community security guard rushed over, apologizing. Mr. Zhao, I didn't realize this gentleman was indeed your friend. I'm terribly sorry. Xiao Xiuqing waved dismissively. It's fine. You were just doing your job. In that moment, the boss and Yang Han felt as though they had been struck by lightning, cold sweat soaking their backs. In the sweltering summer heat, they felt a chilling dread creeping over them. Xiao Xiuqing glanced at them, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, Xiao, your former company seems quite impressive. What kind of operation is it? I should have my dad look into it. It's odd I've never heard of such a company. No, please. The boss implored with a hint of desperation in his eyes. If Xingxing Real Estate targets us, our company will be utterly doomed. Forget it. There's no need to trouble uncle over a small, inconspicuous company. Let us move on. I actually have something important to discuss with you. Xiao Anning had no desire to remain entangled with these two. The boss let out a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Xiao Anning now filled with gratitude. Little Xiao. No, Xiu, Iapulujiza. I was deceived by that scoundrel Yang Han. After you left, he spoke ill of you. Watching the boss shift blame, Yang Han nearly wept with frustration. A scoundrel? You still dare to employ him? Xiao Xiuqing casually remarked as he carried Xiao Anning away from the scene. With a thud, Yang Han's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Xiuqing's casual comment felt like a death sentence. He had just purchased a car and was burdened with loans. Without a job, how would he survive? Boss, I've been utterly loyal to you. Yang Han attempted to salvage the situation. The boss merely cast a cold glance his way. Head to HR this afternoon and resign. Don't make this difficult for me. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiuqing queried, your former boss treats you this way, and you still cover for him? If my dad intervenes, he has finished. Xiao Anning shook his head. There's no need. Even without our intervention, this company won't last long. Xiao Xiuqing paused, quickly realizing, did you foresee this, brother? Xiao Xiuqing marveled. Your former company is truly blind. With a talent like you, it's only a matter of time before you soar. By the way, why did you want to see me today? Xiao Anning clarified. To be precise, I seek your father. There's a business opportunity that only your family can seize. I prefer it not to go to outsiders, so I wish to discuss it with your father, if he is interested. Chapter 33, Charity Auction. The two soon arrived at the Zhao family villa. Inside the villa, Xiao Anning proceeded to elaborate on the plans for the western suburbs. Xiao Xiuqing scratched his head, his expression betraying a hint of difficulty. I do have faith in your divination skills, but my father may not share the same conviction. Moreover, the stakes involved this time are exceedingly high. It is improbable that he would agree to invest based solely on your word. Xiao Anning nodded in understanding. I am aware of that, which is why I wish to make an effort. If it proves futile, we must accept that this lucrative opportunity is not meant for us. We shall take whatever we can. Xiao Anning had also prepared a contingency plan. Alongside the 800,000 that Fang Zheng had bestowed upon him, he currently possessed a total of 1,600,000 in funds. The stocks he had entrusted to Jiao Yang for management had also yielded modest returns recently, while they had not yet reached their pinnacle of profitability. He found himself in need of cash and would have to withdraw them for immediate use. Of course, all of this was undertaken as a backup plan in the event that Zhao Xiuqing's father disapproved. Seeing Xiao Anning's resolute demeanor, Zhao Yinghua, who was eager to meet the individual believed to be the savior of the Zhao family, prompted Zhao Xiuqing to contact his father. Zhao Yinghua readily agreed to the meeting, selecting a charity auction as the venue. According to Zhao Xiuqing's description, this charity auction was essentially a showcase for the wealth of various entrepreneurs in Long Island City. Each participant would present a treasured item for auction, with the proceeds entirely donated to the Hope Project. Thus, the value of the items presented became a subtle competition among the business magnates. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning instinctively remarked, "The auction will be held at the Weeping Willow Main Garden." "How did you know?" Zhao Xiuqing responded, astonished. "My father only received the location details this morning." Xiao Anning smiled without answering, as memories of his past life surged forth uncontrollably when the topic of the charity auction arose. "Previously, I had only a 30% certainty of persuading your father to invest. Now, I possess at least 80% confidence," Xiao Anning declared with conviction. Based on his recollections from his previous life, he knew that a significant event would transpire during this charity gala. Not far from the Weeping Willow Main Garden lay Antique Street, where a relatively obscure company would make its debut at this gathering. The owner of the small company, lacking any noteworthy treasures, would resort to purchasing an item on-site from Antique Street. Remarkably, he would end up acquiring an authentic piece by Tang Bohu, setting a historical auction record and catapulting his company to fame. This event would be fervently reported by both television and online media. Under Zhao Xiuqing's guidance, Xiao Anning soon arrived at the charity gala. The attendees were prominent figures, many of whom he had only seen on television before, now vividly present before him. Companies like Xingxing Real Estate had their own private booths. As he entered, Xiao Anning faced Zhao Yinghua for the first time. Although over 60, Zhao Yinghua stood tall, his face showing few signs of the passage of time. Having participated in numerous meetings over the years, there was an undeniable air of authority about him. Even while simply standing, "Welcome. Please have a seat. Do not be formal. Regarding the amusement park matter, I must extend my gratitude to you," Zhao Yinghua greeted warmly. Resembling a long-cherished elder, Xiao Anning's initial trepidation dissipated instantaneously, and after exchanging polite salutations, he took a seat. "I gather from Xiuqing's call that you have a business opportunity to discuss with me?" Zhao Yinghua inquired with a smile. "Indeed, the situation is as follows." Xiao Anning recounted the circumstances concerning the western suburbs once more. This time, however, he spoke with greater familiarity. After listening attentively, Zhao Yinghua leaned back on the sofa, his gaze deep and contemplative. "Do you have any reliable leads concerning the university town?" he asked. Xiao Anning shook his head. Zhao Xiuqing interjected, "Dad, I've already told you. Xiao is adept at foreseeing the future. How could he possibly provide leads?" "Ha." Zhao Yinghua turned his attention to Xiao Anning, speaking patiently. "May I call you Xiao?" Xiao Anning quickly nodded. "Of course, you are my elder." Zhao Yinghua continued. "Xiao, you understand that your uncle Zhao is a businessman. In business, one cannot rely solely on mere words to make decisions. It is a matter of respect for the enterprise and the employees who depend on it for their livelihoods. The prospect of a university town is indeed enticing. If your assertions hold true, the land in the western suburbs will soon be worth its weight in gold. However, all of this is merely conjecture." The use of the term conjecture indicated Zhao Yinghua's skepticism towards the existence of such extraordinary abilities as foresight. In truth, Xiao Anning's situation was far beyond mere foresight. He had been reborn. Despite being rebuffed, Xiao Anning remained undeterred, nodding in agreement. "I concur with Uncle Zhao. After all, we are discussing assets worth billions. It is unreasonable to make decisions based solely on my words. But I shall demonstrate my abilities to you." Zhao Yinghua raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What do you intend to prove?" "My capabilities, my foresight," Xiao Anning replied with a smile. "And how do you plan to prove this?" Zhao Yinghua inquired, intrigued. Xiao Anning gestured towards the auction venue and said, "At this auction, the treasure you intend to present is a piece from the blue and white imperial kiln, aiming for the top prize. Am I correct?" Zhao Yinghua did not deny it and nodded. "Indeed, but that is hardly a secret. Many are aware, including Xiuqing." Zhao Xiuqing quickly interjected, "I didn't say a thing." Xiao Anning continued, "While the blue and white imperial kiln is impressive, it will not secure the top prize. There is a company presenting a jade carving that will fetch a higher price. At this, Xiao Anning furrowed his brow slightly and promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate. This particular auction was of considerable importance to Xiao Anning. He needed to make a mark at this charity event to bolster his reputation ahead of a new real estate project in the latter half of the year. Before long, the person he dispatched returned with news. Just as Xiao Anning had predicted, a company had indeed registered a Ming Dynasty jade carving. Xiao Anning cast Xiao Anning a peculiar glance. Did he truly hit the mark? Could this young man possess genuine foresight? Yet he maintained a calm demeanor, stating, indeed, there is another piece of jade, but the true value will be revealed only at the auction. Unbeknownst to Xiao Anning, whether it be jade or porcelain, both would ultimately succumb to the painting by Tang Bohu. How about this, Uncle Xiao? I will also auction an item under the name of Xingxing Real Estate, ensuring that we secure the top prize. What do you think? Xiao Anning proposed. You possess a treasure as well? Xiao Anning scrutinized Xiao Anning. Noticing he bore no items with him, Zhao Xiuqing chimed in. Xiao, I brought you here, but I don't see anything of value on you. Xiao Anning smiled slightly. I don't have anything on me at the moment. I will simply purchase something from Antique Street shortly. Chapter 34, Buying a Painting. Buy it on the spot? Zhao Xiuqing exclaimed. Isn't that rather hasty? Even Zhao Yinghua's expression betrayed a hint of vexation. He felt Xiao Anning was being somewhat disrespectful, as if he were merely toying with him. Do you have experience with antiques? Zhao Yinghua questioned, eyeing Xiao Anning with skepticism. Given my background, how could I possibly have a means to study antiques? Xiao Anning chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon hearing this response, Zhao Xiuqing's irritation surged anew, and his regard for Xiao Anning plummeted. Very well, you may proceed, Zhao Yinghua replied coolly, lacking the warmth and familiarity from earlier, now replaced by a chilling distance. Zhao Xiuqing understood his father's demeanor. Such treatment indicated that Zhao Yinghua had lost interest in furthering a relationship with Xiao Anning. Indeed, the next moment, Zhao Yinghua addressed Zhao Xiuqing. Xiuqing, escort Mr. Shouting Antique Street. Remember to return promptly. There are many people you need to meet and connect with. The implication was crystal clear. He harbored no desire for his son to maintain any connection with Xiao Anning. The talents present here were far more worthy of Zhao Xiuqing's acquaintance. Dad, Zhao Xiuqing wished to speak a few kind words on behalf of Xiao Anning. Yet upon encountering Zhao Yinghua's unwavering gaze, all words were swallowed back, leaving him to simply nod in understanding. When Xiao Anning took his leave, he politely bid farewell to Zhao Yinghua, who merely responded with a cool nod. Once outside the auction venue, Zhao Xiuqing could no longer contain his grievances. Brother, your behavior is tarnishing my father's impression of you. Xiao Anning smiled faintly. I am aware. You know, then why act this way? My father initially had a particularly favorable impression of you. Just look at his demeanor now. Zhao Xiuqing lamented, his face clouded with frustration. Although he felt a pang of annoyance at Xiao Anning's lack of decorum, he could not bring himself to voice any harsh words. For Xiao Anning was his savior. Xiao Anning remained unfazed, calmly responding, Rest assured, Uncle Zhao's reaction is entirely natural. If it were anyone else, they might have already thrown me out. The process may have been unpleasant, but as long as I can prove myself, that is what truly matters. Observing Xiao Anning's confident demeanor, Zhao Xiuqing's irritation began to dissipate. Are you truly confident in acquiring the treasure? The blue and white porcelain in my family is valued at around 10 million. In a place like this auction house, it could fetch up to 12 million, Zhao Xiuqing cautioned. Yes, I am aware. It will ultimately conclude at 13 million, Xiao Anning replied casually. What? Zhao Xiuqing abruptly slammed on the brakes, incredulity washing over him as he stared at Xiao Anning. Did you really calculate that? If it's true or false, we shall find out this afternoon. Let us go. If we delay, my treasure might be snatched away, Xiao Anning urged. As Zhao Xiuqing restarted the car, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Anning, his gaze akin to that of someone observing an eccentric. Soon, they arrived at Antique Street. Just as they stepped out of the car, Zhao Xiuqing received a call from Zhao Yinghua. After answering, he turned to Xiao Anning with an apologetic expression. I understand. You can head back. I will manage on my own from here, but please inform the auction house in advance that I will participate under the name of Xingxing Real Estate, Xiao Anning instructed. Zhao Xiuqing nodded and drove away. Watching the car disappear, Xiao Anning smiled to himself. It seems Uncle Zhao holds a significant opinion of me after all. With that thought, Xiao Anning entered Antique Street. Relying on his memory, he effortlessly found a stall selling paintings. Coincidentally, the small company that had purchased the painting in his previous life was also present. This company, founded by a few young individuals, was currently deliberating on what to buy for the auction, as everything at this stall appeared genuine. Xiao Anning approached and feigned interest in the items. The antique sellers were astute. If you expressed interest in something right away, the owner would surely charge you exorbitantly. After much deliberation, Xiao Anning finally turned to the owner. Could you recommend something? I wish to present a gift to an elder who has a fondness for antiques. Upon hearing this, the owner beamed with delight. Ah, you've come to the right person. For an elder, calligraphy and paintings are the perfect choice. They showcase refinement. As he spoke, the owner exhibited several ancient paintings and calligraphic works, among which was an authentic piece by Tang Bohu. Xiao Anning did not reveal his interest immediately. Instead, he engaged in a few rounds of negotiation with the owner before settling on that painting. In the end, the owner initially demanded a hefty sum of 100,000, but Xiao Anning managed to haggle it down to 80,000 before finalizing the purchase. By the time he completed his transaction, the young men from the small company were still undecided about their purchase. They appeared even younger than Xiao Anning and were participating in the auction in hopes of gaining recognition for their company and attracting investment. Xiao Anning felt a twinge of guilt for intercepting their opportunity and resolved to assist them in the future if the chance arose. After leaving Antique Street, he made his way back to the auction venue and handed the painting to the appraiser. Are you the Mr. Xiao Anning that Mr. Zhao Xiuqing mentioned? The appraiser inquired, taking the painting and immediately shaking his head in disappointment. The moment I touched this scroll, I could tell something was amiss. Generally, an authentic ancient painting scroll is not made of ordinary wood. This scroll feels light, the wood is loose, clearly of cheap quality. Young man, I hear you bought this in Antique Street. It's best to avoid such places. True treasures are exceedingly rare there. After a cursory examination, the appraiser held little hope. Yet, out of professional courtesy, he opened the scroll and began to scrutinize it with a magnifying glass. Just moments later, he set down the magnifying glass in dismay. There's no need to look further. This is a rough imitation, with careless handling of details. It's obviously fake. Youth, the antique trade is profound. It's wise not to become overly immersed in it, he concluded, having deemed the painting a counterfeit. However, Xiao Anning remained unperturbed. He stepped forward, stroking the surface of the painting, and with a hint of a smile, remarked, Master, do you not find this scroll to be thicker than the usual ones? Thicker? The appraiser furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he returned to the painting and began to feel its surface carefully. The more he touched, the more his expression transformed. Within mere seconds, he displayed a myriad of emotions, ultimately bending over the scroll as if to press his eyes against it. So that's it. The appraiser exclaimed excitedly. The surface painting is merely a distraction. The true artwork lies within the layers of this paper. Although he had yet to extract the painting, the effort taken to conceal it implied its immense value. The appraiser promptly retrieved his tools and meticulously cut open the scroll, revealing the genuine piece nestled within. As the original artwork came to light, the appraiser trembled with excitement. Indeed, the style, the brushwork, this is undoubtedly an authentic piece by Tang Bohu. The appraiser, exhilarated like a child, looked at Xiao Anning with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Young man, how did you discover the true artwork hidden within the layers? Chapter 35, The Auction. It was my oversight. I did not expect someone so young to possess such profound knowledge of antiques. The appraiser apologized for his earlier skepticism. Xiao Anning waved his hand dismissively. I am no expert in appraisal. I was merely fortunate this time. I once read a book stating that during the turmoil of war, many concealed genuine pieces by creating forgeries and hiding the originals within the layers to evade detection. I simply applied this knowledge when searching at the antique market, and to my surprise, I found one. Upon hearing this, the appraiser enlightened. So that is how it is. But this also speaks to your skill. Luck is indeed a part of competence in the antique trade. After the painting was authenticated as genuine, the next step was to go through the necessary procedures to auction it under the name of Xingxing Real Estate. In his previous life, this painting fetched an astronomical price of 50 million. Xiao Anning had considered utilizing this painting for a charitable auction, selling it outright, and subsequently acquiring numerous properties in the western suburbs. However, he ultimately dismissed this plan. The connections Zhao Yinghua possessed were far more valuable than 50 million. He aspired to establish his own company and build a commercial empire, and networking was essential. Moreover, he would not be offering his services to Xingxing Real Estate without compensation. Xingxing Real Estate was not only involved in property development, but also managed many commercial office buildings, which he could directly approach when he opened his company. After completing the necessary procedures, Xiao Anning found a spot in the public area and awaited the commencement of the auction, opting not to join the private box of Xingxing Real Estate. At present, Zhao Yinghua remains incensed, and Xiao Anning's visit seems to be an exercise in futility. Meanwhile, within the confines of the private room at Xingxing Real Estate, Xiao Cheng has been preoccupied since his return, fretting over whether Xiao Anning successfully acquired the desired antique. He cannot shake off the concern regarding the authenticity of the purchased item. As a father, he observes every action of his son. Xiao Anning breaks the silence, inquiring, "What troubles you? Still worried about that Xiao Anning?" "Father, Xiao is not intentionally trying to upset you. He simply speaks his mind, stating the outcome as he perceives it." Xiao Cheng defends his friend. Xiao Anning sets aside his book, his voice laced with gravity. "Do you still believe he possesses the gift of prophecy? Did you not hear the utter nonsense he spoke earlier? It is utterly preposterous. What if he is indeed correct? Xiao Anning even predicted the exact transaction amount for our blue and white porcelain. 13 million. Xiao Cheng interjects. Did he truly say that? Xiao Anning chuckles derisively. If Xiao Anning possesses such abilities, I shall personally apologize to him. At that moment, the auction commences officially. The lights in the hall dim abruptly, followed by several spotlights illuminating the stage. After a few opening remarks from the host, the bidding begins. One exquisite item after another is auctioned off, and soon it is time for Xing Real Estate's blue and white porcelain piece. The crowd exhibits great enthusiasm for this item, and fierce bidding ensues, with the price soaring rapidly, reaching the 10 million mark in the blink of an eye. Inside the private room, Xiao Anning nods in satisfaction. With such fervent bidding, the final price will surely exceed 13 million. Xiao Cheng remains silent, pondering whether Xiao Anning might have erred this time. Just as doubts creep in, the pace of bidding suddenly decelerates. Xiao Anning's heart drops, the tension mounts. 11 million, 11.2 million, 11.4 million. The increments shrink from hundreds of thousands to mere tens of thousands, causing Xiao Anning to sweat profusely. Had it not been for the seller's inability to participate in the bidding, he would have shouted out his own offers. As anticipated, when the price reaches 13 million, the bidding comes to a halt. Congratulations to bidder number 47 for securing the blue and white porcelain at the price of 13 million. With the auctioneer's final gavel, Xiao Anning is thrown into disarray. 13 million. Is there truly such a remarkable individual in this world? He sighs in disappointment. According to Xiao Anning's prediction, we are certainly unable to clinch the top prize. With that, Xiao Anning prepares to leave in disillusionment. He had hoped to leverage the excitement of victory to promote his new property development, potentially saving a significant amount on advertising. It appears that he must now bear the full cost himself. "Father, did Xiao Anning not assure us he would assist? Perhaps we should wait a little longer?" Xiao Cheng suggests. "Alas, I no longer doubt Xiao Anning's abilities, but the antique trade is fraught with pitfalls. He is merely a novice. It would be remarkable if he doesn't fall victim to deceit, let alone assist us," Xiao Anning responds. Nonetheless, despite his verbal skepticism, he ultimately sits back down, quietly observing the conclusion of the auction. Subsequently, a jade carving surpasses the blue and white porcelain, concluding at a staggering 15 million. Xiao Anning is utterly crestfallen. They have indeed lost. At that moment, the auctioneer announces, "All items scheduled for today's auction have been sold. However, we have recently received an extraordinary artifact." The crowd buzzes with anticipation. Without further ado, let us present the treasure, a genuine piece by Tang Bohu, provided by Xing Real Estate. With a starting bid of 20 million, gasps of astonishment ripple through the audience. The opening bid alone eclipses today's highest price. The Zhao father and son, who were about to leave, turned back in disbelief. Did the auctioneer just say Xing Real Estate? Xiao Anning struggles to comprehend. Yes, it must be Xiao Anning. He has done it. Xiao Cheng exclaims, bouncing with excitement. As the auction begins anew, bids escalate. 25 million, 27 million, 31 million. The frenzy of bidding ensues, and it becomes increasingly certain that Xing Real Estate will claim victory. Xiao Anning strides forward to the glass window of the private room, unable to believe his eyes as he witnesses the unfolding events on stage. He has truly done it. In this moment, the worldview of Xiao Anning, who has lived for 60 years, shatters. Xiao Anning's figure looms larger and more enigmatic in his mind. I knew it. Xiao Anning is not one to indulge in fanciful tales. "Father, today our Xiao family owes another favor to Xiao Anning." Xiao Cheng seizes the moment, hinting at the possibility of accommodating Xiao Anning regarding the West Suburb project. "Indeed, we must repay this kindness." Xiao Anning responds with a smile. Chapter 36. A Change of Heart. Xiao Anning never anticipated that everything Xiao Anning had predicted would come to fruition. He has located a multi-million-dollar antique with remarkable ease. One could describe his prophetic abilities as extraordinary. "Xiao Cheng, could you please reach out to Xiao Anning?" Xiao Anning inquires. That's feasible. But you must consider how to apologize to him. Your previous dismissive attitude was glaringly apparent. Zhao Xiaocheng replies with a hint of reproach. Frankly, he has never been fond of his father's demeanor. Throughout his life, he has prioritized the value of friendships, and while Xiao Anning refrains from overt interference, he coldly regards anyone he deems without merit. Over time, it became well known among Zhao Xiaocheng's peers that he had a father difficult to please, and as a result, few friends dared to visit their home, leaving him troubled. After growing up and establishing the amusement park, Zhao Xiaocheng found solace in spending his time there, relishing the autonomy to make friends without his father's scrutiny. Sensing his son's discontent, Xiao Anning finds himself at a loss for words, acknowledging his fault. Rest assured, when Xiao Anning arrives, I shall be the first to apologize. In an unusual display of humility, Xiao Anning's tone softens. Zhao Xiaocheng gazes at his father in astonishment. This is the first time he has heard his father utter the word apology, especially directed towards one of his friends. It is nothing short of miraculous. Uncle Xiao, there is no need for apologies. What I said earlier may have been difficult for anyone to comprehend. Xiao Anning interjects as he steps into the room. Xiao, you need not explain. It was my own superficiality. I apologize, Xiao Anning states earnestly. At 60, he genuinely bows an apology to a young man who is not yet 30. Xiao Anning quickly steps forward to assist Xiao Anning. Uncle Xiao, please. I truly was not upset. I returned quite late and feared I would intrude, so I participated in the auction from the public area. Hearing this, Xiao Anning feels an overwhelming gratitude. He recognizes that Xiao Anning is extending him a courtesy. His fondness for Xiao Anning escalates rapidly. Good lad, do stay over tonight. Let's dine out. I cannot allow you to address me as Uncle Xiao without a proper meal together. It is the perfect opportunity to discuss the West Suburb project. Xiao Anning clasped Xiao Anning's hand tightly, resolute not to let him slip away again. Given the charity auction's success, Xingsheng Real Estate cannot avoid a round of interviews. Xiao Anning must attend to this matter, asking Xiao Anning and Zhao Xiaocheng to wait for him to finish. Brother, you truly are my dear brother. How did you acquire such remarkable abilities? Did you employ the celestial stems and earthly branches, or perhaps the intricate patterns of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams? Your calculations are astonishingly precise. You can even discern the authenticity of antiques. Why not impart this knowledge to me? I could abandon my business pursuits, and, with this skill, effortlessly procure a trove of antiques for auction and a massive fortune. At this moment, Zhao Xiaocheng's admiration for Xiao Anning had reached an unparalleled zenith. Should Xiao Anning merely nod, Zhao Xiaocheng would unhesitatingly proclaim him as a foster father. Xiao Anning chuckled helplessly. He was no fortune teller, merely drawing upon memories from past life. Faced with the inquiry, he concocted a fanciful tale. I possess no skill in discerning the authenticity of antiques. It is merely that your Zhao family hold an inherent connection to this artifact. I merely facilitated your acquisition, enabling you to secure the top prize. Zhao Xiaocheng, only partially comprehending, responded, Oh, that is indeed impressive. Otherwise, even if you were to acquire this painting in the future, today's prize could have been claimed by someone else. Speaking of which, this antique is poised to auction for 50 million. Do you not feel a pang of regret for donating it in our company's name? With such a sum, you could easily establish your own enterprise. Xiao Anning grinned broadly. To be candid, Brother Zhao, I harbor my own ulterior motives. I wish to exchange this painting for a connection within your Zhao family and have my eye on a promising office building from Xingsheng Real Estate. I would appreciate it if Uncle Zhao could reserve it for me until I establish my company and can afford to purchase it. Zhao Xiaocheng readily replied. There's no need to wait for the future. You have rendered our family such a significant service that we can grant you the office building now. Matters of money can be discussed later. The charity auction interview continued for quite some time. As evening approached, Xiao Anning returned, beaming with satisfaction, suggesting a substantial success had been achieved. He presented an honorary certificate to Xiao Anning, who, upon opening it, was astonished to find his name emblazoned within, preceded by the prominent title of Xingsheng Real Estate. Uncle Xiao, what is this? He inquired. This is your due recognition. However, it is primarily under the name of Xingsheng Real Estate. Hence, we cannot publicize it or allow you to accept interviews from the media. I only managed to secure this certificate for you. Please do not hold it against me, Xiao Anning explained. Father, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then let us allocate an office building from our company for Xiao Laudi to use. He aspires to establish a company and is currently troubled by a lack of space. Zhao Xiaocheng interjected. Establish a company? No problem. Which building have you set your sights on? Take it for your use. Zhao Anning promptly acquiesced. Xiao Anning, feeling embarrassed, hastily waved his hands. There's no need to rush. Setting up a company cannot be accomplished in the short term. For now, I merely wish to secure this parcel of land in the western suburbs. Very well, let us proceed to dinner. I've already made reservations, Xiao Anning cheerfully exclaimed, his elation palpable. Xiao Anning had chosen a private kitchen. As he described, although this establishment may not be as renowned as five-star hotels, its culinary prowess far surpasses that of those grand establishments. This restaurant has been passed down for over a century, originating from royal chefs, with recipes handed down through generations. Notable figures in Blue Island City frequently dine here in secrecy. Once the dishes were served, the trio began to discuss the situation in the western suburbs in detail. The news regarding the university town has been tightly sealed. After you shared it with me today, I dispatched someone to investigate. Neither the government nor the real estate sector has any information. Xiao Anning paused before continuing. Yet, despite the silence, I managed to uncover a few threads. I inquired among the local populace, and they mentioned that a group of strangers had recently arrived in the western suburbs, equipped with peculiar instruments. I surmised that they are there for on-site measurements. To keep the information under wraps, these individuals did not even wear uniforms. Had you not brought up the university town, I would not have suspected anything. Xiao Anning felt a surge of joy. It was unexpected that Xiao Anning had indeed uncovered a clue, saving him from extensive explanations. In that case, Uncle Xiao, what is your stance on the western suburbs? Xiao Anning inquired. Suddenly, with a resounding clap on the table, Xiao Anning declared we must not only acquire that residential complex, but also purchase all available land surrounding the university town. Chapter 37, The Sales Office. For the first time, Xiao Anning comprehended the meaning of substantial wealth. Once the university town's construction was confirmed, Xiao Anning intended to allocate billions for acquiring adjacent land. In comparison, Xiao Anning and his associates seemed engaged in mere trifles. Thus, the three of them finalized their plans for the following day. Xiao Anning and Zhao Xiucheng would pursue the acquisition of properties in the western suburbs, while Xiao Anning would leverage his connections to secure the land available for sale in the same area. Time was of the essence. All transactions needed to be concluded within a single day. The government had already approved the university town project, and although the official announcement would not be made for another week, it was certain that many influential figures in Blue Island City would receive the news prematurely. If this information were to leak, the value of the western suburbs land would undoubtedly soar. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the trio hurriedly finished their meal and began preparations for their imminent endeavor. As they departed, Xiao Anning took the remaining dishes to go. Such delectable cuisine had yet to be enjoyed by Tian and his parents. Observing Xiao Anning's actions, Xiao Anning could not help but commend him once more. Upon returning home, Xiao Anning quickly reheated the leftovers. The aroma soon enveloped the entire room, causing the little girl to drool with anticipation as she eagerly awaited the meal at the dining table. It was evident that the legacy of royal chefs was well-deserved. The exquisite flavor of the dishes prompted even Xiao Anning's father, who seldom offered compliments, to repeatedly exclaim how delicious it was. In high spirits, Xiao Anning's father even poured a couple of cups of wine, although Xiao Anning had already dined. Witnessing the warmth and joy of his family led him to partake in a few bites. They sat harmoniously around the dining table, his parents gazing at Tian with affectionate expressions as the little girl indulged boisterously. Was this not the life Xiao Anning had always envisioned? If only Lu Yiruo were more stable, this small family would undoubtedly be epitomized by an overwhelming sense of happiness. After the meal, Zhao's mother lulled Tian to sleep before seeking out Xiao Anning, who was engrossed in the stock market. It has been quite some time since Yiruo returned home. Perhaps you should search for her and speak kindly to her. Zhao's mother held a simple wish that their family could be united once more. Come back to endure her mistreatment? At home, she reigns like a deity, commanding me to serve her tea and water? Xiao Anning retorted, exasperated. How can that be called mistreatment? It's merely a matter of convenience. Besides, at my age, I'm only capable of performing such tasks. There was a hint of sorrow in Zhao's mother's voice as she spoke these words. Xiao Anning set his phone down and, with a serious demeanor, declared, Mom, I plan to divorce Lu Yiruo soon. You and Dad should prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the word divorce, both of Zhao's parents ceased their activities. What will happen to Tian if you two divorce? She is still so young. Can she bear the pain of losing her mother? Zhao's mother expressed her concern that the parents' divorce would inflict harm on the child. In comparison to the anguish of losing her mother, I fear Lu Yiruo's current impact on Tian even more. Xiao Anning recounted the events at the amusement park to his parents, adding, It is not that I have not given Lu Yiruo a chance. She, however, does not care about this family or about our daughter Tian Tian. This woman is unwell, severely unwell. Marrying her has made me unwell too. As Xiao Anning grew increasingly agitated, he felt as if he might strike himself in frustration. The elder Xiao couple exchanged glances, recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. After so many years, they too had become victims of this marriage. Yet as parents, they were willing to endure for the sake of their son and granddaughter. Xiao's father spoke, "Since you have made your decision, your mother and I will not say anything further. However, one thing is certain, Tian Tian must stay with us. She is our granddaughter." Xiao Anning nodded. "Rest assured, Tian Tian is my lifeline. I will never relinquish her to anyone else." Xiao's mother, feeling disheartened, had not anticipated that her son would ultimately arrive at this juncture. She could only pity Tian Tian. At an age when one should remain blissfully unaware, one must instead endure the anguish wrought by their parents' divorce. "When will the paperwork be processed?" inquired Zhao's mother. "We must wait a little longer. The time is not yet ripe. I need to wait for Lu Yirao to take the initiative to propose the divorce and willingly relinquish custody of Tian Tian. Until then, my parents must not utter a word about my intentions to divorce." Xiao Anning cautioned. Although Zhao's father and mother were perplexed by their son's scheming, they possessed one commendable trait. They trusted his words implicitly. Before retiring for the night, Xiao Anning cast a final glance at the stock market. The stocks he had instructed Jiao Yang to purchase had surged significantly, and if he were to withdraw now, he would likely pocket a tidy sum of over 100,000. He also scrutinized the stocks he had selected for the Lu family, which were beginning to rise modestly. This gradual increase would persist for a while before plummeting sharply. "I hope the Lu family does not disappoint me. This is the crucial step that will lead you to the abyss." Xiao Anning muttered to himself while gazing at the stocks. Meanwhile, the Lu family, having been repeatedly outmaneuvered by Xiao Anning, had begun to exercise caution. Faced with the stocks curated by Xiao Anning, they refrained from making hasty purchases and opted instead to observe for a time. "It's rising. It's rising," Lu Wenbai exclaimed, brandishing his phone excitedly for everyone in the living room to see. "The stocks Xiao Anning recommended are truly starting to climb." At this, the Lu family members leaned in closer, their eyes fixated on the screen. "It really is rising. Xiao Anning has some talent," Xia Huiran remarked, offering rare praise. "Huh, what does that have to do with him?" Lu Wenbai scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "Mom, you don't understand stocks. Xiao Anning presenting such well-organized picks surely means he has someone behind him strategizing." Hearing her son's words, Xia Huiran's previously softened demeanor immediately morphed back into contempt. "Ha, I thought he had sourced these stocks himself. Turns out he's relying on others. Those lacking ability remain perpetually inept, and Xiao Anning is that type of person." Wen Ling interjected, pointing at the screen. "Now that these stocks have only just begun to rise and are still reasonably priced, we should buy in quickly." Seizing the opportunity, the Lu family invested 100,000 in stocks. Cautious as ever, Wen Ling did not allow Lu Wenbai to invest the entire amount at once, choosing instead to invest a portion and wait to see the outcome. The night swiftly passed. At dawn, Xiao Anning, Zhao Xiuqing, and Fang Zheng drove to a residential development in the western suburbs. The development was beautifully constructed, a quintessential commercial residence, likely due to it being their inaugural foray into real estate. Every detail, from materials to construction, had been meticulously attended to. Such a property in the city center would command no less than 20,000 per square meter. Unfortunately, in the desolate western suburbs, even at 5,000 per square meter, there were no buyers. The expansive sales office was eerily empty, with only a handful of sales staff engrossed in their phones, merely glancing up when someone entered. One could hardly blame them. Since the development's completion, fewer than 10 units had sold. With a lack of sales, their enthusiasm naturally waned. The remaining sales staff were either unable to leave or were simply coasting through their days. Those with any ambition had long since departed. Upon arriving at the sales office, the trio was met with indifference from the staff, leaving them standing awkwardly in the center of the lobby. Fang Zheng, with a shorter temper, could no longer contain his frustration and shouted, "Where is everyone? Is this how you treat customers? With service like this, it's no wonder you can't sell any houses. You all look like you're cursed. Even if a customer comes in, you frighten them away." His voice, loud enough to capture the attention of all the sales staff, elicited a response. "What are you yelling about? If you have business, speak. If not, leave. Don't act like you're above us." A female sales representative approached with an irritated expression, clearly unconvinced that these three were there to purchase a home. What kind of sane person would come to such a godforsaken place to buy property? "Calm down, Brother Fong. We are here for serious business." Xiao Anning turned to the female sales representative. Upon seeing her face, he was taken aback. "Is it you?" She Tu was surprised. Xiao Anning, do you know each other? Zhao Xiuqing asked quietly. The woman before them was heavily made up, dressed in a sales uniform, yet with her collar provocatively unbuttoned. With Zhao Xiuqing standing, he was no stranger to such women. He recognized them all too well, materialistic, snobbish, and devoid of principles. He was puzzled as to how Xiao Anning could possibly know someone like her. Ah, Xiao Anning replied with a resigned smile. This is my wife's close friend, Lu Min. In his previous life, Lu Min had indeed worked in real estate, but had only remained for a brief period before attaching herself to a wealthy suitor and never returning to work. Thus, Xiao Anning was not particularly familiar with Lu Min's prior employment. Yet he did not expect that the real estate firm she worked for would be this one. Zhao Xiuqing had heard snippets from Fang Zheng regarding the matters between Xiao Anning and Lu Yiruo, so he wisely chose to remain silent on the subject. Xiao Anning, what brings you here? Lu Min began to speak, but abruptly recalled something, her demeanor shifting to one of nervousness. You're not here to ask for money, are you? I must clarify that the incident at the bar was not my doing. They insisted on that bottle of red wine. My, supervisor needs me for something. She hastily concocted an excuse and attempted to slip away, believing Xiao Anning had come specifically to confront her about the previous incident at the bar. After Lu Min departed, no one else came forth to attend to Xiao Anning and his companions. The lackadaisical attitude of the staff irritated Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng. Were it not for Xiao Anning's constant reassurances, they might have lost the desire to pursue this venture altogether. This state of affairs did not last long, as a young woman returned from outside, carrying several cups of bubble tea under the blazing sun. Without pausing, she swiftly distributed the drinks to the sales staff lounging in the air-conditioned lobby, while she herself had none. Noticing 3 individuals seated in the reception area, she disregarded her own thirst and took a tray to serve 3 cups of water to Xiao Anning. Apologies, we only have plain water available. Please forgive us. The voice that came was soft and melodious, yet for some reason, it struck a chord of familiarity within Xiao Anning. Finally, a living soul to acknowledge our presence. I thought this vast sales office was filled with the blind. Fang Zheng scoffed, with such a lackadaisical attitude and no basic refreshment for clients. It's a wonder you can sell even a single unit of this development. The young woman, faced with Fang Zheng's criticism, repeatedly apologized while quickening her pace. However, upon catching sight of the 3 men's faces, she froze. Boss, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Fang, what are you doing here? Xiao Anning and his companions were equally taken aback. What coincidence? Another familiar face. Zhao Xiuqing frowned, visibly displeased. Sun Yin, you really are idle. You have time to work 2 jobs? Isn't the amusement park salary sufficient to support you? Sun Yin was the employee who had assisted Xiao Anning with his child at the amusement park. Sun Yin felt an overwhelming sense of panic. She was well aware that employers typically disapproved of their employees taking on side jobs. Boss, please let me explain. I only work here during my days off. My family situation is somewhat special, so I need to take on extra work to earn more. She kept her head down, handing the water cups to Xiao Anning and his companions, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Brother Zhao, please don't be angry. Sun Yin must be facing some difficulties, Xiao Anning interjected, coming to her defense. Perhaps it was due to Sun Yin standing up for Tian previously that he held a favorable impression of this forthright young woman. Indeed, Xiao, you've spoken. So what more can I say? Truth be told, I am not truly angry. Rather, I feel a sense of betrayal. Zhao Xiuqing cast a glance at Sun Yin. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Is it not within the capabilities of my grand amusement park to alleviate your troubles? Thank you, boss. For now, I am managing. If the day comes when I find myself utterly helpless, I will certainly seek your assistance. Sun Yin's mood shifted remarkably quickly. Soon, the clouds of despair dissipated, replaced by a bright smile. Very well, but your hospitality is rather lacking. Offering guests merely plain water? I just saw you carrying a significant amount of milk tea. Why not share yours with me? I will reimburse you. Zhao Xiuqing's craving was piqued as he reached out for milk tea from Sun Yin. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Sun Yin replied, Boss, I did not purchase milk tea. My colleagues entrusted me with their money to buy it. Bian Zheng, puzzled, interjected, on such a sweltering day, why didn't they go themselves? I am merely a temporary worker. Running errands like this falls within my duties, Sun Yin replied with a forced smile. Clearly, this was not her first experience in such a role. Noticing their expressions, Sun Yin gritted her teeth and stood up. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you milk tea right away. However, Xiao Anning called out to stop her. There's no need. We actually need to discuss something with you. What is it? Sun Yin was taken aback, her heart filled with curiosity. Are you able to sign a property sale contract? Xiao Anning inquired. Yes, I can, Sun Yin nodded. My responsibilities here are quite varied, and selling properties is one of them. Wait, Mr. Xiao, you aren't considering purchasing a property here, are you? In a moment of panic, she sat beside Xiao Anning, lowering her voice to say, "You must not buy. The only advantage of these houses is their low price. They lack any other merits. They are far from the city center, and there are no supporting facilities nearby. If anything were to happen, by the time an ambulance arrives, it might be too late. Even if I need money, I still advise you against purchasing a house here. Do not worry. We are fully aware of the circumstances. Today, all you need to do is prepare the paperwork for us," Xiao Anning said with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, just go ahead and do your job." "Very well. Would you like me to take you to view the properties and help you select the layout and floor? This development has hardly sold any units, and many excellent layouts and floors remain unoccupied." Sun Yinyan remained professional, readily providing Xiao Anning with insights. Zhao Xiuqing raised a hand to interrupt her introduction, calmly stating, "No need for an introduction. We are here today to purchase all the remaining units in this development." Sun Yinyan was rendered speechless. She understood each word Zhao Xiuqing uttered, yet the entire statement felt profoundly foreign to her. "Purchase all the units? Boss, you cannot be joking. There are still over 1,000 houses left. Do you doubt your boss's capabilities?" Zhao Xiuqing retorted, dramatically slapping a gold card onto the table, exclaiming, "Let me assure you, the funds I have today are more than sufficient to acquire this development. With the financial backing of your brother Fong and brother Xiao, the three of us can easily take this development." Xiao Anning chuckled. "Please, I cannot compare to you two. You are the true tycoon, while I am merely looking to make a small profit with the funds at my disposal." At the moment Zhao Xiuqing revealed the bank card, the eyes of every sales representative in the sales office lit up. What did brandishing a bank card signify? It meant they were buying property. Each representative straightened up, eager to approach. "Good day, sir. I'm the sales manager here. You may call me Xiao Sunday. Are you three interested in purchasing a property?" Manager Sun appraised Xiao Anning and his companions, mentally assessing their potential. "Indeed, we have already reached an agreement with her." Xiao Anning indicated Sun Yinyan. "Sir, you might not be aware, but Sun Yinyan is merely a temporary worker here, lacking sufficient experience and oversight. It would be more prudent for you to entrust the matter to me," Manager Sun said, turning to Sun Yinyan. "Go fetch some tea and snacks. Be swift about it. Failing to report such esteemed guests could lead to dire consequences for you." The attempt to poach the sale was glaringly obvious. Yet, Xiao Anning shook his head, interrupting. "No need. Sun Yinyan has attended to us admirably, and we will only work with her." Before he could finish, Lu Min, who had previously left, returned, her demeanor bright and exceedingly enthusiastic. "Xiao Anning, why did you not inform me of your property purchase? We are acquaintances. This deal should rightfully come to me." Upon hearing that Lu Min was acquainted with Xiao Anning, Sun Yinyan instinctively spoke up, "Brother Xiao, since Lu Jie is your acquaintance, then this deal." Xiao Anning interrupted Sun Yinyan's unfinished thought, casting a cold glance at Lu Min. "Are we familiar, really?" Lu Min was momentarily taken aback before hurriedly asserting, "How can we not be? My best friend is your wife." "That may be, but what does that have to do with me?" Xiao Anning showed no leniency, rolling his eyes at Lu Min. Lu Min, having been put in her place, abandoned her pretense and coldly retorted, "Fine. Xiao Anning, you have some nerve. It's just a matter of purchasing a house. Do not let it go to your head. Just wait. I will report this to Iruo." Lu Min was unaware of how many properties Xiao Anning intended to buy. Under normal circumstances, one would assume it was merely one unit. Manager Sun shared this assumption, seeing Xiao Anning's firm stance on awarding the deal to Sun Yinyan, and chose not to argue further. After all, it was just a single property. With prices being so low, the commission was minimal. As both Lu Min and Manager Sun prepared to leave, Zhao Xiuqing turned to Sun Yinyan, saying, "Please prepare yourself. With over 1,000 units, the contract alone will take some time to print." Both Manager Sun and Lu Min stumbled slightly, simultaneously turning to Zhao Xiuqing with incredulous expressions. "What did you just say? Over 1,000 units?" Manager Sun asked excitedly. "Oh, we are here to acquire all of your properties," Zhao Xiuqing confirmed. Currently, the property prices in this development had plummeted to 100 per square meter. The smallest units measured 86 square meters, while the largest reached 150 square meters. On average, there were around 1,000 units, each approximately 110 square meters. At 5,000 per square meter, a 110 square meter unit would cost 550,000 for 1,000 units. That totals a staggering 5 billion. Heavens, an order worth over $1 billion. They earn a commission of roughly 0.5 on each sale, which is among the lowest in the industry, given the poor performance of the development and the low property prices. Even with the 0.5 commission, Securing such a massive deal would yield a commission of 5 million, 2 million, nearly 3 million in commissions, enough to send every sales representative into a frenzy. You must be joking. I do not know about others, but I am well aware of who Xiao Anning is. Lu Min glared at him. You are just a mere worker. Even if you worked for 10 lifetimes, you could never afford to acquire this development. Xiao Anning remained unfazed, responding calmly. I am here merely to accompany Zhao Xiuqing. He is the powerhouse behind this. Zhao Xiuqing glanced at Lu Min, his demeanor unruffled. What? Do you doubt that I, the heir of Xing Sheng Real Estate, cannot produce this sum? A collective gasp echoed as everyone turned to Zhao Xiuqing. This man is actually the heir of Xing Sheng Real Estate. Lu Min's jaw dropped. Her eyes fixated on Zhao Xiuqing as if she wished to etch his image into her memory. Unintentionally, she loosened her collar even further, attempting to accentuate her assets. Zhao Xiuqing did not hide his disdain for Lu Min, yet she remained undeterred, earnestly leaning closer, saying, Mr. Zhao, such a substantial deal is beyond her capabilities. She is merely a fledgling in sales, while I am a seasoned expert. The words, laden with implications and barbs, are easily comprehended by seasoned veterans like Lu Min naturally. Sun Yinyan's ability to secure such a substantial deal leads them to suspect that she has forged some clandestine understanding with Xiao Anning and the others. After all, based solely on her looks, Sun Yinyan undoubtedly outshines all the sales representatives present. Coupled with her unique, sunny disposition, she is utterly captivating. Could you possibly silence yourself? Your breath reeks. Perhaps you frequently indulge in forbidden delicacies from customers. Zhao Xiuqing is not one to be trifled with. He exhibits a sharp tongue mercilessly towards those he despises. At this moment, Manager Kong finally registers the situation and shoots Lu Min a fierce glare. Get out of the way. Can't you see that young Master Zhao is not fond of you? After chastising Lu Min, Manager Kong turns to Zhao Xiuqing, inquiring, Young Master Zhao, are you truly jesting about these 1,000 properties? Of course, for specific matters, consult him. He is in charge. Zhao Xiuqing gestures toward Xiao Anning, intending to convey that the ultimate authority lies with Xiao Anning. However, to the crowd, this suggests that Xiao Anning is merely an employee of Zhao Xiuqing. It is only logical that the boss does not engage in the labor himself. That duty falls to the employees. At this juncture, the crowd realizes that the substantial commission from this monumental deal rests solely upon Xiao Anning's decision. Consequently, a throng of individuals fervently attempts to curry favor with Xiao Anning. The female sales representatives, unabashed, adopt flirtatious poses, even harboring hopes that Xiao Anning might take the initiative to pursue them. Sun Yinyan is taken aback by this scene, and amidst the throng, she finds herself pushed to the periphery. At that moment, Lu Min, invigorated as though by some elixir, breaks through the crowd and exclaims, Everyone, step aside. I have long been acquainted with Xiao Anning. This deal is mine. None of you can seize it. Upon reaching Xiao Anning, Lu Min tousles her disheveled hair, feigning shyness. Anning, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. I have been suppressing my emotions, once believing in the depth of sisterhood. Now, I realize I can no longer contain my affections for you. Lu Min then makes a move toward Xiao Anning. This maneuver leaves the onlookers astounded. Xiao Anning swiftly dodges, inwardly scoffing. Unable to contain your feelings for me? It seems you are merely unable to suppress your desire for the commission. As for sisterhood, only someone as dim-witted as Lu Yiruo would consider you all as sisters. Ugh, disgusting. Xiao Anning addresses the crowd, declaring, You need not exert yourselves further. Today, the commission for this deal will solely be credited to Sun Yinyan. If that is unacceptable, we shall not purchase these properties. The expressions of the sales representatives darken instantaneously. Why? One queries. Why do you even ask? If you possess Sun Yinyan's beauty, they would choose you. Do you not understand the nature of this transaction? Over 2 million. If it were offered to me, I would gladly accept. In fact, I would even serve willingly, even if it were all 3 of them together. Despite the hushed tones, the vulgarity of their comments is painfully audible. Xiao Anning coldly interjects, I just heard someone ask why. Allow me to elucidate. First, my companions Zhao and Fong have been seated here for half an hour, yet not one of you approached us to offer water. Sun Yinyan, having just returned from outside, immediately brought us water without a second thought. The crowd halts their crude remarks, though skepticism lingers in their gazes. A glass of water could secure a 2 million deal? Clearly, this alone cannot quell their sordid intentions. Thus, Xiao Anning continues, You all know that Sun Yinyan is working part-time here, correct? She also has a formal job. Yes? The crowd nods. One sales representative speaks up. I know, she works at an amusement park. I've encountered her there. Precisely, Xiao Anning affirms. Zhao Xiuqing then speaks. That amusement park is mine. So, Sun Yin is in fact my employee. I am awarding this deal to my own employee. Is there an issue with that? At this moment, clarity dawns upon everyone. So, it is indeed a matter of connections. Yet, they cannot help but envy Sun Yin's fortunate circumstances, earning a living and still having connections. With this explanation, they gradually disperse. However, one individual remains undeterred. Lu Min glares at Xiao Anning. You're not giving me face, are you? While I may not be able to deal with you, someone else can. This deal must be mine. With that, Lu Min retrieves her phone and dials Lu Yiruo. Min, it's been ages since you last contacted me. Have you forsaken our sisterhood? Lu Yiruo's melancholic voice greets her as soon as the call connects. Hearing this, Lu Min's previously anxious heart settles. Since the incident at the bar, they had refrained from contacting Lu Yiruo, fearing she might demand money. It appears Lu Yiruo remains as oblivious as ever, which brings relief to Lu Min. How could that be? You are my best sister. I would never sever ties with you. The reason I haven't called is that I've been swamped with work. Lu Min responds. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiruo feels an overwhelming sense of joy. She relishes such affirmations. So busy? Isn't that exhausting? Lu Yiruo inquires with concern. It's manageable, but let us not digress. I have something important to discuss. As your best sister, you must assist me. Lu Min plays the emotional card. Best sister. At the mention of this title, Lu Yiruo immediately agrees without a second thought. No problem, just tell me. Lu Min hurriedly continues. Your Xiao Anning is working at Xingsheng Real Estate. And today he is accompanying Xiao from his company to purchase properties from me. Please tell Xiao Anning to credit the commission to me. He listens to you. So you must tell me this time. Lu Yiruo is momentarily taken aback. Xiao Anning works at Xingsheng Real Estate? Yes. You didn't know? Lu Min inquires, puzzled. I didn't know. He never mentioned it to me, but it's fine. I'll speak to him right away, Lu Yiruo replies. After years of marriage, she is completely unaware of where Xiao Anning works. Whenever he mentioned company matters, she responded perfunctorily, never truly paying attention. In truth, Lu Yiruo cares little about where Xiao Anning is employed, as long as he provides her with money. After all, it's not her job. Why should she concern herself with such details? Overjoyed by Lu Yiruo's agreement, Lu Min exclaims, That's wonderful, sister. Once the commission comes through, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Order whatever you desire. Over 2 million in commission. And she plans to treat someone hot pot? Good sister. Truly a good sister. After hanging up, Lu Min struts towards Xiao Anning and the others, exuding the confidence of a victorious rooster. She feels assured, knowing that Xiao Anning is the type to treat Lu Yiruo's words as gospel. As long as Lu Yiruo agrees, this matter is practically settled. Lu Min begins to envision how she will spend over 2 million. Previously, she had relied on her body to entice wealthy men. Now, she aspires to be a wealthy woman who showers money upon charming young men. Having heard that wealthy women enjoy particular pastimes, she contemplates whether she should indulge in those as well. Lost in thought, she approaches Xiao Anning and the others. Sun Yin is busy jotting down information from Xiao Anning and the others to prepare the contract when Lu Min strides over confidently. You needn't concern yourself any longer. This deal no longer pertains to you. Leave everything to me, she declares imperiously. At this proclamation, the crowd is left in stunned silence. What on earth are you babbling about? Get out of here. Manager Kong shoots her a furious glare and attempts to pull Lu Min away. Lu Min evades and coldly retorts, I'm not babbling. I already stated that this deal is mine, and no one can take it from me. Fang Zheng, amused, remarks, Who do you think you are? What give you the right to speak here? Do not fret, shortly someone will call to inform you that this order must be entrusted to me. Lu Min gazed arrogantly at Xiao Anning. The onlookers were utterly perplexed. Could it be that this woman had an impressive background? At that moment, Xiao Anning's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xiao Anning immediately comprehended the situation. With a cold smirk, he answered the call. Is there something you need? Yes, transfer the current order to Lu Min, and let her take the commission, Lu Yiru commanded. Xiao Anning glanced at Lu Min and retorted, On what grounds? On what grounds, you ask? Simply because she is my sister. Lu Min replied. All right. Soon Jie will be off school. I must go pick him up. Lu Min, promise me that once the commission is secured, you will treat me to spicy hot pot, and I can take you along as well. With that, she hung up. Wow, you could take me along? That statement felt akin to a decree of gratitude, urging you to promptly fulfill your duties. It was reminiscent of an ancient emperor commanding his subjects, where they could neither complain nor express discontent, but rather feel honored by the task bestowed upon them. Xiao Anning pocketed his phone and shot a glance at Lu Min. What do you think? Am I mistaken? Lu Min seized the materials from Sun Yin's grasp and declared triumphantly, Let us go. Let us sign the contract. Stop. Who said the order was to be given to you? Xiao Anning coldly called out to Lu Min. Lu Min froze, momentarily doubting her own hearing. Xiao Anning, do you even know what you were saying? Did you not comprehend the phone call? She exclaimed incredulously. I understood perfectly, and so what? Xiao Anning scoffed. Lu Min was left bewildered, stammering, but Lu Yiru told you to give the order to me. Yes, Lu Yiru did say that, but does she have the final say? Does she hold any position of authority at Sheng Real Estate? Xiao Anning's rapid-fire questions left Lu Min speechless. But she is Lu Yiru. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter those words. Lu Yiru, even if the king himself were to descend, you shall receive no commission today. Xiao Anning shouted in anger, grabbing Sun Yinyan's hand. Let us go. We are signing the contract. Soon, the contract was finalized. 1,000 units. Fang Zheng purchased 100, which constituted the entirety of the company's funds. Xiao Anning held only 6 million. To maximize profit, he opted to purchase 16 units at 100,000 each. The remainder was to be entirely acquired by Zhao Xiuqing. Zhao Xiuqing had also mentioned gifting Xiao Anning 100 units, but Xiao Anning had declined, believing in the principle of clear financial dealings among even the closest of brothers. After making the payment, Xiao Anning reminded Manager Kong to transfer the commission to Sun Yinyan. Initially, Manager Kong resisted, arguing that such matters would typically wait until the next month's salary disbursement. However, exceptions were made, and, at Xiao Anning's insistence, the commission was sent to Sun Yinyan ahead of schedule. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, Sun Yinyan was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Anning's actions were entirely for her benefit. Once the University Town project was underway and property prices soared, the developers would surely regret their decisions. By then, not only would the commission be of concern, but Sun Yinyan might also find herself the target of scrutiny from the higher-ups. It was better to secure the commission and depart this place sooner rather than later. Manager Kong, observing the completed contracts, felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. Although the commission was not directly his, successfully selling all these properties was indeed a monumental achievement. This project had previously been a source of distress for the group. Now that it had been resolved, a prosperous future was undoubtedly ahead. Pleasure doing business. With that thought, Manager Kong enthusiastically shook hands with Xiao Anning and his companions once more. However, his gaze now held something different, contempt. He understood better than anyone how poor and difficult this property was to sell. How could they dare to acquire such a burden without being fools? Chapter 41. Zhao Xiuqing was a fool. Such a wealthy, yet naive simpleton was hard to come by. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with him. Manager Kong looked at the contract, his grin wide enough to split his face, and said, by the way, our company's junior vice president happens to be inspecting today. Why don't you three wait a bit longer? Perhaps Zhao Xiao is familiar with the vice president. Zhao Xiuqing inquired curiously, oh, what is your junior vice president's name? The junior vice president is actually the chairman's youngest son, Song Tianda, Manager Kong replied. Is it him? Zhao Xiuqing's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly pulled Xiao Anning and Fang Zheng towards the exit. Quickly, let us leave. I do not wish to encounter Song Tianda. Seeing Zhao Xiuqing behave like a mouse caught in the presence of a cat, Xiao Anning teased. What's the matter? Did you steal his girlfriend? Are you that afraid of him? Bah, why would I be afraid of him? Zhao Xiuqing scoffed before continuing. I simply find him insufferable. You do not understand. This Song Tianda is the epitome of a spoiled rich kid, indulging in every vice. I once saw him at a party, harassing a waitress, and I could not stand by, so I confronted him. Our families both own well-known enterprises in Blue Island City, so we could not afford to sever ties. And the conflict was quickly diffused. However, this brat seemed to hold a grudge against me, and has been insufferable ever since. That is why I find him intolerable. With that, Zhao Xiuqing hurriedly led Xiao Anning and Fang Zheng away. However, just as they exited the contract room, they saw 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits in the sales office lobby, with the young man in the center being none other than Song Tianda. At that moment, Song Tianda was busy engaging with Lu Min, who was clinging to his arm, leaning against him as if trying to pull him into her clothing. This tactic seemed to work wonders for Song Tianda, who wore a cheerful expression, likely already contemplating their evening plans at a hotel. Considering Lu Min's sudden absence from work in the previous life, claiming she had become involved with a wealthy man, it seemed this wealthy individual was indeed Song Tianda. Lu Min had her own allure, as her looks were above average. In fact, Lu Yiru's close friends were all quite attractive, and wherever they went, they formed a striking visual ensemble. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Min to attract a second-generation rich kid like Song Tianda, still wearing that loathsome expression. Zhao Xiuqing shot a disdainful glare and intended to sneak away, wishing to avoid any interaction with Song Tianda. However, things rarely went as smoothly as planned. Lu Min spotted the three just as they were about to leave. Song Xiao, look, it's those three who have been bullying me. Lu Min, already harboring a grudge against Xiao Anning and his companions, was not about to let them escape easily now that she had a backing. With a face full of feigned innocence, she adopted a pitiful demeanor. A man like Song Tianda, who was clearly a lecher, could hardly resist such a display, and he immediately pounded his chest, pledging to avenge Lu Min. Let me see who dares to bully my employee on my territory, Song Tianda said, following Lu Min's pointed direction. He paused for a moment, then approached with a sinister grin. Oh, look who it is. The self-righteous Zhao Xiuqing. You think you can look down on me and bully women, yet you dare to come to my territory to do the same? How idle can you be? Caught in the act, Zhao Xiuqing maintained a stern expression. First, I did not bully her. Second, I am here on business, not for leisure. Are you on business? If not, step aside. I'm leaving. Song Tianda chuckled mockingly. Business? What business? We are in real estate, and your family is in real estate too. Are you here to buy property from me? At that moment, Manager Kong whispered, Junior Vice President, they are indeed here to buy property. Huh? Here to buy from me? Song Tianda exclaimed, astonished. Xingsheng Real Estate has plenty of fine properties. Why would they come here to buy from me? Which unit did they purchase? Song Tianda could not fathom why Zhao Xiuqing would opt to purchase a property elsewhere rather than his own family's estate. The property had been on the market since its pre-sale, and nearly a year had passed with only a handful of units sold. Even someone as inept as Song Tianda understood that this venture had failed. Could it be that Zhao Xiuqing intended to acquire a unit merely to serve as a cautionary tale for the Xingsheng Real Estate Project team, advising them against repeating the same blunders? As Song Tianda indulged in these musings, Manager Kong interjected, seemingly eager to take credit. Not just one unit, but all of them. We've sold out 1,000 apartments. The company's long-standing worry has finally been alleviated. How many? 1,000? Are you quite certain? Song Tianda's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Absolutely certain. Manager Kong nodded vigorously. Have they paid? Song Tianda inquired, still incredulous. Yes, aside from Mr. Zhao's several units, which were purchased with a down payment. The rest were all cash transactions, totaling over 500 million. Manager Kong hastily produced some of the contracts for Song Tianda to examine. After reviewing the documents multiple times, Song Tianda turned to Zhao Xiuqing in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Who is crazy? You must be. Zhao Xiuqing retorted irritably. If you're not insane, how could you possibly buy so many units? These properties are unsellable. How could you, as someone in real estate, fail to see that? It was a rare occasion for someone to so openly disparage their own property. Your inability to sell does not imply that we cannot, Zhao Xiuqing scoffed. Before departing with Xiao Anning and Feng Zheng, Song Tianda was left in a state of confusion, disregarding his newfound connection with Lu Min, and drove straight home. Lu Min, incensed, felt that she was on the verge of solidifying her hold on the young Master Song, only to have her plans disrupted today by this unforeseen turn of events. Her animosity towards Xiao Anning reached a boiling point as she hastily called Lu Yiruo. Song Tianda decided to inform his father about the situation. Upon learning of these developments, his father also found it strange and promptly engaged professionals to reevaluate the property. The outcome remained dismal. Additional consultations with several real estate experts yielded the same conclusion. The development was an ill-fated investment, regardless of who took over. The money would be akin to tossing it into a bottomless pit. Ultimately, Song Tianda concluded, Zhao Xiuqing must be a fool. Who else would throw money into such a burning pit? Zhao Xiuqing, you may have looked down upon me, thinking me a fool. But now I shall see who the true fool is. Song Tianda was convinced that within a few days, Zhao Xiuqing would be weeping and begging to rescind the purchase. However, he would soon learn who the real fool was. Upon returning home, Xiao Anning had barely settled when Lu Yiruo stormed in. Kicking the door open without a hint of courtesy, Xiao Anning, what do you mean by this? Didn't T.I. ask you to give the commission to Min Min? Why haven't you? Now Min Min wants to sever ties with me. You must retrieve that commission and give it to her. Chapter 42. Lu Yiruo was on the verge of losing her composure. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Anning pushed Lu Yiruo away, her eyes brimming with disdain. Is Lu Min your mother or grandmother for you to be so dutiful to her? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yiruo retorted angrily. Min Min is my dear sister. What is wrong with lending her a hand? Besides, it's not entirely altruistic. She promised to treat me to spicy hot pot. Huh? Xiao Anning chuckled, countering. Spicy hot pot? Lu Yiruo, do you have any idea how much that commission amounts to? How much could it possibly be? No matter the amount, it represents Min Min's heartfelt gesture. How have you become so materialistic? Lu Yiruo looked at Xiao Anning with disdain, lamenting, "You have truly changed. Back in college, you would go to great lengths to please me, fulfilling every request I had, possessing a vibrant spirit. Now you are consumed by greed. No longer the Xiao Anning I once knew." Classic. It was utterly classic. Xiao Anning could hardly resist applauding this remark. During their romantic entanglement, Lu Yiruo had claimed that love without a material foundation was fleeting. Because of this, Xiao Anning had worked diligently to provide for Lu Yiruo and her entourage. Now, Lu Yiruo criticized Xiao Anning for being fixated on money, claiming she had lost her interesting spirit. So, it seems that Xiao Anning was the villain all along. It was always Xiao Anning at fault. Xiao Anning, however, found little purpose in arguing with someone like her. After all, a divorce was inevitable. Debating this was pointless. Fine, you're high-minded and remarkable. But do you realize that the commission Lu Min is after is over 2 million? She wants to use that 2 million commission to treat you to a hot pot worth a mere few dozen bucks? Your sisterly bond is truly commendable. Xiao Anning clapped her hands in mock applause for their sisterly affection. Upon hearing the commission was over 2 million, Lu Yiruo was left utterly stunned. How could it possibly be that much? This was outrageous. To earn such a commission and only treat herself to a hot pot? Oh, and that incident at the bar. It was your friends who caused the trouble, yet you bore the brunt of it. Once trouble arose, they all scattered, fearing you would demand money from them. Xiao Anning was curious to see Lu Yiruo's reaction upon realizing this. Lu Yiruo trembled, as she had not considered it before, but upon Xiao Anning's words. It became all too clear. Since the bar incident, her friends had disappeared one by one. If it hadn't been for Lu Min seeking the commission yesterday, Lu Yiruo would have been unable to contact any of her so-called good friends. Despite recognizing the validity of Xiao Anning's words, she still retorted, "They're not avoiding me. They're just busy with work." Min Min said, so just yesterday. It was unclear whether she was attempting to deceive Xiao Anning or merely engaging in self-deception. Regardless, Lu Yiruo's expression was now quite grim. She suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. Xiao Anning, seizing the opportunity, casually added, "Oh, so Lu Min is so busy with work, huh? I must have misjudged. The Lu Min I saw was idly playing on her phone, even having someone run errands for her to buy milk tea, living a life of utmost leisure." This merciless revelation stripped Lu Yiruo of her final vestige of dignity. Were the cherished bonds of sisterhood merely a facade? At that moment, Lu Yiruo felt like a clown, performing the role of a devoted friend under a guise of falsehood. Overwhelmed by sadness and anger, Lu Yiruo stormed out, determined to confront those who had supposedly regarded her as a close friend. Watching Lu Yiruo's retreating figure, Xiao Anning couldn't help but smile. Yes, just like that. Xiao Anning sought to incite discord between Lu Yiruo and her friends, wishing to gradually strip Lu Yiruo and her family of their most treasured possessions. Meanwhile, Lu Yiruo confronted Lu Min, questioning her furiously. Initially startled, Lu Min quickly regained her composure. Clearly, Lu Yiruo intended to confront Xiao Anning, only to find the truth unveiled by her. Lu Min harbored a deep resentment toward Xiao Anning. Had it not been for Xiao Anning's meddling yesterday, she would have awakened in Song Tianda's embrace this morning, seamlessly securing the affections of a wealthy heir, living a life of luxury. All of this had been ruined by Xiao Anning. She had hoped that a confrontation between Lu Yiruo and Xiao Anning would quell her resentment, yet her hatred grew like weeds after a spring rain rather than dissipating. Just then, Lu Yiruo reappeared, presenting Lu Min with a golden opportunity. "Did Xiao Anning tell you all of this?" Lu Min inquired. "And if she did?" Lu Yiruo replied curtly. Lu Min adopted an expression of exasperation, declaring angrily, "If a man's words were to be trusted, even sows could climb trees. He is merely sowing discord between us." Lu Yiruo was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? You just asked me if I consider you a sister." Lu Min, with a sincere countenance, replied, "My answer is unequivocal, yes. You have always been my dear sister. Forgive me for not disclosing the specifics of the commission, as I deemed it inconsequential at the time. My sole focus was on seizing the contract and thwarting Xiao Anning's scheme." Upon hearing this, Lu Yiruo stood frozen, bewildered. "Scheme? What scheme?" "It is to prevent Xiao Anning from funneling this money to his mistress." Lu Min's lips moved, casting Xiao Anning as disloyal. Lu Yiruo was further struck by this revelation. "No, that cannot be. Xiao Anning loves me. He wouldn't seek a mistress. What evidence do you have?" Lu Yiruo felt somewhat disoriented. Observing her state, Lu Min felt a surge of delight. "Of course, there is evidence. Just yesterday, amidst the throng of salespeople at the real estate office, Xiao Anning specifically allocated that exorbitant commission to Sun Yinyan. What other interpretation could there be, if not that he harbors feelings for her? Let's not forget, Men are often drawn to youth and beauty. Both you and Sun Yinyin are attractive, but she is undeniably younger. The more Lu Yiruo listened, the more her mind spun. She stammered, I still refuse to believe it. You witnessed how Xiao Anning treated me. He does not strike me as the type to cheat. Lu Min sighed deeply. Oh sister, how can you still be so naive? Just yesterday, the heir of Xing Sheng Real Estate explicitly stated that Xiao Anning was wholly responsible for this project. Among the myriad properties in Blue Island, why did he specifically choose ours? I need not elaborate on the shortcomings of our development. A rational mind would shy away from purchasing here. Yet Xiao Anning came, acquiring all the units in one fell swoop, directing the commission specifically to Sun Yinyin. Why did he select our property? It is because of Sun Yinyin. This analysis was so compelling that even Lu Min herself began to waver in her beliefs. Ultimately, when Lu Yiruo departed Lu Min's residence, she felt utterly despondent, akin to a mere shell of her former self. She did not confront Xiao Anning, but returned to the Lu family home, uncertain of whom to trust or whose words held truth. Thus, she sought her family's counsel for clarity. After recounting the entire ordeal, Lu Wenbo slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming without hesitation, What is there ponder? It is evident that Xiao Anning is a scoundrel who has strayed. He has deceived you and exploited his position to swindle Xing Sheng Real Estate. We must expose him, and that commission of over 270,000 must be reclaimed. We cannot let the mistress benefit. Lu Wenbo was almost beside himself with excitement, eager to see Xiao Anning publicly humiliated. Chapter 43. Lu Yiruo felt deeply aggrieved. Xie Huiran was equally animated, shouting divorce. He has cheated. Make sure he leaves with nothing. The house, the savings, the stocks he purchased, all must belong to us. Lu Wenbo added, and that little girl. Just the other day, I saw an advertisement online seeking child stars. Xiao Tian has perfectly inherited your sister's beauty. She would make an excellent child star. Most importantly, she could help us earn money. Lu Yiruo was taken aback to hear her family urging her to divorce. Divorce? Just a few days ago, you were against it. Times have changed. Xiao Anning has been incessantly prattling on about the meager sum he provided us. Lu Wenbo wore a smug expression. Lu Yiruo was utterly bewildered. Lu Wenbo continued, Sister, you may be unaware, but our family stocks have soared. We've made a handsome profit of several tens of thousands in just a few days. Today, Mother and I withdrew all our savings to invest entirely in stocks. Before long, we shall be millionaires, and once we reclaim that over 200,000 from the mistress and convert into stocks, we will be multimillionaires. The Lu family was orchestrating their plans with remarkable precision. They had their sights set not only on Xiao Anning's assets, but also on the commission belonging to Sun Yinyin. Their greed was palpable. Lu Yiruo was determined not to overlook this so-called mistress and promptly called Lu Min to inquire about Sun Yinyin's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Sun Yinyin had taken Xiao Anning's advice and resigned immediately after receiving her commission. As she was merely a temporary worker, the sales staff at the real estate office hardly paid her any mind, leaving no one aware of her current location. In desperation, Lu Yiruo had to enlist Lu Min's help to investigate. Lu Min, ever eager to stir the pot, enthusiastically accepted the task. Lu Yiruo initially intended to confront Xiao Anning directly, but Lu Wenbo intervened. He explained that they should first locate Sun Yinyin without alerting Xiao Anning, or else he might warn her and allow her to escape. With over 270,000 in her possession, the Lu family was powerless to stop her if she chose to flee. The best course of action was to ambush her and seize her directly. However, it was not until Monday that Lu Min finally had news. Minmin has informed me that the mistress is working at an amusement park and has even sent me a photo of her. Lu Yiruo exclaimed, opening her phone. Upon seeing Sun Yinyin's picture, she paused momentarily. This woman looks familiar? Familiar? Was she one of your classmates? Xie Huiran leaned in to take a closer look. Lu Wenbo and Wenling also craned their necks. It's her. Wenling gasped. Wife, do you know her? Lu Wenbo asked, astonished. Oh dear. How could you all forget? That staff member at the amusement park we took Xiao Tian to last time. She is the one in the photo. Wenling exclaimed excitedly. Hearing Wenling's words, the Lu family scrutinized the photo once more. Indeed, they recalled. Well done. She has even met the child. It seems their acquaintance is not short. Xia Huiran scoffed. No wonder Xiao Tian was so familiar with the staff that day. It turns out this little ingrate has long wished to replace her mother. Lu Wenbo speculated. The words of her biological mother and brother struck Lu Yiruo like daggers to her heart. She felt utterly wronged, tears streaming down her face like a cascade of pearls. How could he do this? I love him so much. How could he betray me? And sweet Tian, I am her mother, the one who loves her most. How could she wish to acknowledge another as her mother? The more she pondered, the more her sense of injustice grew, and her sobs intensified. Sister, stop crying. Instead of weeping, we should confront that mistress. Once we reclaim our money, we will divorce Xiao Anning and ensure he leaves empty-handed. Lu Wenbo was irked by Lu Yiruo's tears. He cared little for her grievances. His sole focus was on swiftly retrieving that money and investing it in stocks. As for Lu Yiruo's biological mother, Xia Huiran gently patted her back, saying, "All right, stop crying. Once you're divorced, I'll find you a good match." On the surface, it appeared to be a mother-esque concern for her daughter, yet in reality, Xia Huiran had long been scheming to secure another dowry. Xiao Anning had given 30,000 initially, and on the wedding day, Xia Huiran had requested an additional 20,000. Thus, the total dowry amounted to 50,000. Lu Yiruo could not possibly accept a sum lower than that upon remarrying. This family was meticulously calculating their daughter's worth, leaving no prospect of profit overlooked. Yet, Lu Yiruo remained blissfully unaware, believing her family to be genuinely concerned for her welfare and advocating for her. Consequently, the entire family, each with their own ulterior motives, set off for the amusement park, intent on confronting Sun Yinyan for an explanation. What a coincidence! Just as the Lu family set out for the amusement park, Xiao Anning, accompanied by Tian Tian, had already arrived at the venue. This visit to the amusement park was not for leisure, but rather to discuss real estate matters. And bringing Tian Tian along was merely a matter of convenience. After all, Tian Tian had enjoyed her previous outing with Sun Yinyan immensely and had been clamoring to play with her sister again. Thus, Xiao Anning decided to take her along, knowing he would later trouble Sun Yinyan to look after the child for the day. Within the amusement park, Xiao Anning entrusted Tian Tian to Sun Yinyan, saying, "It seems I must trouble you once more." Sun Yinyan replied, "Oh, President Xiao, you have been such a great help to me. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. This small matter hardly constitutes a trouble." As she spoke, Sun Yinyan knelt down and affectionately ruffled Tian Tian's little head, adding, "Besides, Tian Tian is both adorable and well-behaved. I enjoy playing with her. It is more of a reward than a burden." Hearing such praise, the little girl shyly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed and murmured, "Sister is also very pretty. Tian Tian likes her too." This endearing scene melted Xiao Anning's heart as a father. Sun Yinyan, brimming with excitement, scooped Tian Tian up in her arms, showering her with kisses and affection. Under Xiao Anning's watchful gaze, the two of them, one big and one small, joyfully bounced away to play. Observing their cheerful figures and the radiant smiles on their faces, everything felt harmonious and beautiful, leaving Xiao Anning momentarily lost in thought. How wonderful it would be if Lu Yiruo were as amiable as Sun Yinyan. "Are you feeling a stir in your heart?" Zhao Xiucheng appeared from the side, teasingly remarking, "If you are, then pursue it. After all, you're bound to divorce sooner or later, and Sun Yinyan is quite a remarkable girl." Having received such a substantial commission from you, she chose to return to work instead of indulging in leisure, treating colleagues and customers no differently than before. I also discovered the reason she needs the money. Her mother is hospitalized with cancer. Fortunately, it was caught early, and there is a significant chance of recovery, which is why she is working so hard to earn. Xiao Anning nodded thoughtfully. She is indeed a fine young woman. Zhao Xiucheng smiled slightly. "Pursue? What nonsense! How could you pursue a girl so young, who has never experienced love, while you, an about-to-be divorced man, have your sights set on her? That would be utterly shameless. Besides, my focus is on making money now to bring down the Lu family. Matters of remarriage can wait." Whenever the Lu family was mentioned, a deep-seated resentment clouded Xiao Anning's eyes. Zhao Xiucheng, noticing this, sighed in resignation and changed the subject. "My father received news last night. The government has confirmed the University Town project. A press conference will be held this morning, and my father, along with several real estate developers, is attending." The moment the news broke, land prices in the western suburbs skyrocketed. "Each property we hold has appreciated by at least 100,000. Xiao Anning agreed. 100,000 is merely the beginning. Once the press conference is announced, the prices will soar even higher. We can afford to wait." Zhao Xiucheng nodded, suddenly recalling something, and pulled a contract from his bag, handing it to Xiao Anning. "This is something my father asked me to deliver to you." Xiao Anning, perplexed, accepted the contract, only to find his eyes widening in disbelief. "This is a commercial building transfer contract?" "Indeed," Zhao Xiucheng replied nonchalantly. "You mentioned wanting to start a company and needing an office space, so my father has gifted you this building in the city center. Though it was constructed years ago and is not one of the new high-rises, the overall area is still substantial, so do not disdain it." "Disdain? This building has 10 floors, each exceeding 1,000 square meters. It's quite substantial. In a formal transaction, this entire building would be worth over 100 million. How can Xiao Anning simply gift such an expensive asset? Xiao Anning quickly declined. What is so precious about it? It's merely a building. Does your assistance to our family not outweigh its value? Had it not been for the new constructions and the bank contracts that cannot be transferred, my father would have preferred to gift you the latest 30-story building. Xiao Chung chuckled, setting aside the charitable auction from that day. Just from the Western Suburb project alone, my family has already profited by several hundred million, and this is before the press conference. Who knows how much more it will inflate afterward. You cannot imagine how my father has been smiling since last night, even waking up in joy while sleeping. Just accept this building. It became increasingly clear that the Xiao family had indeed prospered significantly and genuinely wished to present this gift. Xiao Anning, no longer hesitant, promptly signed a contract. True wealth transcends mere material possessions. It is the connections one fosters that truly matter. Xiao Anning understood that securing Xiao Anning within their network could yield benefits far exceeding the value of this office building. Just as Xiao Anning finished signing the contract, an employee from the amusement park rushed over, breathless. Mr. Xiao, something's gone awry. Sun Yinyan has gotten into a fight with someone. What? Both Xiao Chung and Xiao Anning exclaimed in alarm. What happened? I'm not sure, but the other party keeps accusing Sun Yinyan of being a mistress. The employee explained. Upon hearing this, an unsettling feeling enveloped Xiao Anning. Xiao Chung continued. Her? A mistress? Surely this is a joke. With Sun Yinyan's temperament, how could she possibly be anyone's mistress? Come, let us investigate. Also, ensure the amusement park staff is prepared to manage the situation to avoid disrupting other guests' enjoyment. By the time Xiao Chung and Xiao Anning arrived, Sun Yinyan and the Liu family had already been escorted by security to the guest rest area. Although they had escaped the crowd, the fascination with drama inherent in the Chinese psyche ensured that the rest area was still thronged with onlookers. Even from a distance, Xiao Anning could hear the shrill, caustic voice of Xie Huiran hurling insults. Pausing in his tracks, a bitter smile crossed his face. Xiao Ge, I fear I have caused quite the trouble. Xiao Chung tilted his head. How so? The troublemakers are my wife as family. It seems they didn't pay Lu Min her commission, and now Lu Min has been whispering ill of my wife. Xiao Anning explained apologetically. Putting together the previous comments from Fang Zhong, Xiao Chung quickly grasped the situation. What sort of trouble is this? I don't mind at all. However, I must advise you, no matter how beautiful your wife is, such a woman should not be taken. She will only drag you into the abyss. The abyss. Xiao Anning was well aware that he had clawed his way out of such depths. Rest assured, Xiao Ge, it will be resolved soon. I estimate that today, the Liu family's stocks will begin to plummet, and within 2 days, they'll hit the limit. Then I will have Fang Zhong clarify the loan situation. At that point, the countdown to my marriage with Liu Yiruo will begin. Navigating through the throngs of people, Xie Huiran unleashed a torrent of venomous words. Just look at that seductive face of yours, trying to ensnare married men. If you have the audacity to be a mistress, why not own it? How shameless you are, taking our family's money and still feeling justified to linger here. Come, let everyone see what a wretched creature you are. Mistresses ought to be paraded in shame. As her tirade escalated, Xie Huiran lunged towards Sun Yinyan, attempting to tear at her clothing. The nearby security swiftly intervened. Sun Yinyan, startled, stepped back several paces, exclaiming, I'm not a mistress. That money is my commission. How can it belong to your family? How dare you speak? Liu Yiruo interjected. You and my husband conspired to deceive us for that commission. Don't think everyone is a fool. You are not a fool. Pray tell, how do you and Sun Yinyan conspire to deceive and claim commissions? Xiao Anning emerged from the crowd with a sullen expression. As he approached, he noticed Sun Yinyan shielding Tian, her attire disheveled and her hair in disarray. A vivid red handprint marred the little girl's cherubic face, her eyes brimming with injustice. Before her stood her closest kin, her mother, grandmother, uncle, and aunt, yet fear gripped the child. Who struck her? Xiao Anning cast a cold glare at the Liu family. Ah, the paramour makes his appearance. Are you here to defend your little lover? Liu Wenbai remarked sarcastically. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur, gesturing toward Xiao Anning and Sun Yinyan. Xiao Chung, witnessing the scene, intended to summon security to disperse the crowd, but was halted by Xiao Anning. Brother Xiao, no need to chase them away. I trust that everyone here possesses discerning eyes. Once the truth is unraveled, it will be clear who is truly causing the uproar, he stated, bestowing a compliment upon the gathered crowd. As the saying goes, one does not strike those who offer a smile. The moment Xiao Anning lauded the assembly, the volume of whispers diminished significantly. If they were indeed illicit lovers, they would hardly speak with such conviction. Clearly, a misunderstanding lay at hand. Let's hear what this young man has to say. In an instant, Xiao and Ning seized control of the situation, and all awaited the unfolding of events in silence. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the Liu family remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. Xiao and Ning, I ask you, why did you choose to stray? I love you so dearly. Why betray me? If you must be unfaithful, why involve our daughter and allow her to call another woman mother? Liu Yiruo was the first to launch an emotional tirade, her tears eliciting sympathy from the crowd. With her striking beauty, more spectators began to lean toward the Liu family's side, and the previously hushed murmurs reignited. This man is despicable, to cheat on such a beautiful wife. Indeed. But let's not forget, his mistress is not lacking in allure either. She rivals his rightful partner. Ugh, you vile men only see appearances. Do you understand the profound hurt infidelity causes a woman, especially a mother, to witness her daughter address another as mother? How heart-wrenching that must be. I see that child takes after her father, devoid of feelings. If she could forsake her biological mother, how could this stepmother ever care for her as her own? The cacophony of opinions reached Xiao and Ning's ears. Unfazed, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "First and foremost, I have not strayed. This is merely the third occasion I have met with Su Nian. As the saying goes, one must catch a thief in the act. Have you caught me in the act of infidelity with Su Nian? Present your evidence for all to see." Liu Yiruo was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to catch up, but Xiao and Ning continued, "You profess your love for me and our daughter very well. Allow me to pose two simple questions. When are our birthdays? Do both of us prefer mango cake or mango ice cream?" Chapter 45, Liu Yiruo's Epiphany. Where are our birthdays? Do we prefer mango cake or mango ice cream? Xiao and Ning posed these straightforward inquiries. The onlookers turned their gaze toward Liu Yiruo, as such questions should be child's play for a mother. Yet, she stood bewildered. Your birthday is. Tion's birthday is. Liu Yiruo swiftly turned to her family, her eyes pleading for assistance. What are you looking at me for? How should I know? Xia Ran shouted in a grating tone. Naturally, the Liu family was unaware. When Liu Yiruo gave birth to Tian, none of them were present. Even when Xiao and Ning flooded their phones with calls, they remained unresponsive, as if the child were not their daughter or his sister. Hence, they were clueless about Tian's birthday. Liu Yiruo's ignorance stemmed solely from her indifference. As the crowd observed Liu Yiruo's prolonged silence, whispers erupted among them. Forgetting your husband's birthday is one thing, but your own daughter's? Is this what a mother is? Some mothers forget. My own never celebrated my birthday. Perhaps she forgot it too. Among the crowd, a small faction still supported Liu Yiruo. Noticing the situation, Xiao and Ning smiled slightly. All right, if you cannot recall the birthday, let us move to the second question. Mango cake or mango ice cream? If you truly love me and Tian, such mundane details should be within your grasp. Liu Yiruo's confidence surged. After all, regardless of her choice, the odds were 50-50. Cake. Yes, I choose cake. Children typically prefer cake, and Liu Jia does as well. Besides, ice cream is too cold for children. Liu Jia had never been allowed ice cream at such a young age for fear of harming his stomach. Thus, Liu Yiruo felt assured in her answer. The crowd's attention shifted back to Xiao and Ning. Huh? Xiao and Ning retorted with a cold laugh. Let me clarify, whether it be mango cake or mango ice cream. Neither Tian nor I can partake. She has inherited my constitution and is severely allergic to mangoes. Laughter erupted from the crowd. What a loving mother. How absurd. Is this truly a mother? She doesn't even know what her husband's daughter is allergic to? If this is love, my mother must have treated me like royalty. As the crowd rallied behind Xiao and Ning, the Liu family's expressions fell, nearly touching the ground. Liu Yiruo stood there, momentarily at a loss. Useless wretches. Xia Ran muttered under her breath. Observing this, Wen Ling, with a serious demeanor and a glint of cunning in her eyes, stepped forward, brother-in-law. While my sister may overlook you and Tian at times, that does not justify your infidelity. Regardless of her faults, she married you and bore your child. Surely, that cannot be disputed. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Wen Ling's argument. Indeed, when a true expert enters the fray, the tide swiftly turns. Her admonition about bearing children was an unbeatable tactic against infidelity. Yet, they overlooked one crucial detail. Xiao and Ning had not strayed at all. True, you are correct. Liu Yiruo is my legitimate wife, and Tian is indeed her child born after 10 months of pregnancy. However, Xiao and Ning raised his hands. I assure you, I have not been unfaithful. Once again, I ask, where is your evidence to support such claims? Wen Ling, unfazed by Xiao and Ning's retort, confidently replied, I certainly possess evidence. It pertains to this commission. This commission amounts to over 270,000. Moreover, during this period, my sister called you, requesting that the commission be credited to Lu Min, yet you disregarded her and allocated it to her instead. Let us deliberate. If their connection were merely superficial, why would Xiao Anning assign such a substantial order to his mistress on the second encounter, ignoring his wife's requests? Having witnessed the prior turn of events, the crowd hesitated to speak, wary of embarrassing themselves. Consequently, all eyes turned toward Xiao Anning, awaiting his response. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiao Cheng interjected. Allow me to address this matter. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? Lu Wenbai was unaware of Zhao Xiao Cheng's identity. Previously, Zhao Xiao Cheng had not revealed himself as the owner of the amusement park. Thus, Lu Wenbai assumed he was merely a friend of Xiao Anning. Zhao Xiao Cheng shot Lu Wenbai an exasperated glance, calmly adjusting his collar, and stated, "Permit me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xiao Cheng, owner of this amusement park, and my father is Zhao Yinghua, chairman of Xingsheng Real Estate." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. A wealthy heir. It turns out that a wealthy heir is among them. Many were curiously scrutinizing how this affluent individual differed from their ordinary selves. The Lu family promptly fell silent, casting anxious glances at Zhao Xiaoqing. The family exchanged looks, clearly bewildered by this unforeseen situation. Zhao Xiaoqing continued. The reason I allocated the commission to Sun Yin is that she works for me and also serves as a part-time salesperson at the property development. I happened to encounter her while purchasing a home at the site. Aside from Sun Yin, I am unfamiliar with anyone else in the sales office. So, let us discuss this. Since a commission is to be paid, should I not first give it to someone I know? Realization dawned on everyone. This made sense. Xiao Anning's decision to award the commission to Sun Yin was not because he knew her, but rather due to Zhao Xiaoqing's connection with her. Wen Ling cast an astonished glance at Lu Yiruo, implying why such crucial information had been withheld. Lu Yiruo felt wronged, as Lu Min had not disclosed this to her either. How could Lu Min divulge such details? If she did, would the Lu family and Xiao Anning not come to conflict? In Lu Min's eyes, Xiao Anning was merely an employee under Zhao Xiaoqing's command. As the employer, how could he possibly intervene to vouch for an employee? By this point, the Lu family had already lost the upper hand. Xia Huiran was so enraged that her teeth ground together audibly. Lu Wenbai and Wen Ling lamented the loss of the over 2 million in commission, which now seemed hopeless. Conversely, Lu Yiruo's mind seemed to spark with a realization, and she shouted no. Something is very amiss. My best friend mentioned that Xiao Anning was entirely responsible for the acquisition of Xingsheng Real Estate. Let me ask you, why did you choose the property in the western suburbs for this acquisition? Was it not because this woman works part-time at that property? Is it not because you intended to give her the commission? Everyone knows the state of the western suburban properties. Who in their right mind would buy a house there? We common folk know that the western suburban properties lack value. Could such a large corporation as Xingsheng Real Estate be unaware of this? Were it not for your interference, would Xingsheng Real Estate have opted for the western suburban properties? Therefore, you and this woman conspired to defraud the commission. The over 2 million in commission is sufficient to compel you to take such risks. Upon Lu Yiruo's assertion, the crowd grasped that the acquisition involved properties in the western suburbs. That development was notoriously known throughout Blue Island City for being a poor investment. Indeed, without someone facilitating the deal, it would be utterly foolish to acquire properties there. In an instant, the scales of public opinion began to tilt in favor of the Lu family. How devious! They almost fell prey to this unscrupulous pair. Such treachery should be met with severe consequences. Do not be so hasty in your judgments. What if there are underlying circumstances? What circumstances? Would you purchase a house in that desolate place? It is evidently a trap set for young Master Zhao. Indeed, if there were a twist in the tale, I would eat my words upside down. But it is unfortunate for young Master Zhao, who has suffered such financial loss. I fear he will not let this unscrupulous duo off lightly. The outcry against Xiao Anning and Sun Yin reached its zenith at that moment. The Lu family, flushed with shame, reveled in the exhilarating sensation of a counterattack from a dire predicament. Now, how would Xiao Anning respond? Xiao Anning merely turned slowly to Zhao Xiaoqing. Is the equipment arriving soon? Yes, it's coming. Just connect the power and signals, and the timing is perfect as the press conference is about to commence. Zhao Xiaoqing glanced at the employees approaching with a large television, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 46, Apology. A television? As two employees wheeled in the enormous LCD screen, everyone present wore expressions of confusion. Were they not discussing infidelity and mistresses? Why suddenly bring in a television? Could there be a more explosive live video? In that instant, many people felt a surge of excitement. After all, whether it was Lu Yiruo or Sun Yin, Both were rare beauties. Xiao Anning was also quite handsome. Who would want to watch videos featuring attractive individuals? Some attentive parents quickly shielded their underage children's eyes. The Liu family was equally perplexed, unable to fathom what scheme Xiao Anning was concocting. Didn't you claim that the western suburban properties were worthless? Did I deceive Xingxing Real Estate? Now, I shall show you the true value of the western suburban properties, Xiao Anning suddenly declared, gesturing for Zhao Xiuqing to turn on the television. Zhao Xiuqing nodded. The television flickered to life, the channel switching to Blue Island Television. At that moment, the screen displayed the press conference, which was discussing the transformation of the western suburbs into a prestigious university town. A single university was merely the beginning. Within the next 5 years, several high-end institutions would be introduced sequentially. Simultaneously, these universities would bring along various affiliated kindergartens, elementary schools, middle and high schools, and more. Naturally, to facilitate the university's students' living conditions, the government had also planned for hospitals, shopping centers, snack streets, and other community projects, openly inviting investment. What is most crucial for raising future generations in Huagua? Education, of course. Parents with children in attendance stood frozen in place, abruptly realizing the potential skyrocketing value of the western suburban properties. After viewing for about 10 minutes, Liu Wenbao, still oblivious to the developments, smugly queried Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning, have you run out of tricks? Are we merely here to watch the news? Delaying is futile. Hurry and give us the money, then divorce my daughter. Oh, and since you cheated, you must leave empty-handed. Xia Huiran similarly lacked foresight, clamoring for Xiao Anning to divorce. Only when Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. As the Liu family continued their outbursts, a parent from the crowd suddenly interjected, Mr. Zhao, does Xingxing Real Estate have any of those properties for sale? I wish to purchase one. Upon hearing this, it was as if a light bulb went off for everyone. In an instant, they forgot their spectator roles, surrounding Zhao Xiuqing and clamoring to buy the western suburban properties. Witnessing such fervor, the Liu family was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Were these people not merely here to watch? Why were they suddenly eager to buy houses? At that moment, Xiao Anning's sardonic voice rang out. Do you still not understand? The government intends to develop the western suburbs. The property values will soar. That is why Xingxing Real Estate is acquiring properties in the western suburbs. You may not see the value, but not everyone is blind to it. Do you comprehend? The Liu family exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. How could this be? You did not cheat? Liu Yiruo asked, a hint of insecurity in her voice. What do you think? The transaction process and commission are all above board. Young Master Zhao is right here. If you still doubt it, you may inquire with him, Xiao Anning replied. Now that the situation had been clarified, those remaining who did not wish to buy houses wholly aligned with Xiao Anning, launching a merciless critique against the Liu family. This family was truly amusing. They had come to stir trouble without comprehending the situation, seemingly eager for public disgrace. I see now. What they're claiming about the mistress is simply envy over that girl earning over 2 million in commission. They want to shamelessly seize that money. Exactly. From the outset, this family has only been fixated on money. How shameless. And this mother, who doesn't even know her husband and daughter are allergic to mangoes, clearly has her heart elsewhere. Perhaps she is the one who has strayed. The wicked cry foul first? It's quite possible. This family is far from innocent. The crowd chimed in, each voice adding to the cacophony of disdain directed at the Liu family. Their typical prideful demeanor was utterly shattered, unable to withstand such public scrutiny. The family, feeling defeated, began to slink away. Stop! Xiao Anning suddenly called out to them. What do you intend to do? Liu Yiruo asked, her heart racing with anxiety. You've been hurling accusations at me, claiming I cheated, and labeling her as a mistress. Yet now that the truth is revealed, you wish to simply walk away? It doesn't work that way. Xiao Anning pointed at Sun Yin and commanded, apologize. Upon hearing this, Liu Yiruo promptly bowed her head and offered a reluctant apology to Sun Yin. However, the other members of the Liu family appeared oblivious to the unfolding scene. Xiao Anning turned to them and softly inquired, and what about you? You. Xia Huiran shot back, her eyes wide with indignation. Xiao Anning, don't push your luck. I am your mother. At my age, am I supposed to apologize to a little brat? Absolutely not. She could not fathom her own arrogance. Simply because she had lived longer and consumed more meals, she felt exempt from apologizing for her misdeeds to the younger generation. Even if the heavens descended upon her, she would not apologize today. Xiao Anning suddenly raised her voice. Is it just Liu Yiruo who is at fault today? You did not insult anyone, nor did you lay a hand on anyone. I clearly saw you jumping higher than anyone else. The onlookers joined in the uproar. Indeed, it was this old woman who had been the most ruthless, attempting to tear the young lady's clothing. Apologize, can't you see that? Your son-in-law is providing you with an opportunity. Otherwise, the girl might call the police and you would not be able to leave. With such a wonderful son-in-law, you should count your blessings. If she does not apologize today, we will assist in calling the police, and I will serve as a witness. Count me in." The impassioned words of the well-meaning bystanders sent shivers down Xiao Aning's spine. Ultimately, she lowered her head, the weight of being an elder pressing down upon her, and begrudgingly apologized to Sun Yin. Aware that this was Xiao Anning's mother-in-law, Sun Yin chose not to press further and graciously forgave her. Lu Wenbo was still unwilling to yield to Xiao Anning, but Wen Ling, more rational, compelled Lu Wenbo to apologize. Having exchanged apologies, the Lu family seemed eager to depart. Why the rush? The matter is far from settled. Xiao Anning once again obstructed their exit. "What more do you want? We've apologized. What else is there to discuss?" Lu Wenbo gritted his teeth, his gaze accusatory as he looked at Xiao Anning. He was seething with rage. His initial dreams of exposing a mistress, confronting a cheating husband, and reclaiming over 270,000 in funds had been shattered. How could he not be furious? Undeterred by Lu Wenbo's menacing glare, Xiao Anning calmly asked, "Who struck Sweetie's face?" "I did, so what?" Lu Wenbo brazenly confessed. Did he think Xiao Anning would dare retaliate? He had long been accustomed to bullying her, always getting his way, treating her like a docile old cow. Although Xiao Anning had changed somewhat during this period, to Lu Wenbo, she remained that pliable figure he could easily manipulate. The thought emboldened him further as he leaned in closer to Xiao Anning, declaring, "Let me make it clear. I struck that little girl. She's just a worthless brat. I can hit her whenever I wish, and you can do nothing about it. My sister didn't even object when I did it. So what are you pretending for? If you have the guts, come back at me. Coward softy." Before he could finish his taunt, Lu Wenbo found a hand growing larger in his vision. Chapter 47, Sweetie is My Life. Slap. The resounding sound of slap reverberated through the crowd, leaving everyone in stunned silence. In an instant, Lu Wenbo's left cheek swelled up. The force of that slap rendered him dazed, his eyes wide with disbelief, standing there like a statue. The Lu family was equally astonished. Xiao Anning had struck someone? She had hit Lu Wenbo? This was more surreal than any science fiction film. It had to be a dream. That slap was intense. Someone finally broke the silence, snapping Lu Wenbo back to reality. The fiery sting of pain seared his face, but what was even harder to accept was that he had been struck by Xiao Anning. A useless, cowardly softy had dared to hit him? That was the hardest pill for Lu Wenbo to swallow. "Xiao Anning, how dare you strike me?" he shouted, his anger boiling over. Bang! Before he could finish, Xiao Anning kicked him to the ground, without waiting for Lu Wenbo to react. She seized his collar and pulled him close. "Let me tell you, Lu Wenbo, Sweetie is my life. Anyone who dares to harm her will face repercussions tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try." Xiao Anning's gaze was fierce, her cold eyes like blades piercing Lu Wenbo's very soul. He trembled in fear, the bravado he had just exhibited vanishing without a trace. He simply nodded silently. At that moment, the Lu family finally regained their composure. Xiao Anning, witnessing her beloved son being struck, went mad with rage and attempted to confront Xiao Anning. "Huh, you still think you can make a move under my watch? You've already gone too far today. If you don't leave immediately, I won't hesitate to play with you." Zhao Xiuqing raised his hand to signal the security personnel to restrain the Lu family and stepped forward to face the frenzied Xiao Anning. The appearance of Zhao Xiuqing was like a bucket of cold water dousing Xiao Anning's fury. She knew full well that this affluent young man was not someone she could afford to offend. Wen Ling and Lu Yiruo, the two women, obediently helped Lu Wenbo up. Remaining silent. "Are you calm now?" Zhao Xiuqing coldly addressed the Lu family. They nodded. "Then get lost." Zhao Xiuqing then turned to the amusement park staff and instructed, "Put this family on the blacklist. They are no longer welcome here." The Lu family, stifling their rage, retreated in disgrace. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Zhao Xiuqing's imposing demeanor faded as he approached Xiao Anning, a playful grin on his face. "Brother Zhao, wasn't that exhilarating? I could see you didn't hold back with that slap. Your hand must be swollen now." Xiao Anning lifted her slightly reddened right hand and grinned. "Had I known, I would have used my shoe to slap him. What a miscalculation." Sweetie gently caressed Xiao Anning's slightly reddened palm, her eyes brimming with tears as she said with concern, "Daddy, please don't hit people for Sweetie anymore. You might get hurt." Xiao Anning embraced Sweetie tightly, responding tenderly, "Daddy's purpose in life is to shield you from harm. If it means I get hurt, I am happy to bear it." Turning to Sun Yin, Xiao Anning expressed sincere regret. "I truly apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. If you feel angry, you may scold me, But please do not blame Sweetie. She is still young and does not understand. Having such a mother, she is quite unfortunate. Xiao Xiuqing opened his mouth, seemingly about to defend Xiao Anning, but reconsidered and opted for silence. He believed Sun Yin was not the type to be unreasonable. As anticipated, Sun Yin smiled in response. What are you saying? This is hardly a bother. Compared to the trouble you resolve for me, this is insignificant. However, I do feel sorry for Sweetie. She adores her mother so much it is treated this way. Do you know? Sweetie spotted her mother from hundreds of meters away and was overjoyed. She kept calling out Mommy and dashed towards her, running several hundred meters, and I couldn't stop her no matter how hard I tried. Yet her mother pushed her aside, not even uttering a word when Sweetie was struck. Mr. Xiao, this is your family matter, and I shouldn't interfere, but I can't help but feel that Sweetie. Such a wonderful child. Doesn't T deserve this? Please, think of a way to help her. My heart aches for her. Upon hearing this, not only Xiao Anning, but even Xiao Xiuqing, who had no children of his own, felt a surge of anger. Were it not for Sweetie's presence, he would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. Xiao Anning continued to breathe heavily, his chest heaving, and after a long while, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. I understand everything, observing Sweetie blowing on his injured hand, murmuring, pain, fly away, only deepened Xiao Anning's heartache. All he could do was ensure that Sweetie remained distant from Lu Yiruo. However, the absence of maternal love left Xiao Anning feeling utterly powerless. He had offered Lu Yiruo opportunities and had earnestly advised her, yet to no avail. His efforts were completely fruitless. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Anning even contemplated the idea of bargaining with Lu Yiruo, proposing that she play the role of a devoted mother. Rationality cautioned him that while this scheme might yield short-term benefits, the long-term repercussions could be far more detrimental. After all, human desires are insatiable. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Xiao Xiuqing and Sun Yin could only silently accompany this father-daughter duo in their plight. Xiao Anning possessed a remarkable ability to manage his emotions. After taking a deep breath, he successfully locked away his discontent deep within himself. Little Sweet recovered more swiftly, as children are quick to forget their troubles. Come now, both of you, don't wear such gloomy faces. Think of something joyful. Xiao Anning turned to Xiao Xiuqing. Brother Xiao, you struck it rich. Aren't you treating us to a meal? Absolutely. Xiao Xiuqing exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You wouldn't believe how frenzied those real estate buyers were. We bought at 5,000 per square meter, and now they're bidding up to 10,000. Xiao Laudi, no. Henceforth, you are my brother. You are incredible. Your calculations are spot on. My father will be over the moon. Xiao Anning chuckled. This is merely the beginning. We must hold on to the properties until the investment promotion in the western suburbs concludes and the plans outside the university town are firmly established before making our move. By then, the price could soar to 21,000 per square meter. Xiao Xiuqing gasped in astonishment. 20,000. That's on par with central city prices. That's a fourfold increase. Ecstatic, he grabbed his phone to make dinner reservations, determined to celebrate this momentous occasion. Beside him, Sun Yin, though somewhat bewildered, seemed to grasp that the policy regarding the western suburbs university town had been anticipated by Xiao Anning. Therefore, it was no wonder that Xiao Anning had taken Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng to procure properties together. Such a clandestine policy had been foreseen by this man before her. How astute he was, yet he ended up marrying someone like her. What sort of person was he? Sun Yin found herself irresistibly curious about Xiao Anning, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with intrigue. Xiao Xiuqing noticed Sun Yin's unwavering gaze on Xiao Anning and smiled knowingly. Sun Yin, come join us for dinner. We're no longer strangers. And you've been wrong today. Sun Yin waved her hands in protest. Boss, no. This is a gathering between you and President Xiao. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join. What is inappropriate about it? After all we've been through, we're friends now. Xiao Xiuqing replied. From now on, you needn't call me boss, nor him President Xiao. It feels too formal. Call me Brother Xiao, and him Brother Xiao will suffice. Xiao Laudi, don't you agree? Xiao Anning cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Xiuqing, sensing mischief behind his words, yet recognizing the merit in what he said. Yes. From now on, just call me Brother Xiao. Xiao Anning concurred. The first step in fostering camaraderie is often a change in address. Xiao Xiuqing thumped his chest and pointed towards Xiao Anning, thinking to himself, this is all I can do for you, brother. Now, I await your divorce. Observing Xiao Xiuqing's expression of mission accomplished, Xiao Anning remarked, oh, I should call Lao Feng. He is likely grinning from ear to ear by now. With that, Xiao Xiuqing dialed Fang Zheng's number. As soon as the call connected, a stream of curses erupted from Fang Zheng. Damn it. A bunch of worthless dogs. Chapter 48, Playing Dirty. Zhao Xiaocheng was taken aback. What is going on? Did you eat gunpowder? No. You should be overjoyed right now. The Western Suburbs project has landed, and you're rolling in profits. Fang Zheng replied, his anger palpable. I was overjoyed just 10 minutes ago. But now I can't find any joy. Zhao Xiaocheng's expression turned serious. What happened? Fang Zheng took a deep breath and explained. Song Tianda, that scoundrel, has surrounded the entire development. He refuses to hand over the properties. What? Zhao Xiaocheng shouted incredulously. That scoundrel dares. I'll go break his bones right now. What is going on? Xiao Anning inquired hastily. Zhao Xiaocheng fumed. That scoundrel Song Tianda has sent people to surround the development and refuses to hand over the properties. Xiao Laodi, you go ahead and eat at that private restaurant we went to last time. I'll check on the development. Wait. Xiao Anning stopped Zhao Xiaocheng, soothingly saying, it's not a big deal. We've already purchased the properties, so why fear he won't deliver? Let Lao Fang calm down, and let us all eat together. I have a plan. Seeing Xiao Anning's enigmatic demeanor, Zhao Xiaocheng seemed to realize something. Xiao Laodi, could it be that you rest assured? Just let Lao Fang come over, Xiao Anning smiled. Soon, the group gathered at the restaurant. Although Xiao Anning had assured them he had a plan, Fang Zheng remained incensed. You have no idea how thrilled I was this morning when I received news about the Western Suburbs project landing. I rushed straight to the development. To me, those aren't just buildings. They are money, an immeasurable fortune. I wanted to touch my money, but as soon as my car arrived at the site, I saw Song Tianda building walls to seal off the development. He claims there are issues with the project, that it's become a shoddy development, and he wants to deliver the properties, demanding a refund. At this point, Fang Zheng gulped down his drink in frustration. Does he think I'm a fool? When we bought the properties, he mocked us. Now that prices have soared, he wants to refund us in full. Who gets such a good deal? Zhao Xiaocheng was equally furious, cursing under his breath. Xiao Laodi, just tell me what to do, and we'll do it, whether it's money or effort. We're all in. Zhao Xiaocheng was fuming, ready to confront Song Tianda directly. Xiao Anning replied coolly, we need not go to such lengths. Song Tianda's actions stem from the profitability of the project. He is unwilling to relinquish this lucrative asset. However, let us not forget that the Song family's true backbone lies in manufacturing, not real estate. The value of their primary enterprise far exceeds that of this real estate venture. Tell me, if the Song family had to choose between their manufacturing business and real estate, which would they choose? Fang Zheng blurted out, of course, their manufacturing business. That's worth billions. Zhao Xiaocheng quickly grasped Xiao Anning's implication. Are you suggesting we target their primary enterprise? Force them to release the development? Clever. Xiao Anning snapped his fingers in approval. Zhao Xiaocheng nodded. That is a good plan, but the Song family has been entrenched for years. It won't be easy to disrupt them. I'll need to enlist my father's help. With the Western Suburbs project underway, Xingxing real estate's value had skyrocketed, elevating it to the pinnacle of real estate companies in the entire Dongshan province, naturally expanding their network. Having Zhao Yinghua deal with the Song family would certainly yield results, but it would likely come at a significant cost, and mishandling it could result in mutual destruction. Definitely not worth it. This was precisely why the Song family felt unafraid of Zhao Xiaocheng and dared to brazenly play dirty. This minor issue doesn't require Uncle Zhao's intervention. Instead, I'll draft a list of violations committed by the Song family's enterprises, and you can help submit it to the relevant authorities, Xiao Anning suggested, proceeding to enumerate various violations in the Song family's production practices. Soon, he handed a meticulously detailed list to Zhao Xiaocheng, which highlighted violations in areas such as fire safety, security, and environmental hygiene, pinpointing specific workshops with issues. My goodness, you didn't work at their company, did you? This is so detailed, Zhao Xiaocheng exclaimed. Fang Zheng leaned in to take a look and remarked, wow, with this many violations, the Song family will be in deep trouble, but I fear this alone might not be enough. Zhao Xiaocheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, although these issues are numerous, the Song family can resolve them with a modicum of effort. I fear they will not relinquish the property merely due to these concerns. Xiao Anning was, of course, fully aware of this. It was merely a warning. Should the Song family exhibit prudence, he would refrain from taking further action, but if they proved obstinate, he would have no choice. The issues he enumerated were merely those reported in the news in his previous life. These matters had caused some difficulties for the Song family then, yet they were swiftly resolved. He believed the same would hold true in this lifetime, and he did not pin his hopes on these problems. For a manufacturing enterprise, the pivotal factor influencing its survival is undoubtedly its product, particularly one that has been secretly developed for an extended period and is poised for market release. If the secrets surrounding such a product were to be unveiled prior to its launch, the resultant losses for the company would be catastrophic. Armed with the memories of his past life, Xiao Anning was privy to the product that the Song family was set to unveil. Should they act unwisely, he would not hesitate to disclose this product, confident that rival companies would welcome the revelation with open arms. Xiao Anning shared his plans with Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng, of course omitting any mention of his reincarnation, attributing his insights solely to his calculations. Brother Xiao is truly remarkable, Zhao Xiuqing remarked, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Song family's business is currently in a downturn. They certainly require a product to salvage their market position. If you were to disclose the product they have labored over for more than half a year, it would be tantamount to sealing their fate. Zhao Xiuqing's analysis was astute, swiftly discerning the situation surrounding the Song family. Brother Xiao remains as impressive as ever. Fang Zheng exclaimed with excitement. I will promptly report the issues you have outlined to the relevant authorities. Meanwhile, Song Tianda surveyed the encircled property with satisfaction. At that moment, he received a call from his father inquiring about the housing situation. Father, rest assured, I will ensure they vacate the premises without hesitation, Song Tianda replied confidently, patting his chest. Remember, as long as they can vacate, we should accommodate their conditions as much as possible. Zhao Yinghua is no trivial matter. We must still show her the respect she is due, but the house must absolutely be reclaimed. I cannot fathom how they obtained such insider information to manipulate everyone. On the other end of the line, Song's father was clearly in a foul mood. Initially, when he learned that a university town was to be established in the western suburbs, he was almost overwhelmed with excitement. What began as a fleeting whim turned into a source of anxiety, and now, in a twist of fate, that anxiety had transformed into a coveted opportunity. However, his joy was short-lived as his eldest son delivered a devastating piece of news. The properties in the western suburbs had all been purchased by others. Observing his son, who seemed to be reveling in the situation, Song's father instinctively unbuckled his belt, ready to administer a lesson in paternal love. At first, Song Tianda felt wronged, thinking it unjust that he was being reprimanded for finally selling the stagnant properties. But when he learned of the developments in the western suburbs, he was struck dumb. He had previously mocked Zhao Xiuqing, but now he felt like the biggest fool of all. After conferring with his father, Song Tianda resolved to reclaim the properties and refund the buyers. Thus, he concocted a plan to refuse delivery of the houses under the pretext of them being unfinished, while simultaneously pressuring Zhao Xiuqing to vacate. By the time the walls were completed, it was already afternoon. After lunch, Xiao Anning and his companions leisurely arrived at the property, where they encountered Song Tianda standing guard like a sentinel. Chapter 49. Compensation from Song Tianda. Upon seeing Xiao Anning and the others, Song Tianda was not particularly surprised. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed. I anticipated your visit. Let's not waste words. This property cannot be sold to you. However, your money will be refunded in full, he stated plainly, laying out his terms. Zhao Xiuqing, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze on Song Tianda and said, your family, being a prominent household, should understand that integrity is the most fundamental principle in business. Are you not concerned about tarnishing your reputation within the industry by acting in this manner? In response to Zhao Xiuqing's inquiry, Song Tianda shrugged, we are quite honorable, indeed. The property has been left unfinished. We cannot deliver it. To mitigate the client's losses, we are refunding your money. Does that not demonstrate integrity? You're in real estate. You should know how few unfinished buildings actually refund money these days. Fang Zheng's temper flared, and he stepped forward, shouting, what nonsense! How can you claim it's unfinished? You officially commenced sales 6 months ago and even sold several units. People are already living there. Now you claim it's unfinished? Who are you trying to deceive? Song Tianda merely sneered. Whether it is unfinished is up to me to decide. As for your claim of residence, that is simply untrue. Not a single unit in this development has been occupied. Fang Zheng paused, momentarily taken aback. When they came to purchase the property, they had witnessed several units with occupants. Could it be that Song Tianda had forcibly evicted these families? For the sake of profit, you would disregard human decency? Fang Zheng exclaimed angrily. Xiao Anning placed a reassuring hand on Fang Zheng's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He turned to Song Tianda and said, I doubt that Song Xiao would resort to evicting people. It is more likely that he approached these residents while they were still unaware of the policy changes in the western suburbs, offering to buy back their properties at full price. The residents, already regretting their purchase of such a desolate property, would undoubtedly agree to such a proposal. Song Tianda clapped his hands in approval, while said, I not only bought back the properties at full price, but I also covered their renovation costs. There are few as benevolent as I. To be candid, Song Tianda's actions were indeed commendable. It was far better than those bullies who would simply evict people. In this day and age, Forced evictions are common. Real estate developers often prefer to keep their hands clean by hiring local thugs to do the dirty work. As for Song Tianda's self-proclaimed benevolence, Xiao Anning and his companions remained silent. Xiao Anning pulled out cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each person present, including Song Tianda. After lighting up, he took a slow puff and said, Song Xiao, we are all well aware of the situation in the western suburbs. There is no need for circumlocution. Let us be direct. We acquired this property through legitimate channels, and we will not relinquish it. Song Tianda scrutinized Xiao Anning intently. Initially, he assumed Xiao Anning was merely a friend of Zhao Xiuqing or Fang Zheng, lacking any authority, but it now appeared that the opposite was true. The one truly in control was this young man he had never seen before. As he mentally scanned through the prominent figures of Blue Island City, he found no connection to Xiao Anning. Could he be an outsider of significance? Yet that seemed implausible. He had reviewed the purchase contracts and knew this young man had only bought a dozen units with down payments, hardly the mark of a notable individual. His attire was also quite ordinary, far from the more polished appearances of Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng. Confused, Song Tianda struggled to grasp the relationship between the three. No need to speculate. I am merely an ordinary person, Xiao Anning remarked, discerning Song Tianda's uncertainty. Brother Xiao, if you are an ordinary person, then what are we? Do not forget, it was your predictions that unveiled the policies for the western suburbs. Zhao Xiuqing hurriedly supported Xiao Anning, ensuring that Song Tianda understood the message. This time, Xiao Anning did not refute it. However, Song Tianda was left astounded. Could it be this young man? How did he acquire knowledge of the western suburb policies so far in advance? Mr. Xiao, I had not anticipated that you were the mastermind behind it all. I assumed it was Zhao Xiao with his vast connections. Since that is the case, let me be forthright. We will not relinquish the property. Have you considered the magnitude of the losses you are imposing on us by acquiring the properties through information asymmetry? In summary, we shall refund your money. If you are unwilling, we may resort to litigation, dragging this property into a protracted legal battle, resulting in mutual destruction. Song Tianda has made his stance clear. Losses? Do not be shameless. The price of 5,000 per square meter was set by you, which indicates that even at that rate, you would still profit. What then? Have you lost? Furthermore, in the realm of commerce, it is all about vision. If your foresight is lacking and you are unable to profit, do not be envious. Your current occupation of the property, without any transaction, is truly an unseemly sight. Fang Zheng wore a look of disdain, his words devoid of courtesy. Yet, Song Tianda remained unfazed. Regardless of what Xiao Anning and the others said, he would not relinquish the property, for it represented nearly 2 billion. Such an amount is sufficient to compel ordinary individuals to commit any act. At this moment, Zhao Xiuqing regained his composure. If negotiation fails, then underhanded tactics must be employed. Song Tianda, do you know why I introduced Xiao just now? That was for your benefit. Zhao Xiuqing spoke slowly. What do you mean? Song Tianda instinctively retorted. Zhao Xiuqing smirked coldly. You cannot even fathom Zhao's capabilities. He can predict policies in the western suburbs, and naturally, he can foresee other matters as well. We shall wait and see. Song Tianda appeared perplexed, his mind clouded by uncertainty. Meanwhile, in the offices of the Song family enterprise, Song's father was meticulously reading the official policies concerning the western suburbs. His position as chairman was not without its merits. Through these policies, he could gauge the future value of the western suburbs. The more he calculated, the more elated he became. This was an extraordinary opportunity for wealth. With this financial windfall, his enterprise could ascend to new heights, and ongoing projects could accelerate towards an early market launch. In the past, he regarded the properties in the western suburbs with disdain, wishing he could kick them away. Now, he had developed an affection for them. Wishing for everything to proceed smoothly on Tianda's end, he resolved that if necessary, he would take matters into his own hands, even if it meant clashing with Zhao Anning. Song's father gazed at his computer, his eyes filled with determination. At that moment, the office door was suddenly flung open. The secretary rushed in, panic etched on her face. Chairman Song, it's bad. The fire department is here. Song's father remained indifferent. What is there to panic about? Do they not come every month? Just dismiss them as usual. The secretary shook her head. No, it's different this time. This time, they headed straight for the underground waste storage. That area has never been inspected before, and it lacks fire safety installations and equipment. Chapter 50, Xiao Anning's Strategy. What? Song's father sprang to his feet. How did they know about the underground waste storage? The Song family belonged to a large manufacturing enterprise, producing hundreds of tons of waste daily, which inevitably required temporary storage. However, fire safety regulations regarding waste storage are exceedingly stringent. The construction and subsequent maintenance of a standardized waste storage facility represent a considerable investment. Therefore, the Song family constructed a small waste storage to comply with inspections. Typically unused, all equipment was activated only during inspections, while the actual waste storage was located in an underground warehouse. While not a secret, this tactic had successfully evaded scrutiny for years. Unexpectedly, today, they had been caught. The fire department's clear focus indicated that someone had certainly reported them. Let us go meet them and arrange tonight's banquet. Do not make it ostentatious, but ensure it is of high quality. Use the few bottles of 10-year-old Matai I have stored and fill them in mineral water bottles to take over. Having organized everything, Song's father made his way to the waste storage. Upon arriving, he saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the waste storage, blocking the way. The chairman has arrived, make way. As Song's father pushed to the front and saw the newcomers, his brow furrowed in concern. Typically, inspections involved ordinary personnel from the fire department, usually 2 teams of 2. This time, however, there were over a dozen individuals, and leading them was a top official from the fire department. Unusual. This was far from normal. Why have you come in person, leader? Such trivial matters could be handled by your subordinates. You need not intervene directly. Let us retreat to the side and enjoy some tea. I have prepared fine pu'er. Song's father wore a forced smile, inviting the leader aside. Despite being a billionaire entrepreneur, he recognized that in the presence of true authority, he was insignificant. It is said that business should not contend with government. Regardless of the size of one's enterprise, a mere word from them could lead to a shutdown for rectification. Chairman Song, this is no trivial matter. The leader fixed his gaze on Song's father, his expression grave. Your underground waste storage is quite well concealed. We have failed to uncover it for years. Had it not been for a report, we would still be in the dark, foolishly unaware. This time, your issues are quite serious. When a leader uses the term serious, it signifies a matter that is indeed difficult to resolve. Song's father's heart sank. It appeared this situation could not be easily brushed aside. Rest assured, leader, this situation arises from our negligence regarding fire safety. We shall rectify it until you are satisfied. Song's father quickly affirmed. Upon hearing this, the leader's stern demeanor softened slightly. He replied slowly, with Chairman Song's attitude, I am reassured. Once our investigation is complete, you will need to pay any fines and make necessary corrections. Song's father felt a painful sting in his heart. The fines would likely amount to a considerable sum. Just then, another employee rushed in, panting heavily. Chairman, the Environmental Protection Agency is here. Environmental protection? Song's father was taken aback. Coincidence, or? While he was pondering, the Environmental Protection Agency arrived in full force. Upon seeing the leader, Song's father was utterly stunned. The head of the Environmental Protection Agency. Another leader. Chairman Song, we have received reports that you are secretly discharging wastewater into the river. We have identified 3 hidden drainage outlets based on the report. Here are photos for your verification. The leader from the Environmental Protection Agency stated, handing over the photographs. The drainage outlets in the images were well concealed. Had it not been for the report, they would have remained undiscovered. Before Song's father could respond, another employee approached, leading a large group of people. Chairman, the Labor Department has arrived. As expected, the leader of the Labor Department was at the forefront. Chairman Song, we have received reports stating that your company has a significant number of employees without proper work injury insurance and has engaged in numerous violations of overtime regulations. The Labor Department head remarked coldly. Song's father was left in shock. The series of unexpected events made him realize he was undoubtedly being targeted. The leader jested. Our employees must submit work injury insurance before employment. And as for overtime, that is utterly unfounded. While speaking, Song's father discreetly signaled to his employees to hide the temporary workers. Little did he know, the Labor Department leader produced a document filled with names. We will locate individuals based on this list and inquire whether the claims are accurate. The Labor Department leader ignored Song's father entirely. With a list in hand, detailing names down to workshop and position, Song's father was suddenly engulfed by a chilling realization. It felt as if every aspect of his affairs had been exposed by an unseen force. Initially, he suspected internal reporting. However, upon reflection, he realized that no internal personnel possessed such capability to summon the heads of the fire, environmental, and labor department simultaneously. Whoever orchestrated this was certainly no ordinary individual. In his mind, Song's father cursed and began to recall those he had offended recently. Within moments, the truth dawned upon him. It must be the Xiao family. The dissatisfaction stemming from the western suburb properties had prompted the Xiao family to target him. Without delay, Song's father dialed a call to Song Tienda. Once the call was connected, Father Song immediately inquired, Tienda, how have you been managing the properties in the western suburbs? Have you offended Zhao Xiuqing? Offended? Not quite. I suppose. They wanted the houses, but I refused to acquiesce. and now we find ourselves in an impasse. Father, what's going on? Song Tianda asked, with a heavy sigh. Father Song replied, that must be the doing of the Xiao family. This afternoon, the heads of the fire, environmental protection, and labor departments. He proceeded to inform Song Tianda of the situation at hand. Tianda expressed his confusion. How could a Xiao family possibly know about these matters when many of our senior executives are unaware? Upon hearing this, a tempest of disbelief surged within Song Tianda as he cast an incredulous glance at Xiao Anning. Xiao Xiuqing had just mentioned that Xiao Anning was quite capable. Could it be that he had uncovered all this information? If true, Xiao Anning would indeed be formidable. Father, what should we do now? Are we really going to abandon the properties? That's a staggering 2 billion. Song Tianda lamented, his face a mask of despair, unwilling to concede. We need not abandon them. I will handle the situation with the 3 departments. You continue negotiations with the Xiao family, promising them double the compensation and offer them a bit more. Father Song instructed. But what if they remain unsatisfied? Tianda pressed. Unsatisfied? Then let it be a mutually destructive outcome. We must make our stance clear. Double compensation is our limit. Otherwise, we shall fight to the bitter end. With that, Father Song ended the call. Song Tianda stared at his phone, then turned to Xiao Anning. Given your expression, is there trouble afoot for the enterprise? Xiao Anning replied with a knowing smile. How did you manage to achieve this? Even now, Song Tianda could not fathom how Xiao Anning had gained access to such confidential information about their company. Don't concern yourself with how I did it. I wish to know your response now, Xiao Anning urged. Taking a deep breath, Song Tianda slowly articulated, my father has stated that we will not relinquish the properties, but we are willing to offer you double compensation. This is our utmost limit. Otherwise, we shall stand our ground. Chapter 51, The Blueprint. Your tactics are indeed impressive. I cannot deny that you have caused my family's business considerable trouble. However, if this is the extent of it, you might as well concede. Double compensation means you have already profited, Song Tianda declared confidently. Although he was uncertain of Xiao Anning's methods, he had begun to form a hypothesis. Perhaps Xiao Anning had colluded with some employees within the company, whether it pertained to the waste storage or the sewage outlets, or even employee insurance. None of these were secrets. A casual inquiry to any internal staff member would yield the answers. Song Tianda contemplated that once this matter was resolved, an internal investigation would be warranted. Even if they could not identify the informant, it would serve as a warning to deter any would-be traitors. Observing Song Tianda's demeanor, Xiao Anning shook his head in exasperation. Are you all so resolute in your stance? Tianda nodded affirmatively. If it were a matter of earning 1 or 2 billion, perhaps I could let it slide, but over 20 billion. Do you think you would relent if you were in my position? Xiao Anning conceded, fair enough. Let us rely on our respective capabilities. We shall see each other tonight. With that, Xiao Anning departed with Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng, not looking back. Tonight? Song Tianda pondered, filled with perplexity. At that moment, Father Song called again to inquire about the attitude of Xiao Anning and his companions. Song Tianda dutifully conveyed Xiao Anning's position to his father. Tonight, you say? Did he truly say that? Father Song asked. Yes. Song Tianda nodded, speculating. Father, do you think they might involve Zhao Yinghua? Just a trio of young upstarts. Do they truly think they can turn the tide? Even if Zhao Yinghua intervenes. I'm not concerned. Father Song scoffed. Zhao Yinghua has acquired a considerable amount of land in the western suburbs. His current worth is indeed significant. As the saying goes, the more precious one is, the more one cherishes life. Zhao Yinghua would not dare to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with us. Son, remember, if we can endure this trial, our family will ascend to a higher echelon. Upon hearing this, Song Tianda nodded vigorously. To secure the properties, he had resolved to remain steadfast. He would not return home until Xiao Anning accepted the compensation. Meanwhile, after departing, Xiao Anning and his companions arrived at a tea house. Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng appeared noticeably anxious. Unlike their usual meticulous sipping, today they gulped their tea as though they were parched cattle. The Song family is utterly shameless. They sold us the houses, yet now that the policies have shifted and prices have risen, they wish to renege? Fang Zheng's frustration was palpable. He had sold his company, relying on this deal to secure his fortune. Now, just as the meal was served, someone had intervened to deny him sustenance. Can you blame him for being anxious? Upon entering the tea house, Xiao Anning requested paper and a pen and began to sketch at the table. Listening to Fang Zheng's complaints, he calmly remarked, the Song family's reaction is not surprising. After all, who wouldn't covet such a substantial sum? Curiously peering at Xiao Anning's drawings, Xiao Xiuqing inquired, what are you sketching, Xiao? This is, of course, our secret weapon against the Song family, Xiao Anning replied as he continued to illustrate. Once this reaches them, they will undoubtedly seek us out. though I would prefer not to resort to this tactic. The sketches depicted the latest project currently under development by the Song family, thanks to his past life memories. Even though Xiao Anning was not a professional artist, he could accurately convey the basic concept of the product. The Song family's current research progress stood at around 80%, necessitating funding to tackle the remaining 20%. However, in Xiao Anning's recollection, the product was a finished item. His drawing represented a completed masterpiece. The sudden arrival of a simplified blueprint for a project they had labored over for a year would undoubtedly astonish the Song family. Xiao Anning could already envision them pestering him repeatedly in their pursuit of a detailed and comprehensive schematic. Crafting a product's detailed blueprint is a cumbersome task, akin to a graduate thesis. Xiao Anning had no desire to expend time producing such documentation for the Song family. He feared that if he refused, they might turn to the Liu family and expose his current capabilities. Should the Liu family learn of Xiao Anning's present strength, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. After half an hour, Xiao Anning wiped the sweat from his brow and lifted the completed blueprint for inspection. Yes, it's finished. He folded the drawing and placed it into an envelope he had purchased earlier, sealing it securely. Zhao, arrange for a reliable individual to deliver this to the Song family. Ensure that they personally open it. The fate of our properties rests upon this letter. Others might hesitate to send Xiao Anning's message, fearing they would not even gain entry into the Song family's premises. Zhao Xiuqing, however, was different, bearing the title of Young Master Zhao from Confronting Real Estate. Who would dare obstruct him? Zhao Xiuqing felt the weight of the envelope as though it were 1,000 pounds. Rest assured, he made a phone call and set off with the envelope in hand. That evening, within the research conference room of the Song family enterprise, Father Song surveyed the research report with evident delight. Splendid. At this rate, in 2 months, we shall unveil our new product. Our company will ascend to new heights. He turned to the research staff, smiling. Once the product is launched, I will reward you with bonuses. You shall have paid leave to rest properly. The research personnel erupted in joyous exclamations, their faces alight with smiles. Yet, one senior researcher, wearing a serious expression, cautioned Chairman Song. Our product is still merely in its nascent stage. It requires substantial improvement and testing, which entails enormous financial investment and consumption. As a long-serving employee, I am somewhat privy to our company's current financial state. Continuing the research imposes significant pressure on our resources. I believe we should consider slowing our pace. Launching before the end of the year would suffice. Upon hearing this, Father Song waved his hand dismissively and stated, there is no need to slow down our progress. You need not worry about the financial matters, for I have devised a solution. The solution he referred to involved reclaiming the properties from Xiao Anning and her companions, subsequently selling them at a premium. In truth, the project's development had reached its final stages. Even if funds were required, they would not burn through cash as they had at the project's inception. The $5 billion that Xiao Anning and her group had invested in purchasing the properties was nearly sufficient. The Song family's current actions were merely driven by avarice, seeking to profit further. As they spoke, a knock resounded at the door of the research conference room. Mr. Song, a messenger from Zhao Xiao of Xingsheng Real Estate has delivered a letter for you to open personally. Father Song furrowed his brow. A counterattack? Has it come so swiftly? And under the guise of Xingsheng Real Estate? Could it be that Zhao Yinghua has truly intervened in this matter? Very well, I understand. You may leave, he replied. Gazing at the envelope, he found himself ensnared in a web of turmoil, even fearing the contents within. What if it were a notice for a decisive confrontation? He had boldly declared his intent to contend with Zhao Yinghua. Yet when faced with the reality, he secretly hoped to evade conflict. After much hesitation, Father Song ultimately tore open the envelope. Inside lay a folded sheet of paper, which he slowly unfolded. Upon seeing the design blueprint illustrated upon it, Father Song sprang to his feet, his expression vacant, murmuring this cannot be possible. Chapter 52, Father Song's Astonishment. His hands trembled as he clutched the blueprint. Engineer Liu, please take a look at this. Is this not the product we are developing? Father Song's heart raced. His back drenched in a cold sweat in an instant, his tongue tangled. Uttering this brief sentence drained him of nearly all his strength. Engineer Liu, the elder researcher who had spoken earlier, observed Father Song's peculiar demeanor with curiosity as he accepted the blueprint. What extraordinary revelation could so profoundly unsettle a man of his considerable wealth? In the next moment, the aged engineer Liu's eyes widened, and he rubbed them in disbelief several times. My glasses, he exclaimed. Without the slightest hesitation, Father Song, having relinquished his authoritative demeanor, swiftly retrieved his reading glasses from the table and handed them to him. Engineer Liu, is this blueprint indeed from our project? Wait, let me examine it further. Engineer Lu stammered, adjusting his glasses and scrutinizing the blueprint with utmost care, his aged face nearly pressing into the paper. Silence enveloped the conference room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Those present dared not even breathe. Some younger researchers, though uncertain of the unfolding events, recognized that whatever had caused both Father Song and Engineer Lu to lose their composure was indeed extraordinary. After what felt like an eternity, Engineer Lu slowly removed his glasses. Engineer Lu? Father Song inquired eagerly. Lu nodded. I have examined it thoroughly several times. Although the drawing technique is quite rudimentary, it is indeed our ongoing project. Boom. This revelation struck Father Song like a bolt from the blue. In the next instant, he glared around the room like an enraged lion, his voice booming. Who is it? Who has leaked our project details? Do not forget that each of you has signed a confidentiality agreement. Such actions are criminal. His immediate suspicion was that there was a traitor among them, as everyone present was privy to the project. The group, taken aback by Father Song's fury, could only shake their heads in confusion. At this moment, Engineer Lu interjected. It is unlikely that they are the source of the leak. None of us possess the capability to divulge such secrets. What do you mean by that, Engineer Lu? Father Song's brow furrowed in perplexity. Lu laid the blueprint before Father Song, pointing out specific details. Our current progress stands at 80%, and this blueprint directly outlines the final product, optimized to boot. To put it bluntly, with the detailed parameters provided, we could commence production at a moment's notice. Thus, it is not us who have leaked the information. Someone has completed our project ahead of us. Mr. Song, why have you not enlisted such a talent sooner? Father Song's eyes glazed over, his mind buzzing as he struggled to process the implications. A completed product? This is indeed a finished product? Mr. Song? Mr. Song? Huh. Engineer Lu, did you call for me? After being addressed multiple times, Father Song finally regained his focus. Lu sighed. If only you had brought this expert on board earlier. We could have reduced our production costs by at least 10%. Expert? Father Song finally grasped the situation, gripping the messenger's shoulder tightly and demanding, who delivered this letter? Xiao. Xiao. The messenger stammered, visibly shaken. Xiao. Which Xiao? Xiao Xiuqing from Sheng Real Estate. He sent someone to ensure that you opened this letter personally. Upon hearing Xiao Xiuqing's name, Father Song felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Wasn't the Xiao family involved in real estate? Why were they venturing into industry and doing so more proficiently than they? Mr. Song, was this expert not arranged to assist us? Engineer Lu discerned a clue. Father Song forced a bitter smile. Assist us? My relationship with them has nearly devolved into enmity. How could they possibly assist us? Lu, realizing the gravity of the situation, gazed at the blueprint and remarked, Mr. Song, regardless of your past grievances, I advise you to adopt a conciliatory stance. They have presented this blueprint as a clear threat. Should you continue to oppose them, they will undoubtedly reveal this design to the public. I am certain our competitors would be more than willing to pay handsomely for this blueprint. Father Song nodded, fully aware of the letter's implications. Still, he sought to resist and inquired, Engineer Lu, could you extrapolate the completion data from this blueprint within a day? Lu shook his head. The other party is quite astute. Many details are glossed over. We can make estimations, but it would take at least a week. A week? Father Song felt utterly defeated. A week's time would render their efforts futile. He paced the conference room, his expression one of deep conflict. Engineer Lu remained silent, confident that Father Song would make the right decision. Indeed, not long after, Father Song placed a call to Song Tianda. Father, is there anything you require? Accompany me to meet Xiao Xiuqing and his associates. Wait, what? You said to meet Xiao Xiuqing? Song Tianda was momentarily taken aback. He inquired in surprise. Has Xiao Anning intervened? Father Song shook his head helplessly. I am not certain. Regardless of Xiao Aning's involvement, we have both landed ourselves in a precarious situation. Please arrange for the workers to tear down the walls overnight. We will abandon the development in the western suburbs. He then briefly recounted the situation regarding the blueprint. The profits from this endeavor far surpass those from the western suburb project. Moreover, this blueprint could save them hundreds of millions in research costs, in every conceivable way. It was paramount to their project. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Song Tianda immediately began reaching out to Xiao Xiuqing. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiuqing, upon seeing the caller ID, sneered and hung up without hesitation. Song Tianda is calling, he noted. At that moment, another call came in, prompting Xiao Xiuqing to chuckle derisively. This kid is finally feeling the pressure. Let him stew. I want to answer. Let him worry. Let us not leave him hanging too long. Answer any unfamiliar numbers that come in later, Xiao Anning suggested. After two failed attempts to reach Xiao Xiuqing, Song Tianda seemed undeterred. making 6 or 7 more calls before finally conceding defeat. He then contacted his father again. How is it? Where are they now? Father Song inquired impatiently. They're not answering my calls. Not answering? Father Song contemplated briefly before stating, send me their mobile numbers. I shall personally extend my apologies. Soon. Xiao Xiuqing received a call from an unknown number. Indeed, there exists an unfamiliar number, Xiao Laudi. Should I answer it? Xiao Xiuqing inquired. Xiao Anning extended his hand and said, please pass me the phone. I will converse with them. Upon receiving the mobile device, Xiao Anning promptly connected the call. Mr. Song, I sincerely apologize. We were dining just now, and my phone was set aside without notice. On the other end, Song's father felt a sudden tightening in his chest. How could the caller possibly know it was he who placed the call? He was overtaken by an unsettling sensation, as if every step he took was being orchestrated by the other party. This feeling was decidedly unpleasant. Yet, regardless of his discomfort, he had to endure it. Ha! One must eat to survive. It appears we have overstepped. I must extend my apologies first, he remarked. It was the first time Song's father had addressed a junior with such courtesy. Had any of his acquaintances witnessed this, they would surely be taken aback. Xiao Anning responded with a slight smile. Mr. Song, you are too kind. However, I am not Xiao Xiuqing. My name is Xiao Anning. Chapter 53. A Visit to Apologize. Xiao Anning? Song's father spoke with a hint of confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the name. How did Mr. Zhao's phone come into your possession? No matter who you are, please hand the phone back to Mr. Zhao. I have important matters to discuss with him. Upon realizing he was not speaking to Xiao Xiuqing, Song's father's tone shifted from respectful to somewhat impatient. He was eager to discuss the blueprints and had no time to squander on a relatively unknown individual. The phone was on speaker, and Xiao Xiuqing chuckled. Mr. Song, this young man, Xiao Laudi, is the one who created the blueprints. I am merely running errands. Do be careful not to flatter the wrong person. At this, Song's father fell into a brief silence. Xiao Anning exchanged knowing glances with his companions, envisioning the cold sweat that must be streaming down Song's father's back at that moment. He had intended to apologize, but had inadvertently offended the very person he sought to placate. It was only when Xiao Anning took the initiative to speak that Song's father snapped back to reality. Mr. Song, do you have business in calling? Xiao Anning feigned ignorance. It's just that my son has been rather thoughtless these past few days, upsetting you. I merely wish to inquire where you are so that my son and I could come to apologize, Song's father admitted, his voice tinged with embarrassment, addressing Xiao Anning as Mr. Xiao rather than you. Compared to his earlier impatience upon hearing Xiao Anning's name, Song's father's demeanor was now as polite as that of a grandchild addressing a grandparent. The transformation in Song's father's tone elicited a thumbs up from Xiao Xiuqing and Feng Zheng toward Xiao Anning. It appears Xiao Laudi has expertly taken charge of the situation. While apologies are in order, I must admit I prefer the rebellious demeanor of your young master, Xiao Anning remarked with a faint smile. Mr. Xiao is quite the wit. It is merely that the young rascal was thoughtless, and we must apologize, Song's father said. Very well, we still have a meal to attend to. Without waiting for Song's father to finish his sentence, Xiao Anning abruptly ended the call. An apology? Such matters are typically written in black and white. With silver exchanged for goods, you cannot simply renege on it. Now you wish to apologize? I'm afraid you will need to appease me first. Furthermore, Xiao Anning took this opportunity to ponder how he could extract further benefits from the Song family. Although the blueprints would undoubtedly be provided, he intended to extract a bit more from the Song family before doing so. And once they were given, the Song family, being a substantial manufacturing entity, certainly held potential value. Meanwhile, in the research and development conference room, Song's father listened to the dial tone, his eyelids twitching incessantly. He had always been the one to hang up on others. It was the first time someone dared to end a call with him. Engineer Liu could discern from Song's father's expression that the conversation had indeed fallen through. Mr. Song, please do not take offense at my words. But if the other party sells the blueprints to a different enterprise, our company may well face bankruptcy. We have already invested a year's worth of profit into developing this product. The company cannot afford to fund another new project. Engineer Liu spoke earnestly, hoping Mr. Song could exercise patience for the sake of the company. I understand, Song's father replied, his face flushed with anger. At that moment, he yearned to kick Song Tianda to death. What on earth had the young rascal discussed with Xiao Anning and his companions that made Xiao Anning perceive him as rebellious? It was now evident that the responsibility for the apology lay squarely on Song Tianda's shoulders. Upon reflection, Song's father suspected that the other party was merely waiting for him to bring Song Tianda to apologize. Why had Song Tianda made numerous calls that went unanswered? Yet, his one call had connected. Clearly, everything was part of the other party's scheme. This young man is no simpleton. Song's father sighed, wishing fervently that his own son possessed such acumen. Prepare the car. We are heading to the western suburbs. That night, Song's father, having skipped dinner, hurriedly made his way to the western suburbs. At that moment, Song Tienda was directing workers in demolishing walls. Upon seeing his father arrive, he rushed over. Dad, how did the blueprints turn out? Did you manage to obtain them? Song Tienda asked excitedly. Song's father felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Obtain what? They outright refused to accept my apology and hung up before I could say much. I am here to take you to apologize. It seems only you can win their forgiveness. Understanding the gravity of the situation and its implications for their family's business, Song Tienda did not hesitate to agree. All right, I will go and apologize to Xiao Anning and the others. As for the whereabouts of Xiao Anning and his companions, Song's father, mustering his courage, called Xiao Inghua to inquire where Zhao Xiuqing typically dined. Xiao Inghua, lacking any reason to withhold information, readily divulged the details to Song's father. Given Zhao Xiuqing's lack of initiative and Fang Zheng's ineptitude, it was clear that only Xiao Anning could have orchestrated this situation. Once again, Zhao Inghua felt a chill at the thought of Xiao Anning's formidable prowess. Within half an hour, Song's father and Song Tienda arrived at a private dining establishment. Burdened with gifts, they entered, scanning the room until they finally spotted Xiao Anning and his companions seated by a window and hurriedly approached them. You arrived quite promptly, Xiao Anning remarked, glancing at the time with a teasing tone. Upon hearing his words, both Song's father and Song Tienda felt a jolt of apprehension. Looking at the remnants of the meal on the table, they realized the other party had anticipated their arrival. They had finished their meal and were simply waiting for them. You must be Mr. Xiao Anning. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Song's father stammered, quickly extending the gift box in his hands. A cursory glance revealed that it was filled with fine items, not only the obligatory cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, but also some precious health supplements. Please have a seat. Xiao Anning gestured to the vacant seat across from him. I was unaware you were coming. We've already finished our meal. Would you like me to order another round for you? At this, Xiao Anning looked at Song Tienda with a knowing smile. Young Master Song, it seems you have been preoccupied with overseeing the construction project. I suspect you haven't been eating or sleeping well. Please order whatever you desire. This meal is on me. Mr. Xiao, I have only come to apologize. I implore you to show mercy and spare our company, Song Tienda said, his face contorted in a grimace of desperation. Show mercy? What is the meaning of that? Xiao Anning feigned innocence. I recall you were quite arrogant during the day, asserting that we were at your mercy. Shouldn't it be us who are pleading with you? Listening to Xiao Anning's sarcastic remarks, Song Tienda's face flushed with embarrassment. However, he had to endure any grievances he felt at that moment. He regretted his earlier demeanor towards Xiao Anning and his companions. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Mr. Xiao, Song's father interjected, this situation is entirely our fault. We were blinded by profit and acted in a manner that violated our contract. In truth, my visit was not solely to extend an apology, but also to convey an important message to the three of you. We shall no longer contend for the property in the western suburbs. We will adhere strictly to the terms of our contract. Currently, the workers are laboring through the night to dismantle the barriers. At this point, Mr. Song paused for a moment, pushing Song Tienda towards Xiao Anning, saying, we have erred in this matter. Should you still harbor any resentment, feel free to reprimand or chastise this child. Xiao Anning responded with a slight smile. Let us forego the reprimands. Since you have decided not to pursue the western suburbs property any further, our accounts are settled. Well then, we shall take our leave. Mr. Song and young Master Song, if you have yet to dine, I recommend you order a few dishes to savor. The fare here is truly delightful. With that, Xiao Anning stood, preparing to depart. Observing his intent to leave, Mr. Song quickly rose. Wait a moment. Now that the issue regarding the western suburbs has been resolved, could you possibly provide us with the complete design blueprints? Blueprints? Xiao Anning feigned ignorance, responding with a smile. Rest assured, I shall not disclose those plans. Oh no, that is not what I meant. I was inquiring if Mr. Xiao could share the detailed data from the blueprints. Mr. Song offered a forced smile, eagerly anticipating Xiao Anning's reply. Xiao Anning frowned, expressing his displeasure. Mr. Song, this request is rather excessive, don't you think? I have already agreed not to share the blueprints. What more do you desire? Mr. Song wore an expression of distress. Mr. Xiao, you may not be aware, but we have invested a significant amount of resources into this project since its inception, and it has only reached 80% completion. Your blueprints are the final product. And with the detailed data, we could commence production immediately, saving time and funds. Of course, we shall not take the blueprints without compensation. Name your price. We assure you, we will not haggle. Song Tienda chimed in from the side. Mr. Xiao, you are not part of our industry. Holding onto those blueprints serves you no purpose. It would be far more beneficial to sell them to us. How about 10 million? No. What about 20 million? Upon hearing Song Tianda's offer, Xiao Anning couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, it was the final 20% of the project's progress that had cost the Song family nearly 500 million in research funding. Now, they expected to purchase it for merely 10 million? Were they toying with him? Young Master Song, your offer lacks sincerity. Xiao Anning crossed his arms, reclining against the sofa, piercingly gazing at Song Tianda. If I can produce these blueprints, I can certainly calculate the total expenditure required to complete this project. 10 million? For someone of your stature. Is that truly the best you can propose? Song Tianda's face flushed, stammering, if I had the funds, I would gladly offer you 500 million. Silence. Mr. Song sharply interrupted his son, turning to Xiao Anning to explain. Mr. Xiao, please do not take offense. Tianda did not intend to belittle you. It is simply that our company is currently facing financial constraints. The funds for the properties you and Mr. Xiao and Mr. Fong purchased are due at the end of the month, and had we not been in such a tight spot, we would never have risked the backlash of breaching our contract. Monetary matters are negotiable. If the sum is excessive, we could arrange for installment payments. Once the product generates profit, we would remit the funds to you. We can draft a contract for your review. On this point, Mr. Song was not being deceitful. In his previous life, the Song family had made a remarkable turnaround thanks to this project, and only after a subsequent press interview did Mr. Song reveal the truth of the company's situation. Do you think a contract holds any weight with you? Fang Zheng could not resist a sarcastic remark. The Song father and son were left visibly embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Anning stated, I can provide you with the detailed data from the blueprints. You have your own engineers, and based on the data I provide, they should be able to produce a finished product within 2 days. The Song father and son were overjoyed. Thank you immensely. What price does Mr. Xiao wish for this data? Mr. Song asked cautiously. Xiao Anning shook his head. I require no payment, but I do have a condition. Once this project stabilizes in the market, I need you to allocate a production line for me to manufacture a batch of goods. The Song father and son exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, they asked in unison, Is that all? Nothing more? Xiao Anning affirmed, That is all. Rest assured, I have no immediate need for this batch. Focus on your project for now. When I require it, I shall reach out. However, you won't renege on your word then, will you? Absolutely not. We can formalize it in writing. As soon as you request it, our production line will be at your service, Mr. Song quickly assured. There is no need for a written agreement. I trust you, Mr. Song. Xiao Anning smiled lightly. I will send you the primary data first thing tomorrow morning. The remaining details, your engineers can explore. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. The matter had been resolved splendidly, and he understood that their presence was no longer necessary. As they departed, Mr. Song even went to the counter to settle Xiao Anning's bill. Once the Song father and son had completely exited, Fang Zheng could no longer contain himself. Brother Xiao, you've made a grave error. You should have demanded payment. Money can be earned in the future, but the Song family is undoubtedly a leading manufacturing force in Blue Island City. We shall need to collaborate frequently. Creating a rift serves no beneficial purpose, Xiao Anning replied calmly. Zhao Xiuqing seized upon this statement. Looking at Xiao Anning, are you contemplating establishing a company? Indeed. While opportunism may yield profit, it does not allow for the establishment of one's own influence. There are a select few I must seek retribution against in this lifetime. Dealing with them requires more than mere wealth. One must possess their own power. Xiao Anning turned to Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng. Would you be interested in joining me? After several days of interaction, Xiao Anning found Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng to be quite worthy individuals. Zhao Xiuqing, hailing from a merchant background, possessed a mature understanding of company operations and management. Fang Zheng was affable and articulate, making him well-suited for project work. Additionally, his good friend Jiao Yang excelled in stock trading, being meticulous and adept at data processing. They were all talented individuals. Failing to fully leverage their capabilities would be a tremendous waste. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng became instantly animated. Absolutely, we must do this. If you exclude me, we can no longer consider ourselves brothers. You start the company, and I shall be the president. Both Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng were eager to dive into action, practically urging Xiao Anning to set everything in motion immediately. Seeing their enthusiasm, Xiao Anning chuckled, Patience. I already have a preliminary concept in mind. The most pressing matter now is to find a way to sell the properties in my possession. The investment attraction for the western suburbs should be settled in the next couple of days, and property prices will stabilize. Once they reach 20,000 per unit, we will sell. Ideally, we should find a housing speculation group to buy in bulk. Otherwise, selling individually would take far too long. Xiao Xiuqing nodded, understood. I shall handle this matter. Xiao Xiuqing was always the most efficient in his dealings. In just 2 days, the investment attraction for the western suburbs yielded new developments, with property prices surging to 20,000. As soon as the prices rose, Xiao Xiuqing engaged a housing speculation group. The three of them reaped substantial profits. While Xiao Anning basked in an atmosphere of joy, the Liu family found themselves in dire straits. In recent days, the stocks purchased by Liu Wenbo had begun to plummet. However, they paid little heed to it. Stock fluctuations were normal. A minor dip could precede a significant rise. Yet, this morning Liu Wenbo, as was his routine, opened his computer to check the stocks. In an instant, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Chapter 55, Xiao Anning's Mistake. Liu Wenbo stared blankly at the verdant screen. This was no mere cliff-like drop. It was a plunge into the abyss. The Liu family had invested their entire fortune, totaling 1 million. Initially, it had risen to 1,500,000, and they had not sold a single share, hoping for further gains. Now, that 1 million had depreciated to a mere 10,000, with a direct halt in trading. The losses were so severe that even those 10,000 would be nearly impossible to liquidate. Liu Wenbo gazed at the screen, feeling surges of heat rushing to his brain, followed by waves of dizziness. His ears buzzed incessantly, and the scenery before him became a blur. It was over, utterly over. Liu Wenbo felt as though his spine had been extracted, slumping softly from his chair onto the floor, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, muttering repeatedly, "It's finished." The commotion soon attracted the attention of the other members of the Liu family, who rushed over to support him upon witnessing his ghostly demeanor. Upon learning of the stock market's predicament from Liu Wenbo, the Liu family was engulfed in a chorus of lamentations. Xia Huiran, suddenly stiffening, felt a wave of darkness wash over her and collapsed. In that moment, no one attended to her. Neither her son nor her daughter offered a hand. Xia Huiran fell heavily to the ground. Liu Yiruo and Wenling hurried to the computer, refreshing the webpage repeatedly, hoping against hope that it was merely a glitch in the network. How could this happen? Wenling slumped into the computer chair, her heart growing cold. If the stocks had been in a constant decline from the beginning, the Liu family would have felt only sorrow. Yet, this particular stock had once soared to 1,500,000. Had they cashed out at that peak, they would have profited 500,000. Now, in addition to their grief, they were beset by regret, their insides churning with anguish. Just then, Xia Huiran stirred back to consciousness. Upon waking, she let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My money. So much money. How could it vanish overnight? Why must I suffer so? Just when I managed to save a little, it's all gone. Xia Huiran thrashed on the ground in despair. She had never mourned so deeply even when her husband passed away, which illustrated the depth of her anguish this time. It must be Xiao Anning. He is undoubtedly behind this. I shall tear him apart. Xia Huiran's face contorted with rage, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Mother, surely you cannot hold Xiao Anning accountable. The stock market is beyond his control. Liu Yiruo interjected with a slight frown. If not him, then who? You wretched girl. Do not forget, I am your biological mother, and Wenbo is your brother. We share the same blood. Xia Huiran shot a cold glance at Liu Yiruo, expressing her discontent at Liu Yiruo's defense of Xiao Anning. At that moment, Liu Wenbo finally regained his composure. Mother, my sister does have a point. The fluctuations in the stock market are indeed not governed by one individual alone. However, these stocks were all recommended by Xiao Anning, and with the current plunge, he must bear at least half of the responsibility. Liu Wenbo looked at Liu Yiruo and stated calmly, Sister, am I incorrect in saying this? Liu Yiruo pondered for a moment and nodded, no issue. If that is the case, should not Xiao Anning compensate us for our losses? Liu Wenbo fixed his gaze on his sister, his eyes gleaming as if they were fixated on a treasure chest. Indeed, eldest sister, had it not been for Xiao Anning, we would not have encountered such a calamity. This money was for Mother's funeral expenses and our savings for Zijia's university. Now, it has all vanished. How are we to survive? Wenling chimed in, aligning with Liu Wenbo, shifting the blame entirely onto Xiao Anning. By the end of her lament, she even began to sob softly, appearing pitiable. Liu Yiruo, already lacking in mental acuity, found her remaining intelligence evaporating upon witnessing Wenling's tears. She hurriedly embraced Wenling, reassuring her, do not worry, do not worry. I will certainly ensure that Xiao Anning provides an explanation for this matter. Xiao Anning had also received news regarding the stock market situation. Earlier, he had tasked Jiao Yang with monitoring the stocks associated with the Liu family while manipulating the market. He instructed Jiao Yang to inform him the moment the stocks began to plummet. True to his word, Xiao Yang had conveyed the news of the stock decline to Xiao Anning early that morning. Very well, I understand. We should sell off our stocks. There will be no significant fluctuations henceforth, and the returns will be drawn out. We must prepare for the next steps. After speaking, Xiao Anning suddenly recalled something and added, Xiao Yang, please assist me in purchasing some stocks, specifically those that are currently hitting the limit down. A few tens of thousands will suffice. The Liu family was now bankrupt. Xiao Anning also needed to fabricate the appearance of bankruptcy. Without Xiao Anning's support, the Liu family would have no income. Later, he would instruct Fang Zheng to pursue the collection of debts. In their desperate plight, the Liu family would inevitably revert to their previous regrettable path, introducing Liu Yiruo to wealthy men in pursuit of financial gain. By that time, Xiao Anning will be able to file for divorce. With evidence of Liu Yiruo's infidelity, she would be required to leave empty-handed, receiving no share of the assets. Moreover, given Liu Yiruo's indiscretions, even Tian would not be awarded to her. Thus, Xiao Anning would be able to sever all ties with the Liu family, liberating himself to engage in endeavors without the fear of having his hard-earned wealth divided. Contemplating this, Xiao Anning even called Fang Zheng to inquire about contacts for private detectives. The Liu family could not contain their impatience. They might soon pressure Liu Yiruo to seduce a wealthy man. Capturing evidence of Liu Yiruo's infidelity through a private detective would ensure absolute certainty. Upon learning of Xiao Anning's intended use for the private detective, Fang Zheng readily agreed. Soon, he introduced a highly reputable detective within the industry. Xiao Anning provided the detective with 100,000 yuan, instructing him to closely monitor Liu Yiruo for the next 10 days, 10,000 a day. This fee was already considered high in the private detective realm, so the detective, upon receiving the commission, was very diligent and promptly commenced surveillance on Liu Yiruo. Unbeknownst to the Liu family, they stormed over to Xiao Anning's residence, intent on confronting him. Upon arriving, the Liu family boldly plopped down onto the sofa, exuding an air of arrogance. Witnessing this, Xiao's mother hastily served them tea and water. As for Tian, following previous events, the little girl exhibited a newfound fear of her mother. Although her eyes still yearned for maternal affection, she no longer dared to approach Liu Yiruo. Mother-in-law, is there something of great importance that has necessitated such a grand gathering? Xiao's mother, in front of Xia Huiran, was overly deferential, giving off an impression of inferiority. This was not due to Xiao's mother feeling inferior before Xia Huiran, but rather a consequence of Xiao Anning's past behavior. In his previous life, Xiao Anning had been a spineless sycophant before Liu Yiruo, which led the Liu family to perceive themselves as superior to the Xiao family. They were well aware of how much Xiao Anning adored Liu Yiruo, and naturally, his mother observed this too. To maintain harmony between the families, Xiao's mother could only lower her status to cater to this entire family. Of course, there is something of great importance. Where is Xiao Anning? Let him come out. Chapter 56, A Good Grandmother. After years of interacting with the Liu family, Xiao's mother had long discerned their intentions. Such an attitude signified either a demand for money or an attempt to bully others. How could Xiao's mother dare to let Xiao Anning return? Mother-in-law, I sincerely apologize, but Anning has gone out today and will not be back for a while. If you have any matters, please discuss them with me, and I will relay them to Anning upon his return. As she spoke, Xiao's mother continued to pour tea for Xia Huiran and the others, even lowering herself to serve Liu Wenbo and Liu Yiruo personally. However, Xiao's mother's humility did not elicit any courtesy in return from the Liu family. Xia Huiran slammed the table and scolded, "Speak to you? Who do you think you are to be spoken to? What use is it to talk to you? Gone out? Bah, I see it as hiding in shame. None of you are good people. We are not leaving until Xiao Anning returns. I refuse to believe he can avoid home forever." Even the most patient of individuals would feel a flicker of anger when insulted so brazenly. Xiao's mother, despite her good temper, could not help but feel a spark of ire. She set down the teapot and furrowed her brow, saying, "Mother-in-law, your words are somewhat excessive. Let's discuss matters civilly. Your unfounded insults will not resolve anything. If you're merely here to grumble, then kindly take your leave." The Liu family was taken aback by the audacity of Zhao's mother to issue such a decree, rendering them momentarily speechless. However, within a heartbeat, their tempers erupted. Xia Huiran violently overturned the teacups on the table, the cacophony startling the timid Tian, who cowered in the corner, her small eyes brimming with fear. "I can see it clearly now. Xiao Anning's wickedness is entirely your doing. You deceived us out of our money, and now you wish to cast us aside. You vile woman, I shall end you." At that moment, Xia Huiran had completely lost her reason, transforming into a rabid dog ready to bite anyone in sight. She raised her hand, poised to strike Xiao's mother. Though frightened, Tian rushed to shield her grandmother. Do not harm my grandmother. Her innocent voice drew the attention of all present. Louis Rouault frowned deeply. What business do you have here? Go back to your room. No, I will not return. Tian cast a pleading gaze at Louis Rouault. Mama, please persuade grandmother. Hitting is wrong. The kindergarten teacher said, we must not hit anyone. This is an adult matter. Children should not interfere. Return to your room. Louis Rouault disregarded Tian's distress, yanking her slender arm and dragging her towards the interior. The little girl, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, clung to Louis Rouault's leg, sobbing, Mama, please do not treat me this way. I am scared. Do not let grandmother and uncle harm grandma. Grandma is a good grandmother. Xie Huiran scoffed derisively. She is a good grandmother, and I am the villain, am I? This child, so young yet so sarcastic, will surely grow into another wretched soul like Xiao Anning. Though Tian did not fully comprehend the words, she sensed Xie Huiran's displeasure. She approached and embraced Xie Huiran, whispering, grandmother is not a bad person. The simplicity of a child's heart is often profound. A mere hug could mend the rift of discontent. Yet, confronted by the frenzied Xie Huiran, the innocence and charm of the child could not penetrate the malice within her heart. Upon feeling Tian's embrace, Xie Huiran's face twisted in disgust, and she shoved the child away. Get away from me, you little wretch. Do I need your endorsement to prove my goodness? There is not a single decent thing in the Xiao lineage. Xie Huiran's demeanor was ferocious. Xiao's mother quickly gathered her granddaughter in a protective embrace, reprimanding. She only wished to comfort you. Must you resort to such extremes? Please leave. You are unwelcome here. Xie Huiran pouted defiantly. We will not depart until we receive our money. Her stubbornness left Xiao's mother at a loss. Despite being in her own home, Xiao's mother could only huddle with Tian in a corner, offering comfort to her frightened granddaughter. The light in Tian's innocent eyes had dimmed, and her gaze towards Louis Rouault was devoid of maternal dependence, resembling that of a stranger instead. Recent events had systematically eroded Louis Rouault's image in Tian's heart. What does it mean to be a mother? At that moment, Tian found herself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, Louis Rouault remained utterly unconcerned, not even casting a glance towards Tian. She was preoccupied, assuring her mother and brother that she would certainly reclaim the money. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the door. Xiao Anning returned home after meeting with a private investigator. Upon witnessing the shattered teacups strewn across the floor, along with the distressed expressions of his mother and daughter, Xiao Anning was instantly consumed by rage. How dare you lay a hand on them? In that instant, he disregarded any plans he may have had, turning on his heel and storming into the kitchen to seize a kitchen knife. The Liu family had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Xiao Anning. In their minds, he had always been synonymous with weakness and ineptitude, akin to a soft persimmon easily squeezed by anyone. His sole redeeming quality was his ability to provide them with a continuous stream of income. Yet, that very asset had gradually become a liability amidst the Liu family's ever-expanding greed. They began to complain that Xiao Anning was not earning enough, often making snide remarks in his presence, and even introducing Louis Rouault to wealthy suitors before him. In the past, Xiao Anning would merely smile, which further fueled the Liu family's disdain, perceiving him as a mere fool. However, the sight of Xiao Anning now, embodying a murderous intent, left them feeling bewildered. Son, don't. His mother urgently interjected, recognizing the Liu family's nature. If he truly resorted to violence, the Liu family would cling to him for life, even after a divorce. They would remain inextricably linked. Hearing his mother's words, Xiao Anning regained a semblance of composure, and upon confirming that neither his mother nor daughter had been harmed, he felt a wave of relief. He suppressed his fury and coldly addressed the Liu family. What do you want? The Liu family had intended to maintain their arrogance, but upon seeing Xiao Anning wielding the knife, their intended insults were swallowed back. Xiao Anning, you must be aware of the stock situation, correct? Do you not think you should take responsibility for this? Liu Wenbo asserted. Responsibility? What responsibility do I bear? The fluctuations of the stock market are beyond my control. Xiao Anning replied. Although the market's ups and downs are not under your jurisdiction, the stocks we purchased were recommended by you. Were they not? Now that they have plummeted, do you not owe us compensation? Liu Wenbo felt confident in his reasoning. Xiao Anning chuckled in response. Are you suggesting that if I take responsibility for the losses, you would share the profits with me if the stocks had risen? What kind of logic is that? His words left the Liu family momentarily speechless. Would you share the profits? The answer was painfully obvious. How did they behave when the stocks were soaring? They had deemed Xiao Anning useless and had attempted to cast him aside, let alone consider sharing profits. But now, driven by greed, they resorted to petty tactics. If we profit, we will certainly share. But now that we are at a loss, you must bear the responsibility. Even the Liu family struggled to believe their own words. Xiao Anning sneered. Firstly, those stocks were not my recommendation. They were my personal investments. You approached me at the amusement park and inquired, and I merely shared my insights. Secondly, I never urged you to purchase those stocks. All your actions were unilateral decisions. If you dispute this, I can retrieve the surveillance footage from the amusement park. Xiao's amusement park has state-of-the-art surveillance, even capable of recording sound. Fearing the Liu family's deceit, Xiao Anning had already preserved the video from that day. With this evidence, he would always hold the upper hand. The Liu family gaped, rendered speechless. How could this be happening? This was entirely contrary to their expectations. Was history about to repeat itself, with them arriving in a huff and departing in disgrace? Lu Wenbo tugged at Lu Yiruo's sleeve. Understanding her brother's unspoken words, Lu Yiruo spoke up. Anning, do not be angry. Wenbo and mother are simply flustered. After all, they have invested their life savings, and now they cannot even secure basic living expenses. How about this? You lend Wenbo the money for now, and he can repay you once he earns it. Chapter 57. Or perhaps you could lend me 100,000. Here we go again. If the hard approach fails, they resort to the soft one. Each time they requested money, they framed it as a loan. For years, Xiao Anning had not seen a single penny returned. Even after his rebirth, Lu Yiruo still naively believed this tactic would work on him. No, do not forget I invested in those stocks as well. If you are left with nothing, so am I. Xiao Anning began to feign distress. Do you think you can extract money from me? Sorry, but I will not be handing over a single cent. Upon hearing Xiao Anning's declaration, the Liu family finally remembered that he was the one who initially invested in those stocks. Lu Wenbo, still not willing to concede, pressed, did you truly invest your money? Let me see your account. Fortunately, Xiao Anning had prepared in advance, having instructed Jiao Yang to liquidate a portion of his stocks earlier that morning, amounting to a modest sum of 20 to 30,000. Lu Wenbo and his companions witnessed their 1 million shrink to a mere 100,000, a tenfold devaluation. Conversely calculated, the 2 or 3,000 they possessed multiplied by 10 amounts to 2 or 300,000, which is precisely the sum Lu's family estimated that Xiao Anning should have in her possession. Xiao Anning readily unlocked her phone, revealing her account information to Lu Wenbo. Indeed, the same stocks. By this time, the Liu family was already in a panic over their financial losses, lacking the presence of mind to scrutinize Xiao Anning's trading records. Otherwise, they might have inadvertently exposed themselves. Upon viewing Xiao Anning's account information, Lu Wenbo was utterly disheartened. From the outset, Xiao Anning had mortgaged her house for a loan of 100,000, then made a profit of 300,000 from reselling watermelons. All 300,000 had been invested in the stock market, which ultimately dwindled to a mere 2 or 3,000. Each link in this chain effectively denied the Liu family any opportunity to demand money. Hearing that Xiao Anning was also out of funds, Xia Huiran collapsed on the ground, wailing as if she had lost a father. You useless wretch. You claimed you had no aptitude for the stock market, yet you ventured into it anyway. Now, look at the mess you've created, not only losing your own money, but dragging our family down with you. All our hard-earned savings have dwindled to just 100,000. Xiao Anning could not help but smirk inwardly. Your hard-earned savings? Ever since I became acquainted with Lu Yiruo, not a single member of the Liu family has held a job. Without employment, how could you possibly save money? Was that money originally extracted from me? Now you dare to claim it as your own? How shameless. Upon realizing that Xiao Anning was broke, Lu Yiruo's tender demeanor vanished entirely. Xiao Anning, perhaps you should consider selling the house that was compensated due to the demolition? Still harboring thoughts about that house. Xiao Anning lamented, I can't sell it. Don't forget, my initial capital of 100,000 was obtained through a mortgage on that very house. And the mortgage is still unsettled, meaning it remains under lien and cannot be sold. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Anning's eyes. How about this? You lend me 10,000 and I can settle this debt, allowing me to sell it. The Liu family had come to demand money from Xiao Anning. Yet now she was turning the tables and asking them for funds. This startled the Liu family, causing them to retreat several steps, even Xia Huiran pausing her lamentations. Xiao Anning pressed on. Wenbo, how about you sponsor this amount for your brother-in-law? Lu Wenbo felt a chill run down his spine, hastily shaking his head. No. I don't have that much money. All my funds are tied up in stocks. Xiao Anning turned her gaze to Xia Huiran. And you, Mom? None. I don't have a single penny. Xia Huiran sprang up as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, It's all about asking money from my mother-in-law and son-in-law. And here you are, asking for money from your mother-in-law and son-in-law. Had I known you were this pathetic, I would have rather risked my life than let Yiruo marry you. Divorce. This time we must divorce. Lu Yirua's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. She glanced at Xiao Anning and Xiao Tiantian, ultimately remaining silent, tacitly agreeing. The rest of the Lu family naturally did not oppose. They eagerly anticipated Lu Yirua finding another wealthy heir to continue their parasitic ways. Xiao Anning shrugged. Fine, let us get a divorce. But we must equally share this 10,000 in debt. Why should I? Lu Yirua shrieked. I haven't spent a cent of it. Xiao Anning replied coolly. You don't have a job, so who has been covering your expenses for food necessities? Lu Yirua quickly retorted. My mother has been supporting me, hasn't she? My brother has been helping too. Xiao Anning chuckled softly. Then I must ask, dear mother-in-law and beloved brother-in-law, do you all have jobs? Can you prove the source of your income? Furthermore, the transfer records from the past indicate that this money was utilized for the benefit of both spouses. Therefore, we must equally divide this amount upon divorce. The faces of the Lu family changed dramatically as they began to weigh the pros and cons. After a prolonged silence, Lu Wenbo spoke. Mom, isn't there's still a pot cooking at home? Huh? Oh, right, I nearly forgot about the pot. Xia Huiran exclaimed, slapping her thigh before hastily departing from Zhao's residence. Lu Yirua intended to follow suit. Mom, are you leaving again? You haven't even stayed to put Tian to bed. The little girl gazed at Lu Yirua with pleading eyes, hoping to make one last effort. Witnessing his daughter's despondent expression, Xiao Anning set aside his resentment and softly suggested, stay for dinner. Let us have a meal together as a family, and you can spend some quality time with Tian. All right? Lu Yirua paused momentarily before coldly responding. Let your grandmother and father keep her company. With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Watching his mother's retreating figure, the little girl could no longer hold back her emotions, bursting into tears. Mommy doesn't want me anymore. I'm a child without a mother. I won't have a mommy anymore. Listening to his daughter's heart-wrenching cries, Xiao Anning felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. Tian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being an inadequate father, unable to provide you with a perfect home. Rest assured, in the future, I will love you twice as much and give you the best of everything. Xiao Anning held Tian tightly, tears streaming down his face. He felt he owed her everything. She was only 5 years old. 5 years old. Lu Yirua, how could you be so heartless? Seeing the father and daughter in such sorrow, Xiao's mother turned her head away, discreetly wiping her tears. What a calamity this is. The little girl cried for a long time, her eyes swollen, before finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting off to sleep. Xiao Anning quietly slipped out of the room. Zhao's mother had already tidied the living room, sitting on the sofa, patiently awaiting Xiao Anning. What are you going to do about the Lu family? If you truly have no money, your father and I can still borrow some from relatives, she offered. Mom, don't worry, your son has plenty of funds. But I can only reveal this after the divorce. Otherwise, the Lu family will catch wind of it. Xiao Anning paused before continuing. Let us visit our relatives after the divorce. They've been wary of our family for a long time. The Xiao family's relatives had long since grown fearful of the Xiao family. During the wedding, when the Lu family suddenly raised the bride price, Zhao's parents had no choice but to borrow from relatives. In truth, given the Xiao family's strength at the time, they could have easily repaid the loan within a year, which is why the relatives felt assured in lending to Xiao Anning. However, after the marriage, Lu Yirua transformed into a leech, siphoning off any money the Xiao family accrued. What should have been a debt easily cleared within a year ended up dragging on for several years before being settled. Xiao's relatives were aware of the type of wife Xiao Anning had married. Apart from a few, most sympathized with the Xiao family and refrained from demanding repayment. Yet, fearing the Lu family's scrutiny, they distanced themselves from the Xiao family. This had also become a source of distress for Zhao's father, a traditional man who yearned for family harmony. Ultimately, he spent his life becoming the very person his family wished to avoid. During every spring festival and family reunion, Zhao's father would buy a few bottles of cheap liquor, munch on peanuts, and gaze at the moon in a daze. Every time he recalled his father's forlorn expression, Xiao Anning felt a pang of sorrow. Mom, it won't be long now. We won't have to endure this life much longer. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Anning's eyes. He stood up and stepped out of the house, dialing a number. Brother Fawn, do you still have connections with people from your old company? I believe it's time to press the Lu family regarding that debt. Chapter 58. The Lu family cornered. At this moment, the Lu family trudged home like defeated roosters, their spirits utterly deflated. Damn it, another trip yielding nothing. This Xiao Anning is indeed full of malice, attempting to make us bear the debt. Not a chance. Lu Wenbo had been grumbling the entire way. Recently, it seemed they had been losing money, and they had yet to recover a single penny from Xiao Anning. However, Wenling remarked, can't you see? Xiao Anning doesn't genuinely want a divorce. He merely intends to intimidate us with the shared debt to prevent his sister from divorcing him. Xiao Anning remains unchanged, still the devoted admirer of his elder sister. However, it appears that he has truly fallen into financial straits. Otherwise, he would not be researching divorce regulations, clearly aiming to intimidate his sister. Lu Yiru nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Wenling's perspective. She recalled the moment when Xiao Anning desperately tried to retain her, mistakenly believing it was out of genuine desire to keep her. She remarked, Xiao Anning indeed does not wish to divorce. Just moments ago, he wanted me to stay. As she spoke, Lu Yiru wore an expression of smug satisfaction. No matter how much Xiao Anning flounders, he remains merely a small dog beneath her skirt. But what shall we do now? Xiao Anning is broke and cannot pursue a divorce. Are we to allow my sister to waste her time on this penniless fool? My sister has already. Lu Wenbai was about to say that Lu Yiru is already 28. While she is still young and beautiful, she should quickly seek out a wealthy heir. Otherwise, as time passes and youth fades, she will find it impossible to attach herself to a rich man. He refrained from voicing this thought, fearing it might offend Lu Yiru, who might then withhold financial support from their family. It's fine. As long as Xiao Anning is still employed, he will eventually repay this debt. Once he has settled the mortgage on the house, we can discuss divorce. By then, their home will be released from mortgage and can be transferred. Wenling analyzed. Exactly. Once he has repaid the loan, we shall reclaim that house. Xia Huiran wholeheartedly concurred with her daughter-in-law's assessment. She had no intention of letting Xiao Anning off easily. Just then, Lu Wenbai received a call from a loan company. What? What are you saying? This is impossible. There must be a mistake. Lu Wenbai stood frozen, stunned by the information relayed over the phone. Mr. Lu, we are not mistaken. The loan agreement exists in duplicate, clearly stating that the debt is to be borne by Lu Yiru and her brother Lu Wenbai. Your signatures are affixed there as well. If you're unclear, you may refer to the contract in your possession, the representative explained. Impossible. At the time, I specified that the debt was to be shared by Lu Yiru and Xiao Anning as a couple. When did it become a sibling obligation? Lu Wenbai vehemently denied it. It isn't black and white, Mr. Lu. Are you suggesting you intend to default? The representative's tone grew increasingly unfriendly as Lu Wenbai continued to deny the truth. They scoffed and cautioned, Mr. Lu, I advise you to think carefully. Our company's accounts are not easily evaded. You are well aware of certain methods. A shiver ran down Lu Wenbai's spine upon hearing their icy tone. No. Lu Wenbai hastily sought to stabilize the situation, explaining. The contract was signed by me and the manager. I specifically instructed them to label the debt as a shared marital obligation, not a sibling one. The person on the other end remained unperturbed by Lu Wenbai's claims. They were merely agents tasked with debt collection, and the specifics of the contract were beyond their concern. What you say is irrelevant to us. We are solely interested in whether you will make regular repayments. This call serves as a notification. If there are issues with the contract, you may inquire with our specialists at the office. My sole duty is to urge you for repayment. If you fail to do so, you should prepare yourself for the consequences. The caller's tone was cold, and without waiting for Lu Wenbai's response, they hung up. Lu Wenbai stood there, phone in hand, utterly dazed. A debt from the heavens. The sudden onslaught of high-interest loans left him momentarily breathless. What happened? Wenling approached, her concern evident. We need to go home. We must hurry back. Lu Wenbai snapped back to reality, racing home like a madman. Lu Yiru, still in the dark about the unfolding events, followed suit, dashing alongside him. The loan agreement exists in duplicate, and Lu Wenbai needed to scrutinize its contents. Upon returning home, Lu Wenbai retrieved the contract and examined it meticulously, wishing to memorize every word of the terms. After reading, Lu Wenbai was utterly dumbfounded. The contract indeed stated that the debt was a shared obligation between siblings. What on earth is happening? Wenling stood at the doorway, her brow furrowed. Outside, Lu Yiru and Xie Huiran craned their necks with curiosity. Come in and see this. Lu Wenbai pulled his wife into the room, closed the door, and handed the contract to Wenling, exclaiming, This is absurd. I distinctly remember discussing with the manager that the debt was to be a shared marital obligation, yet it has now become a shared sibling debt. How long must we bear such a substantial burden? Lu Wenbai sank despondently onto the bed, his hands tugging at his hair in frustration. The stock market had crashed, and now he was burdened with high-interest loans. He had never felt so hopeless. Wenling scrutinized the contract closely, her face paling as she finished reading. It's over. This lifetime is over. What have I done wrong to deserve this? She lamented. I lost nearly $1 million in the stock market, and now I am inexplicably laden with high-interest debt. I might as well be dead. Lu Wenbai's mental state shattered, and he wandered the room in despair. Observing her husband's breakdown, Wenling took a deep breath to regain her composure. Perhaps the manager made an error when printing the contract. Let us approach him and clarify the situation. Perhaps we can rectify this. Wenling stated calmly. Lu Wenbai, like a drowning man clutching a lifeline, exclaimed excitedly, Yes, yes. We need to find the manager. He personally printed the contract, and he must remember, realizing the gravity of the matter. The couple wasted no time and rushed to find the manager. However, upon arriving at the company, they discovered that the manager had already resigned. He had merely left the contracts behind at the office. Without the manager to hold them accountable, the loan company had devolved into a gray market operation, indifferent to any potential issues with the contracts, only concerned with profit. Thus, the entire burden fell squarely on Lu Wenbai's shoulders. Back at home, Lu Wenbai informed Xia Huiran of the loan predicament. Xia Huiran nearly fainted upon hearing the news. After regaining her composure, she sighed heavily. After much discussion, it was decided that Lu Yiru should begin courting a wealthy heir. Given the current situation, they could not afford to wait for a divorce. It was imperative that Lu Yiru start networking with affluent prospects. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the Lu family, their every move was being monitored by Xiao Anning. Brother Xiao, you cannot imagine the expression on Lu Wenbai's face when he learned of my resignation. He looked as though he had swallowed excrement, utterly devoid of hope. It was utterly hilarious. The former manager shared anecdotes about the loan company. Although he had resigned, he still had connections, easily acquiring video surveillance. Watching the footage of Lu Wenbai and his wife, Xiao Anning's gaze turned icy. They have reached a dead end. Both Lu Wenbai and Xia Huiran are utterly inept. They will not be able to earn this money. Wenling is cunning, but she lacks connections and resources. She too will not be able to generate funds. Their only hope now rests on Lu Yiru's visage. If I can capture substantial evidence of her infidelity, I will be able to file for divorce and leave Lu Yiru with nothing. It seems that the conclusion of this marriage is merely days away. Xiao Anning switched off the monitor, no longer wishing to observe this repugnant family. Well, the affairs of the Lu family are merely a personal nuisance. Let us now deliberate on the matters concerning the company. Xiao Anning recalled the small firm that had been robbed of its opportunity at the charity auction. This team possesses talent, yet it had been deprived of its rightful chance by Xiao Anning, and it was likely on the brink of dissolution. Xiao Anning planned to recruit this team. Chapter 59, Establishing a Company. Upon hearing that Xiao Anning intended to start a company, Zhao Xiuqing and the former manager were even more exhilarated than he was. They had been anticipating this news for far too long. What is the most crucial aspect of doing business? Unique insight. Who could surpass Xiao Anning in this regard? With Xiao Anning's capabilities, he could thrive in any industry. His future achievements will undoubtedly not lag behind those of Sheng Real Estate. Zhao Xiuqing exclaimed excitedly, What industry are we venturing into? Why don't we venture into real estate? A simple calculation will reveal which plots will appreciate, and we could make a fortune. Zhao Xiuqing said with a hint of mischief. Xiao Anning, taken aback, replied, What? Are you planning to compete with Uncle Zhao? Zhao Xiuqing pouted, his tone tinged with youthful defiance. He has always said I'm not serious enough. If I establish a real estate company that outshines his, what will he say then? It was surprising that despite being in his 30s, Zhao Xiuqing's thoughts still echoed those of a child, yearning for his father's approval. Xiao Anning chuckled softly. You can still earn Uncle Zhao's respect without delving into real estate. Besides, you're more familiar with that field than we are. Established enterprises are fiercely contending, and it's a Herculean task for newcomers to carve out their share. Opportunities like those in the western suburbs are rare. We need not engage in that industry. We can leave new opportunities for Uncle Zhao to manage. Zhao Xiuqing sighed, acknowledging the validity of Xiao Anning's words. However, he longed to surpass his father in a domain where he excelled, feeling that would bring him a sense of accomplishment. Forget it. Once our company grows robust and surpasses Sheng Real Estate, I can hold my head high before my father. Real estate is the most lucrative industry right now. If we aren't in that, then what should we pursue? Fang Zheng inquired. Xiao Anning opened his notebook and typed a line on the screen. The shared bicycle project. Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng exchanged puzzled glances. The concept of sharing was just beginning to gain traction in this era, and its large-scale commercial application was still years away. Xiao Anning was merely capitalizing on his past life as memory to reap some early benefits. Zhao Xiuqing raised his hand, resembling an eager schoolboy. Could you elaborate on how the sharing works? How do we profit? Xiao Anning nodded. Essentially, this project integrates the Internet of Things, cloud computing, and the Internet by providing services at campuses, subway stations, bus stops, residential areas, commercial districts, and public service zones. With the proliferation of smartphones and online banking, customers can simply scan the QR code on our shared bicycles to use them. The payment structure is straightforward, a deposit of 99, with a fee of 1 yuan for every half hour, and the deposit is fully refundable at any time. Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng were bewildered. They struggled to grasp the concepts of the Internet of Things and cloud computing from the outset. It was no surprise, as these concepts were quite advanced. Noticing their confusion, Xiao Anning patiently re-explained the details of the shared bicycle project in simpler terms. Both men, being astute businessmen, quickly recognized the groundbreaking potential of the project. Yet, they were also acutely aware of the numerous challenges it would face. The most pressing issue was how to prevent theft of the bicycles. Regarding this concern, Xiao Anning assured them, "Rest assured, each bicycle will be equipped with a positioning chip powered by solar energy, capable of lasting up to 7 days, even in inclement weather. 7 days is sufficient for us to retrieve the bicycles. As for costs, don't worry. I plan to have the Song family manufacture them. They owe me a significant favor. And a decent bicycle 1T costs much. The wholesale price for the positioning chips is also quite affordable." The inevitability of bicycle theft was acknowledged. After all, which shared bicycle company had faced losses? However, when compared to potential profits, such losses were negligible. Xiao Xiuqing stroked his chin, deeply contemplating Xiao Anning's proposal. He was astonished to find that Xiao Anning's project plan was remarkably well developed, as if it had been tested in practice. While there were issues, they were minor. To be candid, this plan could be executed the very next moment, provided the hardware was in place. It's worth noting that a mature business project typically requires several individuals, sometimes even a dozen, to refine through intense discussions. Yet, Xiao Anning had accomplished all of this alone. Such a capability was nothing short of terrifying. I believe this project is viable. Setting aside other cities, just consider the traffic situation in Blue Island City. During peak hours, it's nearly impossible to move. I've often wished for a bicycle. Fang Zheng enthusiastically supported the idea based on his experiences. Xiao Xiuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, my family has been in real estate for many years, so we have a good understanding of ordinary people's lives. Generally, families tend to prioritize housing over cars, which is why public transport and taxis remain the primary modes of travel. However, buses are often crowded, leading to the traffic issues Fang Zheng mentioned. Taxis are costly, with high starting fares, making them impractical for short distances. Therefore, an instantly available shared bicycle would be incredibly useful. Seeing the two men express such optimism for the project, Xiao Anning smiled. "Shall we finalize this project then?" "Agreed," Xiao Xiuqing responded. "From what you just explained about the Internet of Things and cloud computing, it seems we'll need some programmers. We don't have much experience in that area. Perhaps I could ask my father to leverage some connections to find reliable candidates?" Xiao Anning shook his head. "No need, I have someone in mind." He was referring to the small company whose opportunity he had seized. In his past life, this company had thrived through a charity auction, rapidly becoming the talk of Blue Island City. They utilized this opportunity to promote several of their developed smartphone applications, which were remarkably stable and well received by customers. Eventually, they emerged as leaders in the tech industry, creating the globally popular quick sound short video app. Xiao Anning was determined to recruit such a brilliant team. After discussing several matters, the trio went their separate ways. Xiao Xiuqing headed to the Song family to negotiate the production of the bicycles and finalize the design plans. Fang Zheng sought out a renovation team to refurbish the office building that Zhao Yinghua had previously gifted to Xiao Anning. Meanwhile, Xiao Anning made his way to the city center, aiming to connect with that genius team. At that moment, within an unassuming 3-story building, a group of young individuals wore expressions of despair as they sat in a meeting room, the atmosphere palpably tense. "Our company's account is depleted. If this continues, we won't even be able to pay for server rentals, let alone software operations and maintenance. Our software downloads have recently increased, indicating that users still recognize our value. We merely lack promotion. Those greedy advertisers are asking for exorbitant fees, 1 million for advertising. Who can afford that? We also missed out on the charity auction. I had a feeling that painting was a treasure, but I lacked conviction and let someone else snatch it away. Indeed, I share that feeling. That was the closest we've been to success. Had we made an appearance at the charity gala, we could have significantly boosted our software's reputation." In the meeting room, voices mingled, all expressing deep regret. They had all graduated from the same school, each harboring a fervent desire to make their mark in the world. Having reached this point, they had endured countless hardships. The leader of this small team, Gao Qianni, wore a sorrowful expression, feeling utterly cornered. The company could only survive because they were personally investing their own funds. But how long could they sustain this? A profound sense of helplessness overwhelmed Gao Qianni, as if despair were ready to engulf him. "Perhaps we should just give up," Gao Qianni uttered weakly. We underestimated the complexity of entrepreneurship. Without it, we would probably be enjoying high salaries and comfortable lives instead of barely scraping by. Maybe we should just let it go. Once more, the meeting room fell into silence. They had contemplated giving up, but having come this far, they were reluctant to surrender. Hello, you all seem rather distressed. Chapter 60, Winning Hearts. A sudden voice startled everyone in the conference room. Xiao Anning was the first to react, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Xiao Anning innocently pointed to the doorway and replied, "I wanted someone to notify you, but there wasn't. He sold downstairs, so I came up myself." Xiao Anning suddenly recalled that his company had run out of funds, leading him to dismiss all the security personnel and front desk staff. At that moment, someone in the conference room recognized Xiao Anning and exclaimed, "It's you." Xiao Anning, puzzled, asked, "You know him?" "Oh, have you forgotten?" "That day at the antique market. He was the one who purchased that priceless painting. He even conversed with us." With his friend's reminder, Xiao Anning finally recalled. He had been preoccupied with the company's dire situation, overwhelmed to the point of forgetting. It's you. Congratulations to your company for skyrocketing to fame at the charity gala, which must have brought in numerous collaborations and investments. You've truly salvaged a significant opportunity for your brother's future. Xiao Anning's words were tinged with jealousy. He often pondered whether, had Xiao Anning not appeared, that painting would have been theirs, and whether their company's fate would have taken a different turn. "I wonder what brings you here. As you can see, we're merely a small workshop now, unable even to pay the wages of our security and front desk staff. If you don't mind, we can offer you some plain water instead of tea." Xiao Anning was somewhat uncertain of Xiao Anning's intentions. Xingsheng Real Estate, and they were not in the same league, so he couldn't fathom why Xiao Anning sought him out. "I didn't come here for tea. I wish to invite you to join my venture." Xiao Anning pulled out a chair and sat down decisively. "Brother, don't jest. Your Xingsheng is in real estate, while we are in mobile software. How could we collaborate? Or are you suggesting that Xingsheng plans to venture into the internet industry?" Xiao Anning expressed his skepticism. Xingsheng Real Estate was presently overwhelmed with its own affairs, leaving no room to explore new sectors. Xiao Anning, however, didn't beat around the bush. "I'm not affiliated with Xingsheng Real Estate. I merely attended that auction because it is a company owned by an elder of mine. I am in the process of establishing my own company and wish to invite you to join my team." Hearing this, Xiao Anning and his companions straightened up. "May I ask how to address you?" "Xiao Anning. I am a few years older than you, so calling me Brother Xiao will suffice." "May I inquire, Mr. Xiao, what is the main business of your company?" Xiao Anning refrained from addressing him as Brother Xiao out of respect, choosing instead to refer to him as Mr. Xiao. Xiao Anning had anticipated this question and had prepared a simple PowerPoint presentation while discussing company matters with Zhao Xiuqing and others. "May I borrow your projector?" He retrieved a USB drive and smoothly opened the PowerPoint to begin his explanation. Xiao Anning and his colleagues, all software developers with quick minds, immediately grasped Xiao Anning's plan. In that moment, they envisioned a burgeoning business model taking shape. "This is potential. This is definitely promising. With our programming expertise, this bike-sharing software will surely sweep the nation." After an extensive explanation, Xiao Anning felt a bit parched. Xiao Anning and the others, perceptive, promptly handed him a glass of water and inquired, "Mr. Xiao, if I may be so bold, why did you choose us? Given your capabilities, you could easily collaborate with the major internet firms. Why partner with our small workshop?" At this point, they couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Acknowledging their own dire situation, they were on the brink of financial collapse. "How can you trust us with such a confidential project?" Frankly speaking, the mere presence of the PowerPoint in Xiao Anning's hands could easily be worth millions. To share it so openly was a testament to his magnanimity. This left Xiao Anning and the others in awe, while they worried whether their abilities could meet Xiao Anning's expectations. Xiao Anning chuckled heartily. "I have confidence in your talents. I have used several of the software you developed. They are excellent, and the market response is promising, yet you lack an opportunity. Choosing you is not merely about your skills, but also about the spirit of your team. Forgive my impertinence, but I've conducted some research on you. You all come from humble beginnings, having worked hard to gain admission to prestigious institutions, and then pursued your dreams and passions to establish this company. The hardships you faced are known only to you, and I admire and respect your aspirations. More importantly, I too have walked a similar path, albeit just a few years ahead of you. Life has dulled my dreams and passions, so seeing you all evokes my envy. Assisting you is, in a sense, helping my younger self, and I hope you can grant me this opportunity." His words left Xiao Anning and the others astonished. Initially, they had presumed that someone from a colossal entity like Xingsheng would be arrogant. Yet, this heartfelt speech made them feel a profound connection, resonating deeply within them. "Mr. Xiao, you flatter us. It is our honor to earn your recognition. Yes, yes. We're so desperate we might as well be selling our underwear. We are immensely grateful for this opportunity. Gao Qianni's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. His gaze towards Xiao Anning filled with gratitude and the comfort of having found a kindred spirit. They understood that this was a chance they must seize. Then, do you agree? Xiao Anning asked joyfully. Since Mr. Xiao has stated it so, if we were to disagree, it would be quite unreasonable of us. Gao Qianni instinctively inquired. When do we start working? No rush. Please provide me with your company account details, Xiao Anning replied. Although he was unclear about Xiao Anning's intentions for the account, Gao Qianni complied without hesitation. Once he received the account details, Xiao Anning swiftly operated his phone. Soon, Gao Qianni received a notification of 1 million being transferred into the company account. Mr. Xiao, what is this? Gao Qianni stared at Xiao Anning in bewilderment, unsure of what to make of it. Xiao Anning smiled. The software you develop holds considerable value. This million will help sustain the software's operations and promotions. I will have Zhao Xiuqing from Xingsheng Real Estate assist with the publicity, so you need to worry about that. The company is still undergoing renovations, so you'll have to stay here for a while. Don't worry, it won't take long. The renovations are merely minor adjustments, and you can utilize this time to design the framework for the bike sharing program. With no contracts or IOUs, this million felt like a gift. Xiao Anning's generosity once again left Gao Qianni and his team feeling the weight of his vision. As recent graduates, they were still innocent and idealistic. Such individuals often understand the importance of gratitude, especially since Xiao Anning had come to their aid during their most challenging times. He provided them with funds and assisted with promotions. In this moment, they had wholeheartedly accepted Xiao Anning as their boss. They were determined to follow him for life. Although Xiao Anning hadn't specified how profits from the software would be distributed, a mere glance among Gao Qianni and his companions conveyed their decision. They silently printed a contract stipulating that they would share 50% of the profits from their existing software with Xiao Anning. For Xiao Anning, spending $1 million to win the loyalty of a group of brilliant programmers was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. As for future betrayals, that was a matter for another day. For now, it was clear that Xiao Anning had come out ahead. Thus, a few days passed peacefully, with everything progressing in an orderly fashion and the bike-sharing project gradually taking shape. One ordinary morning, Fang Zheng suddenly called, Xiao Laodi, something terrible has happened. Your uncle fainted at my bar last night. Chapter 61, Life and Death. Fainted? That's truly splendid. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Anning joyfully leaped out of bed. Fang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Seeing your reaction, I almost suspect that his fainting was part of your calculations. No calculations, merely exacerbating his latent uremia. Xiao Anning was brimming with joy, his words radiating happiness. Yet, on the other end of the line, Fang Zheng could not help but shudder, a chill racing up his spine. How terrifying! Can Xiao Anning really predict even hidden ailments? Is he still human? Perhaps he is a demigod. I now understand why you gave Lu Wenbo a free drinking card. Fang Zheng expressed admiration. Ever since he received that card, he has practically been living at the bar every night. My employees tell me he has managed to charm quite a few women with it. Such indulgence in alcohol would overwhelm even a normal person. Xiao Anning merely smiled faintly. He had not orchestrated anything. He had simply gifted Lu Wenbo an unlimited free drinking card. The rest was merely Lu Wenbo's self-destruction. Xiao Anning was genuinely thrilled, anticipating that the Lu family was in chaos. He did not wish to miss this spectacle, so he called a private investigator, instructing him to closely monitor the situation at the hospital and, ideally, capture it on video. Lu Wenbo lay in the hospital bed, surrounded by various monitoring devices, his condition appearing quite grave. He had collapsed at 3 in the morning and was promptly taken to the city hospital by the bar staff. After a series of resuscitation efforts, his vital signs had stabilized. The test results were released early that morning. The Lu family crowded in the doctor's office, anxiously awaiting the diagnosis. The doctor, after carefully reviewing the monitoring report, could not help but sigh. All indicators suggested the patient was suffering from uremia. There are currently 2 treatment options for uremia. One is a kidney transplant, which costs around $200,000, and finding a suitable donor is exceedingly difficult, making surgery unlikely in the near future. The second option is conservative treatment, involving regular dialysis twice a week, with the patient's longevity dependent on their overall lifestyle. This news struck the Lu family like a bolt from the blue. They had no means to afford a $200,000 surgery. The second option was quickly dismissed. If they were to treat him, it had to be a cure. Xia Huiran and Wen Ling were pale, swaying as they walked. How could he suddenly fall ill with uremia? Heaven, are you trying to force our family to the brink? Xia Huiran pounded her chest, venting her sorrow through her cries. Mom, stop lamenting. The urgent matter now is to gather money for Wenba's treatment, Lu Yiruo urged, supporting Xia Huiran. Where are we supposed to find that kind of money? 200,000. Xia Huiran shrieked, nearly frantic as she clutched Lu Yiruo. Wenling remained silent, instinctively thinking of Xiao Anning, hoping to procure funds from him. But Xiao Anning was also out of money. Was there truly no other recourse? Big sister, why not visit brother-in-law? Lu Wenba is seriously ill. Perhaps brother-in-law can come see him. Wenling suggested, not directly asking for money, but implying that Xiao Anning should at least visit the patient. She understood Lu Yiruo well. Once Lu Yiruo went, she would undoubtedly ask Xiao Anning for financial assistance. You're right. Given the gravity of the situation, he should indeed come to care for Wenba. Lu Yiruo, unaware that she had fallen for Wenling's scheme, grabbed her bag and set off to find Xiao Anning. Although their relationship had recently soured, Lu Yiruo felt that now, during such a critical moment, Xiao Anning ought to see Lu Wenba. After all, he was Lu Wenba's brother-in-law. As a brother-in-law, one must shoulder the responsibilities that come with the title. Let us set money aside for now. One must at least care for the patient. Otherwise, what kind of brother-in-law would he be? Meanwhile, the investigator had already informed Xiao Anning of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Anning was not surprised. After all, the Lu family had grown accustomed to being parasites, lacking any self-sufficiency. It would indeed be peculiar if they did not rely on others in such times. Xiao Anning chose not to evade his responsibilities. He sent his mother and Tian out for a day of fun while he quietly awaited Lu Yiruo's arrival. This time, Xiao Anning had no intention of sparing Lu Yiruo's feelings. Before long, Lu Yiruo arrived. The moment she entered, she commanded in a tone of authority, Xiao Anning, do you know that Wenba is hospitalized? Hurry up and get ready to accompany me to the hospital. You need to take care of him. By the way, do we have any money left at home? Bring all the remaining money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning's expression darkened further, sitting silently on the sofa, unmoving. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pack your things. Go get the money. Seeing Xiao Anning's inertia, Lu Yiruo's displeasure was evident. At her words, Xiao Anning suddenly laughed. Go care for him. Does he not have a mother? Does he not have a wife? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Lu Yiruo's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Xiao Anning. What did you just say? Xiao Anning leaned back on the sofa, his demeanor calm, his gaze icy as it bore into Lu Yiruo. You want me to take all the money from home for him? Have you considered how my mother and Tian will get by? Lu Yiruo retorted. Isn't Wenba sick? What is wrong with your mother and Tian enduring a little? They want to die for missing a few meals. Life is paramount. Can't you discern what is truly important? Listen to this. The words of a daughter-in-law, a mother. Life is paramount? You acknowledge life as importance now? Xiao Anning sneered. Let me ask you, when Tian was 1 year old and suffered a high fever, needing money for hospitalization, what choice did you make? Lu Yiruo's expression faltered. How could I possibly remember something from so many years ago? Of course, you wouldn't remember. Because Tian was never in your heart. Xiao Anning shouted angrily, continuing. Let me remind you of your choice back then. You abandoned Tian, left her alone at home, and took all the family's money, all to celebrate Lu Zijia's birthday. It was only because my mother returned from work that she discovered Tian was delirious from the fever, and she rushed her to the hospital. But all the money at home had been taken by you, and my mother had to plead with the neighbors for money to treat Tian. Now tell me, what is more important, a life or a birthday celebration? Lu Yiruo was utterly stunned. Such an incident had occurred back then. She looked at Xiao Anning, realizing that his gaze towards her had changed. No longer was it filled with adoration. He was no longer the Xiao Anning who would comply with her every whim. The current Xiao Anning felt profoundly unfamiliar to her. Chapter 62. The Pitiful Lu Yiruo. Xiao Anning, you've changed. Faced with Xiao Anning's accusations, Lu Yiruo remained silent for a long time, finally uttering just that one sentence, still brimming with indignation. Xiao Anning was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Huh, what was I expecting? That you would recognize your own mistakes? Xiao Anning found himself foolish for still harboring the hope that Lu Yiruo might one day realize how absurd her errors were. It was impossible. In Lu Yiruo's mind, Xia Huiran, Lu Wenba, Wenling, and Lu Zijia were her family. Xiao Anning and Tian were mere outsiders, their only purpose to provide financial support to her family. Lu Yiruo furrowed her brow. Xiao Anning, what do you want? I know nothing of what happened back then. Tian, in her silence, concealed her illness from me. Moreover, wasn't she perfectly fine in the end? Why must you hold on to this for so many years? Such pettiness. Do you expect a 1-year-old child to inform you of their fever for you to comprehend? Tian's silence stemmed from prolonged illness, rendering her utterly spent. When we went to the hospital, the doctor unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Xiao Mu. Had we delayed any longer, her fever could have led to irreversible brain damage. Or worse, jeopardize her life. And now, Lu Yirua dares to label Xiao Anning as petty? Fine, call me petty. Xiao Anning rose and opened the door. Standing at the threshold, gazing at Lu Yirua leave. From this moment forth, the fate of your Lu family bears no consequence to me. You, Lu Yirua, was taken aback, never anticipating that Xiao Anning would dare to dismiss her. Xiao Anning, kneel and apologize to me now, and I may forgive you. If not, we shall divorce immediately. Lu Yirua shrieked in a frenzy. Divorce? Let's part ways this instant. Hasn't your family already paved a path for you? This would suit you perfectly. Xiao Anning scoffed. Divorce was Lu Yirua's trump card. In the past, merely mentioning separation or divorce would render Xiao Anning compliant. Yet this time, the situation exceeded her expectations. Lu Yirua stood frozen at a loss. The decision to divorce was not hers to make. She could not dare to act without consulting Xie Huiran and Lu Wenba. Moreover, Xiao Anning was burdened with 100,000 in loans, which would necessitate a split upon divorce. Given her current predicament, how could she dare? Observing Lu Yirua's flustered demeanor, Xiao Anning felt nothing but sorrow. She had become a mere puppet, a puppet controlled by Xie Huiran and Lu Wenba, and a fool incapable of discerning who truly cared for her. Let's go. I do not wish to strike a woman, Xiao Anning said wearily. Lu Yirua, already dazed, ambled out like a soulless being upon hearing Xiao Anning's words. Bang! Xiao Anning slammed the door shut, causing Lu Yirua to shudder. She felt as though this reality was surreal. The Xiao Anning she remembered was not like this. Xiao Anning stood by the window, watching Lu Yirua leave the community. Lost and dejected, Xiao Anning was not devoid of feelings. He had once deeply loved Lu Yirua. Yet, Lu Yirua had continuously exploited this affection to inflict harm upon him and those around him. At the moment of Xiao Anning's demise in the previous life, that love had transformed into hatred. Once Lu Yirua's silhouette faded from view, Xiao Anning contacted a private investigator, instructing him to closely monitor Lu Yirua that night. In recent days, the Lu family had successfully introduced a wealthy heir to Lu Yirua. However, Lu Yirua had not engaged in any overtly intimate encounters with him, their relationship merely teetering on the edge of ambiguity. This alone could not substantiate evidence of Lu Yirua's infidelity. Now, Xiao Anning refused to assist the Lu family. They were truly at their wits' end and would inevitably pressure Lu Yirua to solidify her connection with the affluent heir. Thus, the decisive evidence would likely surface that very night. Meanwhile, in the hospital, after receiving treatment, Lu Wenba had regained consciousness but remained tethered to various medical apparatuses. Unable to move, upon learning of his diagnosis of uremia, his spirits plummeted, leaving him bedridden and unable to care for himself. Xie Huiran and Wenling had no experience in caregiving. They had just finished changing Lu Wenba's bed linens and were already exhausted. That wretched Xiao Anning. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he intent on wearing me down to the bone? Xie Huiran grumbled as she sat in chair. Just then, Lu Yirua, looking utterly disheartened, entered. Xie Huiran craned her neck to peer behind Lu Yirua, cursing, "Where is everyone? Why did you return alone?" Lu Yirua froze, meeting Xie Huiran's gaze, panic flickering in her eyes. "Where is Xiao Anning? Were you not supposed to inform him to come care for Wenba? Where is he?" Xie Huiran questioned coldly. Lu Yirua pouted. Feeling wronged as she replied, "Xiao Anning has changed. He refuses to come, claiming that the fate of the Lu family is of no concern to him." Upon hearing this, not only did Xie Huiran's expression darken, but also Wenling's and Lu Wenba's, who lay in bed. Fine. I truly underestimated him. It's one thing to be incompetent, but now he wants to even come to see Wenba in the hospital. He is truly heartless. Xie Huiran fumed. Lu Wenba was equally incensed, and in that moment, his anger towards Xiao Anning overshadowed his fear of illness. Lu Wenba lay in bed, cursing, "I knew it. Xiao Anning is nothing but a dog that cannot be trained. Sister, you must divorce him." Clearly, the Lu family believed that threatening with divorce would intimidate Xiao Anning. Lu Yirua felt a pang in her heart at those words. She slowly replied, "It's futile. I've already attempted to scare him with divorce, but he is not afraid at all. He even urges me to leave him." The Lu family was momentarily taken aback. Finding it hard to believe, Lu Yirua, fearing their disbelief, reiterated Xiao Anning's words. After hearing this, they fell into contemplation. Xiao Anning had indeed changed. Very well, let us proceed with the divorce. After such a significant incident, he wants to even come to check on his brother-in-law. He has no feelings whatsoever. despite how he cared for him in the past. Truly outrageous. Xiao Anning was so furious that she began to speak nonsensically. When has the Liu family ever cared for Xiao Anning? Meanwhile, Wen Ling pondered for a moment before slowly stating, I've reflected on Xiao Anning's words. He seems to know about our introduction of the wealthy heir to our elder sister, which explains his outrage. The divorce was merely a reaction. He wouldn't dare truly part ways with her. Xiao Anning has always cherished our elder sister, and it's implausible for him to suddenly change unless he discovered that our elder sister was involved with someone else. Following Wen Ling's analysis, the Liu family found it reasonable. Liu Yiruo emerged from her gloom. No wonder Xiao Anning was so furious. It turns out he was jealous. He may lack capability, but his jealousy is rather pronounced. Xiao Anning smirked, then turned to Liu Yiruo. Since Xiao Anning is aware, there's no need to keep it under wraps. Yiruo, dress beautifully tonight and do not return. No need to come back. The implication was clear to anyone with sense. Liu Yiruo hesitated. Mother, isn't this inappropriate? I've only just met young Master Zheng, and I'm not officially divorced for Xiao Anning yet. Why bring up that good for nothing? Xiao Anning was vexed. Xiao Anning is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as young Master Zheng. The money Xiao Anning has toiled for over these years pales in comparison to young Master Zheng's monthly allowance. Being with him is a blessing for you. After tonight, go directly to Xiao Anning and file for divorce. Isn't he jealous? Isn't he threatening you with divorce? Let us show him we are serious. In the end, he will be the one left dumbfounded. Chapter 63. Infidelity. Upon hearing her family's words, Liu Yiruo wavered. Indeed, placing Xiao Anning alongside young Master Zheng was akin to comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Beyond wealth, young Master Zheng could provide Liu Yiruo with emotional support and companionship, unlike Xiao Anning, who was scarcely present throughout the year. At that moment, Wen Ling also urged, Elder sister, consider not just yourself, but also Wenbo in this family. The recent series of upheavals has brought our family to the brink of collapse. Wenbo's treatment requires funds, and finding a kidney source necessitates substantial connections. None of this Xiao Anning can provide. You cannot be tied to an ordinary man for life. You deserve better. After Wen Ling's persuasion, Liu Yiruo ultimately relented. She nodded in agreement to accompany young Master Zheng that evening. Nightfall arrived. Liu Yiruo donned a stunning dress for her rendezvous. This dress had been meticulously selected by Wen Ling, its hem falling just right to reveal Liu Yiruo's fair, slender legs, exposing only a hint of her thighs, igniting countless imaginations. The back was intricately designed, her snow-white skin resembling silk in its smoothness. Although Liu Yiruo is already 28, at first glance, she bears no difference from an 18-year-old girl. Her delicate, understated makeup exudes a hint of innocence, evoking the nostalgia of first love. Upon their first encounter, young Master Zheng was instantly captivated by Liu Yiruo. With a pair of eager hands, he encircled her waist and, before the gaze of many onlookers, pressed his lips against hers. Initially, Liu Yiruo exhibited some resistance, but she soon succumbed to the moment, reciprocating his affection. This scene drew the attention of passers-by, who slowed their pace to indulge in the spectacle. Naturally, a private detective lurking in the shadows would not let such an opportunity slip by. A series of photographs were dispatched to Xiao Anning. Reclining in bed, Xiao Anning perused the images and videos of Liu Yiruo entangled with another, yet felt no stir of emotion within. In fact, his gaze was fixated not on Liu Yiruo, but rather on young Master Zheng. To his astonishment in this lifetime, young Master Zheng had truly forged a relationship with Liu Yiruo. Xiao Anning murmured to himself. Young Master Zheng, whose true name is Zheng Bin, hails from a family engaged in the jewelry business, a venture of considerable scale akin to the unacquired prosperous real estate in the western suburbs. In his previous life, Zheng Bin fell head over heels for Liu Yiruo upon first sight in a bar. Following that encounter, he made numerous inquiries, and upon learning that Liu Yiruo was already married, he even approached Xiao Anning, employing threats and coercion in a bid to persuade him to leave Liu Yiruo. Naturally, Xiao Anning refused. Subsequently, when Liu Wenbo succumbed to uremia, Zheng Bin assisted the Liu family in searching for a kidney donor. Somehow, he learned that Xiao Anning shared a compatible blood type with Liu Wenbo and subsequently fixated on him. It was Zheng Bin who conveyed the news of the compatibility to the Liu family. The ensuing tragedy was Xiao Anning's untimely demise on the operating table during the kidney donation. In truth, Xiao Anning's death was not the result of a medical mishap. Despite his relentless work schedule in his previous life, his health remained intact, making it improbable for him to perish so easily on the surgical table. Moreover, the organ transplant procedure was already highly refined, rendering the likelihood of complications exceedingly slim. Thus, after his death, he commenced an investigation into the circumstances surrounding it. The findings revealed that his demise was shrouded in deeper conspiracies. Zheng Bin harbored an almost pathological possessiveness, believing Lu Yiru should belong solely to him. Xiao Anning's prior claim upon her was deemed a blemish that could only be eradicated by his death. Aside from Zheng Bin, the Lu family also wished for Xiao Anning's demise. Only then could Lu Yiru openly be with the affluent second-generation Zheng Bin. Consequently, Zheng Bin and the Lu family colluded, administering a slow-acting poison into Xiao Anning's daily sustenance. This poison would not prove fatal immediately, but would reveal itself during the transplant surgery, appearing merely as a medical accident upon cursory examination. A small consolation for Xiao Anning was that Zheng Bin, in his previous life, did not remain arrogant for long, meeting an untimely end in an accident. In his final moments, Zheng Bin's spirit encountered Xiao Anning, overwhelmed with terror. He believed that all was retribution orchestrated by Xiao Anning. Even now, recalling Zheng Bin's fearful countenance brings a smile to Xiao Anning's lips. In his previous life, Zheng Bin was merely toying with Lu Yiru in flirtation. Yet in this lifetime, they were genuinely entwined. Xiao Anning understood that his reincarnation had altered the original timeline. He chuckled, the flames of vengeance flickering in his eyes. Sometime later, the detective sent another set of photographs. Some captured the couple dining together, while others depicted them supporting each other as they entered a room. Soon, sounds of ecstasy echoed from within. The detective even captured the room number. "Boss, shall we burst in and catch them in the act?" he inquired. "No need. This evidence suffices. Please record the sounds from within the room as a precaution." Xiao Anning replied. At this moment, he no longer felt affection for Lu Yiru. Her entanglements with any man were of no concern to him. All he saw were the fruits of infidelity. For some, this night would be sleepless, while for others, it promised a restful slumber, as was the case for Xiao Anning. The thought of impending divorce filled his heart with unparalleled joy. The following morning, he unearthed their marriage certificate and household registration, knowing today was the day for divorce. Based on the address provided by the detective, Xiao Anning stationed himself at the hotel staircase early. Soon, he spotted Lu Yiru nestled in Zheng Bin's embrace as they descended the stairs. "Xiao Anning, what are you doing here?" Lu Yiru exclaimed, startled, as she hastily extricated herself from Zheng Bin's hold. However, this reaction only incited Zheng Bin's ire, and he shot a menacing glare at Xiao Anning. "So you are Xiao Anning? Perfect. Since you've seen us, let us dispense with the pleasantries." Zheng Bin had long learned of Xiao Anning's identity through Lu Yiru, but in her description, he was merely an ordinary worker. Thus, facing Xiao Anning, Zheng Bin felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Yet, before he could conclude his sentence, Xiao Anning's indifferent voice interrupted him. "I need to speak with Lu Yiru. You may leave." The coldness of his tone, coupled with his composed demeanor, left Zheng Bin with a feeling of disdain. How dare a mere worker look down upon him? "Huh, perhaps you do not recognize me, so allow me to introduce myself. I am. Who you are is of no concern to me. I have no time for you today, so don't provoke me." Xiao Anning interjected once more. Zheng Bin was nearly beside himself with rage. "Zheng, why don't you leave? I can handle this," Lu Yiru suggested. Zheng Bin, reluctant to depart, ultimately acquiesced to Lu Yiru's request after a night of intimacy, though he cast a venomous glance at Xiao Anning as he exited. Once Zheng Bin was gone, Lu Yiru remarked, "I do not wish to explain anything. The current situation is entirely your fault." Chapter 64, Unexpected Gains. Xiao Anning had anticipated Lu Yiru would defend herself, deny the accusations, or even resort to tears. He had even considered the possibility of her acknowledging her mistakes. Yet reality surpassed his imagination in its absurdity. Lu Yiru audaciously claimed that the infidelity was Xiao Anning's fault. Xiao Anning laughed in disbelief, tapping his ears with both hands. "What have I done wrong? I am all ears." Lu Yiru regarded him with a disdainful huff, filled with an overwhelming sense of grievance. "How is it not your fault? If only you were more capable and earned more money, I would not have sought out young Master Zheng." Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning feigned enlightenment, exclaiming, "So your implication is that because I lack money, you turned to young Master Zheng? If you were impoverished, would you not seek another? This endless cycle?" Her behavior reminded him of public transport. One must pay to board, and anyone can gain entry. To liken a woman to a bus was the most disparaging remark imaginable. Lu Yiru felt deeply humiliated by his words. "How can you say such things to me? I'm doing this for our family. If it weren't for your incompetence, gambling away our home, would I have to stoop to this level? Furthermore, my relationship with young Master Zheng is entirely innocent. Do not tarnish it with your sordid thoughts." Lu Yiru attempted to preserve her final shred of dignity before Xiao Anning. Innocent? How truly innocent, considering they had both ended up in bed together. Xiao Anning scoffed inwardly. Disinterested in their sordid affairs, all he desired was a divorce. He retrieved the household registration and marriage certificate from his bag, thrusting Lu Yiru's portion into her hands. "What are you giving me these for?" Lu Yiru inquired, her expression one of confusion. She sensed something amiss in Xiao Anning's demeanor. "What do you think these can accomplish?" "Of course, it's for our divorce. We're divorcing today." Observing Xiao Anning's serious expression, it was clear he was not jesting. The revelation struck Lu Yiru like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly stunned. Xiao Anning actually dared to divorce her? "I've said it time and again. There is nothing between me and young Master Zheng. How long do you intend to create such a ruckus?" Lu Yiru could only surmise that Xiao Anning was infuriated upon seeing her with young Master Zheng, thus fabricating lies in a desperate attempt to avoid divorce. Lu Yiru's reluctance to divorce did not stem from any attachment to Xiao Anning, certainly not love. Rather, it was her desire to evade inheriting Xiao Anning's debt of 100,000 yuan in loans. Additionally, the fact that it was Xiao Anning who initiated the divorce added to her frustration. She could propose a divorce, but Xiao Anning could not. If Xiao Anning took the initiative, it would imply that Xiao Anning no longer valued her. Lu Yiru, who had always been dominant in front of Xiao Anning, found it intolerable to accept such a conclusion. She could discard others, but she could not be discarded, especially by Xiao Anning. "Create a scene? Do you think I am creating a scene?" Xiao Anning's face instantly turned grave. "Lu Yiru, you seem to have an inflated sense of self-importance. Do not delude yourself into thinking that I, Xiao Anning, cannot survive without you. To me, you are nothing but a despicable person, lower than a dog on the street. Whom you choose to associate with is of no concern to me. All I desire is a divorce. I yearn to distance myself from the Lu family." Lu Yiru was taken aback by Xiao Anning's seriousness. Simultaneously, she realized that Xiao Anning was not jesting. Dazed, she instinctively reached for her phone to consult her family about whether to proceed with the divorce. The commotion attracted the attention of young Master Zheng, who approached with an unfriendly demeanor. "Kid, recognize your place. A woman like Yiru is far beyond your worth. Continue to pester her, and I swear I will have someone break your legs." Zheng Bin assumed Xiao Anning was there to harass Lu Yiru. "Harass her? Don't be ridiculous. I am here to seek a divorce." Xiao Anning shot a sardonic glance at Zheng Bin, continuing, "Strangely enough, you and Lu Yiru seem quite suited for each other, like ABTCH and her dog, a match made for eternity." "Who are you calling a dog? Wait, did you just say you're here to divorce, Yiru?" Zheng Bin was about to erupt in anger when he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Of course. Did you not see that I brought the household registration and marriage certificate? It is Lu Yiru who refuses to accompany me for the divorce," Xiao Anning remarked with a smirk. Upon seeing the documents in Xiao Anning and Lu Yiru's hands, Zheng Bin finally believed Xiao Anning truly intended to divorce. He was instantly elated. Forget the fact that Xiao Anning had just insulted him by calling him a dog. "Fantastic. Divorce. This is wonderful." Zheng Bin turned to Lu Yiru. "Why not divorce? Yiru, didn't you always claim he was dull, that living with him was akin to torture? Why hesitate now when such an opportunity presents itself?" Lu Yiru whispered, "Zheng, you don't understand. He has a loan of 100,000 yuan. If we divorce now, I will have to share half of that debt. Alone? So he's a man of no substance." Zheng Bin beckoned to a subordinate nearby. The young man understood and approached with a bulging leather bag. Zheng Bin pulled out 50,000 yuan and tossed it into Xiao Anning's hands. "Is this enough?" Xiao Anning was taken aback. An unexpected windfall? In that moment of astonishment, Zheng Bin tossed another 50,000 yuan into Xiao Anning's hands. 100,000. Enough to settle your loan. Can we divorce now? Ah, how generous. Xiao Anning was momentarily rendered speechless. What loan? What 100,000? It was all fabricated. Yet, the money Zheng Bin provided was undeniably real. Without hesitation, Xiao Anning stowed the cash into her bag and nodded. "I have no objections. It all depends on whether Lu Yiru is willing." Lu Yiru, bewildered, pulled out her phone. "I will call my family." Soon, the call connected. She relayed the situation to her family. Upon hearing that Zheng Bin would help Xiao Anning settle the loan, the Lu family was overwhelmed with excitement. "The loan is settled? What are we hesitating for? Divorce now. Once the loan is cleared, the house will be released for mortgage. When it comes time to divide the assets in the divorce, you must find a way to secure that house. Forget it. You can't handle it. Just wait. We are on our way." In matters of exploitation, the Lu family possessed an innate talent. The moment they learned the loan was settled, Xie Huiran had already devised a plan to maximize their share of the assets. Soon, a throng of people arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this time, there was no such thing as a cooling-off period for divorce. as long as both parties consented. The divorce could be processed immediately. If there were assets involved, a property separation agreement had to be signed before the divorce. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the Liu family began counting their demands on their fingers. Xiao Anning, we have wasted our entire youth on you. Now that we are to divorce, shouldn't you provide some compensation? Xia Huiran declared with pride. Your youth is precious, but mine is not. Your words are truly amusing. Xiao Anning was in no mood to indulge the Liu family anymore. Xia Huiran's expression hardened. Are you not a man? Even if you refuse to provide compensation, according to normal legal regulations, you must divide the assets upon divorce. The house from your family's relocation must belong to Irua, along with all the cars and appliances purchased after marriage. They all belong to us. Liu Irua quickly added, and sweet. When Bo said he wants to cultivate her into a child star. Yes, that little girl must also belong to us. The Liu family treated this like a shopping spree, even compiling a list. From houses and cars to earwax removal tools, they demanded it all. Xiao Anning did not argue. He merely observed their performance in silence. Finally, the Liu family felt they had covered all bases and paused. Are you done speaking? May I have a word? Xiao Anning surveyed the Liu family, unable to suppress a smile. Seeing your enthusiasm, I hesitated to interrupt. Have you forgotten that our civil law states, an adulterer must leave with nothing? Chapter 65. Lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Adultery? Who committed adultery? When confronted with Xiao Anning's inquiry, the Liu family feigned innocence. They had long anticipated that Xiao Anning would bring up infidelity, and their strategy was simple: deny it vehemently. Aren't you worried that young Master Zheng will be angry? Xiao Anning asked with a sardonic smile. What young Master Zheng? We have no idea what you are talking about. It is you who, in an effort to avoid divorce and asset division, is slandering us with claims of infidelity. Xia Huiran suddenly collapsed onto the floor, wailing to those around her. Heavenly Father, this is unjust. This man wants to divorce my daughter, and to make her leave with nothing. He accuses her of infidelity. Let the people judge. My daughter devoted her prime years to him, even bearing him a daughter. Now, with their relationship in tatters, he wishes to give her nothing. How can that be humane? The onlookers, unaware of the truth, transformed into champions of justice, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Xiao Anning. This is too excessive. Even if they are divorcing, the bond of years spent together should still hold some weight. How can he let his wife leave with nothing? Is his heart made of stone? Young man, this girl has given you her best years. Sharing some wealth is not too much to ask. Good heavens, how can there be such a despicable man? He appears refined, yet his heart is so vile. Every day, a little tip to avoid marriage. After witnessing this outcome, I am even more disinclined to wed. The people of Huagua have a penchant for spectacle. Before long, Xiao Anning and Liu Irua found themselves encircled, with 90% of the crowd condemning Xiao Anning. As the crowd swelled, Xiao Anning turned to Liu Irua, speaking slowly. Are you sure you wish to proceed this way? With so many people present, the one who will feel embarrassed is you. Xiao Anning extended one last kindness to Liu Irua. Yet, his words reached the ears of the Liu family, who interpreted it as Xiao Anning's capitulation. They believed Xiao Anning was afraid of losing face in front of so many onlookers. Upon this realization, the Liu family intensified their fervent accusations against Xiao Anning. The surrounding onlookers were increasingly inflamed with rage. This predicament is entirely of your own making. Xiao Anning shook her head in silence. What? Do you still possess evidence? Xia Huiran was utterly pleased. You are absolutely correct. Indeed, I have evidence in my possession. Xiao Anning smiled, witnessing the radiant smile of Xiao Anning. Xia Huiran's expression of triumph was abruptly extinguished. A sinister thought began to gestate within her heart. Xiao Anning approached a staff member politely and inquired, May I borrow your public screen for a moment? I have some evidence I wish to share with everyone. The staff member nodded in acquiescence. Soon, a public television screen was brought forth. Xiao Anning retrieved a USB drive from her pocket and slowly connected it. The screen began to display the evidence collected by a private investigator. It showcased their initial encounter, subsequent dates, and culminated with footage from the previous night as they entered a hotel room together. The private investigator had also captured the sound from within the room, and the previously boisterous crowd that had clamored to confront Xiao Anning fell silent in an instant. Those present at the Civil Affairs Bureau were all adults. The sultry sounds recorded conveyed an unmistakable implication, and some blushed deeply in embarrassment. Is this not the thief shouting to catch the thief? No wonder this man seeks a divorce. If I were to be cheated on, I would rather be a widow than divorce. The murmurs of several onlookers could not be stifled. Alas, in this age, people have yet to adopt the habit of casually filming and uploading videos. Otherwise, Lu Yiruo would undoubtedly face social annihilation. Observing the footage, one could not help but ponder. If this does not constitute infidelity, then what on earth could? A series of photographs and videos, accompanied by timeline, led the Lu family to a sudden realization. They had been ensnared by Xiao Anning from the very beginning. They gazed at the smiling Xiao Anning, a chill coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads. They had never perceived Xiao Anning as so formidable. "You were spying on me?" Lu Yiruo exclaimed, furious. "How insidious. You knew everything all along, yet pretended as if nothing had transpired. You merely wished to see us humiliated, didn't you?" Xiao Huiran shrieked in hysteria, rising to claw at Xiao Anning. Fortunately, the security personnel present had been monitoring the situation. While they remained indifferent to the quarrel, they would not allow any physical altercations. In an instant, Xiao Huiran was restrained by 2 security guards. Xiao Anning stood calmly to the side. "How is it who has caused your humiliation? Was it not your own raucous shouting that attracted everyone's attention? This has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to quietly finalize a divorce. Yet you insisted on escalating matters to this extent." Xiao Huiran glared, trembling with rage, her mouth agape to hurl insults, only to suddenly realize that Xiao Anning spoke the truth. It was indeed they who had blown the situation out of proportion. In that moment, she felt the suffocating frustration of having shot herself in the foot. With a heart full of unbridled fury, she fixed a venomous gaze upon Xiao Anning. "Well, I have presented the evidence you desired. As you wished, can we now proceed with the divorce?" Xiao Anning beamed inwardly at the sight of the Lu family's discomfiture. "Will you simply walk away with nothing?" The avaricious Lu family would never consent to such an outcome. Even if they could not secure any financial gain, they would at least take something with them. Lu Yiruo pondered deeply, desperately racking her brain for anything she could claim as her own. Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. "Tian, I am Tian's mother. In our divorce, Tian should remain with me. A child can only thrive in the presence of her mother." Lu Yiruo exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing Lu Yiruo's intention to take Tian, Xiao Anning's expression darkened instantly. "I have stated this clearly. You have committed infidelity. You cannot take anything from this household, including Tian. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will fight you with all I have." Xiao Anning's gaze was frigid, her tone as chilling as the depths of the abyss. Lu Yiruo was also taken aback by Xiao Anning's demeanor. Yet she turned to inquire of the Civil Affairs Bureau staff. In such circumstances, does the daughter not stay with her mother? Although the staff member disdained women like Lu Yiruo, professional ethics compelled her to respond truthfully. "Under normal procedures, you cannot take anything with you. However, given that your daughter is still young and a girl, we have an additional protocol for such situations. We typically allow the child to choose whom she wishes to live with. The caregiver will be determined by whom the child is more attached to." Upon hearing this, Lu Yiruo was elated. "Excellent. Let the child decide for herself." Lu Yiruo brimmed with confidence. Tian had always been very attached to her. Xiao Anning, left with little recourse, called her mother to explain the situation, only to hear a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. "I will bring Tian over right away." Chapter 66, Divorce. Tian seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Typically lively and cheerful, she had not uttered a single word during the journey, merely lowering her head to stroke the doll in her hands. Xiao Anning's mother observed this with a heavy heart. Before long, Xiao Anning's mother arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau with Tian. The Lu family, having shed their usual indifference and disdain, greeted Tian with overwhelming warmth. The frightened little girl desperately hid behind her grandmother. Any discerning observer could see that if they truly cared for the child, she would not react in such a manner. "Tian, I'm your grandmother. Come home with Grandma, all right? Grandma will make your favorite braised pork." Xiao Huiran's forced smile was more grotesque than a frown. "Tian, come over to Mommy. Mommy will take you to play, all right?" This was the first time Lu Yiruo had extended an invitation to the little girl. Tian, utterly bewildered by the situation, instinctively looked to Xiao Anning. "Daddy." Xiao Anning approached her daughter, gently squatted down, and spoke softly. "You are now a big girl, and there are some things you have a right to know. Daddy and Mommy are separating for certain reasons, and now you must make a choice. Will you live with Daddy or with Mommy?" The little girl tightened her grip on the doll, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Anning observed these details, feeling a pang of heartache. Yet this step was imperative. Moreover, Xiao Anning had to emerge victorious. Only in this way could Tian escape the clutches of the Lu family and avoid the tragedies of the past. Even if, in the end, Tian chose Lu Yiruo, Xiao Anning would exhaust all measures, sacrificing everything to reclaim her child. Tian glanced at Xiao Anning, then at Lu Yiruo. The little girl wiped away her tears and opened her arms to embrace Xiao Anning, softly declaring, "I choose Daddy," without a hint of hesitation. The sweetness of her words resonated like honey in Xiao Anning's ears. "Good girl, Daddy will ensure you become the happiest little princess in the world." Xiao Anning's eyes also glistened with tears. "This daughter of mine is worth every ounce of love." Xiao Anning's mother also smiled with relief. In stark contrast to the Xiao family's contentment, the Liu family crumbled under pressure. Xia Huiran retracted her phony smile, pointing at Tian Tian and cursing, "Ungrateful wretch. After all that braised pork, you choose them over your mother?" Liu Yiruo stood frozen, her mind reeling. This was far from the outcome she had envisioned. In her recollection, Xiao Tian had always been glued to her to the point of annoyance. Yet now, Tian had chosen Xiao Anning without hesitation. Hearing Xia Huiran's vitriol, Xiao Anning stood with Tian in her arms and coldly retorted, "Before you speak, perhaps you should reflect on your conscience. Was that braised pork truly made for Tian? How could it possibly have been?" Xia Huiran fumed, her anger palpable. She devoured it every time. If she didn't eat, then who did? It was Lu Zijie, of course. At that moment, a sweet and soft voice resonated. "I don't enjoy braised pork. It's Lu Zijie who relishes it, devouring it entirely. Every time I reach for the meat, Grandma glares at me, so I dare not indulge." Tainting her words with the innocence of a child, Tian delivered an unexpected slap of reality. Xia Huiran was taken aback by the swiftness of this revelation. To be candid, she had forgotten those moments, only recalling that when she prepared braised pork. Little Tian persistently yearned to grasp the meat with her chopsticks. Yet, feeling a pang of pity, she believed allowing Xiao Tian to indulge was a waste. Hence her constant scowls. The subsequent events eluded her memory. She merely remembered Tian's unyielding desire for the meat, subconsciously concluding that Xiao Tian consumed the most. Liu Yiruo, momentarily lost in thought, slowly inquired, "Tian, why did you not choose your mother?" Tian froze, her emotions swiftly darkening. Because Mama dislikes me," she murmured. "Dislike you?" Liu Yiruo was startled. "I am your mother. How could I harbor such feelings towards you? Why would Tian entertain such an idea? Do you not possess any self-awareness? Should I recount your actions to everyone?" Xiao Anning could no longer suppress the fury simmering within her. "Since Tian's birth, have you ever fed her even once? Have you ever changed her diaper? You claimed breastfeeding would lead to sagging breasts, ruining your figure. And you didn't want her body to be compromised by a child. Very well, I understand. If you don't want to breastfeed, we can resort to formula." Liu Yiruo, I ask you, what formula should an infant under 6 months consume? Those who have cared for babies know that formula is categorized into stages. Infants under 6 months require stage 1 formula, while those aged 6 to 12 months need stage 2. After 1 year, they transition to stage 3. Yet, such a straightforward question left Liu Yiruo at a loss. Beside her, Wenling was sweating profusely, almost wishing to answer for Liu Yiruo. As the crowd witnessed Liu Yiruo's prolonged silence, her bewildered expression ignited their judgment. "I am not well versed in these matters, even if I have not nursed. It does not indicate I do not love my child," Liu Yiruo retorted defiantly. "Fine, then allow me to present another matter," Xiao Anning continued. "On Tian's 3rd birthday, someone gifted her an electric toy car, which she adored. However, Lu Zijie was equally enamored, and, without seeking her consent, you bestowed the car upon him. If that were all, I would not be so enraged. After giving the car to Lu Zijie, Tian felt wronged. She too cherished the little vehicle and merely touched it with her hand. Lu Zijie became furious, believing Tian had dirted the car, and he pushed her away. At that moment, how did you respond? Instead of chastising Lu Zijie, you scolded your own daughter and made her face the wall, forbidding her from eating. It was Tian's birthday, her gift. In the end, she didn't even get a bite of cake, while you allowed Lu Zijie to take the remaining cake home." Xiao Anning fell silent, her breaths heavy with indignation. The onlookers felt a palpable sense of suffocation. How could such a mother exist? Divorce. "Brother, I stand with you. The child cannot remain with her. She will surely mistreat her." The crowd's voices surged, each one casting furious glances towards the Liu family. The Liu family was left in a state of disarray and defeat. They had lost, utterly defeated. Ultimately, they hastily signed a divorce agreement, ensuring a clean break. Upon receiving the divorce certificate, Xiao Anning felt a myriad of emotions wash over her. It was as if a colossal weight had been lifted from her shoulders, bringing her unparalleled relief. From this point forward, she would embark on a journey of self-expansion and empowerment. Xiao Anning sensed that the Liu family, having suffered such a significant loss, would not easily let her go. And indeed, they did not. On their way home after the divorce, The three members of the Liu family wore grim expressions, not uttering a word. It was only as they neared the hospital that Xiao Anning finally spoke. What gives a penniless fool the audacity to be so arrogant? Mother, do not be upset. Consider it this way. Now that elder sister is divorced, she can marry young Master Zheng, who is 1,000 times better than Xiao Anning. When Ling consoled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. Henceforth, young Master Zheng will be our son-in-law. Xiao Anning is nothing but refuse compared to him. With young Master Zheng as support, crushing Xiao Anning will be as effortless as child's play. Chapter 67. Fathers Make Mistakes. It's official. Liu Yiruo is left with nothing. For Xiao Anning, this was a magnificent turnaround, yet he could not find joy in the outcome. He spent the entire afternoon at home with his daughter. The little girl sat on the bed, gazing intently at the wedding photos of Xiao Anning and Liu Yiruo. Xiao Anning and his parents could only sigh, refraining from interrupting her. As evening approached, little Tian padded out of the bedroom barefoot. Daddy, you should take down the photos from the wall, Tian suggested. If I take them down, they'll be gone forever. Xiao Anning assumed his daughter longed for her mother, which prompted her to spend the afternoon staring at the photos. Yet Tian shook her head with a smile. Leave them up, otherwise Daddy won't be able to find a new wife. Her unexpected remark left the adults momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of laughter. Xiao Anning knelt down, affectionately pinching Tian's tiny nose, and chuckled. Who taught you such things? Tian pouted, swatting his hand away, rolling her eyes dramatically, and said, a classmate. His dad and mom got divorced, and then they hid all the photos, claiming they would affect finding a new wife. Tian was so perceptive. Despite her own discomfort, she still considered her father's future. How could one not cherish such a daughter? Xiao Anning gently ruffled her hair and assured her, fear not, Tian, Daddy will not remarry. From now on, Daddy will only cherish you. No. To his surprise, the little girl pushed Xiao Anning away, her expression grave. My classmate said that if Daddy doesn't get married, he will make mistakes and get taken away by uncles. So Daddy must get married. But why would not getting married lead to mistakes? What kind of mistakes? As he gazed into his daughter's innocent eyes, Xiao Anning felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What sort of classmates had she encountered in kindergarten? At that moment, Xiao Anning felt as though his daughter was being misled by some mischievous child. Daddy, you still haven't told me. What mistakes? Little Tian was genuinely worried that her father might err, so she wanted to learn what those mistakes were, keeping a close watch on him to prevent any blunders. Well, those mistakes are. Xiao Anning was at a loss, his brow glistening with sweat. How would he explain this? Should he tell his 5-year-old daughter that men might succumb to loneliness, venturing out for illicit encounters? That was absolutely out of the question. Xiao Anning's mind raced, akin to a high-speed train. I've got it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Your classmate's father likely doesn't know how to cook, so he needs to marry a wife to prepare meals. Without a wife, he would have to seek food elsewhere, and thus got caught. Tian pondered for a moment, her little head bobbing vigorously. Exactly. My classmate indeed mentioned that relatives say his dad eats out. Xiao Anning's mouth twitched, but he maintained his smile. Right. You see, Daddy can cook for himself, so he doesn't need to marry. Tian tilted her head, half convinced, seeing that his daughter was appeased. Xiao Anning let out a sigh of relief. Ultimately, he took down the wedding photos. The sight of them might evoke memories of her mother. That evening, upon learning of Xiao Anning's divorce, Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng decided to celebrate. The two rather oblivious individuals even hung a banner proclaiming Xiao Anning's liberation from a burdensome relationship, heralding a new beginning. As he gazed at the banner draped across the hotel entrance, Xiao Anning's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Had it not been for Zhao Xiuqing and his companions waiting at the entrance, Xiao Anning would undoubtedly have turned and walked away. The group had reserved a spacious room, replete with ample entertainment facilities, which was perfect for Tian to enjoy. Xiao Anning brought Tian along primarily because Su Ninian was also present. The two girls played harmoniously together, and Xiao Anning hoped to uplift Tian's spirits. After a hearty feast, Su Ninian took Tian off to play. Honestly, now that you're divorced with your qualifications, you could certainly embark on a new marriage, Zhao Xiuqing remarked, pouting at Su Ninian's graceful silhouette. Have you truly never considered it? Given Su Ninian's close bond with Tian, there was little concern about their relationship becoming strained after marriage. Xiao Anning chuckled and shook his head. Let us put that aside for now. I have no such intentions at the moment. Regardless of the reasons behind my divorce, I consider myself a failure in the realm of marriage. I wouldn't readily open my heart to another union. Fang Zheng took a regretful sip of his drink. What a pity. I rather ship you and Su Ninian. Such a wonderful girl is a rare find. If someone else snatches her away, You'll have no one to blame but yourself. Xiao Anning glanced at Sun Yin and replied, as you mentioned, she's indeed a good girl. A divorced man like me would only bring misfortune to a young lady. Seeing Xiao Anning's persistent refusal, Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng chose not to press the matter further. After all, it was only natural for Xiao Anning to be guarded, having been wounded in his previous relationship. Perhaps, with the passage of time, everything would fall into place. After their idle chatter, the trio began to discuss business matters. The trademark for shared bicycle has been approved, Zhao Xiuqing informed Xiao Anning. As the chairman and legal representative of the company, is that acceptable? Certainly. This company is a partnership, and you all shall receive shares according to your contributions, Xiao Anning affirmed. He turned to Fang Zheng and inquired, by the way, you've met the software development team I found. What are your impressions? At this, Fang Zheng couldn't help but give Xiao Anning a thumbs up. Brother, your foresight is remarkable. I never expected your judgment of character to be so exceptional. These young talents are capable yet humble. They have already put in extra hours to create a preliminary version of the bicycle system, and testing will commence in a few days. Xiao Anning smiled slightly. Of course, my judgment is unparalleled. Otherwise, how would I come to know you and Brother Zhao? Fang Zheng and Zhao Xiuqing were pleased with the compliment, their faces breaking into grins. The final step was the production of the bicycles. Setting aside previous minor disputes with the Song family, they had proven quite efficient. In accordance with Xiao Anning's specifications, they crafted a prototype, which turned out to be of excellent quality. Following an agreement, the first batch of 10,000 shared bicycles was currently in production. Xiao Anning initially thought to contribute some capital to the collaboration. However, the Song family insisted on not charging him for this first batch, claiming a debt of gratitude to Xiao Anning. Furthermore, they promised to waive fees for the subsequent second and third batches as well. Considering the cost of each bicycle, including labor, was merely 300, totaling 3 million. It was a negligible sum compared to the profits Xiao Anning could generate for them. Clearly, the Song family sought to align themselves closely with Xiao Anning. Everything was progressing favorably. The three clinked their glasses, toasting to the prosperous future of their company. After downing their drinks, Xiao Anning pondered for a moment. There is still one issue, which I must admit is a complication I brought upon myself. Although I am now divorced, the Liu family's nature suggests that if they learn I am starting a company, they will not let it go easily. Therefore, we must be prepared for any retaliatory actions from Zheng Bin. Xiao Anning spoke solemnly. In his previous life, Zheng Bin had met with an untimely accident shortly thereafter, and he had little information about him. The best-case scenario would be for Zheng Bin to suffer a similar fate. However, due to Xiao Anning's rebirth, many events had undergone unpredictable changes. If Zheng Bin's destiny shifted, Xiao Anning needed to be ready for confrontation. He was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the Zheng family behind Zheng Bin. Compared to Zheng Bin, Xiao Anning understood his father, Zheng Chong, far better. That man was profoundly twisted. On the surface, he appeared to be a revered entrepreneur, even engaging in charitable endeavors annually. Yet behind the scenes, he committed truly heinous acts. In his previous life, Liu Yiruo had already been romantically involved with Zheng Bin, a detail Xiao Anning only learned after becoming a spirit postmortem. After Zheng Bin's death, Zheng Chong, under the pretense of caring for his son's girlfriend, brought Liu Yiruo back to the villa, where he violated her. Zheng Chong was indifferent to Liu Yiruo's relationship with his son. In fact, that very relationship only fueled his perverse excitement. Each encounter left Liu Yiruo utterly devastated. Thankfully, Zheng Chong was generous, providing Liu Yiruo with unimaginable sums of money each time. With the lure of wealth, the Liu family paid little heed to Liu Yiruo's well-being, even enthusiastically selling her off. This twisted dynamic persisted for over a decade, until Tian Tian came of age. Tian Tian inherited Liu Yiruo's beauty flawlessly, surpassing even her mother. The vibrancy of youth drove Zheng Chong to madness. With a new plaything, Zheng Chong no longer cared about Liu Yiruo's fate, ultimately playing her to death in a fit of indulgence. As for how to handle the aftermath, naturally it was all about money. As long as there was money, the Liu family cared not for the truth. The events that followed were too painful for Xiao Anning to recall. He wanted Zheng Chong dead. He had to die. Yet as of now, Xiao Anning felt too weak to act. Moreover, he didn't wish to involve Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng in this matter. After all, it was murder. If things went awry, he alone would bear the consequences without dragging others into it. For the time being, it was essential to keep a watchful eye on Zheng Bin, ensuring he didn't sabotage the shared bicycles. The private investigator he hired previously had proven quite adept, monitoring the Liu family's every move almost in real time. Thus, Xiao Anning proposed, I think we should hire him again to keep an eye on Zheng Bin. If he makes a move, we will be prepared. Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng nodded in agreement. On another front, we could expand the pilot program for the share bicycles. For instance, we could deploy 3,000 units in our Blue Island city, 4,000 in the provincial capital, Quansheng, and 500 in the city centers of other locales. By diversifying our investments, even if Zheng Bin were to strike against us, he wouldn't possess the capacity to contend with so many locations simultaneously. Moreover, through such actions, we could swiftly seize the entire province and subsequently extend our reach outward. This industry is at the forefront. Only those who act first can reap the rewards. By the time other capital recognizes the opportunity and joins the fray, the market will be saturated, rendering it unprofitable or even a loss. Therefore, all our maneuvers must be swift. We must rapidly occupy the market, promote our brand, and establish our scale. Xiao Anning spoke passionately. Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng listened. Their spirits ignited, eager to embark on a grand venture. With our first batch of 10,000 units, charging $1 every half hour. If each bicycle is used for an average of 2 hours daily, our daily income would be 40,000. Xiao Xiuqing calculated the profits, barely comprehending the potential at this nascent stage. Xiao Anning shook his head with a smile. Brother Xiao, you miscalculated. Don't forget, we will be collecting a deposit of 99 yuan. With such a significant deposit, would we simply hold on to it? You know that just keeping 1 million in the bank yields substantial annual interest. By collecting this deposit, we can invest it as well. Fang Zheng questioned, but our deposits are refundable at any time, right? What if we move the money and the users want their refunds? Xiao Anning clarified, indeed. They can receive their refunds at any time, but they will need to pay a deposit again for their next use. Thus, with just a single ride on a shared bicycle, it is observed that at least 4 out of 10 individuals will develop a fondness for this mode of transportation, rendering any refund unnecessary. Furthermore, with my investment strategy, do you truly believe I would allow us to incur losses? Xiao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng, upon hearing this, emphatically slapped the table. How could I have nearly forgotten you? Indeed, you are our secret weapon. With your presence, we have no fear of losing money. Having interacted with Xiao Anning for an extended period, they had genuinely come to regard him as a brother, completely overlooking their initial intentions for forging this alliance. It is only with Xiao Anning that they can confidently invest their funds. Xiao Anning is their ace. Once the company's developmental trajectory was established, the three of them eagerly anticipated diving into their work. Unfortunately, it was already quite late, and they could only agree to convene the following day at the company for a formal meeting to communicate the future trajectory to each key member of the organization. As they departed, Tian, exhausted from play, lay sweetly asleep in Sun Yinyan's embrace. Thank you for your help today. Xiao Anning expressed his gratitude toward Sun Yinyan. Sun Yinyan smiled gently, saying it was no trouble at all. Rather, Tian kept asking me some peculiar questions. Xiao Anning, intrigued, inquired what kind of questions. Sun Yinyan, looking puzzled, replied, Tian has been asking me if my cooking is delicious and even invited me to your home to prepare a meal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. Now, even this little girl is busy trying to set him up. When he returns home, he would definitely have to give her a talking to. It's nothing. Don't take it to heart. Children do tend to have wild imaginations. Xiao Anning awkwardly laughed as he swiftly changed the subject. Sun Yinyan did not dwell on it either, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Tian before heading home. The following days were remarkably tranquil. The Liu family was preoccupied with treating Liu Wenba's illness, while Xiao Anning busied himself with the launch of his work. Both parties were so engrossed that they did not interfere with one another, creating an illusion of harmony. Only Xiao Anning understood that such peace was merely fleeting. A week later, the first batch of share bicycles was unveiled. To avoid disrupting people's daily lives and work, Xiao Anning and his team opted to install the bicycles during the night, primarily at bustling locations such as shopping malls, commercial districts, universities, and residential areas. These were all high-traffic areas. When dawn broke, the city dwellers were greeted with the sight of numerous identical bicycles seemingly materializing overnight. This sudden transformation was sure to capture the public's attention. Many young individuals would likely take photos and share them on their social media platforms. For Xiao Anning, this was a fortunate way to save on advertising costs. Of course, they had also hired a group of individuals to distribute flyers, aiming to promote the operational process while the excitement was still palpable, as the concepts of QR code payments and bike rentals were still relatively avant-garde in this era. Additionally, Xiao Xiuqing had invested in online traffic for promotion. Unfortunately, the era lacked the advanced social media platforms we have today, making online promotion's efficacy rather dismal. To stay abreast of customer dynamics, Xiao Anning took the initiative to distribute flyers himself. Unexpectedly, this scene was fortuitously captured by Wen Ling, who was en route to the hospital. Look, Xiao Anning is handing out flyers on the street. Chapter 69, Tears of Father. Xiao Anning distributing flyers? This news was more invigorating than a dose of adrenaline. The Liu family immediately perked up. Indeed, I encountered him on my way to the hospital, right in front of the shopping mall. Wen Ling exclaimed, Great, great. You needn't come to the hospital anymore. I'll be there right after my dialysis. Liu Wenbo chuckled. He had heard that Liu Yiruo was left with nothing after the divorce and had not managed to reclaim anything from Xiao Anning's hands. The notion of not acquiring anything from Xiao Anning was more painful to him than losing money. Thus, this incident lodged itself in Liu Wenbo's heart like a thorn, gnawing at him. Now learning that Xiao Anning had stooped to handing out flyers on the street, it felt as though a weight had been lifted from Liu Wenbo's shoulders, invigorating him. He even felt his uremia had slightly improved. Simply witnessing Xiao Anning's misfortune brought Liu Wenbo a sense of vindication. After contemplating, he decided to call Liu Yiruo. Since their divorce, Liu Yiruo had been living openly in the Zheng family's villa, enjoying a rather comfortable life. This led her to believe that her divorce was the wisest decision she had ever made. Yet, she harbored resentment toward Xiao Anning. The first point of contention was that it was Xiao Anning who initiated the divorce, instilling in her a lingering sense of being cast aside. The second point was the complete lack of settlement. One could only say that the Liu family, being a family, shared similar sentiments, all feeling that this divorce was an enormous loss. Now, upon hearing that Xiao Anning was on the street handing out flyers, Liu Yiruo could hardly contain her glee. Feeling a rush of satisfaction, she hopped into the Liu family's luxury car and made her way to the hospital to pick up her family before heading straight for Xiao Anning. At this moment, Xiao Anning was diligently working on promoting the shared bicycles. Although he was confident in the eventual success of the venture, he was acutely aware that the path to success would be fraught with challenges. Thus, his task was to penetrate the market, gather customer data and feedback during the promotional phase, and then promptly implement improvements based on the insights collected. Suddenly, a cacophony of exaggerated engine roars echoed from the street. The overwhelming noise drew frowns from the crowd, who were quite averse to such disruptive behavior. When Xiao Anning looked up, he was taken aback to see the source of the commotion. A luxury car heading directly towards him. With a screech, the tires came to a halt, and a window rolled down slowly, revealing Liu Yiruo in the passenger seat and Liu Wenbo at the wheel. Naturally, seated behind them were Xie Huiran and Wen Ling. Oh, isn't that Xiao Anning? What brings you to handing out flyers? Liu Wenbo feigned surprise, pretending it was a chance encounter. Xiao Anning rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering, I should have checked the calendar before stepping out today. Encountering such distasteful company, he turned to leave, but to his surprise, the Liu family members stepped out of the car and blocked his path. Liu Yiruo, feigning gratitude, said, Xiao Anning, we were once husband and wife. You needn't treat me this way. In fact, I owe you my thanks. If it weren't for your swift divorce, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly with Zheng Bin. Recently, she had already met Zheng Bin's father, who was quite fond of her. Look, this Maserati was a gift from my future father-in-law as a meeting gift. As she spoke, Liu Yiruo's face radiated happiness. Xiao Anning's expression was peculiar as he looked at Liu Yiruo. You've already met Zheng Chong? Of course. Liu Yiruo replied with pride. Zheng Bin's father is the most refined, cultured, and kind-hearted elder I have ever encountered. He's also quite generous. Your father only gave me 1,000 as a meeting gift when we first met. Just look at Zheng Bin's father. He presents a Maserati worth $1 million. There's simply no comparison. Xiao Anning felt an urge to laugh uncontrollably. Refined and kind-hearted? He hoped Liu Yiruo would still hold such sentiments when she faced Zheng Chong's true nature. All right. Zheng Bin's father is the best, the greatest. From now on, you ought to treat him like your own father, Xiao Anning sneered. Just a car had Liu Yiruo overflowing with gratitude. And what his own father? Throughout their marriage, Xiao's father had treated Liu Yiruo like his own daughter. When they first wed, Liu Yiruo was in frail health, and Xiao Anning had taken her to numerous doctors, who all attributed her condition to the damage inflicted by her family, advising that she needed time to recuperate. In simpler terms, it was due to the Liu family's preference for sons over daughters. Liu Yiruo's illness was dismissed by the Liu family, and as time passed, her condition worsened. Upon learning this, Xiao's father went out of his way to seek an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, requesting a treatment plan. This prescription was meant for nurturing health and involved expensive herbs. Xiao's father bit the bullet and purchased it for Liu Yiruo. How did Liu Yiruo behave back then? She complained about the bitter taste of the medicine and outright knocked it over. As she watched the herbal concoction spill across the floor, Xiao's father did not utter a word of reproach. He merely cleaned it up in silence. The following day, I continued to prepare medicine for Lu Iruo, making a conscious effort to enhance its flavor. After adding sugar, Lu Iruo was somewhat more amenable and managed to drink it down. However, the medicinal herbs were exorbitantly priced. Mr. Xiao learned from local sources that wild varieties could be foraged from the nearby mountains, which he intended to process himself. Unfortunately, the terrain was treacherous, and while gathering these herbs, Mr. Xiao lost his footing and fell. Fortunately, the height was not great, and he sustained only a back injury, sparing him from life-threatening consequences, though he would be confined to bed for some time. At that moment, Mr. Xiao was quite pleased, having successfully gathered the herbs. Yet, Lu Iruo exhibited an air of indifference, as if none of this effort was meant for her. Later, when Mr. Xiao required care due to his injury, there came a day when Xiao Anning and Mrs. Xiao were both preoccupied, and they entrusted Lu Iruo with looking after him. There was no need for her to do much. Simply pour him a glass of water when he was thirsty, or bring him food when he was hungry. For bathroom assistance, Lu Iruo merely needed to help him into his wheelchair. The rest he could manage on his own. However, Lu Iruo turned and went shopping with her friends, leaving Mr. Xiao alone in bed, without water or food. And in the stifling heat, it is truly unimaginable how Mr. Xiao endured that day. Xiao Anning only recalled that when he returned home, his father was already in a state of dehydration, having struggled to get to the wheelchair for the bathroom, ultimately falling from the bed and unable to rise again. The floor was soiled. A man who had been strong and steadfast throughout his life, upon Xiao Anning's return, was weeping. Indeed, Xiao Anning had never witnessed his father cry before, yet that day his father wept. It was not from thirst, nor hunger, nor any sense of grievance. Rather, it was the shame of incontinence that made him feel he had burdened his son. Despite everything, Mr. Xiao still sought to absolve Lu Iruo, claiming she had urgent matters to attend to. Xiao Anning loathed his past naivety, for he had believed her without question. It wasn't until many years later that he uncovered the truth. By the time Lu Iruo had finished her frivolous escapades, the household had been tidied up long ago. Upon returning home, she even wrinkled her nose at the lingering odor. Hearing her disdain, Mr. Xiao appeared like a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Shrinking on his bed with reddened eyes, akin to an aging wolf rejected by its pack, silently grappling with his sorrow. A father who had sacrificed his dignity and life for Lu Iruo was left with nothing in return. Nothing but this cold, unfeeling hunk of iron. A chill settled in Xiao Anning's heart. Unable to bear it any longer, he felt revulsion for this family. Hey, why are you leaving? You haven't finished distributing the flyers. Aren't you afraid your boss will dock your pay? Lu Wenbo, noticing Xiao Anning's intention to depart, hurriedly blocked his path. He had not yet had his fill of amusement, and he was not about to let Xiao Anning slip away so easily. Chapter 70. Xiao Anning, do you submit? Upon seeing Lu Wenbo's smug face, Xiao Anning was tempted to deliver a swift kick. Yet the company was at a critical juncture. He could not afford to jeopardize his standing over this family's transgressions. The last time he had resorted to violence against the Lu family, they had surely harbored resentment. If Xiao Anning dared to strike first, they would not let him off lightly. Lu Wenbo snatched the flyers from Xiao Anning's hands, glancing at them with mock concern. Wow. Still so many? TSK. Distributing flyers in this sweltering heat. Xiao Anning, your situation is quite pitiful. Was Xiao Xiao quite fond of you before? How is it that you've been relegated to handing out flyers now? Oh, it must be your poor, destitute appearance that disgusted him, leading to this demotion. How about this? Since you were once my sister's husband, I'll help you distribute the remaining flyers. With that, Lu Wenbo began to tear the flyers into shreds under Xiao Anning's watchful gaze, then tossed the fragments into the air, scattering them everywhere. See? All done. Are you satisfied now? Lu Wenbo challenged, a taunting glint in his eyes. Xiao Anning, I never imagined you'd fare so poorly after the divorce. Would you like me to ask Zheng Bin to help you find a job? Our company is in need of a security guard, though the pay is meager. At least you won't have to distribute flyers under the sun. Don't underestimate the position. It could be a rare opportunity for you. Just as Xiao Anning was about to explode in anger, he noticed traffic police approaching from around the corner. A plan quietly formed in his mind. He immediately donned a cheerful demeanor. Is that so? I must have misjudged you. How about this? I'll treat you all to drinks. However, Xiao Anning glanced at Lu Wenbo's midsection and asked, You're not capable of much, so perhaps just water will suffice. Men can be called poor, foolish, or even incompetent at games, but to suggest they are incapable would provoke their wrath. True to form, Lu Wenbo's face darkened. Who says I can only drink water? I'm as fit as a fiddle. Buy as many bottles as you like. I'll drink them all. Seizing the opportunity to take advantage of Xiao Anning. The Lu family would not let this chance slip by. Xiao Anning strode into a nearby shopping mall, emerging with a case of alcoholic beverages. From the outside, one would hardly discern it was alcohol, as it had only a faint taste. However, these alcoholic drinks typically had a higher alcohol content than beer. Upon returning with the drinks, Lu Winbao wasted no time in cracking one open and downing it. He even turned the empty bottle upside down to show Xiao Anning, proclaiming, "Look, I chugged it all. Now, do you still dare say I'm incapable?" Xiao Anning clapped his hands, genuinely impressed. "Impressive. So what if you have uremia? It's clearly not a problem, right?" Lu Winbao waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Of course, it's no problem. Shall we have another? Bring on as many as you have." With a resounding pop, another can was opened, and down it went. "Winbao, are you sure this is wise?" Xia Huiran expressed her concerns. "Don't worry, Mom, I know my limits." Lu Winbao replied confidently, then turned back to Xiao Anning. "So, are you convinced now?" Xiao Anning nodded with a smile. "Convinced. However, I advise you to park in a designated spot. Otherwise, you might end up with a ticket for illegal parking, which incurs a fine of 100. He gestured towards the approaching traffic officers. The Lu family's wealth was only to be amassed, not squandered, especially not on fines. Lu Winbao promptly hopped into his car, starting the engine and maneuvering toward the parking space. Just as he was reversing, Xiao Anning shouted to the distant traffic police officer, "I'd like to report that someone is driving under the influence here. Operating a vehicle while intoxicated, even if it only moved a few inches, was an offense." In his moment of confusion, Lu Winbao found himself subjected to a breathalyzer test by the two officers. "Beep, beep, beep." The device emitted a shrill alarm. "Sorry. You have been drinking." The officers reacted swiftly, seizing the car keys. "Good day, sir. Please step out of the vehicle and cooperate with our inspection." It was only after exiting the car that Lu Winbao comprehended the situation, glaring at Xiao Anning. "You set me up?" But it was too late. Driving under the influence would result in a fine of 2,000 yuan, a 12-point penalty, and a suspension of his license for 6 months. While this punishment may not have been overly severe, for Lu Winbao, it felt like the weight of the world had descended upon him. He had just acquired a luxury car from Lu Yiruo, still reveling in the thrill of it, when his driving license was suspended, necessitating a retake of the first theoretical exam. 6 months. A full 6 months. The extravagant vehicle would merely serve as a trophy from a year prior. Unable to be flaunted on the roads. More troubling still, he had once again fallen victim to Xiao Anning's tricks, in a moment of overwhelming anger. Compounded by alcohol consumption and his pre-existing condition of uremia, he fainted, startling the traffic police. The Lu family was thrown into disarray, rushing to take Lu Winbao to the hospital, their minds too troubled to concern themselves with Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning, seizing the opportunity, departed swiftly. Upon returning to the office, she recounted the incident involving Lu Winbao to Zhao Xiuqing and the others, prompting peals of laughter. "Serves him right. Let him show off." Given the family's patriarchal bias, why didn't Lu Winbao's uremia prompt Lu Yiruo to donate a kidney? Fang Zheng inquired. Xiao Anning sipped her water and replied nonchalantly, "Why didn't it cross anyone's mind?" On the day the issue was discovered, Xie Huiran took Lu Yiruo for a compatibility test. Unfortunately, they were not a match. Zhao Xiuqing was taken aback. "What? Aren't they siblings?" "They're indeed siblings. However, they are not twins. Lu Yiruo is over a year older than Lu Winbao. One shares the same blood type as Xie Huiran, while the other matches their deceased father. Hence, they are incompatible," Xiao Anning explained. It was then that everyone grasped the situation. Lu Winbao's predicament had merely become a casual topic of conversation during their leisure time. Soon, they refocused on their work. A few days later, after thorough testing, the system functioned seamlessly, and the first batch of bicycles was successfully launched. On the inaugural day of operations, everyone gathered in the conference room, fixated on the back-end data displayed on the screen. Ding! Shortly thereafter, the back-end data surged. The screen indicated that the first user had downloaded and utilized their software. This signified the official commencement of their bike-sharing project. Chapter 71, a resounding success. As this was their initial operation, it was crucial to test the software's stability. Thus, the bike-sharing initiative was exclusively launched in Blue Island City. With an initial fleet of 3,000 bicycles, strategically placed in shopping malls, hospitals, and universities. Except for Xiao Anning, the rest, including Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng, were filled with trepidation. The success of this venture hinged on this test. If the market could not be penetrated in Blue Island City, the project would be irrevocably doomed. From inception to execution, every member of the company had invested considerable effort, akin to nurturing a child together. The disappointment of failure was palpable. All the key members were present in the conference room, holding their breath and staring at the screen. "Everyone, relax. As long as the system remains stable, We will undoubtedly succeed, Xiao Anning reassured them. Despite her comforting words, an hour into the operations, they had only attracted a few hundred new users, which was disheartening given the 3,000 bicycles deployed. Zhao Xiuqing's impatience grew. Indeed, 3,000 bicycles yielding merely a few hundred users was an unimpressive ratio. Don't fret, just look at the time, Xiao Anning smiled. Zhao Xiuqing glanced at his watch, perplexed. It's 11:30. What's the significance? Fang Zheng also wore a confused expression, wondering how time played a role. However, the team members from the corporate world, Gao Tianyi and Jiao Yang, were the first to comprehend. They realized it wasn't yet the end of the workday, having overlooked this crucial factor. Jiao Yang's expression relaxed somewhat. Zhao Xiuqing and Fang Zheng, too, came to the realization. Having previously been bosses, they had long forgotten the commuting rush hours. The group waited an additional half hour. Sure enough, just past 12 o'clock, the back-end data on the screen experienced explosive growth. Soon, all 3,000 bicycles were operational, and while new users had not surged, a new wave of users began to emerge once the initial group concluded their rides, continuing until the evening peak. By day's end, the new user count exceeded 10,000. This was despite a shortage of bicycles, leaving many unable to secure one. With a deposit of 99 for each user, that amounted to a staggering 999,000. Of course, many opted to request a refund after usage, a ratio of about 20%. Remarkably, half of those who initially sought refunds chose to pay again during the evening rush, demonstrating a clear appeal to the convenience of bike sharing. For merely 1 yuan for half an hour, it was cheaper than public transport, and most importantly, it spared them the discomfort of crowded buses. Who could resist? Everyone recognized that the project was a resounding success. Moreover, its potential was immense. This was simply in Blue Island, with just 3,000 bicycles. What if they expanded throughout the province, or even across the entire country? The thought was exhilarating. Xiao Laodi, you are truly remarkable. I cannot even find the words to express my elation. Zhao Xiuqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. We did it. Over 10,000 users. And the system remains incredibly stable. This is fantastic. Gao Tianyi and others slumped in their chairs, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and joy. They were among the most anxious, knowing that the lifeblood of the bike-sharing service lay in the software. A minor error in their programming could severely tarnish the user's perception of the service. Had their coding led to a failure on this inaugural launch, they wouldn't need Xiao Anning's ire. They would feel too ashamed to face anyone. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. All right. Today is a momentous occasion for our company. It calls for celebration. Dinner is on me. Everyone eat heartily, Xiao Anning declared, rising with a hearty laugh. Even though the success of the bike-sharing venture seemed inevitable, the moment it was realized filled her with immense exhilaration. Cheers erupted from the crowd. That night, everyone drank to excess. They were united through Xiao Anning. Prior to this, their differing statuses and roles had created barriers, but after this night, those barriers vanished, forging them into a true team. The company set sail on its journey. In the days that followed, everyone was immersed in their work. The bicycles began to expand beyond Blue Island, first within the province and then beyond. The bike-sharing phenomenon quickly garnered immense societal attention, even attracting interest from provincial investors. Coincidentally, a corporate financing conference was scheduled for that month within the province. As a rising star in the local business scene, Xiao Anning was naturally invited. The threshold for this conference was high. Aside from established enterprises, only those with exceptional achievements were permitted entry. Attending this conference presented a rare opportunity for capital investment, invaluable for any business. Xiao Anning was determined not to let this chance slip away. Although the bike-sharing service was currently self-sustaining, securing funding could significantly inflate the company's market valuation, assisting in dominating the national market. Upon receiving the invitation, Xiao Anning began preparations. The conference organizers informed her that the main highlight would be the bike-sharing service, prompting her to prepare for a presentation. Speaking publicly was a rare occurrence for her, and she approached it with utmost seriousness, dedicating several days to preparation. Fortunately, during this time, the Liu family and Zheng Bin refrained from causing any disturbances. Perhaps their previous encounter had proven beneficial, as the Liu family remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Anning was the owner of the bike-sharing venture. However, this tranquility was not destined to last long. At the investment conference, Xiao Anning encountered them. The conference was held in Blue Island City. After all, Blue Island boasted the highest economy in the province. Even the provincial capital, Quansheng, aspired to qualify, but fell short due to its GDP. The event was scheduled for the evening. This event is purely commercial in nature. Thus, everyone is dressed impeccably formal. However, as Xiao Anning stepped through the entrance, she immediately spotted four exceedingly conspicuous individuals amidst the crowd, none other than the Liu family quartet. Damn, to encounter them in a place like this? What an absolute stroke of bad luck. Xiao Anning couldn't help but voice her disdain. Who? Sun Yinyan followed Xiao Anning's gaze, her charming face instantly darkening. It's them. They must have entered under the guise of the Zheng family as associates. But with their attire, do they think this is a ball? Since the establishment of the company, Zhao Xiuqing had recruited Sun Yinyan as an assistant, not only due to her evident capabilities showcased during their time in the amusement park, but also because of his personal intentions to foster a connection between Xiao Anning and Sun Yinyan. He believed the two were simply a perfect match. At this moment, Xiao Anning and Sun Yinyan circled the four individuals with palpable disdain. Can one imagine the stark contrast of a group clad in suits and work uniforms suddenly confronted by several individuals adorned in garishly colorful gowns? Wow, who are they? Since when can even leaflet distributors attend such a high-class conference? And that amusement park staff? How did they gain entry? Whether it was the Liu family's keen observation or their profound impression of Xiao Anning, they recognized her amidst the sea of faces with just a glance. The four approached with an air of disdainful familiarity. Xiao Anning, how did you manage to infiltrate this gathering? This is no place for someone like you. Liu Wenbai was the first to launch an attack, looking at Xiao Anning with derision. Xiao Anning glanced at the puncture marks on Liu Wenbai's arm, unable to suppress a chuckle. Back on dialysis, are we? How is your kidney holding up? The remark struck a nerve. Liu Wenbai's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retorted, Don't get cocky. My brother-in-law is currently searching for a kidney donor for me. Once we find one, I'll have the transplant surgery. After the operation, I'll be a normal person. Xiao Anning feigned indifference, nodding. Then do your best to hang on until a donor is found. In her previous life, Zheng Bin had also sought a kidney donor for Liu Wenbai. But who would willingly donate their kidney? Even if someone was willing, it would hardly be a suitable match. In any case, when a donor was not found promptly, Zheng Bin eventually discovered that Xiao Anning's kidney was a perfect match. In this life, Xiao Anning certainly would not part with her kidney. Without her, it would be intriguing to see how Liu Wenbai would cope. Though the Liu family members were oblivious to Xiao Anning's thoughts, they could surmise from her mocking gaze that she was not harboring good intentions. Xiao Anning, what are you so proud of? No matter how well you dress, it cannot mask the stench of your poverty. A mere leaflet distributor has the audacity to attend here? Xie Huiran, who had always looked down upon Xiao Anning, seized the opportunity to humiliate her now that she had aligned herself with the wealthy. Xiao Anning, however, dismissed Xie Huiran's juvenile antics and turned to leave. Yet, Xie Huiran was not about to let her off so easily, grabbing Xiao Anning and shouting, You can't leave. I suspect you snuck in. Everyone come look. Someone has infiltrated the conference. I recognize her. She is just a leaflet distributor. What kind of event is this, allowing even a distributor to enter? Xie Huiran's shrill voice soon attracted considerable attention. Xiao Anning regarded her with calmness, replying coolly, You lack any sense, thinking that everyone present is as foolish as you? Do you truly believe one can just waltz into an event of this caliber? Your shouting is an attempt to embarrass me? In reality, the only one who should feel ashamed is you. Look at your family's attire, garish and completely out of place, like country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Even Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden would be less embarrassing than this. And why do you think you are here? Is it due to your own merits? Hardly. It's all thanks to the Zheng family. You can cause a scene all you want, but while your dignity may hold little value, you are here representing the Zheng family. Your antics only serve to embarrass them. The calm demeanor of Xiao Anning sent Xie Huiran into a frenzy. She couldn't comprehend it. In her perception, a person whose identity had been exposed should be furious, engaging in a verbal battle with her, ultimately being ejected from a venue. Yet, Xiao Anning stood there with disdain in her eyes, her tone calm and self-assured. At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of security and management personnel. Seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, Xie Huiran exclaimed to the security and management, You arrived just in time. I know both of them. One is a street leaflet distributor, and the other is an amusement park employee. How could people like this have any right to be here? They must have snuck in. The security and management personnel ignored Xie Huiran, instead casting her a look of incredulity. However, to maintain decorum in front of the other business owners present, they decided to check Xiao Anning and Sun Yinyan's admission tickets. Ah, it is Mr. Xiao and Miss Su. Welcome. Upon seeing Xiao Anning's ticket, the demeanor of the management transformed into one of utmost respect. As part of the management team, they were well acquainted with the significance of every name associated with the companies represented there. Moreover, Xiao Anning was the guest of honor for the evening. Witnessing the security and management treating Xiao Anning with such deference sent Xie Huiran into a fit of rage. You must be mistaken. Why are you treating him with such respect? Xie Huiran was losing her grip on reality. Madam, Mr. Xiao is our most esteemed guest. If you continue to cause a scene, we will have no choice but to escort you out. The management had little patience for those who had merely ridden on the coattails of others to gain entry. Huh, esteemed guest? You must be out of your mind. Even a leaflet distributor qualifies as an esteemed guest? I suppose the level of this conference is not as high as I thought. I believe it to be a gathering of the upper echelons, but it seems to be filled with lowly individuals. Xie Huiran let out a sardonic laugh, thoroughly offending everyone in attendance. Silence. A booming voice suddenly rang out. A tall, imposing middle-aged man approached with a commanding presence, exuding authority that surpassed even Zhao Yinghua and Song's father. Xiao Anning recognized him immediately, Zheng Chong. Yet, this marked her first official encounter with him. Following closely behind was Zheng Bin. Zheng Chong cast a cold gaze towards Xie Huiran. Mr. Xiao is a rising star. Is he someone you could deride? Who permitted you to flaunt your authority in the name of the Zheng family here? Leave at once. In law's eye, silence. Bringing you here to broaden your horizons was already a breach of protocol. I never expected you to be this ignorant of the rules. Zheng Chong would not indulge Xie Huiran's antics. He turned to Zheng Bin, speaking in a chilling tone. She is your fiancée's mother. You handle this. Yes. Zheng Bin complied repeatedly, appearing quite fearful of his father. Perhaps Zheng Chong was aware of his father's true nature, which accounted for his apprehension. Zheng Bin quickly urged Xie Huiran to leave. Naturally, Xie Huiran was resistant, turning to look at her daughter and son. Lu Yiruo attempted to speak, but Zheng Bin quickly interjected. Yiruo, if you don't want to be thrown out alongside her, don't interfere. You know how your father is. What he says goes. Mom, you should leave quickly. Do you want to drag us down with you? Lu Wenbai, perceptive of the situation, hastily urged Xie Huiran to depart, so as not to implicate them. You. Xie Huiran was momentarily stunned, not expecting her son to want her to leave, though she felt unwilling. She ultimately heeded Lu Wenbai's advice, dejectedly making her way toward the exit of the conference hall. After Xie Huiran departed, Zheng Chong smiled and addressed Xiao Anning. Mr. Xiao, please do not take what just transpired to heart. I sincerely apologize. Here is my business card, and I hope for the opportunity to collaborate in the future. As he spoke, Zheng Chong produced his business card and handed it over. Xiao Anning sighed inwardly. Truly, he was a deeply concealed hypocrite. Those unaware could easily be deceived by Zheng Chong's courteous demeanor. Mr. Zheng, you are too kind. This is not your fault. It would be our honor to collaborate with you in the future. For now, it was not the time to sever ties. So Xiao Anning could only respond with a forced smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Anning took Sun Yinyin and left. He keenly observed that throughout their conversation, Zheng Chong's gaze remained fixed on Sun Yinyin, which was not a promising sign. Therefore, Xiao Anning hastily led Sun Yinyin away. As they departed, Lu Yiruo momentarily found herself in a daze. Ever since their divorce, Xiao Anning had transformed, exuding confidence with a new hairstyle and wardrobe, resembling a striking young man. His looks rivaled those of his peak university days. Xiao Anning was indeed handsome. Had it merely been for financial gain, Lu Yiruo would not have married him. However, over time, her expectations had grown, and Xiao Anning had abandoned his appearance, drowning himself in work, leading to a noticeable decline in his looks. But now, the dashing Xiao Anning had returned. Memories of their university life flooded Lu Yiruo's mind. As if sensing Lu Yiruo's gaze, Sun Yinyin deliberately linked her arm with Xiao Anning's and cast a provocative glance back at Lu Yiruo. Anger surged within Lu Yiruo. What was there to be proud of? A man I have no interest in is being treated like a treasure? A mere flyer distributor? An amusement park employee? They are quite the match. Chapter 73. Xiao Anning took the stage. What are you doing? Xiao Anning felt the softness on his arm and instinctively tried to withdraw his limb. Don't move. Sun Yinyin huffed. I dislike that woman. Let us annoy her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Anning couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting Sun Yinyin's hand to signal her to let go. Your strategy is misguided. That woman is utterly indifferent to me. No matter how close you get, she won't be bothered, Xiao Anning remarked. Not at all. Women understand women best. All women desire a man to surround them, even if they do not like or even despise him. It's a matter of vanity. If that man were to develop feelings for someone else, she would feel as if something of hers had been taken away, and she would become upset. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Sun Yinyin explained while leaning closer to Xiao Anning, her demeanor growing increasingly intimate. Just as Sun Yinyin suggested, Lu Yiruo's gaze remained fixed on the pair. An unnamed fury burned within Lu Yiruo's chest, leaving her feeling quite distressed. Shameless. Watching their ever-increasing closeness, Lu Yiruo could only gulp down water in frustration. Xiao Anning also noticed Lu Yiruo's unusual behavior. To provoke Lu Yiruo was an unexpected delight for him. Thus, Xiao Anning allowed Su Ninian to act as she pleased, though he maintained a subtle distance, permitting Su Ninian to merely drape her arm around him. With a beauty by his side, warm and delicate, Xiao Anning's mind, however, was elsewhere, as he repeatedly recited the speech he was to deliver shortly. This presentation held significant importance. It must be executed flawlessly. If successful, the market value of shared bicycles would undoubtedly begin to soar after tonight. Before the commencement of the conference, the event was designated as free interaction time. This was primarily to allow entrepreneurs present to network, discussing which enterprises were thriving and which emerging businesses were worthy of investment. Emerging companies took this opportunity to actively introduce their projects, striving to leave a lasting impression on potential investors. Typically, one would see the owners of emerging businesses approaching established capitalists with their proposals. However, the dynamic shifted for Xiao Anning. One after another, established capitalists sought him out, each exuding enthusiasm. Even the Lu siblings, despite their usual foolishness, could not help but feel a sense of suspicion regarding this unusual scene. What is going on? Why are so many people seeking out Xiao Anning? Lu Wenbo inquired, puzzled. I find it strange too, and these individuals seem exceedingly courteous, engaging in laughter as if they are ingratiating themselves with Xiao Anning. Lu Yiruo remarked uncertainly. Ingratiating? Are you out of your mind? Why would they seek favor with a flyer distributor? Lu Wenbo exclaimed. What if it's because of the shared bicycles? Have you forgotten? The flyers Xiao Anning distributed were for the promotion of shared bicycles. Perhaps we've been misled by his facade, Wen Ling rationally analyzed. Consider this. If Xiao Anning were truly incompetent, how could he even attend such a conference? Why would so many business owners lower themselves to speak with him? Lu Wenbo's expression was one of astonishment, and he found himself inclined to believe his wife's insights. Lu Yiruo was taken aback by Wen Ling's speculation. It was truly unexpected. She cast a cold glance at Xiao Anning. What a cunning and despicable person, keeping such matters hidden. He is merely a mid-tier employee. At the end of the day, he is still just a worker. Mai Zhongbin is a rich heir, destined to inherit his father's company and become the CEO. Fortunately, Zhongbin came from a prestigious background, which prevented Lu Yiruo from becoming overly upset. She simply felt that no matter what Xiao Anning did, he could never compare to Zhongbin. Her disdain for Xiao Anning remained unwavering. At that moment, the microphone crackled to life, and everyone took their seats. The conference was set to commence. Why is Xiao Anning the protagonist this time? Because the host, after a brief introduction, delved straight into the topic, beginning to outline the achievements of shared bicycles. Talks of advanced concepts, provincial popularity, and substantial profits flowed forth. In summary, the host unveiled the company's accomplishments over the past month, revealing that the company's market value had surpassed 1 billion. Mind you, this was merely a month's time. Each accomplishment elicited gasps of amazement from the entrepreneurs present. Even the Lu family members felt astonished. 1 billion in a month. No wonder so many were treating Xiao Anning with such courtesy. His company was indeed formidable. They were curious, however, about who the owner was. I suspect that someone capable of achieving such results must have been a senior leader in some corporation prior. After the conference concludes, let Zhongbin have a word with this mysterious owner and get Xiao Anning dismissed. The Lu family was quite excited, even seizing the opportunity to undermine Xiao Anning. I've said enough. I'm sure everyone is now quite curious about the person behind this cycling revolution. Without further ado, allow me to introduce the founder of Share Bicycles, Xiao Anning. With the host's introduction, Xiao Anning stepped onto the stage amid applause. Upon hearing Xiao Anning's name, the Lu family was left in a state of shock. They could hardly believe the outcome. Deep down, they silently wished it was merely a case of shared names. However, as they witnessed Xiao Anning ascend the stage, their hearts sank completely. How could this be? How could Xiao Anning possibly own a company? Lu Wenbo's lips trembled in disbelief, and his anger flared, causing his back to ache. Lu Yiruo's beautiful eyes brimmed with incredulity. They had never anticipated that Xiao Anning was the very architect of shared bicycles. They had speculated about Xiao Anning's identity, but to be the founder was beyond their wildest dreams. What kind of luck had he stumbled upon? Lu Yiruo's expression darkened. On stage, Xiao Anning commenced by extolling the virtues of shared bicycles, primarily focusing on the themes of sustainability and environmental consciousness. Presently, Huagua is fervently promoting this initiative, and the advent of shared bicycles aligns perfectly with national policy. Xiao Anning aimed to convey through her discourse that shared bicycles would undoubtedly garner substantial support from the government in the future, urging potential investors to act swiftly. Observing Xiao Anning's eloquent and spirited presentation, the Liu family felt increasingly disheartened, their expressions darker than coal. Had she suddenly flourished post-divorce? Was this not a blatant proclamation that the Liu family had hindered Xiao Anning's ascent? How could they bear the implications that suggested Liu Yiruo had been a burden? Unable to contain her frustration, Liu Yiruo turned to her sister-in-law, Wenling, seeking assistance. Sister-in-law, your intellect is sharp. Please devise a plan to curtail his arrogance. Seeing him on stage is unbearable, Liu Yiruo implored. Not only Liu Yiruo, but also the Liu couple had no desire for Xiao Anning to thrive. I have an idea. Wenling whispered a few words into Liu Yiruo's ear, causing her eyes to gleam with determination. You're truly remarkable. Let us proceed with that. With her voice resonating through the hall, Liu Yiruo raised her hand. In such gatherings, attendees are permitted to pose questions to the speakers on stage, as understanding details is crucial for potential investment. This captivating young lady has a query. Please proceed. The host extended the microphone towards Liu Yiruo. Chapter 74, A Well-Phrased Inquiry. Esteemed young lady, what question do you have? Please share. The microphone found its way into Liu Yiruo's grasp. Rising, she fixed Xiao Anning with a venomous gaze. Earlier, you mentioned that shared bicycles are simply parked on the streets for public use. Have you considered that leaving them unattended might lead to theft? Are you truly embarking on an entrepreneurial journey or merely squandering resources? As her words echoed, a murmur of speculation rippled through the audience, prompting discussions among various entrepreneurs. Liu Yiruo reveled in the moment, relishing the thought of Xiao Anning facing widespread scrutiny. Unfazed by the skepticism, Xiao Anning maintained her composure. Anticipating Liu Yiruo's participation in the event, she had prepared for potential disruptions. An excellent question, madam. Xiao Anning responded with a smile. To be candid, we anticipated the possibility of theft when we launched this initiative. We are well prepared for such occurrences. This month, we deployed 10,000 bicycles, with a loss rate of merely 0. 2. We plan to introduce additional batches subsequently. A few stolen bicycles will not hinder our operations. Nods of approval rippled through the crowd at Xiao Anning's response. However, some remained unconvinced. Liu Yiruo scoffed and pressed on. So, you intend to replace stolen bicycles? Isn't that a sure path to financial ruin? If all your bicycles are pilfered, won't you incur significant losses? Xiao Anning remained unflustered, responding calmly. You've touched upon a critical point. To mitigate theft, each bicycle is equipped with an internal GPS tracker, with a margin of error of no more than 10 meters. Even if a bicycle is lost, we can retrieve it. Moreover, we have established a dedicated recovery team that will locate stolen bicycles based on GPS data. As she spoke, Xiao Anning gestured towards the large screen. A provincial map displayed a plethora of green dots, interspersed with a few red ones. These dots represent the locations of our bicycles. Green indicates normal operation, while red signifies anomalies. Anomalies are determined by either prolonged inactivity at a single location or usage without payment. Our recovery team will inspect vehicles marked by red dots, and our current recovery rate stands at an impressive 90%. Clapping erupted from the audience, initiated by an unknown supporter, leading to a resounding ovation throughout the venue. Liu Yiruo, her face clouded with displeasure, found herself at a loss for further questions, yet remained visibly dissatisfied. Share bicycles? They are bound to be unprofitable. Who would choose to pedal rather than drive a car? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Anning's entrepreneurial funding remained a mystery post-divorce, as she had previously claimed financial hardship. The more she pondered, the more incensed Liu Yiruo became. On stage, buoyed by Liu Yiruo's initial inquiry, several others rose to pose questions, all of which Xiao Anning adeptly addressed. Through this exchange, the audience gained a clearer understanding of the shared bicycle initiative, recognizing it as an extraordinary venture poised to become the next trend in the business world. Thank you to those who posed questions, especially the first young lady. I had prepared an extensive lecture to elucidate my shared bicycle project, which would have been rather monotonous. Your inquiries enlivened the atmosphere and allowed me to present my project more vividly. A hint of mischief danced at the corners of Xiao Anning's mouth as she deliberately cast a glance toward Liu Yiruo, relishing the discomfort it caused her. The Liu family seethed with indignation, realizing they had inadvertently aided Xiao Anning through their attempts to challenge her. Consequently, they refrained from interrupting the subsequent speeches, fearful of further unintentionally assisting her. The conference concluded smoothly, with Xiao Anning's shared bicycle project eclipsing all others, leaving little interest in competing ventures. As the event wrapped up, investors eagerly approached Xiao Anning to discuss potential investments, leaving only those with genuine financial prowess behind. Even Zheng Bin found himself ushered out. Lu Yiruo hurried to inquire. What transpired inside? What else could it be? Everyone is clamoring to invest in Xiao Anning. Zheng Bin replied, his irritation palpable. How could they be so misguided? A few decrepit bicycles have become the latest craze? He harbored resentment, as his relationship with Xiao Anning was complex. She was his ex-wife and now his current partner's rival. Previously, he regarded her as insignificant, but now that she had risen to prominence, a sense of competition had ignited within him. Lu Yiruo, sensing an opportunity, exclaimed, You feel the same way, don't you? How could someone with such a flawed project attract investment? Surely, there are many who see through this. Yet Zheng Bin sighed. But when I left, I overheard someone pledging 100 million. What? 100 million? That person must be insane. You can't squander money like that. Lu Yiruo gasped in disbelief. She epitomized the notion of superficiality, failing to grasp the project's true value. In her worldview, it was merely a wasteful endeavor, an act of financial folly. Zheng Bin's expression grew complex. Perhaps Xiao Anning truly can secure substantial investments. Even my father has shown interest. Lu Yiruo was taken aback. Zheng Chong held a highly favorable impression in her eyes, viewed as a wise and cultured successful individual. The fact that he supported Xiao Anning's project left her incredulous. Why? What right does she have? When we were together, she was a talentless, temperless, utterly useless man. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even support her own family now dares to venture into entrepreneurship? Just after the divorce, she seems like a different person. Lu Yiruo surveyed the venue. Her mind swirling with questions and uncertainties she longed to clarify with Xiao Anning. Meanwhile, those remaining in the hall were all potential investors intrigued by the project, including Zheng Chong. We have thoroughly understood your plans during the conference. I am astounded by how, at such a young age, you have crafted such a comprehensive project plan, even outlining subsequent developments. Truly impressive. Your back-end data is remarkable, showcasing immense growth potential. How much investment do you require this time? And what percentage of shares will you offer in return? Someone boldly inquired. Investment considerations extend beyond mere projects. They also hinge upon the proportion of equity one can acquire. Otherwise, the investment-to-return ratio becomes disproportionate, and who would squander their money on such folly? Xiao Anning, unfazed by the presence of these magnates, maintained an air of composure as he gestured for Sun Yinyin to present their proposal. Behold, this is our project plan. In the next phase, we aim to expand our bicycle sharing initiative to super cities such as Kyoto and Zhonghai, necessitating substantial capital. We are prepared to offer 10% of our equity in exchange for a 200 million investment. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively furrowed their brows. 10% for 200 million? Mr. Xiao, your appetite seems rather insatiable. It is worth noting that your company's current valuation hovers around 10 billion. Xiao Anning nodded knowingly. I'm well aware of that. It is precisely because we are in the nascent stage that 200 million for 10% equity represents a lucrative opportunity for you. We have elevated the company to this point in merely a month. What lies ahead? We will expand nationwide and even globally. The bicycle sharing model is merely the inception of a new economic paradigm. As pioneers in this burgeoning field, the future scale of our company will far exceed 10 billion, 50 billion, 70 billion, perhaps even 100 billion. By then, acquiring 10% of equity will likely cost you 10 billion, if not more. The investors present began to ponder deeply at these assertions. I shall invest 300 million, but I require 15% equity. Zheng Chong interjected suddenly. Young man, I sense a connection between us. Would you be willing to reconsider? Chapter 75, An Advantageous Proposition. The proposition of 200 million for 10% equity and 300 million for 15% are equivalent, both translating to 100 million for 5% equity. Do you still need to deliberate? Zheng Chong exuded confidence, believing Xiao Anning would not dismiss his terms. For a fledgling enterprise, the significance of a 100 million investment is self-evident. Why invest? Zheng Chong possessed a keen eye and recognized the promising future of the bicycle sharing initiative. 300 million for 15% equity was a sound deal. Additionally, there was the assistant accompanying Xiao Anning. Though Sun Yinyin wore no makeup, he instantly perceived her beauty rivaled that of Lu Yiruo. With a modicum of embellishment, she would undoubtedly outshine even A-list starlets. For a woman of such allure, Zheng Chong certainly wished to have her in his possession. With the investment, he would assume the role of chairman of the bicycle sharing venture. Managing a woman would be a trivial matter. Just envisioning Lu Yiruo and Sun Yinyin, two stunning beauties. Attending to him was enough to ignite Zheng Chong's fervor. Yet, unbeknownst to Zheng Chong, Xiao Anning had already marked him as an adversary. There was no way he would accept an investment from an enemy. However, when Zheng Chang made his offer, Xiao Anning could only smile politely in refusal. I'm grateful for your interest, Mr. Zheng, but we are only willing to sell 10% of our equity. I apologize. Xiao Anning's influence remained too feeble to confront Zheng Chang directly. He had to bide his time and cultivate his company gradually. Zheng Chang's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. His tone grew more insistent, carrying an undertone that brooked no refusal. Young man, opportunities do not present themselves frequently. As your elder, I sincerely hope you seize this chance. Perceiving Zheng Chang's persistence, Xiao Anning sighed, feigning regret. To speak candidly, Mr. Zheng, I would sign a contract with anyone present today, but I simply cannot engage in a contract with you. What did you say? Do you look down on me? Zheng Chang's pride was wounded by the outright rejection, and his countenance darkened. Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Zheng. I harbor no such sentiments. It is merely my connection with your son that precludes me from accepting your investment. Xiao Anning explained, shaking his head in apparent helplessness. Zheng Chang paused, puzzled. My son, Zheng Bin? Xiao Anning replied in astonishment. Are you unaware, Mr. Zheng? Your son's fiancée was once my wife. We divorced, and we have a child together. Thus, I cannot accept your investment. I cannot reconcile that emotionally. Upon hearing Xiao Anning's words, Zheng Chang recalled the earlier altercation between Lu Yiruo's mother and Xiao Anning at the conference, realizing they were acquainted. So that is the reason. He had only viewed Lu Yiruo as beautiful, seemingly in her early 20s, unaware she had previously been married and had a child. How splendid. A divorcee with a child only heightened Zheng Chang's interest in Lu Yiruo. So, it is. I sense the kinship between us, Zheng Chang mused, contemplating. Young man, business should not be swayed by emotions. That is how one achieves longevity in commerce. Will you not reconsider? He remained reluctant to abandon his pursuit, perhaps not wanting to relinquish the opportunity to engage with Sun Yinyan. Xiao Anning scoffed inwardly while maintaining a facade of helplessness. Mr. Zheng, perhaps my youth renders me stubborn regarding such matters. I hope for your understanding. Seeing Xiao Anning's unwavering stance, Zheng Chang could only express his regret. Very well. I respect your decision. However, should you find yourself in need of assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Zheng Chang turned and exited the venue. Yet, just as he pivoted, a shadow fell across his expression. Upon leaving the conference hall, Zheng Chang spotted Zheng Bin and Lu Yiruo awaiting him outside. He scrutinized Lu Yiruo intently before directing his gaze at Zheng Bin. Come with me. Zheng Bin trembled, timidly following Zheng Chang. Dad, once they reached a secluded spot, Zheng Bin weakly called out. Bang! The response was a forceful kick. Zheng Bin yelped in pain as he crumpled to the ground, too intimidated to utter a word. Why did you not inform me that Lu Yiruo was previously Xiao Anning's wife? Zheng Bin snapped angrily. Dad, I'm sorry. I thought it was a trivial matter, and there was no need to bother you, Zheng Bin stammered. A trivial matter? Huh. Zheng Chang sneered. If Xiao Anning had not established the bicycle sharing venture, it would indeed be a minor issue. But now he is the founder of a novel project. This is no small matter. Do you realize I just proposed a $300 million investment, only to be publicly rejected by him? His reason? You stole his wife. And he feels uncomfortable accepting my investment. You've made me lose face in front of so many industry leaders. Zheng Bin, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. He knew how much Zheng Chang valued his reputation. Being publicly slighted was akin to a slap in the face. Dad, I did not steal his wife. It was he who initiated the divorce. They'd already lost their feelings for each other. Zheng Bin hastily explained. Nonsense. If there were no feelings, would he refuse my $300 million investment? That is a substantial sum, Zheng Chang exclaimed, kicking Zheng Bin again in his agitation. Having vented his frustration, Zheng Chang adjusted his disheveled hair and spoke in a cold tone. You must devise a method to sabotage his bicycle sharing project. Since we cannot intervene directly, let us ensure he fails. Once he falters, we can step in. Xiao Anning currently held a commanding position as the leader of this initiative, possessing undeniable advantages. Any external party attempting to penetrate this market would struggle against him. The only viable strategy was to undermine Xiao Anning before making their move. Zheng Bin nodded vigorously. Understood. Understood. Now leave. Zheng Chang loosened his tie, feeling slightly stifled, contemplating seeking out a few starlets to relieve his pent-up frustration. Zheng Bin, clutching his abdomen, stumbled out, where Lu Yiruo rushed to meet him. Zhenggo, what happened to you? Having just been struck and seething with rage, Zheng Chang offered Lu Yiruo no kindness. He brusquely shrugged off her hand, sneering, who would have imagined you and Xiao Anning shared such a profound bond? My relationship with him ended long ago. Lu Yiruo quickly clarified. Ended? Not necessarily. Zhang Bin recounted the investment matter, leaving Lu Yiruo momentarily stunned. To refuse a 300 million investment for her sake? Xiao Anning was indeed consumed by jealousy. Yet, in her eyes, it was foolish for Xiao Anning to decline such a sum. Lu Yiruo felt no sense of gratitude. Instead, she regarded Xiao Anning as absurdly naive. Zheng Ge, this is entirely his unilateral decision. It has nothing to do with me, she asserted, raising 3 fingers. I swear, I will clarify this with him shortly. After venting his inner fury, Zhang Bin calmed down, realizing that the situation genuinely did not involve Lu Yiruo. It was merely Xiao Anning's misguided devotion. All right, you do that. My father tasked me with some matters that I must attend to. I might be home a bit late. Zhang Bin stated. No matter how late it is, he will wait for you. The embarrassing outfit you bought last time? I put it on and am waiting for you. Lu Yiruo cooed, adopting a coy demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin instantly felt invigorated. Little enchantress, I shall return swiftly, he exclaimed, playfully patting Lu Yiruo's backside before darting away. Meanwhile, after Zheng Chang's departure, Xiao Anning opted for a reputable investor, selling 10% of his shares for 200 million. Just as he exited the conference room, he spotted Lu Yiruo awaiting him at the entrance. Chapter 76, Share half with me. How unfortunate. Yin Yin, let us exit through the back door. Xiao Anning muttered, turning to leave. Xiao Anning. Lu Yiruo hurried over and blocked his path. Step aside. Xiao Anning replied with disdain. Xiao Anning, please don't act this way. I am aware of everything. You turned down Uncle Zheng's 300 million investment for my sake. I know you still love me. You're just upset about my relationship with Zheng Bin. As she spoke, Lu Yiruo cast a triumphant glance at Sun Yin Yin, as if to say, what does your youth and beauty matter? Xiao Anning will always love me. Sun Yin Yin rolled her eyes in disbelief. Was this woman out of her mind? How could she draw such a conclusion? Xiao Anning widened his eyes in disbelief. Have you lost your senses? Who loves you? You can be with whoever you please. What does that have to do with me? Xiao Anning, stop pretending. The situation has escalated because of you. If you had started your business earlier, we wouldn't have needed to divorce, Lu Yiruo retorted. After a moment of contemplation, she added, when we divorced, I took nothing with me. Now that you are earning money, shouldn't you compensate me a little? Xiao Anning turned to look at Lu Yiruo, his expression filled with incredulity. He could not fathom how this woman had the audacity to utter such words. How much do you want? He asked with a smile. Lu Yiruo's heart leaped with joy. This man still loved her. After a moment's thought, she replied, according to Zheng Bin, you secured a 200 million investment. I want he asked for much, just half of that. Normally, assets are split evenly in a divorce. Asking for half isn't unreasonable, is it? Sun Yin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that someone could make such a demand. Ha ha, Xiao Anning laughed in disbelief. 100 million. 100 million? Why don't you just take the whole 200 million? Lu Yiruo beamed with delight. 200 million? If you want to give it all to me, that's fine. Before she could finish, Xiao Anning spat in disgust, his expression fierce. Lu Yiruo, I have never encountered a woman as shameless as you. On what grounds do you demand money from me? Do you forget why you left empty-handed? Should I remind you with the videos of you dating Zheng Bin before our divorce? Perhaps then you will grasp the concept of shame. Lu Yiruo was taken aback by Xiao Anning's sudden fury, instinctively retorting, but you love me. If you love me, do you care about these things? If you love me, should you give me money? Is your love worth less than these 200 million? Xiao Anning approached Lu Yiruo, his face contorted with rage, advancing menacingly. Lu Yiruo, I have no idea why you are foolish enough to think I still love you. But let me make myself clear. When you neglected this family, ignored Tian, and disregarded me, the only feeling I harbor for you is hatred. I wish your entire family would perish. I despise the Lu family. Lu Yiruo, retreating in fear from Xiao Anning's wrath, felt her temper flare upon hearing him speak ill of her family. On what grounds do you hate me? On what grounds do you hate my family? Just because I took a little money to support my family, you hate me? As a son-in-law, isn't it only right to help my mother-in-law's family? Xiao Anning, my mother was right. I should never have married you. You are petty and lack a man's magnanimity. Lu Yiruo continued, growing increasingly convinced of her righteousness. With a huff, she crossed her arms and turned her head away in defiance. Hearing her words, Xiao Anning's emotions cooled slightly. His tone turned cold as he slowly replied, fine. If you wish to know why, I will elucidate today. You giving money to your family is not my concern. I have mentioned it countless times, and you likely know it better than I do. Let's discuss other matters. During my first visit to your home, I brought fine wine, excellent cigarettes, and premium tea, all in double portions. Just the cigarettes and alcohol alone cost 20,000. That was my entire salary for 2 months. I also brought half a pig, 2 chickens, and 2 fish, all as per our customs, with no detail overlooked. But what about you? Do you recall what you served me that day? Lu Iruo mumbled. It was so long ago. How could I remember? And yet you call me petty for recalling such an old matter. Xiao Anning scoffed. Huh, I wouldn't want to remember this. But I cannot forget. My bowl of rice was a mockery. To maintain your family's face, I swallowed it. Lu Wenbo saw me eat and immediately brought others to ridicule me. Laughing at my foolishness, he claimed that bowl of rice was poured from a dog bowl, saying it was just a joke. A joke? You all failed to stop me while I was eating and only mentioned it after I had finished? Was that a joke? In truth, you are correct. I was indeed foolish, captivated by you, and that can be forgiven. Let us not dwell on that. Let us discuss my second visit. When Lu Wenbo lost his phone, your family accused me of stealing it, claiming I was morally corrupt and of poor character. You chose not to believe me and insisted I compensate Lu Wenbo for his phone. Until that matter was resolved, I was not allowed to eat. Xiao Anning shook his head with a laugh. At that time, you insisted that Lu Wenbo's lost phone was worth 10,000. It was the latest model. I didn't realize at the time that your family had no jobs and how you could afford such an expensive phone. And when Lu Wenbo got married, I contributed both money and effort. And yet, you didn't even save me a seat at the banquet. I was treated like a dog, curled up in a corner, waiting for the wedding to end. And after Tian Tian and Lu Zijia were born, Tian Tian merely touched Lu Zijia's toy, and you beat her mercilessly, even punishing her by withholding food. With each recollection, Xiao Anning's anger intensified. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, let me tell you, Lu Iruo, your family will undoubtedly face ruin. Lu Wenbo's uremia is divine retribution. You, Lu Iruo, enraged by Xiao Anning's curse upon her family, stepped forward, ready to slap him. A sharp crack echoed through the hall. Lu Iruo froze, her hands suspended in midair. In disbelief, she turned to Su Nianyan. You dare hit me? It was you I struck. The more I stand beside you, the more I realize how much I despise you. Because a beast will always be a beast, while sometimes a human is not even human. Su Nianyan replied coldly. Indeed, it was Su Nianyan who delivered that resounding slap, landing squarely on Lu Iruo's face. She could no longer endure the situation. You, what do you mean by you? If you don't leave, I shall strike you again. Su Nianyan proclaimed with an air of dominance. Xiao Anning, are you going to stand there and watch? I refuse to believe you no longer love me. Were your previous declarations nothing but deceit? Lu Iruo turned her gaze to Xiao Anning, her eyes pleading for assistance. Before Xiao Anning could utter a word, Su Nianyan stood before him, addressing Lu Iruo. Let me make this clear, Lu Iruo. From this day forth, Xiao Anning is my man. If you dare to bully him, you must first seek my permission. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you rue the day. Lu Iruo shook her head frantically. No, I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Su Nianyan inhaled deeply, as if resolved to something profound, then turned, cupping Xiao Anning's face in her hands, and closed her eyes as she leaned in. Chapter 77. The taste was rather delightful. Xiao Anning instinctively recoiled, yet Su Nianyan held him fast. In the next moment, a warm, moist sensation coursed from his lips to his brain. The electric shock of the kiss left Xiao Anning's mind utterly blank, though it lasted merely a second. For him, that fleeting moment felt interminable. Why you? Xiao Anning. You scoundrel. Lu Iruo watched in horror as Xiao Anning kissed another woman, completely breaking down her defenses. Su Nianyan, observing Lu Iruo's retreating figure, let out a cold laugh. How dare she call anyone a scoundrel? Engaging with other men while still married. Isn't she the real scoundrel? Now that the nuisance has departed, shall we take our leave? Su Nianyan beckoned Xiao Anning to follow. However, after taking a couple of steps, she realized Xiao Anning remained rooted in place, as if turned to stone. Curiously, she approached him, tilting her head. What's wrong? Are you feeling distressed? How could that be? I was simply taken aback. You are incredibly bold. Xiao Anning snapped back to reality, having shed the youthful timidity of a father. What is the big deal? It was just a peck, no tongues involved. We are adults, are we not? You wouldn't be so archaic, would you? Besides, considering how you assisted me last time, think of this as a token of gratitude. Don't dwell on it. Though he spoke lightly, the rosy hue creeping onto Su Nianyan's cheeks betrayed her true feelings at that moment. She feigned nonchalance merely to alleviate any pressure Xiao Anning might feel. Observing her somewhat proud demeanor, Xiao Anning suddenly felt mischievous. He deliberately licked his lips, seemingly savoring the moment. This token of gratitude has quite the delightful flavor. You're still licking your lips. I'm ignoring you. Su Nianyan's sense of embarrassment surged, her cheeks now crimson, extending down to her ears. She felt feverishly hot all over. her breath coming in quick gasps. Afraid Xiao Anning would discern her shyness, she hurriedly made her way outside. Ha ha ha! Xiao Anning couldn't contain his laughter, imagining steam rising from the top of Sun Yinyan's head. The unpleasant mood from earlier, caused by Lu Yiruo, evaporated in an instant. The two of them exited the venue, one after the other. While the atmosphere was light-hearted for Xiao Anning, the scene was vastly different for Lu Yiruo and her companions, who wore expressions akin to having just consumed something vile. Xie Huiran had been unceremoniously expelled from the venue and was unaware of the events that transpired inside. After the meeting concluded, Lu Wenbo sought out Xie Huiran to relay the occurrences. Upon hearing that Xiao Anning had established a company and delivered a speech, Xie Huiran's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Him? That good-for-nothing Xiao Anning establishing a company? Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, Lu Yiruo approached with a glum expression. Xie Huiran rushed forward to confirm. Daughter, your brother says Xiao Anning has formed a company. Is it true? What did Zheng Bin say? It is indeed true. Lu Yiruo replied curtly. What? Xie Huiran appeared stunned for several seconds, before a mocking smile crossed her face. Let him start a company, with his limited intelligence. What could he possibly accomplish? Perhaps it will collapse in a few days, leaving him buried in debt. Thank heavens you divorced him in advance. Otherwise, he'd be a far greater financial burden. Lu Wenbo nodded in agreement. Exactly. If Xiao Anning can establish a company, then I must be the richest person in the nation. My intellect far surpasses that of 1,000 Xiao Annings. Lu Yiruo shot a disdainful glance at Xie Huiran and Lu Wenbo, her voice laced with irritation. Debt? Huh, mother. Xiao Anning is not in debt. In fact, he has secured an investment of 200 million. 200 million? How is that even possible? Who would invest in such a worthless project? Are the wealthy truly so flush with cash that they would squander it on a failing venture? Lu Wenbo's eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Bin personally informed me. Could he possibly be lying? Moreover, Uncle Zheng initially intended to invest 300 million. But Xiao Anning declined due to my involvement. Lu Yiruo retorted coldly. The rest of the Lu family was utterly astonished. They found it hard to believe. Yet the Zheng family was not known for deceit. 200 million. Xie Huiran wailed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Why was she so distressed? The Lu family had aligned themselves with the Zheng family and were financially secure. Why would she faint from sorrow? It was because Xie Huiran was not foolish. She understood very well that the Zheng family would not be as easily manipulated as Xiao Anning. For now, they were merely trying to please the Zheng family, hoping Zheng Bin might generously gift them a sum of 100 to 200,000. But Xiao Anning was different. The Lu family had complete control over the Xiao family. To put it plainly, everything belonging to Xiao Anning was ultimately in the hands of the Lu family. Had they not divorced, they would have had access to that entire 200 million. Yiruo, is it still possible to remarry now? When Ling inquired. Remarry? Xiao Anning likely despises us now. How could he possibly consider remarrying? Besides, he has another woman now. As soon as she spoke, they faintly heard the sounds of laughter. Following the noise, they saw Xiao Anning and Sun Yinyan bickering playfully as they got into a car, driving away with a flourish. Is that Xiao Anning? Lu Wenbo asked. Lu Yiruo did not respond, her gaze lost as she watched Xiao Anning depart. The scene evoked memories of their university days, when she and Xiao Anning used to engage in similar playful banter. Reflecting on this made her heart ache profoundly. We must reclaim that money, even if it involves litigation. We must retrieve it. We cannot allow Xiao Anning to enjoy his freedom. Xie Huiran declared fiercely upon regaining consciousness, for reasons unknown. As Lu Yiruo heard her mother speak in such a manner, a wave of anger surged within her, prompting her to retort. Mother, if you hadn't forced me to date Zheng Bin, none of this would have happened. I committed infidelity within marriage. Even if you take this to court in Kyoto, you won't recover a single cent. Xie Huiran was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, she sprang up with newfound energy, glaring at Lu Yiruo. Are you blaming me? Is that what you're doing? I am your mother. I raised you through thick and thin, only for you to resent me? For whom did I sacrifice? Was it not for this family? If you're so clever, why didn't you foresee Xiao Anning establishing a company? And now you dare to blame me? I truly regret raising you. Your father passed away early. I toiled tirelessly to raise you too, and now that you've grown wings, you no longer need your mother? All right, I'll go find you. Xie Huiran lamented, her cries echoing a desperate plea. Sister, look at how you've hurt mother. She has it tough. You can't be angry with her over this. Lu Wenbo interjected hastily. Seeing her mother in such distress, Lu Yiruo's anger dissipated, replaced by a wave of guilt. Mother, please stop crying. I was in the wrong. I should have spoken so harshly. I was merely flustered by Xiao Anning. Lu Yiruo quickly knelt beside Xie Huiran, offering her support. Lu Wenbao seized the opportunity to say, indeed, it is all Xiao Anning's fault. Just after the divorce, he seeks out a new love. It is quite evident that this was premeditated. I once thought he was an honest man, but who would have imagined such depth of thought? What of his company? Our current brother-in-law is certainly no less than him. Sister, you should devotedly attend to Zhengbin. After all, it's merely 200 million. Once you marry into the Zheng family and bear a son, forget 200 million. Even 10 billion or 20 billion could be within reach. Xie Huiran, wiping away the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, responded, indeed, the Zheng family far surpasses Xiao Anning. However, we cannot allow Xiao Anning to frolic freely. My daughter, I do not blame you, but you must promise me, do not let Xiao Anning off the hook. Let Zhengbin devise a plan to ruin him. Chapter 78, A Situation. Upon returning to the company, everyone had been waiting for some time. Zhao Xiuqing, brimming with excitement, was the first to approach, exclaiming, my father just called. I heard you secured a 200 million investment? Xiao Anning smiled and nodded. To be precise, it wasn't Timi who secured it. Those investors are optimistic about our project and chose to invest voluntarily. Yes. The crowd erupted in cheers, clamoring to celebrate. Naturally, Xiao Anning did not refuse. Their collective average age hovered around 27, a time brimming with youth and vitality. Thus, joyous occasions warranted celebration. The group decided to go karaoke. In this era, KTVs were still thriving. Nian Nian, are you not coming? Zhao Xiuqing noticed Su Nian Nian packing her belongings, showing no inclination to join in the revelry. Su Nian Nian glanced at Xiao Anning. Her cheeks flushed, yet she maintained a nonchalant demeanor as she replied, I want to be going. It's too exhausting to follow Xiao Anning around. I think I'll just return home to care for my mother. Oh, Zhao Xiuqing squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? Of course. I dislike such chaotic places. The girl, clearly still quite young, faltered under Zhao Xiuqing's probing gaze, stumbling over her words as she awkwardly grabbed her bag to leave. Hey, Nian Nian has left. Aren't you going to stop her? Zhao Xiuqing remarked, draping an arm over Xiao Anning's shoulder. Huh, she left? Xiao Anning turned to see only Su Nian Nian's retreating figure. Just as he was about to call her back, he instead said, she might not be feeling well. She has had a long day. Let her go home. Zhao Xiuqing raised an eyebrow, quietly inquiring, what is going on between you two? Something feels off. Xiao Anning's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly laughed. Off? What are you talking about? I think you're the one who seems off. Come on. If we dawdle any longer, we want to secure a private room. Xiao Anning broke free from Zhao Xiuqing and hurriedly exited. There is definitely something going on. Fang Zheng appeared from nowhere, his expression laden with significance. Indeed, something must have transpired between them tonight. At that moment, everyone gathered around, their faces alight with curiosity. Zhao Xiuqing looked at them in disbelief. You all noticed? Jiaoyang scoffed. It's too obvious. Those two returned while deliberately keeping their distance. Yet they steal glances at one another, quickly averting their eyes when their gazes meet. As if they were thieves. Gao Qianni chimed in, and, mind you, Nian Nian is usually quite the tomboy, but she is blushing frequently tonight. It's simply bizarre. Finally, they exchanged knowing glances and collectively exclaimed, these two have issues. Hey, aren't you all coming downstairs? Xiao Anning called from below. We're coming. Zhao Xiuqing quickly replied before turning serious. Now the situation is clear. Tonight, we have one mission. Get old Xiao drunk and pry open his mouth. Okay, no problem. Isn't that a bit excessive? But I like it in that instant. They reached a consensus and descended the stairs with mischievous grins. Upon arriving at the KTV, Zhao Xiuqing waved his hand to order 8 cases of beer. Do we really need this much alcohol? You don't usually drink much. Xiao Anning laughed. We're celebrating. With this investment, our company can set sail towards a bright future. Exactly. Tonight, I can drink endlessly. You can drink endlessly? Then I'll drink 1,000 times more. Come now, who are you kidding? The last time, you were lost after just 2 bottles. Jiao Yang and the others began playfully bantering, which made Xiao Anning feel reminiscent of her university days, drinking with her roommates. Those were simpler times, devoid of worries. Drinking was merely drinking, filled with joy and laughter. When they drank too much, they would vomit and then head back to the dormitory to sleep. After graduation, Xiao Anning had not experienced that feeling again. Yet today, it returned. Xiao Anning, caught up in the excitement, proclaimed, you may not know this, but during my school days I had a nickname, the Little God of Banquets. Quite modest. I must say upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, just as they were contemplating how to take turns getting her drunk. She had delivered herself right into their hands. Heh, the Little God of Banquets? I must witness this. One among them declared, "I, the sword immortal of wine, am not convinced." Xiao Anning paused, a feeling of being watched washing over her. Haha, splendid. However, before we indulge, I must discuss something serious with everyone. Seeing Xiao Anning's serious demeanor, the playful smiles faded, and everyone listened intently. Xiao Anning continued. During the investment talks, Zheng Bin's father, Zheng Chong, offered to invest 300 million for 15% of our shares, which I declined. On the surface, Zheng Chong appears cultured and kind, but in reality, he is a quintessential hypocrite who would undoubtedly engage in underhanded tactics. The investigator I hired informed me that after leaving the meeting, Zheng Chong confronted Zheng Bin in a secluded corner, visibly furious, and then assigned him some task before departing. Zheng Bin then hurried off to a nightclub to meet someone. According to our investigation, this individual is the head of the Urban Management Bureau in Blue Island City. As they were in a private room, the investigator could not ascertain what was discussed. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave. They had begun to piece together Zheng Bin's intentions. Shared bicycles are not only vulnerable to theft, they also fear the Urban Management Bureau. After all, the Bureau has the authority to confiscate bicycles. Typically, they turn a blind eye, but should someone stir up trouble, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. Damn it, are the Zhengs really so petty? Gao Tianyi fumed, his earlier good spirits evaporating. Historically, the common man does not contend with the officials, nor do merchants confront those in power. Even the smallest official, if wielding real authority, can stifle billion-dollar or even trillion-dollar enterprises. Old Zhao, do you have any solutions? Fang Zheng inquired of Zhao Xiuqing. Zhao Xiuqing pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. I have no solutions, but I'll call my dad. He might be able to help. Xiao Anning raised her hand to stop Zhao Xiuqing. No need to trouble Uncle Zhao. I have a plan. Looking at the worried expressions of her companions, Xiao Anning smiled. I am not sharing this to dampen your spirits. Rest assured, I am absolutely confident that the Zheng family cannot obstruct us. To counter the Zheng family, we will shift our focus outside Blue Island City in the coming days. Now that our funds have arrived, we can begin establishing our market beyond the province. As for Blue Island City, let them move the bicycles. In a few days, they'll return. In short, let them wreak havoc in Blue Island City. They won't be able to sustain it for long, and will seize this opportunity to grow elsewhere. Hearing Xiao Anning's plan, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao, go. To resolve this matter, we still need your assistance. Xiao Anning turned to Zhao Xiuqing. Between us, why speak of assistance? This is not just your company. It belongs to all of us. Into the fire or over the mountain, just say the word. Zhao Xiuqing thumped his chest. It's not that serious. Xiao Anning smiled slightly. I merely need you to help me meet someone. Given my current status, it's somewhat challenging to see him. Chapter 79. A bit too much to drink. Are you kidding me? As the proprietor of a burgeoning enterprise, Zhao Xiuqing remarked, are there not individuals you wish to meet? What prominent enterprise? Xiao Anning replied with a resigned smile. Before we truly achieve something noteworthy, we are merely a modest troupe among the myriad businesses in Blue Island City. Why would they wish to meet us? Curiosity piqued. Zhao Xiuqing inquired further. Who are you referring to? Xiao Anning replied solemnly. The son of the paramount leader of Blue Island City, Ji Feiyu. Do you have any means to facilitate an introduction? Ji Feiyu? Zhao Xiuqing's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He is the quintessential scion, one who typically scorns mingling with individuals like us. From both television and the internet, one could observe that Ji Yutong, the current leader of Blue Island City, was in the prime of his life, far from retirement. Given his age, it was highly probable that he would ascend further in his career. Consequently, Ji Feiyu's social circle gravitated towards provincial and even capital connections. In Blue Island, apart from a select few international corporations, few would garner his attention. Ji Feiyu is rather arrogant. I have interacted with him on 4 or 5 occasions, merely acquaintances, nothing more. Zhao Xiuqing remarked with a disdainful twist of his lips. Ji Feiyu's disdain for the connections within Blue Island small to medium enterprises mirrored Zhao Xiuqing's own reluctance to associate with such a privileged individual. They found comfort within their own circles. Why would they voluntarily position themselves as subordinates, bowing and scraping, while constantly scrutinizing another's expressions? Had it not been for the necessity of business, Zhao Xiuqing would have preferred to remain unacquainted with him. By nature, Zhao Xiuqing possessed a rather laid-back disposition. Had he not crossed paths with Xiao Anning, he might have deemed a life spent overseeing an amusement park quite satisfactory, waiting for his father to retire and then selling the company's shares, a fortune sufficient to last several lifetimes. The path of entrepreneurship he now traversed was solely ignited by Xiao Anning, who rekindled within him the fervor to rival his father. Zhao Xiuqing continued, however. Ji Feiyu harbors ambitions beyond this. One day, he will surely follow his father to the provincial capital or even the capital city. Xiao Anning nodded in agreement. If all proceeds without incident, Ji Yutong will indeed rise further. What a pity. What do you mean by what a pity? Ji Yutong is not yet 60, hardly nearing retirement. Realization struck Zhao Xiuqing, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Anning. Are you suggesting that you foresee trouble for the Ji family? Xiao Anning nodded. This matter is rather troublesome. I initially wished to remain uninvolved, but with Zheng Bin's actions, I have no choice but to court Ji Feiyu. The mere mention of trouble from Xiao Anning indicated the gravity of the situation. In truth, Xiao Anning's reluctance stemmed from the fact that Zheng Bin's untimely demise was linked to this affair. Should Xiao Anning intervene, it would be tantamount to rescuing Zheng Bin indirectly. The notion of rescuing Zheng Bin left Xiao Anning feeling repulsed. Yet now, for the sake of the company's growth, he had no alternative but to act. Moreover, Xiao Anning's true adversary was Zheng Chong. Whether Zheng Bin lived or died had minimal impact on the overall scheme. Can this meeting be arranged? Xiao Anning inquired. No problem. At that point, we shall witness your performance, Xiao Dexian. Let this young master witness what it means to be overshadowed. Zhao Xiuqing chuckled. Excellent. If we can meet him, this matter will be 100% secure. Xiao Anning called out to everyone. All is well. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I shall overcome them. Tonight, let us cast aside these burdensome thoughts. Brothers, shall we revel in merriment? With Xiao Anning's assurance, the group's anxieties were alleviated. To them, Xiao Anning was not merely a boss. He embodied a totem of their collective spirit. It seemed that as long as Xiao Anning was present, even the most monumental challenges could be effortlessly surmounted. Thus, Zhao Xiuqing and his companions proceeded with their plans. After several rounds of games, under the veil of secrecy, Xiao Anning had indulged to the point of staggering. Exchanging glances, the time had come. Xiao Laudi, you, and Yin Yin seem to be acting rather peculiarly today. Has something transpired? Zhao Xiuqing inquired. There's nothing strange. Nothing has happened. Yin Yin and I are merely friends. She just kissed me on the lips today. Xiao Anning stuttered. Oh, I thought something significant had occurred. So it was just a kiss. Zhao Xiuqing exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. And he soon erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What? A kiss? Goodness. The others were equally exhilarated. A juicy revelation had emerged. I suspected there was something between them. I was right about the couple. Quick, grab a phone. No, go borrow a high-definition digital camera from the front desk. We must document this as evidence. I've known Xiao Anning since high school. This fellow is notorious for denying his actions, so we must capture this moment. Gao Tian hastily rushed to borrow the camera, returning to question the group once more. Did you truly kiss? Of course, right here, Xiao Anning pointed to his lips. The group erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Incredible. How did it feel? Feel? She didn't use her tongue, and it was over too quickly for me to react. However, it was quite delightful. She seemed to have applied a fruity lip balm. No tongue? What a pity. But it's fine. With a first, there will be a second. So, Xiao Laudi, do you like Sun Yin Yin? Of course. She is young, beautiful, vibrant, and kind-hearted. Any man would be smitten. Then pursue her. Upon hearing this question, Xiao Anning fell into a profound silence. Pursue? I lack that qualification. I am but a man risen from the depths of despair, destined to be consumed by hatred. I am unworthy of chasing after her. Sun Yin Yin is a wonderful girl, akin to the sun. While I am but a maggot in a gutter, I do not deserve her. Upon hearing Xiao Anning's lament, the room fell into a heavy silence. The joyous atmosphere dissipated, and the group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with compassion for Xiao Anning. The Liu family is truly despicable. They have forced such a wonderful person as Xiao Gu into this state. Gao Tian declared angrily. Xiao Anning has been deeply scarred by his previous relationship. He fears pursuing new love. We must find a way to assist him. Indeed, we must protect the couple we ship. Absolutely. Do not forget to send me a copy of tonight's recording. I want one too. Boys are adept at quickly recovering their spirits, and in an instant, the somber atmosphere vanished. Having had their fill of entertainment, Zhao Xiuqing and his comrades resolved to lend Xiao Anning another hand. Hello, Yin Yin? Yes. We've finished our fun and are preparing to disperse, but Xiao Laudi has drunk too much and cannot move. We've all had a drink, and cannot drive him home, so we must trouble you to come. After saying this, Zhao Xiuqing hung up the phone. That excuse is rather flimsy. If we've all drunk too much, why not call a taxi? Will Yin Yin come? Zhao Yang remarked. You do not understand. Yin Yin clearly has feelings for Xiao Laudi. Upon hearing he is drunk, her tone will certainly carry a hint of anxiety. Rest assured, she will arrive shortly. At that time, we must hide well, allowing Nian Yin to assist Xiao Laodi alone. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil. Whether she can untangle the knots in Xiao Anning's heart depends on Su Nian Yin's skill. The following morning, Xiao Anning slowly awakened, clutching his throbbing head. These rascals are clearly conspiring against me. I can't fall for their tricks again. Ouch, it seems they did something rather unscrupulous last night, but I can't recall. My head hurts. Here, a hangover remedy. Drink this, and you'll feel better. Thank you, Mom. Your voice sounds remarkably youthful today. It's lovely. Just like Nian Yin from our company. Wait, what? Nian Yin, what are you doing in my house? Su Nian Yin tenderly offered a hangover soup to Xiao Anning, and after Xiao Anning finished it, she gently handed her a damp towel to wipe her face. Xiao Anning felt somewhat unaccustomed and awkwardly inquired, "Why didn't you leave after taking care of me?" "I intended to, but your loud retching awakened Tian Tian. She was so delighted to see me that she insisted on sleeping together. I meant to soothe her to sleep before departing, but alas, when I next awoke, daylight had already arrived." Su Nian Yin felt equally helpless. It was all Xiao Anning's fault. When drunk, she resembled a lifeless pig, exhausting her to no end. Xiao Anning, with a face full of apologies, quickly replied, "I'm truly sorry for the trouble. How about I grant you a day off today, so you can rest? By the way, did I say anything strange or do anything odd while I was drunk last night? You slept like a log. How could you have spoken? It was just that your sleeping habits were quite unruly." Su Nian Yin's face flushed, and the latter part of her sentence came out as a mere murmur. "What did you say?" "I only recall dreaming about climbing a mountain last night, a very soft and fragrant mountain." Xiao Anning asked. "Nothing at all. You were in such a deep slumber that you didn't say or do anything." Su Nian Yin, exasperated, snatched the towel from her and turned to leave. Xiao Anning was taken aback, only to see Tian Tian sleeping soundly by the bedside. The little girl was still lost in her dreams, a smile gracing her lips. It had been a long time since Xiao Anning had seen Tian Tian sleep so peacefully. Wait a moment. Tian Tian is sleeping on this bed, and Nian Yin is keeping her company, which means I also. A wave of guilt washed over Xiao Anning. After all, she was an unmarried young lady. If this were to get out, the repercussions would be dire. An apology was in order. Xiao Anning straightened his clothes and exited the bedroom. To his astonishment, he found breakfast already prepared outside, a comforting spread of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and pickled vegetables. "Wash your hands and eat." Su Nian shot him a glance and walked past him with chopsticks in hand. This scene left Xiao Anning in a daze. Such a simple life. Such a simple breakfast. Wasn't this the life he had always yearned for? If only this moment could last forever. The thought flitted through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. How could he think like that? Su Nian Yin deserved far better. A person like him was unworthy. Xiao Anning shook his head and turned to the bathroom to wash his hands. Both Xiao's father and mother had not stopped smiling all morning, continuously praising Su Nian Yin for her diligence, virtue, and beauty. She truly was a delight in every regard. Su Nian Yin wore a gentle smile throughout, her usual vivacity now imbued with a touch of grace. Soon after breakfast, Su Nian Yin expressed her intention to wash the dishes, only to be halted by Xiao's father. After a bout of playful scuffles, Xiao Anning was dispatched to the kitchen to do the menial work. The elderly couple then engaged Su Nian Yin in lively conversation, their laughter echoing throughout the living room. Before long, Xiao Anning finished washing the dishes, and it was time for Su Nian Yin to return home. "Mom and Dad, I'll see her off," Xiao Anning announced to his parents. After leaving the Xiao residence, he took the initiative to assure her, "Rest assured about last night. I won't tell a soul that you and I shared a bed. And I'll ensure Tian Tian keeps her lips sealed as well." "Oh, you're overthinking it," Su Nian Yin replied nonchalantly. "That won't do. You're not married yet. Such news could affect your chances of finding a boyfriend." Xiao Anning insisted. Upon hearing this, Su Nian Yin's steps noticeably faltered for a moment. In the next instant, her face was awash with indignation. "You needn't worry. This will not impact my prospects for a boyfriend, because I am your mother. Have you forgotten? You called me Mom first thing this morning. Oomph. No need to see me off." With that, Su Nian Yin strode away with purpose. "Wait, did I say something wrong?" Xiao Anning was left utterly bewildered. In the afternoon, as agreed, Zhao Xiucheng brought Xiao Anning to meet Ji Feiyu. They convened at a tea house owned, as rumor has it, by Ji Feiyu himself, though due to his status, this ownership could not be publicly disclosed. Upon arrival, they found Ji Feiyu already waiting at the entrance. As they stepped out of the car, Ji Feiyu's teasing voice rang out. "Zhao Xiao graces us with his presence. This little shop is truly illuminated by your arrival." Zhao Xiucheng rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do go on mocking me. Do you really think my status is worthy of your attention? Your status is quite different now. Uncle Zhao's enterprise has turned quite the profit, Its market value has doubled. When my father sees Uncle Xiao, he must tread carefully. How could I dare be disrespectful? However, I'm quite curious. How did you learn about the policies in the western suburbs? I only found out through the news the next day. As this conversation unfolded, Ji Feiyu turned his gaze to Xiao Anning. And who might this be? Xiao Anning, Xiao Laudi. Zhao Xiao Cheng introduced. Yi Feiyu chuckled lightly. Xiao Anning, I've heard of you. You recently launched a popular bike-sharing initiative. What brings you here, if not to handle trivial matters of the company? His tone carried a hint of condescension, as if he was reluctant to engage with Xiao Anning. The company has others managing those affairs. I have matters to discuss with young Master Ji. Hence I entrusted Zhao Ge. Xiao Anning explained his purpose. Feiyu, Xiao Laudi possesses considerable talent. It wouldn't hurt to befriend him, Zhao Xiao Cheng interjected. Considerable talent? Based on that bike-sharing scheme? Zhao Xiao Cheng. Are we even acquainted well enough for you to say that? Out of respect for Uncle Zhao, I'll entertain you. But I never agreed to entertain any other idle individuals. Do you understand? Ji Feiyu's arrogance was indeed, as the rumor suggested. Zhao Xiaocheng's expression turned frosty at this remark. Ji Feiyu, you may act proud in front of others. But I advise you not to in front of Xiao Laudi. Otherwise, you may find it too late to regret. Furthermore, you were curious about how we learned of the Western suburb policies, weren't you? Zhao Xiaocheng pointed at Xiao Anning and continued. The information about the Western suburb policies was disclosed to us by Xiao Laudi. Oh, upon hearing this, Ji Feiyu scrutinized Xiao Anning closely. The Zhao family's advanced knowledge of the Western suburb policies had drawn considerable attention from the government of Blue Island, leading to an overnight investigation into all those privy to the information. Yet they found nothing. Ji Yutang had convened multiple meetings about this matter, ultimately concluding that the information had been leaked from higher up. Ji Feiyu observed all of this. How could a young man have uncovered something that even his father couldn't fathom? Ji Feiyu could hardly believe it. Zhao Xiaocheng, if you're going to fabricate a tale, at least make it believable. Do you think I'm unaware of Xiao Anning's background? The moment that bike-sharing initiative launched, his background information landed on my father's desk. He hails from an ordinary family. How could he possibly know about such confidential matters in the western suburbs? Ji Feiyu scoffed, then turned to Xiao Anning. Am I mistaken? You're correct. I indeed come from humble beginnings, but I did inform the Zhao family about the western suburb matter. Xiao Anning paused before adding. I'm also here to convey a message to young Master Ji. The shopping mall in the city center is set to open soon. ISNT it? As a key project in the city center, I presume you'll be attending, right? Ji Feiyu remained unimpressed. That has been reported on television ages ago. It's hardly a secret. I would advise controlling the flow of people on the mall's opening day, allowing only half of the attendees inside, Xiao Anning suggested. Only half of the attendees? Huh, who do you think you are? Do you know how much effort Blue Island City has put into this mall? Opening day is crucial for a successful launch. Your statement would cut the expected crowd in half. Are you suggesting that you, the head of Blue Island City, should have your way? Ji Feiyu's expression darkened, and he seemed on the verge of exploding. He had expected a significant discussion from Zhao Xiaocheng, yet he found himself wasting time with a fool. Zhao Xiaocheng, while you may indulge him, I advise you to heed his words. If something goes awry, you may find yourself regretting it too late. Ji Feiyu let out a cold snort. Zhao Xiaocheng, I truly believe there is something amiss with your judgment. After all, you are a wealthy heir. How can you associate with such individuals? Let me tell you, the world is rife with deceivers. Do you find my words to hold any merit? With a mocking tone, he turned his gaze to Xiao Anning. Xiao Anning smiled faintly and concurred. Indeed, there are many deceivers, but I am not one of them. This shopping mall project has languished for 5 years, a thorn in the side of Master Ji. Now that you have finally managed to secure a developer for renovations, it is only natural to create a lively atmosphere, is it not? Ye Feiyu shrugged. Is this not common knowledge? Do you deem your statement to be significant? Xiao Anning continued. What I meant to convey is that with such a large crowd, there lies a risk of accidents. It would be wise to regulate the flow of people for safety. Are you cursing me? Ji Feiyu's expression darkened. Since you are aware of my father's deep concern for this mall's renovation, you ought not to utter such words. Zhao Xiaocheng, for the sake of our past acquaintance, I shall pretend I have not seen you two today. Do not let me see you again. Otherwise, based on your words today, you will find it impossible to remain in this blue island. With that, Ji Feiyu stormed off in a huff. Xiao Anning did not attempt to stop him. After all, some lessons are best learned through personal experience. Once Ji Feiyu departed, Zhao Xiaocheng appeared somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I know Ji Feiyu can be arrogant, but I did not expect him to be so dismissive. He wore a look of regret. It's understandable. After all, he has invested considerable effort into this project, and your sudden assertion of impending disaster would be hard for anyone to accept. When I first met you, your reaction was not much better, Xiao Anning teased. Zhao Xiuqing frowned, muttering, "Why bring that up after all this time?" In an effort to alleviate his awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject, but on a different note. "Will there really be an incident at the mall's opening?" Xiao Anning nodded gravely. "Indeed, and it will be a significant one. There will be fatalities. The mall, originally constructed in the 1970s, holds a pivotal place in the history of Blue Island's development. However, as modern supermarkets and shopping plazas emerged, this department store gradually fell out of favor and was left abandoned. Yet, in the hearts of the older residents of Blue Island, this department store remains a symbol of their community. Regrettably, Master G initiated efforts to attract investment for its renovation. The first investor showed interest, but soon after, he tragically passed away from a heart attack. His son, unwilling to continue the project, left it in disrepair. After protracted negotiations, an agreement was finally reached last year, and construction commenced. However, the construction team cut corners, failing to replace the building's wiring, which meant that the internal electrical systems relied on outdated wiring. Typically, this posed no issue, but on the opening day, the sheer volume of visitors, many eager to witness the revival of this symbol of an era, would exceed the mall's capacity. This would lead to the air conditioning system operating beyond its limits, causing the wiring to overheat and potentially catch fire. "Just imagine the chaos in a crowded mall if a fire were to break out," Xiao Anning said, her voice parched as she paused to sip water. Zhao Xiuqing felt a chill run down his spine. A fire? If the crowd panics, it would undoubtedly lead to a stampede. Goodness, if that were to happen, it would be a catastrophe that shocks the entire province. Master G's political career would be over. Zhao Xiuqing swallowed hard, envisioning the horror of countless people screaming in terror amidst billowing smoke and chaos. True to his profession as an amusement park owner, Zhao Xiuqing quickly grasped the real danger. Indeed, the consequences of a fire are not as severe as those of a stampede. In a previous incident, over 20 lives were lost due to a stampede, with more than 30 suffering serious injuries, and the number of those lightly injured is incalculable. This incident not only caused a significant uproar within the province, but also garnered national news coverage. The central government dispatched investigators, and Master G's hair turned white overnight, with apologies flowing for an entire month. 3 months later, Master G withdrew from public life, and the name of the G family vanished from the political arena. Should we not directly inform Master G about this? Lives are at stake, Zhao Xiuqing said, his unease palpable. If it were merely a matter of financial loss, that would be one thing. After all, money is but a material possession. But if lives are lost, over 20 lives, it weighs heavily on Zhao Xiuqing's conscience. He felt that if he did not take action, he would be complicit, and the thought of never being able to sleep soundly again haunted him. Xiao Anning cast a glance at Zhao Xiuqing and simply shook her head. "You are too kind-hearted, Zhao. It is futile. They will not believe your good intentions. Others will not think as you do, and in the end, the well-meaning will only find themselves in trouble. What then? Are we to stand idly by and watch this disaster unfold?" Zhao Xiuqing asked urgently. "Rest assured, I have devised a plan," Xiao Anning replied, holding up 2 fingers. "We must tackle this from 2 angles: fire safety and crowd control. With some time left until the opening, we should approach the Blue Island Fire Department and invest 100,000 in promoting fire safety equipment, setting the location at the mall. In the event of an incident, they can respond immediately. The fire department will surely be willing to cooperate, and having their involvement will facilitate the necessary procedures for promotion at the mall." Zhao Xiuqing nodded. "I will handle that. My family is in real estate and frequently interacts with the fire department, so they will likely be amenable. And as for controlling the crowd, we are neither mall executives nor government officials. How can we possibly regulate the influx of visitors?" Xiao Anning sighed. "To manage the crowd, we may need to invest significantly. When a mall opens, we can also promote shared bicycles nearby and hold an event where new and returning customers can scan a code to receive a 200 yuan shopping voucher. We can impose a usage deadline on these vouchers. Half of the recipients can use them today, while the other half can redeem them tomorrow. Upon entering the mall, visitors must present their vouchers, and any found to be invalid will be rendered void. To save 200 yuan by waiting an extra day, I believe the public will make the right choice, effectively dispersing the crowd. We estimate a footfall of around 20,000. Let's prepare 4 million. Collaborating with the mall for a partnership, which they will likely agree to." Upon hearing Xiao Anning's plan, Zhao Xiuqing felt a surge of admiration. This plan requires an investment of 4 million, a sum that could seem like throwing money away. Xiao Anning, you would spend 1 million without hesitation to save lives. Your magnanimity humbles me, Zhao Xiuqing exclaimed, giving Xiao Anning a thumbs up. "What magnanimity? You flatter me to the point of embarrassment." Xiao Anning smiled gently. Moreover, this is not merely a waste of money. Both the fire department and the social media promotion will serve as advertising for our shared bicycles, establishing a positive reputation that will prove beneficial. Chapter 82, The Mall Opening. Time flew by. On the day of the mall's grand opening, throngs of people gathered, including many elderly patrons eagerly awaiting the event. They held sentimental ties to the mall, with many having spent their lifetimes intertwined with its existence. Now that it was reopening, their presence was only natural. A stage had been erected outside the mall, with Master G himself in attendance to cut the ribbon, underscoring the significance he placed on this establishment. Xiao Anning and her team also set their plan into motion. A neat row of shared bicycles lined the entrance, creating a vibrant visual. The promotion of scanning a code to receive a 200 yuan voucher was strikingly prominent, capturing the attention of nearly every visitor. Inside the temporary activity tent, Fang Zheng and others were busy, beads of sweat dotting their brows as they continuously distributed vouchers to a steady stream of eager patrons. In just a short time, we have already given out 1 million yuan in shopping vouchers. I genuinely worry that the 4 million will not suffice. They had also learned from Xiao Anning about the potential hazards lurking within the mall. In a concerted effort to save lives, the entire company unanimously approved the expenditure of 4 million. Rest assured, the anticipated crowd today will not exceed 20,000. As long as we can expose any potential safety hazards, Lord G and his associates will naturally take care of it, fulfilling our mission. As Xiao Anning spoke, he scrutinized the mall's floor plan, searching for potential fire points based on his memories from a previous life. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuqing was overseeing the fire safety measures, having recently made arrangements across various floors and ensuring the best firefighting equipment was on hand. Should a fire occur, they would be poised to extinguish it promptly and manage the overall situation within the mall to prevent any casualties. Xiao Anning and his team had spent the entire night rehearsing today's plan until they were confident of its flawless execution. At that moment, Ji Feiyu approached with a few associates. What brings you here, young Master Ji? Xiao Anning inquired, setting aside the blueprints to greet him. Do you think I wanted to come here? Regardless of your intentions today, I advise you to behave. My father is personally overseeing matters for this mall today, and if he discovers any mischief on your part, none of you will be spared, Ji Feiyu declared, surveying the area before issuing his warning. Oh, so, young Master Ji is concerned for our welfare? Xiao Anning teased. Nonsense. I'm merely here to inform you that I will be keeping a close watch on you. Stay in line. With that, Ji Feiyu departed. One ungrateful brat. Who do you think we are sacrificing so much for? If he can't appreciate our efforts, you shouldn't scowl at us like that. Fang Zheng slammed the shopping voucher onto the table, visibly agitated. In my opinion, we should ignore him. Let us see how arrogant he remains if something goes awry. Unfortunately, we need a strong backing to keep the company afloat, so we must endure. After today, Ji Feiyu will learn humility in proportion to his previous arrogance. Xiao Anning reassured Fang Zheng. Time ticked away, and half of the shopping vouchers had already been distributed, indicating that over 10,000 people had received them. Based on Fang Zheng's observations, those holding vouchers for today were eagerly awaiting the mall's opening, while some with vouchers for the following day chose to return home, leaving a portion to stay for the grand opening. In essence, the plan to manage the flow of people had achieved initial success. Just minutes before the opening ceremony, 2 city management tow trucks suddenly appeared on the street. Without hesitation, the crew began loading shared bicycles onto their trucks. Hey, what are you doing? A staff member from the bike-sharing company rushed forward to intervene. You are obstructing the roadway. According to regulations, these vehicles must be towed away. If you wish to retrieve them, our office hours are Monday to Friday, and you may pay the fines then. The city management officer replied, displaying a well-rehearsed demeanor. How are we obstructing the road? Xiao Anning countered defiantly. Don't these bicycles require payment to ride? Since they are paid items, they should be displayed in a shop rather than on the street, the city officer mocked, commanding his team to continue. Moments later, the neatly arranged shared bicycles were left in disarray, as if ravaged by a tornado, scattered haphazardly across the ground. The officers showed no regard for the bicycles, carelessly tossing and kicking them during the transportation process. Many of the bicycles were brand new, having never even been seen by customers before suffering damage from rough handling. The employees, witnessing this, felt an immediate surge of indignation. These ruffians were clearly acting with intent. The company staff stood in front of the bicycles, shouting, "Stop right there. We are operating legitimately. On what grounds do you take our bicycles? Legitimacy is determined by me, not you. I declare this as obstruction, and therefore it is. Move them. Continue moving. Let us see who dares to stop us." The leading city officer scoffed, completely disregarding Xiao Anning and his team. You are crossing the line. The employees could no longer contain their frustration. Just as tensions were about to erupt into conflict, Xiao Anning stepped in to intervene. Let them proceed. Boss. But they're doing this deliberately. An employee protested. Xiao Anning maintained a stern expression as he addressed the city officials. You may take them. But let me make myself clear. If our bicycles suffer any damage, you shall compensate us at full value. Huh. The city officer merely scoffed, dismissing Xiao Anning's words entirely. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, taking all the bicycles with them. As the employees surveyed the now empty space, a sense of desolation washed over them. Isn't that Xiao, General? What is going on here? Everyone looks so gloomy. Zhang Bin and Lu Yiruo happened to walk by just as the city officials left. Xiao Anning shot them a glance, replying coolly, young Master Zhang, fret not. It's merely a minor issue that will be resolved shortly. Being targeted by the city management is hardly a trivial matter. Did you forget to pay your respects? How about this? I have good relations with the leadership of the city management. I can lend you a hand, Zhang Bin began, stepping forward with a victorious smile. All I ask is for you to kneel and bow your head in submission to me. Yes, kneel before Brother Zhang, Lu Yiruo exclaimed excitedly, practically buzzing with enthusiasm. She longed for Xiao Anning to kneel before her, reverting to the submissive figure she could mold at will. Since their divorce, Xiao Anning had only grown more impressive, inciting jealousy in Lu Yiruo. When she learned that Zhang Bin intended to undermine Xiao Anning, both she and her family were elated. Witnessing the city officials haul away the bicycles while Xiao Anning appeared powerless brought her immense satisfaction. Xiao Anning, entrepreneurship isn't as simple as you think. Why not be a humble office worker instead? Now that your company is in jeopardy, have you calculated how much you stand to lose? Thankfully, I had the foresight to divorce you ahead of time. Lu Yiruo prattled on, her glee growing with each word. Xiao Anning, you have one chance. Will you kneel or not? Zhang Bin's condescending gaze bore down on him. In the distance, Ji Feiyu observed the scene intently. Should Xiao Anning dare to incite a disturbance, he would be the first to ensure Xiao Anning was ousted. Kneel? To hell with that. You imbecile. Xiao Anning rolled his eyes, unleashing a torrent of invective. What are you pretending to be? Aren't he those people you brought here? And you dare demand I kneel? Did your mother drop you when you were born, raising you on your placenta? Do you think everyone in the world is as foolish as you? You. How dare you insult me? Zhang Bin's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Xiao Anning's vulgarity, and his anger flared as he prepared to retaliate. Before you act, you should think carefully. Today is a momentous occasion for the mall's opening. You must know how much Lord Ji has invested in this day. If you cause a ruckus, what do you think the Zhang family will face in Blue Island? Xiao Anning pointed into the distance, continuing, do you see that? Young Master Ji is watching us. Go ahead and try something. Zhang Bin followed Xiao Anning's gaze and indeed spotted Ji Feiyu, his expression cold and focused. Damn it. Reluctantly, Zhang Bin lowered his hand, feeling as if a heavy stone weighed upon his chest, stifling him. Seeing Zhang Bin's defeated expression, Xiao Anning couldn't help but chuckle. Fool. You have no right to insult my brother Zhang. Lu Yiruo stepped forward to defend him. I almost forgot about you. I should find an opportunity to see if you and Zhang Bin share a similar lack of intelligence. It's just a batch of shared bicycles being confiscated. How could my company possibly go under? Do you think I was all we had? Xiao Anning let out a cold laugh. I am unafraid to disclose that I have deployed merely 10,000 vehicles within Blue Island City, whereas the number of vehicles dispatched beyond its borders has nearly reached 100,000. Zhang Bin, if you possess the audacity, extend your reach beyond Blue Island City. I am quite curious to witness the extent of the Zhang family's influence. Zhang Bin and Lu Yiruo's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. They had not anticipated Xiao Anning's rapid development. Did this not render their efforts against Blue Island City utterly futile? No, it was far from futile. Xiao Anning's stronghold lay in Blue Island. If the core business struggled to expand, how would the investors perceive it? In the future, it would become exceedingly difficult for Xiao Anning to secure funding. Without financial backing, the company could not endure. Almost deceived by your facade. No matter how grand your external endeavors may be, Blue Island is your foundation. Should that foundation rot, the flourishing branches outside will inevitably wither. Unless you relocate from Blue Island. Zhang Bin wore a faint smile, believing he had seen through Xiao Anning's disguise, reveling in his perceived superiority. With that, he laughed heartily and departed. He truly knows how to wield the power of others. Ji Feiyu let out a cold snort and turned away, having witnessed nothing more than a mere spectacle. When Xiao Anning had pointed at him earlier, he recognized that she had invoked his name to intimidate Zhang Bin. He held no disdain for such a clever maneuver, thus refraining from exposing it. Shortly after Zhang Bin's departure, as the grand opening ceremony concluded, The long-abandoned shopping mall officially announced its operations. A throng of people, young and old alike, surged into the mall. Despite Xiao Anning having diverted a portion of the crowd, the sheer number remained overwhelming, a sea of bodies that appeared endless. President Xiao, the situation seems rather dire. Although we have dispersed a segment of the crowd, 10,000 individuals still exert tremendous pressure on the mall, compounded by the sweltering heat, which has forced the air conditioning to operate at full capacity. The personnel responsible for monitoring the air conditioning system promptly relayed the news to Xiao Anning. Understood. Xiao Anning nodded, donning a calm demeanor as if she were in complete control of the situation. With the foot traffic already halved, even in the event of a fire, managing the crowd would be feasible. With diligent crowd management, the tragic stampede incident from her previous life could be entirely averted. Let us proceed into the mall. The shopping vouchers have been nearly distributed. Now it was time to collaborate with the fire safety personnel to oversee the interior. Drawing upon her memories from her past life, alongside the mall's blueprints, Xiao Anning pinpointed the initial fire source. By guarding this location, they could swiftly extinguish any flames that might arise. The fire point was located on the second floor, in Zone C, shop number 8. Upon ascending the stairs, Xiao Anning discovered that this very shop No. 8 belonged to Zheng Bin's jewelry store. It was the outdated wiring here that had ignited spontaneously. Huh, was this fate? Xiao Anning could not suppress a laugh. In the reports from her previous life, one person perished in the fire. It seemed to be Zheng Bin. Shop No. 8 housed the consolidated electrical circuits for the entire mall's air conditioning system. And with so many antiquated wires clustered together, it was a miracle that nothing had gone awry. Buzzing. The central air conditioning overhead blasted cold air fiercely. Faintly, Xiao Anning could even see the white mist emanating from the vents. Yet despite this, the mall remained stiflingly warm, as the crowd was simply too dense. Time ticked by. The air conditioning's gust intensified. At that moment, a wisp of black smoke silently drifted from the warehouse of shop number 8. Unfortunately, with so many people present, the smoke dissipated immediately, going unnoticed, even by Xiao Anning. The scent of burning was entirely masked by the overwhelming medley of aromas filling the mall: food, sweat, disinfectant, each blending together, rendering discernment impossible. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The aged wiring, overburdened, caused the copper wires to heat up rapidly, glowing red. As the temperature reached a critical point, the rubber insulation encasing the wires ignited instantaneously. Soon after, a bundle of wires caught flame. Crash! Accompanied by the sound of circuit breaker tripping, the entire mall plunged into darkness. It's happening. Quickly, notify the firefighters and prepare to control the scene and evacuate the crowd. The rest of you, follow me to extinguish the flames. Xiao Anning commanded with unflappable composure. Zheng Bin's family was in the jewelry business, and all their merchandise, being precious items prone to damage, was surrounded by an abundance of collision-resistant foam and raffia grass. Alas, these were also exceedingly flammable materials. The flames ignited in an instant, spreading throughout the entire warehouse. Xiao Anning rushed towards the warehouse of shop number 8, fire extinguisher in hand. Stop! Xiao Anning, who permitted you to come here? What do you mean by bringing that? Zheng Bin leapt out, blocking her path. Step aside. There's a fire, and I must extinguish it. Xiao Anning frowned. A fire? I want to put out? Xiao Anning, if you wish to cause chaos, at least provide a reasonable excuse. This mall has just opened. Everything is new. How could there possibly be a fire? Zheng Bin mocked, adopting a petulant tone. He was convinced that Xiao Anning was retaliating for the incident involving the city management taking away shared bicycles, deliberately attempting to create turmoil. Xiao Anning glanced at the warehouse, and instead of panicking, she remained unfazed. Let burn. After all, it's Zheng's jewelry. In the end, it won't be me who feels the sting. You truly won't let this go? Xiao Anning set down the fire extinguisher, her expression tranquil. Enough. Spare me your pathetic theatrics. You only wish to create a disturbance that impacts my family's business, and I won't allow you to succeed. Zheng Bin stepped forward, threateningly declaring, leave immediately, or I will have grounds to suspect you of attempting to steal our jewelry. Very well, I shall take my leave, but I do hope you won't come seeking my assistance later, Xiao Anning retorted, retreating to the entrance of shop number 8 with the fire extinguisher in hand. This delay allowed the flames to escape the warehouse, thick smoke and fierce fire erupting forth. Chapter 84. A world where only Zheng Bin suffers injuries. Fire. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the fire alarm blared throughout the mall. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled, screams, cries, and curses echoing incessantly. Each individual raced towards the exits, the once orderly mall devolving into a frenzy. The elevator and stairwell exits were clogged, everyone eager to escape, leading to a bottleneck that prevented anyone from exiting. Everyone, Please remain calm. We are the firefighters of Blue Island. Follow our instructions and evacuate in an orderly fashion to prevent a stampede. Under Xiao Anning's direction, firefighters were stationed on every floor, disseminating fire safety knowledge, their loudspeakers standard equipment. In that moment, the effectiveness of the loudspeakers became apparent. The once panicked crowd, upon spotting the firefighters, found their scattered thoughts coalescing into calmness. Firefighters embodied a sense of security. The tumultuous crowd transformed into an orderly procession, swiftly evacuating them all. Meanwhile, flames had already reached the display cases of shop number 8, the glass showcasing the jewelry shattering under the intense heat, scattering the jewels everywhere. Zheng Bin, who had been obstructing Xiao Anning, witnessed this scene. In an instant, his mind went blank. Fire. It's really on fire. We're doomed. The jewelry. Although it was merely the first day of business and not much jewelry had been prepared, the combined value of the cabinets and warehouse still amounted to several million. If Zheng Chong found out, he would not only face dire consequences, but also severe repercussions. Put the fire out. What are you standing there for? Zheng Bin shouted angrily at Xiao Anning. What are you yelling about? Am I your servant or your employee? Why should I listen to you? Xiao Anning leisurely set the fire extinguisher down and leaned against the wall. Besides, you just accused me of harboring ill intentions towards your family's jewelry. How can I dare to enter now? If you mistake me for a thief, my reputation would be ruined forever. The contrast between Zheng Bin's previous arrogance and his current predicament was stark. Xiao Anning, you're something else. Zheng Bin bellowed in fury, seizing the fire extinguisher that Xiao Anning had carelessly placed at his feet and dashed into the shop. At that moment, Xiao Anning finally comprehended the tragic fate that had befallen Zheng Bin in his previous life. It seemed that in his past existence, Zheng Bin had also recklessly rushed into the inferno to save the jewels, ultimately failing to return. Xiao Anning fervently wished for Zheng Bin's outcome to mirror that of his former life. Alas, due to her meticulous prearrangements, the firefighters swiftly arrived on the scene. The pitch-black smoke enveloped the entire store, and when Zheng Bin was finally rescued, he was carried out by others. The warehouse foam had ignited, releasing a copious amount of toxic gas, and Zheng Bin was rendered unconscious the moment he entered. Lu Yiruo, paralyzed by fear at the instant of the fire, could do nothing but cower outside, screaming in terror. Upon witnessing Zheng Bin being carried out, her cries only intensified. In that moment, Lu Yiruo had no thought for Xiao Anning, hastily following the crowd to drag Zheng Bin to a corner away from the flames, where she squatted down and wept. Simultaneously, news of the fire reached Mr. G. At this moment, dark smoke could already be seen billowing from the windows. Mr. G stood in shock, hastily organizing rescue efforts, his mind repeating a desperate mantra. No casualties, please, no casualties. Ji Feiyu also caught sight of the thick smoke. The mall was ablaze. In that fleeting instant, his previously dazed mind suddenly recalled Xiao Anning's foreboding words. What if an accident occurred? It had truly happened. Xiao Anning's visage gradually resurfaced in Ji Feiyu's thoughts. How did she know? A chill coursed through him, sending shivers up his spine. How eerie. Could it be that this fire was orchestrated by Xiao Anning herself? Feiyu, what are you talking about? What do you mean by knowing? Mr. G asked sternly, noticing his son's muttering. What a time to be lost in thought. Dad, I'm not being fanciful. I encountered someone prior to this. Ji Feiyu recounted his encounter with Xiao Anning. Mr. G was incensed, nearly exploding with rage. Why didn't you tell me about something so critical sooner? Ji Feiyu, feeling wronged, shrank back. Who would believe such an absurdity? How could I know she could predict the future? If there were no fire, would you believe me now? Mr. G inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Indeed, before an incident occurs, who would ever suspect a fire? The entire reconstruction of a mall was under his supervision, and he could not fathom that someone would dare cut corners beneath his very nose, embezzling funds meant for new wiring. This was no time to ponder belief. What are you still doing here? Hurry and arrange for firefighting efforts. If even one person dies, our family is finished. Where's the mall's manager? Get over here now. Is this the construction team you procured? Is this what you call quality work? Do you not understand the significance of this mall in the hearts of the Blue Island populace? You're not from Blue Island? On the very first day of reopening, you allow such a calamity to occur? I tell you, you better pray that no one dies. If even one person dies, it's over for you, me. And the construction team. Mr. G was livid, personally notifying the fire department and ambulances. Watching the thick black smoke billow from the windows, his heart plummeted. Even if the flames were not fierce, the throngs of people posed an extreme danger. It was no longer a matter of life and death. He could only pray that if there were casualties, they would be minimal. Were it not for the secretaries and bodyguards restraining him, Mr. G would have dashed into the inferno himself to direct the rescue efforts. Time passed without his notice. The smoke within the mall gradually dissipated. "Sir," a staff member, covered in soot, rushed over. Mr. G shoved aside the secretary blocking his path and stepped forward, anxiety etched on his face. "What's the situation? How many casualties are there?" His lips trembled as he asked. Regardless of how many lives were lost, he envisioned the end of his political career. The staff member, brimming with excitement, gestured animatedly. "Sir, not a single person has died. All guests were successfully evacuated, and not even a single injury was reported." What? What did you say? Mr. G, momentarily losing his composure, displayed a myriad of emotions on his face: joy, fear, and disbelief. "Don't deceive me. I can handle it. Such a significant incident. Surely, even if no one was consumed by flames, with so many people in a panic, there must have been stampedes or pushes. Speak. Are you fabricating casualty figures to comfort me?" With that, Mr. G closed his eyes as if bracing for judgment. "Sir, for such a major incident, would I dare to deceive you? There truly were no casualties. Oh, if we must account for anything, only Zheng Bin from Zheng S Jewelry was knocked unconscious by smoke." The staff member's face was lit with joy. "Really? How can this be possible?" Mr. G stared blankly at them all, wondering if perhaps his ancestors were watching over them. Otherwise, there was simply no explanation. "Sir, I've learned that before the mall opened. Firefighters were stationed on each floor to promote fire safety awareness, and when the incident occurred, they immediately began directing the crowd to maintain order, which is why there were no casualties. Moreover, the firefighters swiftly contained the flames, which only affected one shop," the staff member quickly explained. "Oh, who is this person? Are they a mall employee or someone from the government? Find them. With such strong safety awareness, I must commend them," Mr. G exclaimed with excitement. "Neither. It seems to be an entrepreneur from Blue Island named Xiao Anning," the staff member replied. "Xiao Anning? That name sounds familiar, Mr. G pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Is it him?" "Sir, do you know him?" asked the staff member beside him. "I don't know him, but I just heard of him." Mr. G instructed his secretary, "Investigate Xiao Anning and bring me his information." To have foreseen the fire and arranged for firefighters in advance. If this is mere coincidence, I absolutely do not believe it. It is as if Xiao Anning had orchestrated everything. The fire was ignited by him, and he extinguished it as well. The motives behind such elaborate machinations remain a mystery. While Mr. G was investigating Xiao Anning, the latter had already evacuated everyone from the mall and returned to the company. "Brother Xiao, we just saved the G family's political future. This is the perfect opportunity to make demands. Why are we leaving?" In the office, Zhao Xiuqing inquired, confusion written all over his face. Others nodded in agreement. Their curiosity piqued as they looked toward Xiao Anning. For days, they had tirelessly worked for the G family, investing both time and resources, and today, they had risen before dawn to prepare them all. After everything had settled, they were now leaving, which left them feeling somewhat discontent. Brother Zhao is right. At this juncture, any request we make would surely be met by the G family, let alone something as trivial as dealing with the city management. Xiao Anning paused before revealing his true thoughts. "However, if we demand something on the spot, it would appear too opportunistic, almost as if we were leveraging gratitude for personal gain. The G family might acquiesce to our requests, yet their impression of us would not be favorable. After repaying the favor, we would be left with nothing but a one-time assistance. Conversely, if we make no demands, simply departing without seeking any reward, the G family may proactively reach out to us, fostering a genuine friendship. In the future, if we require assistance, we wouldn't need to ask. They would naturally help us. One path leads to repaying kindness, while the other cultivates friendship. Which would you choose?" Upon hearing Xiao Anning's words, the others felt as though clouds had parted to reveal the moon, and they suddenly understood. How astute! Such an ability to grasp human nature with such precision. No wonder it was Xiao Anning. The admiration for Xiao Anning has ascended to yet another level. In truth, it is not solely Xiao Anning's prowess that has garnered such respect. Rather, following the incident in the previous life, various websites meticulously unearthed numerous details regarding the G family, including the character of Lord G. To ascend to his current position, one must inherently possess a profound sense of suspicion. Xiao Anning's actions merely served to alleviate the other's doubts, successfully drawing him into his own camp. 2 hours after the incident, the police and fire department undertook a thorough investigation into the fire. The ultimate conclusion corroborated Xiao Anning's assertions. The building's wiring was outdated, lacking overload protection devices, and severe overload could lead to spontaneous combustion. The notion of self-ignition due to overload, devoid of human factors? Lord G, uneasy, inquired once more. Indeed, there were none. If one were to insist on identifying any human factors, it would be the construction team pocketing funds without adhering to the requirement of replacing the old cables. The chief of the Blue Island City Police personally approached Lord G to explain the situation. Having collaborated with this officer for over a decade, Lord G held a significant level of trust in him, confident that he would not engage in corruption or conceal the truth for the sake of any individual. Father, does this mean that Xiao Anning truly has no connection to this incident? Kiki questioned, her curiosity piqued. How could he possibly know? Ji Feiyu pressed further. You may indeed have encountered an extraordinary individual, Lord Ji mused wistfully. At that moment, the fire chief, who was preparing to depart, interjected, in truth. Today's South event was perilously close to disaster. Although our team had prepared in advance within the mall, had there been even slightly more people present, they would have been unable to manage the scene. One can only say it was fate. The heavens allowed this incident to pass without calamity. The mall manager, overhearing this, could not suppress a bitter smile. This is no divine intervention. Someone deliberately managed to divert the crowd. What do you mean? Is there another skilled individual at play? The group inquired in unison, their astonishment palpable. The mall manager continued. According to our estimates, the mall was expected to host 20,000 visitors today. Yet only 10,000 actually arrived. The remaining 10,000 were rescheduled for tomorrow. Lord G, incredulous, asked, rescheduled for tomorrow? Who possesses such influence to compel the populace to comply so willingly? I, as the head of Blue Island City, could not achieve such a feat. Indeed, it was just the day before yesterday that someone approached me, stating the mall manager divulged the details of Xiao Anning's shopping voucher plan. The crowd was left speechless. Xiao Anning? It's him again? I was puzzled at the time. They demanded nothing in return, simply offering us 4 million, a sum that seemed squandered. Now I finally comprehend their intent was to disperse the crowd. The mall manager expressed profound gratitude toward Xiao Anning. Had he not intervened, a stampede within the mall would have rendered him culpable. What a noble spirit. I cannot fathom that such a righteous individual exists in Blue Island City. To save others, he did not hesitate to part with 400,000, and afterward, he left without a word, asking for nothing in return. I initially doubted such a virtuous person. I was truly mistaken. Lord G's emotions surged, wishing to promptly convey his gratitude to Xiao Anning. Suddenly, he noticed Ji Feiyu, who had remained silent, and his expression darkened. What did you say about how to treat Mr. Xiao? Ji Feiyu, filled with regret, stammered, Father, I was wrong. I initially believed him to be a fraud. I will not entertain your excuses. I now issue a direct command. Ensure Xiao Anning forgives you and invite him to our home as a guest. Should you fail to do so, I suggest you abandon your clandestine enterprises. At that moment, a wailing cry drew everyone's attention. Didn't they say there were no casualties? Who was lamenting so sorrowfully? Lord Ji inquired. That would be Zheng Bin from Zheng Jewelry. How shall I put it? His family is the sole victim of this fire. Having lost over 10 million in jewelry to the flames, the mall manager elucidated. I must extend my condolences, Lord Ji stated, leading the group toward Zheng Bin's shop. However, before they could enter, they heard Zheng Bin cursing Xiao Anning vehemently. It's him. He must be the one who set the fire. This is clearly revenge. I will have his life. Lu Yiru joined in the vitriol. Xiao Anning is utterly despicable. He had a fire extinguisher at his disposal, yet he did not act to save anyone. He is nothing but a cowardly opportunist. The expressions of Lord Ji and his party darkened upon hearing these accusations. Arrest him. Yiru, call the police immediately. Zheng Bin yelled, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a cornered beast. No need. Address your grievances directly with me. At that moment, the chief of the Blue Island City Police approached with a grim demeanor. Zheng Bin, momentarily taken aback, was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed the insignia on the officer's shoulder, causing his anger to dissipate. Chief, your arrival is fortuitous. I wish to file a report. Xiao Anning deliberately set fire to my family's shop, causing me to incur losses of several tens of millions. Zheng Bin rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, his despair palpable. You claim Xiao Anning committed arson. Do you possess any evidence? The officer inquired. Evidence? Yes, I have it. I witnessed him ignite the flames, and my girlfriend can attest to this, correct? Zheng Bin, bereft of genuine proof, resorted to fabrications. Lu Yiru, catching on to Zheng Bin's insinuation, nodded vigorously. Indeed, Xiao Anning has harbored malice against us. During the opening of our new store, he intentionally set the fire. The leaders present, astute and seasoned, recognized the deceit immediately. However, considering they were the sole victims and that their status was notable, they chose to give them some leeway. The police chief cautioned, Are you certain? Falsifying accusations also bears legal consequences. Unfortunately, Zheng Bin and Liu Yiru were oblivious to the officer's attempt to extend an olive branch. Their singular focus was on destroying Xiao Anning. How could we be fabricating accusations? In such a vast mall, only our establishment was engulfed in flames. It must be a targeted attack. The only one who bears a grudge against us is Xiao Anning. Who else could it be? Zheng Bin retorted angrily. Enough. Lord Ji could no longer contain himself. Xiao Anning is an exemplary individual. He exerted himself to save lives without seeking any reward. To think there are those who would tarnish his reputation. Xiao Anning is a benefactor to the Ji family. How can I endure this? Zheng Bin, out of respect for your father, we have been exceedingly patient with you, even offering you a way out. We have already determined the cause of the fire. Outdated wiring led to spontaneous combustion. And your warehouse happened to be adjacent to the main line. Hence, it was your establishment that caught fire. Lord G.'s countenance darkened, wishing he could strike this incompetent fool. Simultaneously, the fire department and police corroborated that the issue stemmed from aging wiring. With these authoritative statements, Zheng Bin found himself at a loss for words. Zheng Bin, even if your relations are strained, you cannot engage in slander. That is a criminal act. Given your significant losses today and your evident distress, we shall refrain from pursuing charges this time. However, such behavior must not recur. The police chief ultimately chose to let Zheng Bin off the hook, perhaps out of pity. Even if Xiao Anning did not start the fire, he must bear some responsibility for the losses incurred by our shop. He was holding a fire extinguisher. Had he acted sooner, we would not have suffered such extensive damages. The remaining liability falls to the mall. The crowd was left in shock. They had witnessed shamelessness, but this was beyond anything they had encountered. You believe you're entitled to compensation just because he did not save you? The mall manager protested, visibly displeased. How can it not be counted? Had it not been for the incompletion of your shopping mall, would such a conflagration have occurred? Zheng Bin was fervently eager to recoup the losses he had incurred, believing that even if Zheng Chong were to learn of today's calamity, he would not resort to violence against him. In response to Zheng Bin's inquiries, the mall manager, while checking his phone, remarked, "You are quite right, young Master Zheng. Under normal circumstances, our company should indeed offer some compensation. But this is contingent upon the situation being typical. However, if the damages stemmed from customers obstructing the firefighting efforts, then it would not be our responsibility." As he spoke, the manager played a recording, an exchange where Xiao Anning sought to extinguish the flames but was thwarted by Zheng Bin. Almost immediately, all eyes converged upon Zheng Bin. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. It was over. Now he might not even receive compensation. With a thud, Zheng Bin could no longer withstand the blow and collapsed onto the ground. The mall manager, feigning amusement, said, "I wonder who sent me this recording. I never expected it would come in handy." The recording, of course, had been sent by Xiao Anning, who had anticipated that Zheng Bin would attempt to evade responsibility and seek someone to cover the losses. Xiao Anning would not allow him to have things his way. "You seize my shared bicycle, and I shall demand tens of millions in compensation." This farcical episode unfolded swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Master Ji had initially considered offering comfort to Zheng Bin, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. Moreover, it appeared there was animosity between Zheng Bin and Xiao Anning. Naturally, he would lend his support to Xiao Anning. After departing from Zheng Bin's establishment, Master Ji arranged for an investigation into the grievances between Xiao Anning and Zheng Bin. Meanwhile, Ji Feiyu had already arrived at the base of the shared bicycle company. This time, Ji Feiyu came to apologize, adhering to protocol by first approaching the reception to request notification. Under ordinary circumstances, regardless of whose company it was, he would simply stride in without needing to alert the front desk. The receptionist's call reached the office above. "Is there something you need?" Xiao Anning inquired. "Well, Mr. Xiao, a person has arrived at the front desk claiming to be your friend. Shall I let him in?" The receptionist asked. If he were indeed a friend, he would surely possess Xiao Anning's personal phone number and would not require an announcement. Given the timing and his self-identification as a friend, it was easy to deduce who it was. Xiao Anning discreetly mouthed to Zhao Xiuqing and the others, "Ji Feiyu is here." Upon hearing that Ji Feiyu had arrived, Zhao Xiuqing and the others promptly set aside their tasks to listen in on the phone call. "A friend? Which one?" Xiao Anning feigned confusion. Upon hearing Xiao Anning's voice, Ji Feiyu eagerly leaned closer to the phone at the reception, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, it's me, Ji Feiyu. I'm here specifically to apologize." "Oh, I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be young Master Ji. However, please refrain from calling me Brother Xiao. I cannot bear such title. You are the first young master of Blue Island City. While we are merely a small company, we cannot withstand such grandeur." Xiao Anning chuckled. Brother Xiao, please don't theist. I fully acknowledge my mistakes, and I have come here to sincerely apologize. Ji Feiyu, nervously gripping the phone at the reception, continued. My father has already reprimanded me, and I have come to deeply realize my errors. I should not have been arrogant and disrespectful. I truly erred. Please grant me a chance to amend my ways. I have also brought some gifts as an apology. Judging by Ji Feiyu's demeanor, it was clear that the issues concerning the mall had been resolved splendidly. Everything they had done was uncovered by Master Ji. And Ji Feiyu must have been sent on a mission. Otherwise, he would not be so eager to meet Xiao Anning. Ji Feiyu, as the foremost young master of Blue Island City, had lowered his stance considerably. It would be excessive for Xiao Anning to maintain an air of superiority. However, Xiao Anning was not yet prepared to meet Ji Feiyu. All right. There is no significant grievance between us. Let's forego the gifts. As per custom, I ought to meet you, but regrettably, our company is currently facing some issues that require my attention, and I cannot be absent. I understand you must be conveying Master G's message. Please speak plainly, Xiao Anning stated directly. Upon hearing this, Ji Feiyu's eyes brightened. The absence of anger was a relief. He promptly replied, Brother Xiao, your insight is truly remarkable. My father indeed has a message. He wishes to invite you to our home for dinner. What do you think? Very well, once I resolve the matters at hand. I shall pay a visit to your esteemed father this evening. Xiao Anning readily agreed. For an ordinary individual, receiving an invitation from the top leader of Blue Island City would necessitate setting aside even the most pressing work. Yet Xiao Anning chose otherwise. Just wait until nightfall. The more composed Xiao Anning appeared, the higher the Ji family's regard for him rose. Excellent. I will await your arrival at home, Mr. Xiao. I shall return home to inform my father of this news, Ji Feiyu exclaimed. Although he did not meet Xiao Anning, the mere fact that Xiao Anning agreed to visit indicated that he bore no resentment. Learning that there was no animosity made Ji Feiyu feel that his journey had not been in vain. Upon returning home, Ji Feiyu relayed this news to Ji Yutong. Father, Xiao Anning mentioned he would visit you later. He is currently handling some matters at his company, Ji Feiyu casually stated. I wonder if he truly has business to attend to, or if he is merely fabricating an excuse. However, upon hearing this news, Ji Yutong chuckled softly. He gradually set down his phone, which displayed the conflict between Xiao Anning and Zheng Bin. It was not an excuse. The Zheng family had recently allied with the city management to target Xiao Anning, and today the management had confiscated a batch of share bicycles. Ji Yutong expressed his satisfaction. I initially thought he would seek our assistance in resolving this matter, but I was mistaken. This young man is quite remarkable. Despite such a significant favor, he expects nothing in return. Feiyu, you ought to learn from him. This young man has a limitless future. Ji Feiyu nodded in agreement. Understood? Father. However, your observation reminds me that earlier today, Zheng Bin and Xiao Anning had a confrontation. So that is what transpired. Father, since Xiao Anning does not wish to rely on us, why not bestow upon him a grand gift to ease our relations? Ji Yutong did not immediately respond, but contemplated before saying, let us wait a bit longer. I wish to further gauge this young man's intentions. To reach this position, one must exercise caution. It is prudent to consider all angles. Although Xiao Anning has yet to make any demands, I prefer to bide my time. Perhaps he intends to discuss matters at the dining table. After all, aren't the people of the Eastern Province fond of negotiating over meals? As evening approached, Xiao Anning arrived at Ji Yutong's residence as invited. The home of the top leader of Blue Island City was not as opulent as one might imagine. It was neither a luxurious villa nor a high-end flat, but rather situated within an old community in Blue Island. This community, located in the city center, comprised two-story houses constructed in the last century. Thanks to Ji Feiyu's prior arrangements with the security guard, Xiao Anning was allowed entry after merely providing his identification. The entire community was relatively tranquil, with few individuals encountered along the way, and the architecture imparted a sense of time travel back to the previous century, featuring pools, rockeries, wisteria-covered corridors, swings, and slides in the park. All of these were meticulously maintained, appearing as pristine as new, in light of the somewhat outdated surroundings. Xiao Anning bore no disdain. Those who resided here were all individuals of significance within Blue Island City. Even if some had retired, their influence remained formidable. The community's deliberate preservation of a bygone style catered to these elder leaders, who often yearned for nostalgia. Soon, Xiao Anning arrived at the entrance of Ji Yutong's home. He rang the doorbell, and Ji Feiyu personally emerged to greet him. Brother Xiao, welcome. Please treat this as your own home. Do not stand on ceremony. Ji Feiyu was exceedingly cordial, and noticing Xiao Anning carrying items, he instinctively reached out to assist him, calling out to the second floor, Father, Mr. Xiao has arrived. Hurry down. Oh, young Xiao is here. Quickly. Come to my study. I have just written a piece of calligraphy for you to critique. The voice of Ji Yutong echoed from the second floor. Are you really making guests climb the stairs? Ji Feiyu remarked, then turned to Xiao Anning with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. My father is an ardent calligraphy enthusiast, and he simply must show off his rather mediocre work to anyone who visits. Not at all. This merely indicates that uncle does not regard me as an outsider, Xiao Anning replied with a gentle smile as she ascended the staircase. In a sunlit room, as she pushed open the door, a wave of ink fragrance enveloped her. Master Ji, Xiao Anning greeted. Master Ji, you are scarcely older than Feiyu. Just call me uncle. Ji Yutong responded with a slight smile, gesturing for Xiao Anning to come closer. Come, take a look at this piece of calligraphy. Xiao Anning approached and beheld the grand characters Yi Fun Feng Shun flowing elegantly across the desk. One could not deny Ji Yutong's profound mastery of the art. Rumor had it that had Ji Yutong not entered politics, he might have become a renowned calligrapher. First, she observed from a distance, and then she leaned in for a closer inspection. The strokes were powerful, yet unpretentious. The posture was graceful without being ostentatious. And the penmanship flowed like a gentle stream. Truly a commendable work. If only the conclusion had been executed with a bit more decisiveness, it would have been even more exquisite. Straightening up, Xiao Anning offered a sheepish smile to Ji Yutong. This is merely my humble opinion. If I have spoken out of turn, I hope you won't take it to heart. Ha ha ha. Ji Yutong laughed heartily. You are absolutely right. You are far more insightful than that boy Feiyu. Every time I show him my calligraphy, he merely says it's good, without offering any constructive criticism. Constructive criticism. Xiao Anning could not help but smirk. Indeed, as a prominent leader, Ji Yutong had seamlessly integrated his style of speech into everyday life. Ji Yutong continued, I am surprised that someone as young as you has an understanding of calligraphy. The current generation seems to have little appreciation for such traditions. It's a pity to see the treasures left by our ancestors neglected. Xiao Anning shook her head. Uncle, one cannot solely blame the youth of today. As the ancients said, those who engage in the study of ancient texts cultivate the heart. Those who write calligraphy express their aspirations. Practicing calligraphy ultimately reflects one's state of mind. Today's young people are like clockwork. They're propelled forward by an endless stream of obligations. In this materialistic society, their hearts have long since become restless. How can they find the peace to practice calligraphy? Ji Yutong gazed at Xiao Anning with evident delight. He found this young man increasingly to his liking. Well said. For the average person in this society, the priority is to make a living. Who has the leisure to practice calligraphy? Ever since entering the 21st century, society seems to have accelerated. If you stop, the only outcome waiting for you is obsolescence. Ji Yutong sighed. It is merely the natural progression of the times. Future developments will undoubtedly exceed our imagination. Xiao Anning painted a brief picture of the future societal advancements. Ji Yutong listened, entranced, as if he were truly glimpsing the world of 10 or 20 years hence. Xiao, you are far too talented for commerce. You should enter politics. Your vision for the city's planning is remarkably comprehensive, better than some leaders who have been in power for decades. Ji Yutong felt as if he had stumbled upon a gem. In Xiao Anning's presence, he experienced an insatiable urge to converse, no matter what viewpoint was presented. Xiao Anning effortlessly caught it and expressed a fresh perspective. In that moment, Ji Yutong truly understood the meaning of regretting not having met sooner. Dad, Xiao Ge, come down for dinner. Ji Feiyu called from downstairs. Ji Yutong felt a tinge of reluctance to leave the conversation, but he stood up with a sigh. Very well. Let us descend and continue our discussion over dinner, particularly about your bike-sharing company. Chapter 88. The Affection of Madame Ji. The meals at the Ji household were all lovingly prepared by Ji Feiyu's mother. They were simple, home-cooked dishes, yet bursting with flavor and aroma. The taste was truly superior to that of a first-rate chef. Eat plenty. If it's not enough, Aunt will make you more, Ji Feiyu's mother said warmly. Her enthusiasm for Xiao Anning evident since she learned of his contributions to the Ji family. Though Madame Ji was not part of the establishment, years spent by Ji Yutong's side had given her insight into its workings. She understood precisely what Xiao Anning's actions in the marketplace meant for the Ji family. One might even go so far as to call him a lifesaver. At the same time, Madame Ji was well aware of her husband's nature. Not only would he not express gratitude easily, even in front of his own parents, he maintained a stern demeanor and never uttered a soft word. Thus, any expressions of gratitude or compliments were left to Madame Ji to convey. Xiao, I've heard all about this matter from Feiyu. Your kindness towards our family is truly immense. Aunt thanks you sincerely, Madame Ji said, as she placed a chicken leg into Xiao Anning's bowl. Aunt, if you keep praising me like this, I might just float away, Xiao Anning exclaimed, devouring the chicken leg with fervor. Truthfully, I merely predicted that the aging electrical lines would become overloaded. I believe, had others known such an incident would occur, they would not have stood idly by. Thus, I merely did what anyone else would have done. It's nothing extraordinary. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Madame G's face, and she promptly handed Xiao Anning a napkin, concern etched in her voice. You, dear child, take your time eating. Don't choke. Well, Aunt, your chicken legs are simply irresistible, far more delicious than those from any restaurant. That is why I ate a bit quickly. Xiao Anning chuckled foolishly. This is not flattery. This chicken is genuinely delightful. The meat was tender and firm, with the flavors of the broth fully infused into every morsel. And the reduction was executed perfectly, neither too thick nor too thin. Coming from a rural background, Xiao Anning immediately recognized that this chicken was not the kind sold in markets. It was free-range, raised on a mountainside. This chicken feasted solely on grains and insect from the hills, having never consumed a grain of feed, resulting in meat quality far superior to that of typical market chickens. Seeing Xiao Anning genuinely relish her cooking filled Madame G with joy, prompting her to place the last chicken leg directly onto his plate. Mom, I haven't eaten yet. Ji Feiyu whined, watching the chicken leg disappear. Eat what? I've never seen you so enthusiastic during mealtimes before. It's as if you're being punished. After scolding Ji Feiyu, she turned back to Xiao Anning with a renewed smile. Enjoy, enjoy. If it's not enough, Aunt will prepare more for you. Madame G's warmth was overwhelming, leaving Xiao Anning somewhat at a loss. It was reminiscent of childhood visits to his grandmother's house, where a simple declaration of hunger would result in a mountain of food piled high in his bowl. Xiao, you needn't be modest. While you may think your actions are trivial, they represent a monumental event for your uncle, one that will impact his entire life. He has merely become so accustomed to his leadership role that he maintains a serious demeanor with everyone. In truth, he has been overjoyed all along. Madame G cast a knowing glance at her husband, then leaned in closer to Xiao Anning and whispered, this afternoon, he was all alone in his study, grinning like a fool, something he rarely does while practicing calligraphy. Xiao Anning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. No wonder the finishing strokes of his calligraphy had shown signs of trembling. It was the sign of delight. Ahem. Ji Yutong cleared his throat awkwardly. All right, enough of that. We are in the presence of young ones. Must you speak so freely? Xiao, could you elaborate on your bike-sharing company? How did you manage to surpass $1 billion in market value in such a short span? I have been in politics for decades and have encountered numerous corporate leaders, yet I have never seen anyone rise so swiftly as you have. Noticing her husband's shift to serious matters, Madame G wisely chose to remain silent. Listening attentively from the side, Xiao Anning set down his utensils and replied earnestly, Uncle, while it may seem we achieved this in a month, my team and I had already laid the groundwork long before the company was established. We collaborated with Zhao from Xingxing Real Estate, the owner of the lending firm, as well as Gao Tianyi's technical team and my college classmate, Jiao Yang. They have toiled for a considerable duration. Our success was not achieved overnight, but rather through meticulous preparation. Undoubtedly, the most pivotal factor was our choice of the right path. Shared bicycles are a product of the times. Ji Yutong inquired with curiosity. A product of the times? Xiao Anning nodded in affirmation. We have observed a significant surge in the number of private vehicles in Blue Island in recent years, which has imposed tremendous pressure on urban transportation, particularly during rush hours. Certain thoroughfares are so congested that they are virtually impassable. A journey of merely 1 kilometer can take upwards of 10 to even 30 minutes. For office workers whose commutes are not particularly long, this stretch becomes akin to hell. Stuck in traffic when driving, ensnared in delays when taking the bus, and walking consumes an excessive amount of time. To avoid tardiness, these workers are compelled to commence their journeys half an hour to even an hour earlier, wasting precious time on the road, which is truly lamentable. Some have contemplated purchasing bicycles. However, many young individuals in Blue Island reside in rented accommodations, lacking secure parking for bicycles. Leaving them outside invites theft, while carrying them upstairs daily proves laborious. Thus, we introduced shared bicycles, available for immediate use and cessation, convenient and swift, aimed at alleviating urban traffic congestion while promoting eco-friendly travel, aligning with the current national policy on environmental conservation. Upon concluding this thought, the room fell into a profound silence. The G family was palpably moved. What is the current usage rate of your bicycles? Ji Yutong could not help but inquire. Xiao Anning replied with a smile, 100%. We have deployed 10,000 bicycles in Blue Island alone, with an almost perfect daily usage rate. 100%, exclaimed Ji Yutong. This implies that nearly 10,000 individuals are engaging in low-carbon travel daily. even if merely 1,000 of them own private cars. That still alleviates the burden of 1,000 vehicles on urban traffic. Upon hearing this, Ji Yutong's demeanor turned serious as he raised his thumb to Xiao Anning in commendation. This scene astonished Ji Feiyu. He had never before witnessed his father commend anyone with a thumbs up, let alone a peer of his own age. Traffic congestion and severe pollution have long been thorns in the government side. We have contemplated numerous solutions, yet with minimal effect. Who would have thought that such a formidable challenge could be resolved by you young individuals? Ji Yutong mused, acknowledging the ingenuity of youth. Yet, to claim we have resolved the issue would be premature. Shared bicycles can only address a portion of the problem. True resolution will necessitate diverse commuting options for residents and the construction of urban roads, Xiao Anning remarked. Road construction is already under discussion, but achieving diversity in commuting is no easy feat. The government cannot compel residents to adopt specific travel methods. It can only offer suggestions, Ji Yutong lamented. Xiao Anning took a sip from his teacup and slowly articulated. In truth, altering commuting methods need not solely rely on the government. Emerging enterprises, much like shared bicycles, can also play a pivotal role. In addition to shared bicycles, we could promote another mode of transportation, ding-ding rides.